Inside the waiting area, Han Sen looked relaxed. Dong Lin had calculated their strategy very well, and their pangolin was indeed a very strong creature. Their only mistake was picking the wrong opponent. If they had discussed business formally, Han Sen would not have opposed the idea of putting on a show in their favor to boost the sales and renown of their new pet pill product. With money to line his own pocket in return, they'd have both benefited. But Dong Lin was playing dirty, and they sought to manipulate Han Senator in response. Han Sen was going to play dirty and cruel, too. After Han Sen summoned the little angel, he did not immediately send her to the stadium to fight. Instead, he summoned a beast soul. A green shadow appeared in front of Han Sen, a phantom beast soul. This phantom-looking beast soul entered the little angel's body and possessed her. The little angel's body did not change very much, save that her eyes now flickered with a green flame. Han Sen had obtained this beast soul after defeating the Steel Knight King, and it was a humanoid pet possessive beast soul. Just like any other super pet armor, only pets could make use of it. This one was restricted to armoring humanoid pets only. After Han Sen first got it, he fed it a black crystal. Over time, it slowly evolved into a berserk super beast soul. Perhaps the Chi family was unlucky, or perhaps the White Deer's luck had already provided a boon to Han Sen. But the beast soul had only just finished evolving the night before. Now that it had possessed the little angel, and she had received the buffs from the Steel Knight King, her power increased by a large amount. Chi Shouwen, you chose not to talk this out, and now you must suffer the consequences. Han Sen spoke aloud to himself, and then he told the little angel to enter the stadium. The pangolin was already there waiting. With Han Sen's short delay, people began to talk. Did Han Sen give up? No way. That means everything will end up in the Chi family's favor. If he doesn't give up, and gets destroyed by the pangolin, won't things end up even worse? I hope he doesn't quit. If that pill works as advertised, then fighting super creatures should be considerably easier. As people discussed amongst themselves, a beautiful angel emerged. Immediately, everyone's attention was ensnared and their excitement erupted. What will Han Sen do? Look at the pangolin. I don't think the little angel can finish it off quick. Fighting as he has been would play right into the Chi family's hands. Son of Heaven said. He was speaking to Ningyu. The Chi family won't achieve what they've planned with this charade. Ningyu coldly responded. Why not? I viewed the analysis of the pangolin, and it is projected to withstand a few strikes. Son of Heaven was quite confused. Ningyu smiled and said, that intel is fair. I'll give you that, but you should look into people's hearts. There are many things in this world we are yet to understand, and merely reading data would have you believe everything is absolute and fixed. I can assure you they are not. If you can read a person's heart, even if you don't know anything else, you can foresee the true results. I lack the patience you do, I am afraid. Son of Heaven gave a wry smile. It's fine. We are still young, and it is fortunate for us to be born in such a good era. Many opportunities lie before us, and it is simply our task to grab a hold of them and see where they lead. Ningyu coughed. Are you okay? Son of Heaven worried deeply for Ningyu, despite being afraid of her. It's fine, I am used to it. Keep an eye on the field, the match should begin soon. We wouldn't want to miss it. Ningyu shook her head and looked at the little angel. Chi Shouwen, upon seeing the little angel arrive, became ecstatic. Even if the little angel had not shown, they were fixed to walk away a wealthier family. The only negative to a no-show would be a lack of oomph to underscore their latest work. After the countdown, the little angel wasted no time and swung her sword towards the pangolin. As she did this, Chi Shouwen clenched his fists tight. In his heart, he shouted, Slash! The era defined by the Chi family is coming. 500,000 people were watching this in person, and countless more streamed the fight live. All of them stared at the little angel, anticipating the crazy fight to come. In the next second, the little angel's transparent greatsword cleaved across the pangolin's back. The shell was like black metal, and it looked extremely sturdy. And it truly was. Sacred blood creatures couldn't even scratch it. But under the sheer force that drove the little angel's greatsword, it was like tofu. Her sword sundered the shell like a hot knife through butter. And it did not stop there. The sword went on to slice the entire creature in two. In less than a second, the pangolin was hewn in half. Blood painted the arena as the body immediately decomposed. Qi Shouwen's smile froze as his mind was left barren of even a single composed thought. Far away in Donglin, a middle-aged man witnessed this. The hand that held his teacup suddenly began to tremble. The cup fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. The middle-aged man lost it completely. As he stared at the screen, he screamed, "Impossible! Impossible!" Many bigwigs of the Alliance were shocked, and actually looked disappointed. They felt strange. More than anything, they were disappointed in the latest product created by the Qi family. It was touted as the must-have item for facing off against super creatures, yet it had just been destroyed by a super pet in an instant. The pet pills did not seem to be as useful as they had believed them to be, and their hopes of slaying super creatures were brought to an abrupt end. The funny thing was, the Qi family had done something very dumb. They had given out many grand prizes, and the sacred blood pet they raised themselves was killed. Their advertisements and promotions backfired. Everyone knew pet pills could make pet beast souls stronger, but regardless of how strong they were, they could not escape the shackles of being a sacred blood pet. They could still get one hit killed by a super creature, so their purchase and subsequent usage was pointless. After a temporary silence, the applause came in slow like the first droplets of rain before a storm. Then, cheering and hurraying erupted from every corner of the stadium. Super pets are overpowered. They really are much stronger than sacred blood pets. It is no wonder it is titled a super pet. They are so cool. They one-hit kill everything. I was hoping to see the pangolin last longer than that. I can only suppose my hopes were misplaced. Haha, they had it coming. Them old Qis sure think they're powerful. But all they ended up doing was inciting the wrath and ire of Han Senator. He didn't kill a single pet earlier. But here, he made sure to make his feelings known. Qi Shouwen's face had been robbed of all color, and he gave out the prizes, embarrassed. For the life of him, he could not figure out how he had lost, and he was so ashamed he almost fainted. He knew he had screwed up, thinking the pet pills would be enough to make the Qi family famous. All he had done was send them straight to hell. Sure, the pet pills could aid the family's development, but after this, that development would be far slower. Haha. That is so funny. Why would the Qi family even do all this? Their pet pills really were effective, and things would have turned out much better for them if they had instead just come and hired you to do something promotional. Huangfu Pingqing met with Han Sen to receive her portion of the beast pills they had agreed on. She smiled and continued by saying, "I'm afraid the price of the pet pills will be significantly reduced now." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Yep, and there's nothing I can do now. I'm an easy person to talk to, so I'm perplexed by their hesitation to consult me. If the person in Donglin heard you talk like that, he'd be furious." Huangfu Pingqing said with the same vibrant smile. "Well, it doesn't matter to me. I have the goodies and that's all I ever wanted. Provoking them any further would be unnecessary." Han Sen couldn't be bothered doing something that would not directly benefit him. He didn't stay much longer after the event, and after bidding farewell to his mother and father-in-law, he returned to camp. Aside from the beast pills he gave to Huangfu Pingqing, he also received a few exclusive medicines that were not available for sale. After reaching camp, he entered the sanctuary so he could feed some of the new medicine to the silver fox and see if they helped. Han Sen brought the medicine to Moment Shelter, but was startled to find everyone absent. He called out for the missing creatures, but he received no response. Believing something bad to have happened, he used his Dongxin aura to scan the area. Eventually, he found them all gathered in the plaza. "What are you guys doing here?" Han Sen asked as he ran into the plaza. He saw that Moment Queen, the silver fox, and the rest were in the middle of the plaza observing something. "There is a tree growing here," Moment Queen told Han Sen in a strange, captivated tone. "What is so special about a tree growing? Does its slow growth make for a fascinating watch?" Han-sen continued walking closer, and as he went he said, "You guys are super creatures? How can you not know anything about trees? You guys must be dumber than planks." Han-sen approached the silver fox and then saw what had caught their attention. A small tree had taken root between the cobblestones. When Han-sen saw it, he froze. His face looked even worse than the silver fox and Moment Queen's did. How did this tree come to be? Han-sen struggled to ask, as his trembling finger pointed towards the tree. The tree was only 2 feet tall by now, but it was growing healthily. With it being so small, it almost looked like a bonsai. The entire tree was like perfectly sculpted green jade. Each and every leaf was stunning. What surprised Han-sen the most was the presence of 6 fruit growing amongst its leaves. For fruit to grow on a tree was nothing outstanding. But these weren't your average fruits. They were in the shape of miniature treasure chests. They were gold and adorned with a number of distinct, indiscernible carvings. The tree was luxurious, and a strong life force crackled from it. It emitted some form of holy aura, which manifested in a white mist that veiled the tree. It was a curious sight. A green jade tree with golden chests. Whoever saw such a thing would need to pinch themselves. Han-sen knew that it wasn't some created art piece. It was something natural and alive. The mini gold chests were the fruit, and Han-sen could see they were very lively. Moment Queen shook her head and said, "We don't know. When we came out here this morning, it was just here. We haven't a clue when it began to grow. When we saw the tree, Little White was next to it." Moment Queen then added, as if she just remembered something. And as she said this, she pointed towards the white deer. Han-sen was pretty pleased at hearing this. He approached the deer, held it, and kissed its head. He then merrily said to it, "Little White, you are awesome. You really are a lucky beast. You've only been here for a few days, but already you have bequeathed me treasure. I love you." The white deer just stood there without eliciting any reaction or emotions. Little Silver, on the other hand, looked incredibly mad. It leapt onto the deer's head and ruffled its fur. The silver fox was consumed with envy, as it detested the times Han-sen was affectionate with other creatures. Han-sen then picked up the silver fox in his hands and returned to observe the jade gold tree. The energy it possessed was like that of a super creature. Perhaps it was like that cactus or peach tree. When the tree grew larger, perhaps the 6 chests would yield a greater benefit than the peaches had. Can I eat the gold chest fruit thingies? Or are they something I can open? Perhaps there are creatures inside. Han-sen thought to himself. After a period of observation, he gave up trying to guess the nature of the mysterious tree. Instead, he turned to talk to Moment Queen. He asked, "Can you tell me anything about this tree?" "Not really. The only thing I know for sure is that this isn't normal. If these gold chests do mature, however, they should present something valuable," Moment Queen replied, with her eyes still fixed on the golden fruit. "Even I know that. Of course they'll yield something good," Han-sen said, thinking Moment Queen had not elucidated a single thing to him. But Moment Queen shook her head and said, "I mean, treasure like this is very similar to the empty vine. What's more, it will draw the attention of many super creatures. I am not sure if we can keep it. We cannot beat the Devil Blood King, and if he does bring his army of super creatures to attack, I do not believe we can withstand such a siege." Han-sen froze. Amidst his joy, he hadn't considered this possibility. Hearing Moment Queen tell him this, he believed that the possibility she proposed was quite realistic. That would be a big problem, wouldn't it? But if this tree has grown in one of my shelters, then nothing can deny it belongs to Han. I cannot allow others to intrude and steal what is rightfully mine, Han-sen said, with obvious greed. With the power we have at our disposal, I don't think so. I'd say you're wrong. Moment Queen emptied a bucket of cold water on the blazing fires of Han-sen's greed-fueled hopes. "Well, don't you worry your little mind. I have an idea. Tell me, when do you expect the gold chest fruit to mature?" Han-sen asked, as he looked over at the chests once more. "Judging by the rate and pattern of its current growth, I would estimate another 2 to 3 months, Moment Queen said. 2 to 3 months, huh? Han-sen frowned. Even he knew keeping claim to the jade gold tree would be difficult. Still, it did not quell his excitement for the fruit. Feverishly, he pondered what sort of treasures might await inside. It would take a long time for the jade gold tree to mature, so there was no rush right now. Han Sen examined the pills he had won, and taking one of each, he lined them up before the silver fox and his other pets to see if they were interested. When the fairy saw the medicine, one in particular caught her eye. But just as she was about to grab it, the silver fox gobbled it up. The little fairy had no choice but to select another pill to swallow. Han Sen was surprised to see it was the latest pet pill the silver fox and the fairy decided to go after first. Han Sen pulled out another pet pill to gauge how much they desired it. All too quickly, the silver fox and fairy wrestled with each other for it. Han Sen had received 100 pet pills, so he decided to give one to each of his pets. Spirits weren't keen on pet pills, and the same applied to the little angel. Big Black and Small Black really loved the pills too. But unfortunately 100 was not enough and they ate them all. There was no effect. It looks like the pills are more desirable than I thought. Ethics aside, the Donglin company is fairly amazing. I wonder what materials compose the pills, since they seem to work for both genuine pets and the creatures that adhere to my command here in the shelter. Han Sen knew he had destroyed any enthusiasm that had been built for the pet pills, but it was going to be sold no matter what. However, due to their blundered promotional campaign, the price of the pills was sure to be lower to start off with. It would eventually rise in the future, when more and more people became aware of how effective the medicine was. It looks like I need to stock up on some pet pills while the going is good. Han Sen then thought about how he might buy a large number of pet pills for the lowest price possible. It was worth getting them to feed his pets. Han Sen prepared to visit the Alliance, trying to figure out where he could buy a large number of them. But when Han Sen arrived, he arrived to shocking news. Angel Gene had killed a super creature in the Second God Sanctuary and obtained a life geno essence. They also began selling their high-tier Angel Gene fluid. For evolvers who had a fitness level of over 100, they could use it to obtain a temporary boost of strength that lasted 2 hours. The drawback of subsequent weakness was also made known, but there was no permanent damage. And after appropriate rest, users would be right as rain. With the technology of the Alliance, all users would have to do was rest in their recovery baths for a few days. If the user had already unlocked their first gene lock, their fitness would be boosted to a level that almost rivaled a celestial being. They would become incredibly powerful and the effects would last far longer. Angel Gene used this fluid to slay a super creature, and after they did, they used the life geno essence as a promotional item to advocate the effectiveness of their product. Right now, Angel Gene was number 1 when it came to the needs of evolvers. Their juice could also work for surpassers, although it wasn't as effective. The Angel Gene fluid announcement rocked the entire Alliance, and it had most certainly ushered in a new era for humanity. The sales were off to a flying start, and it quickly made Angel Gene a household name within the Alliance. The Zhao family were depicted as gods, and everyone could not stop talking about their Angel Gene fluid. This entire event had a grand effect. The product, however, was difficult to mass produce. As a result, it was extremely expensive. Angel Gene did have a range of products suited for those who lacked the required money, suitable for the average evolver. That being said, its effectiveness was far worse. The low-tier Angel Gene fluid was their main product, though. Angel Gene also announced the primary ingredients that composed the juice, and one of them was raw Shura blood. It was impossible for technology to recreate the properties of such blood. But this also meant humanity could not make peace with the Shura. For continued production of the fluid, the war would have to go on. Some people opposed the Angel Gene fluid, but they were too few, and their voices were drowned out by the rest, who clamored for power above all else. The Angel Gene fluid bandwagon did not seem likely to stop, and the repercussions of its existence were surely going to be felt across the universe. Han Sen wished he could murder everyone in the Zhao family, but he did admire the power Zhao 7th possessed. Angel Gene fluid really was a breakthrough product. Although the Ji family had obtained the Angel Gene fluid off Han Sen a while ago, they had not focused on the Geno business enough. As a result, they were unable to discover the ingredients. But Han Sen could not blame them. The Qi family operated in the same realm, and when they were given the angel gene fluid, they couldn't make heads or tails of its ingredients either. The Qi family had suffered the most damage, however. After the pet pills, they believed they would become even more famous, but their advertising ploy went awry. As if that wasn't damaging enough, the Zhao family had now announced their humanity-changing angel gene fluid. Angel gene fluid could immediately increase your power, so who would want to spend more money and time on raising pets that weren't very useful, anyway? They had mass-produced a vast amount of pet pills, prepared to sell them all. But now, they had a horde of them sitting on store shelves, unable to be moved. Their business chain broke, depleting their cash reserves. Han Sen was not too concerned about angel gene fluid, though. After all, the high-tier variant required Shura blood, and that was a precious commodity. Besides, when humans used a high-tier angel fluid, their bodies would not be pure, and they could not solo a super creature. Even with many people making use of the juice, it'd still be difficult to slay a super creature. But still, it was indeed an all-round boost to the development of humanity's ascension and the speed of their evolution. What Han Sen was most interested in right now, however, was the Qi family's pet pills. The Zhao family's angel gene fluid still had a number of issues with it. It wouldn't be effective enough until they managed to sort out the side effects and make it last longer. Plus, they needed the blood of royal Shuras. Unless they found a way to artificially create a compound that provided the same benefits, it would not be effective in the long term. Pet pills were different, though. Although their effects were not immediate, their slow boil of improvement was more likely to benefit humanity in the long term. After Han Sen learnt of the Qi family's troubles, he planned to buy out their unmovable surplus. They needed the money, after all. It was only a matter of time before humans discovered how effective and useful the pills actually were. And once they did, the price was sure to skyrocket. Han Sen did not want to visit the Qi family himself, so he asked Ji Ruozhen to buy the pills for him. He also explained to him the likely benefits the pills would provide humanity in the future. Ji Ruozhen's thoughts aligned with Han Sen's own. He had convened a family meeting earlier, in the hopes of asking the family whether or not they should buy all the pet pills produced by the Qi family. But everyone present was keener on the prospects presented by angel gene fluid, and they disregarded what Ji Ruozhen told them. He was unable to convince the others in the family. Ji Ruozhen instead used his own money to purchase as many pills as possible. Han Sen himself sold everything he did not need, and used the money he amassed to buy as much of the Qi family's stock of pills as he could. Because the Qi family had overstocked, unaware of the promotional blunder that was waiting to happen, they were facing bankruptcy. They had spent a fortune on ingredients for future production of the pills, but the low sales put a large financial strain on the family. To regain as much of their capital as possible, they settled for setting the selling price of the pills under their production cost and selling at a loss. Now that Ji Ruozhen was buying so many, the Qi family was extremely grateful. After all, a lot of money was going Angel Gene's way instead. Few had the money to help the Qi family, especially when competing with Angel Gene. The help Ji Ruozhen lent the Qi family was massive. Han Sen was the one funding most of the purchases, however. Ji Ruozhen only stood in to make the transactions and deal with the business. And as this was happening, Han Sen spent a lot of time in the sanctuary, wondering how he might protect the jade gold tree. After much deliberation, Han Sen came to the conclusion he would not be able to protect it from a siege. Therefore, he thought about striking out against the Devil Blood King first. He wagered that offense at a time like this would be the best defense. Not bad. But how are you going to draw the super creatures out of the Devil Blood shelter? Although Moment Queen had faith in the plan working, the super creatures were inside the shelter and there was no way Han Sen could just wander in. If they couldn't be drawn out, any preparation they now made would all be for naught. Drawing them out will not be difficult, provided I can be as fleet of foot as I need to be. Han Sen laughed. He was thinking of calling upon Wang Yuhang to draw super creatures away. He figured they would have no choice but to rely on him. It was fortunate Wang Yuhang had been captured by the Zhao family not too long ago. Finding him again in the surrounding regions would be much easier now. When he did find Wang Yuhang again, he asked him whether or not he wanted to hunt super creatures with him. Super creatures? They are naught compared to the strength and zeal I command these days. I will lay waste to aught that comes our way. Wang Yuhang's chest was puffed in a display of cockiness. Han Sen was surprised at Wang Yuhang's behavior and asked, "Little uncle, since when did you become so brave?" "Teehee, I will not cloak the font of my bravery. See here, this remedy I possess." As he said this, he pulled a metal box out of his pack. Inside it, there were 2 vials of a certain concoction. Angel gene fluid? Han Sen remembered what they looked like. Teehee, the higher-tier variant as well. You can cast elemental powers like projectiles with these nifty little potions, Wang Yuhang said. "Where did you get it from?" Han Sen was surprised. They were very popular and many people clamored for them, but with the limited amount of blood available for their creation, their stock was low. Wang Yuhang was by no means a famous evolver, so the fact that he owned 2 was startling. "I bought them. You would be silly to believe the Zhao family would grace the magnificence of myself with these, free of charge." Wang Yuhang put away the vials and continued with a thump of his chest. "So, where is this place you speak of? For whatever monstrous devilry challenges you, I shall slay unwaveringly." "Oh, so it's good that I can depend on you." Han Sen smiled. Wang Yuhang was very confident right now, so it was the perfect time to bring him to the Devil Blood Shelter. If it were any other day, he would most likely refuse to come. There were indeed far too many super creatures residing there, and with his bad luck, it'd cause a number of troubles. The angel gene fluid had not only boosted his courage, but when they engaged the monsters they'd fight there, the juice might very well save his life. They both traveled north towards the Devil Blood Shelter. Wang Yuhang's confidence had yet to waver, and he was visibly firm in the comfort provided by his ownership of the angel gene fluid. Han Sen merely hoped his cockiness would not get the better of him. When it came to fighting super creatures, he could still be destroyed. The Devil Blood Shelter was like a castle, and it was smaller than Han Sen had imagined it to be. It did look haunted, however. It wasn't as elegant and holy-looking as Moment Shelter. "Did you not make mention of a trial of frightening fury? Pa, look hither. I, all by my lonesome, will engage this entire eerie estate solo." After speaking, Wang Yuhang retrieved his injector and prepared to inject himself with 1 vial of the angel gene fluid. Seeing that the shelter was not too big, he did not believe anything powerful could reside within. Han Sen grabbed his hand, however. He said, "I won't stop you from killing anything, but I think it would be best if we did some reconnaissance first." "Fine. I'll allow the wretches that reside within a couple more minutes to cling to the fleeting, miserable excuses they deem as lives." Wang Yuhang put away the injector. When Han Sen and Wang Yuhang neared the shelter, the latter's face turned pale. The heroism that had previously driven Wang Yuhang dribbled away. Above the Devil Blood Shelter, a large dragon could be seen flying. A strange bird was also up there. There were many vile creatures outside the gates, including something like a minotaur. Half an hour later, they had positively identified 5 different super creatures. God knew how many more resided within the shelter. "Little uncle, your opportunity has arrived. Do you want to go out there and kill them now?" Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuhang, whose face was still pale. When he heard what Han Sen had asked him, he jumped and said, "Is it my death that you earnestly desire? The number of creatures there are too many, and to attempt an infiltration would be suicide. I am not fond of the concept of following you inside merely to die. We cannot rush in, you are right, but we can draw a few of them away. Aren't you quite proficient in that?" Han Sen laughed. Wang Yuhang's face turned bitter and he said, "You are well aware of how unfortunate I can be. If I venture any nearer to this sordid hellhole, every monster in the vicinity will lust for my blood and come at me like hounds. Think of the variety of grisly deaths I might end up suffering. Don't you have the angel gene fluid?" "There is nothing to be afraid of," Han Sen said. "I spent every last penny I possessed on obtaining these delightful solutions, and I bought them so that I might slay super creatures. I hadn't planned on using them just so I could run away," Wang Yuhang said. Little uncle, it won't work. So how about you go and draw them out? For any super creature we kill, you'll get 60% of the shares. Of the life geno essences we sell, I'll only receive 40%. If there are beast souls, you get first pick. Han Sen conjured a wide array of different temptations for Wang Yuhang. Killing the super creatures was what was most important, and Han Sen did not care too much about the rewards. There would likely be more first generations inside there, anyway. If that was the case, Han Sen wouldn't mind giving them to Wang Yuhang at all. Are you sure? Wang Yuhang's eyes suddenly sparkled. When have I ever lied to you? Han Sen said with a smug and righteous look. No, I want 70%. And all the beast souls we receive will be mine, Wang Yuhang said. Okay. Han Sen agreed. Why do I always bend over backwards if it means securing a coin or two? I will die for this money, I tell you. Wang Yuhang was speaking to himself, doing his best to inspire a return of confidence. Little uncle, what you have just said is not down to luck. If you want to make an inspirational speech, don't tell yourself you are going to die. Han Sen laughed. Wang Yuhang replied, oh yes, that is correct. I am going to waltz into that mangled hive of doom and tango out with vast riches I can use to woo a woman and make her my wife. If you are listening, God, disregard what I said earlier. Wang Yuhang started to leg it forward, but Han Sen pulled him back and said, whoa, don't rush. We should be extra sure of what we're walking into here. Fire an arrow from afar and then run. You'll need as much distance as you can get. Oh yes, of course. I am not an imbecile, I'll have you know. I am an aged warrior, one who has far more experience than you in such arts. Wang Yuhang rolled his eyes, and then started his approach from the nearby stands of trees. He slithered around like a snake doing the mamba, and when he was in firing range, fired an arrow towards the Minotaur. When the arrow took flight, he didn't wait to see if he had struck his desired target. As soon as the arrow loosed, he ran off quicker than a spooked bunny. Han Sen froze in disbelief. He had missed, and the Minotaur was none the wiser. Pat. But just as Han Sen believed Wang Yuhang to have failed, the ground seemed to quake and move. A rocky golem picked itself up out of the mud. Catching sight of the human who had disturbed its slumber, it cried out and chased after Wang Yuhang. This also spooked the Minotaur, and after propping its spear, it ran after Wang Yuhang as well. The bird in the sky dive-bombed in his direction, with its razor eyes peering at its troublesome prey. Not bad. Han Sen sighed with relief. The arrow had totally missed its target, but even despite that, he had managed to draw the ire of at least 3 super creatures. Seeing Wang Yuhang about to lose his lead and succumb to the creatures that hounded him, Han Sen stealthily caught up. Han Sen did not dare attack just yet, as they were too close to the Devil Blood shelter. The creatures inside the shelter, if they were made aware of the trouble outside, would send out reinforcements before he'd be able to slay even just one. Escape from such a situation would be no trivial task. Bossman, save me! Wang Yuhang called out at the top of his lungs when he caught a glimpse of the manic bird that was descending upon him. It was still too soon to do anything, however. To avoid his presence being known, Han Sen just continued to follow, ignoring Wang Yuhang's plight. They still needed to go further before doing anything. Wang Yuhang was a proficient kiter, but even his speed could not outpace a super creature. Eventually, the bird did indeed catch up. It twirled its lethal talons in the air to cast bladed gusts of wind after him. The rocky giant, at the same time, threw its boulder fist into the earth and created a large hole. As this was happening, the Minotaur swung its spear to cast a fireball towards Wang Yuhang. Quite clearly, he was now in danger. Bossman, save me. I will not last much longer. I beseech your immediate aid. This entire ordeal was a maniacal concoction of your own twisted mind. You tricked me into this. Arg! Wang Yuhang cried out pitiably. The razor winds sliced his arm, drawing an alarming cascade of blood. The fireball caught his clothes on fire, which set him ablaze. Through the fire and blood, he was being pursued by 3 super creatures. And now, more than ever, he truly was in danger. His life was at risk. But still, Han Sen ignored his cries for aid. He expected Wang Yuhang to have used his angel gene fluid by now, but he hadn't. Han Sen thought it was typical of the cheap and stingy bastard he thought he was. They were still too close to the shelter. Attacking now would foil his plans of infiltration. And as Wang Yuhang was still alive and able to scream and shout just fine, he'd let him be chased for a while longer. When Wang Yuhang noticed his cries for help being ignored by Han Sen, he acknowledged the danger he was in. He realized that he might well and truly die where he was. With great regret, he knew what he had to do. He pulled out his injector and a vial of angel gene fluid and gave himself a shot of the super juice. As Wang Yuhang ran, his eyes turned red. A horn grew out of his forehead, and his speed and agility increased. He was still under the cruel pursuit of 3 super creatures, but at least he wasn't suffering anymore. Managing to flee their wrath with greater ease, he reached the cover of the forest much sooner. He should have done that far sooner. Being stingy at a time like this is a surefire way to reach an early grave. Han Sen despised his hesitance. Wang Yuhang's mobility was admirable as he attempted to escape. It was quite remarkable watching him flee. Han Sen couldn't help comparing it to a salmon leaping upstream with unpredictable movements. Still, it wasn't anywhere near the dexterity one could exert when making use of Heavenly Go. Impressed by what he saw, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to track his movements. Surprisingly, he found it difficult to predict what he'd do next. He had mustered a very strange manner of flight. Every time Han Sen predicted a movement, he'd be wrong. But he didn't think Wang Yuhang moved the way he did consciously, and it was more like he was making up his movements as he went. Each step was random, but despite that, the results were good. Perhaps it wasn't that it was entirely inferior to Heavenly Go, it was just different. Heavenly Go engaged your intelligence and abilities of prediction, in which you thought of where to move next before committing a step. Wang Yuhang was just moving, simple as that. He did whatever entered his mind, to surprisingly decent results. His ability to move with such recklessness and survive almost made Han Sen reconsider whether he had good luck or bad luck. Han Sen, I beseech your aid once more. Death follows me at a very near distance. It mocks me. It tells me I will be in his company very soon if you do not help me right now. Wang Yuhang continued to scream. By now, he had been running for over an hour, and the red of his eyes began to fade. The size of his horn reduced. The benefits of his angel gene fluid were quickly wearing away, and he wouldn't last much longer. Seeing Wang Yuhang reach a valley, Han Sen thought it was time. He summoned Moment Queen and the little angel, and commanded them to tackle a super creature each. He himself went to engage the Minotaur. Moment Queen went up against the rock golem, and he commanded her to use speed to kite it away while he kited the Minotaur. Han Sen still depended on his little angel more than anything. She was currently possessed by the Steel Night King, which made her stronger than the average super creature. It made her more reliable to him now as well. With her power, she'd be able to easily slay the wind elemental bird. And as suspected, the little angel did not disappoint Han's senator within a few moments of fighting. She had covered the bird's back with a number of lacerations and wounds. A whirlwind of loose feathers and blood formed in the sky as the bird struggled against its new foe. It would be killed very soon. The strange bird cawed to the skies, as if it were sending an SOS signal to the nearby shelter. And when it did this, Han Sen's eyes looked murderous. His flaming Rex spike smacked into the Minotaur's spear, like two geysers of fire colliding. Han Sen was knocked back 2 steps, not as strong as the Minotaur. The silver fox, who was perched on Han Sen's shoulder, suddenly opened its mouth and fired a thunderbolt at the Minotaur. Boom! The advantage the Minotaur had just gained on Han Sen quickly disappeared. As the Minotaur was unable to follow up with an additional attack, the silver fox saved its master by delivering an unavoidable bolt of lightning to the Minotaur. Roar! The Minotaur was electrified. Its fur and bushy mane stood up on ends, starched. Not wasting a second, Han Sen followed up with a cruel smack to its head. Pang! The Minotaur's head gushed blood, and it roared more and more as it tried to fight back. But the silver fox was not done yet, and it spat more bolts of lightning towards the beast until it writhed around on the ground in a state of paralysis. The specific silver lightning the silver fox was casting did not seem particularly damaging, but it was effective at paralyzing enemies. The Minotaur couldn't move at all, and Han San, again, took the opportunity to strike the monster's head. Kill! 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 With the silver fox by his side, Han Sen didn't even have to try to defend himself. He swung the flaming Rex spike down on the Minotaur like mad, as if it were a punching bag. It bled horrifically, and all it could do was shriek helplessly. The body of the Minotaur was tough, however. Although he had managed to draw blood, it wasn't nearly enough damage to kill the creature. Even after a dozen hits, he knew he'd have to deal far more. But then, multiple life forces began to emerge from the Devil Blood shelter. "Little uncle, go now. I will rendezvous with you at the Black Peak," Hansen barked to Wang Yuhang. He was afraid that if the effects of the angel gene fluid wore off, the man would be so weak he'd be unable to even run. Without hesitation, Wang Yuhang took off. As Wang Yuhang ran, Hansen beat the Minotaur repeatedly with his flaming Rex spike. It was a brutal scene, as the squishy mound of the writhing Minotaur streamed with blood. Just as this was happening, Little Angel cleaved the strange wind element bird in half. Then, she swooped down and hewed the Minotaur's head off its body. Super creature Windhawk killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Super creature Flaming Minotaur killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. The two announcements overlapped. Han Sen knew they were first-generation super creatures, so he wasn't too surprised at the results. Quickly, he gathered the two life geno essences and ran away. The scary presences that were coming from the Devil Blood shelter was not far behind. Knowing that he could not deal with the golem, he disappeared in his flight towards the mountains. The spooky presences had now reached where the two super creatures fell. They cried out, unable to catch up with Han Sen. Eventually, Han Sen reached the Black Peak and met up with Wang Yuhang. "How fared the battle? Did you acquire beast souls?" Wang Yuhang ran up to ask excitedly. He wanted a super beast soul for himself very badly. "I only managed to get these two life geno essences, so you can take them." Wang Yuhang was filled with mixed emotions, receiving this response. He hadn't received a beast soul like he wanted, but he got not one but two life geno essences. "Don't be sad, little uncle. When you recover, we can try that again. Beast souls are bound to pop up sooner or later. How long will you need to rest?" Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang as he spoke. "It will take me at least 6 days." Wang Yuhang looked across his own weakened body and smiled wryly. He could hardly stand, following the side effects of using the angel gene fluid. He was in a slightly worse condition now, however, due to his stinginess. He had received multiple lesions and bruises, sustaining quite a bit of damage before using the liquid. Han Sen was going to use his holy light to heal Wang Yuhang, but the silver fox suddenly spit out silver lightning towards the man. Arg! Wang Yuhang was electrified, and the power sent him flying through the air. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, Han Sen was shocked at the silver fox's behavior. The silver fox had never attacked a human before unless provoked, so why would it attack Wang Yuhang? Had the uncle's bad luck made a new breakthrough? But then, quickly, Han Sen noticed something. Even though Wang Yuhang was electrified, his wounds began to heal. Ever since the silver fox ate the transparent little fish, its lightning had seemed to behave differently. It was different from before, and it was most certainly strange for the lightning attacks to simultaneously heal and inflict pain. The silver fox spat out more silver lightning towards Wang Yuhang, and the wounds started to heal very fast. But seeing him electrified, thrown into visible pain, writhing and screaming, was an unnerving scene that sent a chill down Han Sen's spine. In the future, Han Sen thought he'd stick to his holy light and no longer trouble the silver fox. Pat. When the silver fox stopped shooting its electricity, Wang Yuhang lay on the ground like a crumpled mess. He jumped back up and started running towards the silver fox, in a bid to attack, screaming, "You animal! You are dead!" Wang Yuhang had tears in his eyes, as if he had been humiliated. The pain brought by the silver lightning must have been unfathomable. Seeing Wang Yuhang's face, Han Sen decided it would be best to never allow the silver fox to heal him again. Halfway through his run towards the silver fox, the little creature sent out another beam of silver lightning to shock Wang Yuhang. The body sizzled and smoked, as tufts of hair were singed and fell to the ground. His skin turned black. This lightning strike was different. It was purely destructive, and it did not possess a single glimmer of a remedial desire. Wang Yuhang, following his electrocution, was charred like charcoal. Smoke arose from his head, and yet, the silver fox did not relent. It spat out even more bolts of lightning. This time, Wang Yuhang's body began to return to its original color as if he were healing. Just as he was healed, Wang Yuhang became a recipient of more destructive lightning. And then, with his skin like scorched wood, he was healed by another remedial bolt. Han Sen wasn't sure what to think. He was almost scared, and as he watched what was going on, he vowed to himself never to mistreat the silver fox and incite its ire. "Fox Master, I was wrong. Please, forgive my slight." Wang Yuhang chugged out those strained words in pain. Amidst his screams, brought on by the frequent electrocutions, those were the only words he managed to gasp out. Desperately, he tried to kowtow before the silver fox. The silver fox lifted its head elegantly, and then leapt back onto Han Sen's shoulders. It seemed to have forgiven Wang Yuhang's sudden disrespect. Wang Yuhang, however, swore he would do whatever it took to eliminate the silver fox. One day he'd destroy the little creature. And as this desire took root in his heart, his exterior only presented a pretty smile to the silver fox, like that of a lady. The silver fox's healing power was most certainly different than other creatures Han Sen had encountered. And to his surprise, after Wang Yuhang was electrified, he was no longer in his weak post-angel gene fluid state. He was energized the same as usual. They waited the night out together, and on the next day, they returned to Devil Blood Shelter. But this time, they approached from another side and looked for the perfect opportunity to draw out more super creatures. Wang Yuhang had only one more vial of angel gene fluid left, so he'd have to use it sparingly. Therefore, Han Sen opted for a more careful route this time, and only aimed to attract one or two powerful super creatures. In the meantime, Wang Yuhang would be sidelined a good distance away, ready for the pull, lest his poor luck ruin Han Sen's precision. "Little uncle, any idea on how I can draw them out?" Han Sen crouched low behind a rock, pointing towards a creature that stood along the ramparts of Devil Blood Shelter. Han Sen used his devil eye mask to get a proper look at it. The super creature had the strongest life force he had seen yet, and it could very well have been a second-generation super creature. It was quite far from him, but he didn't dare get any closer. The limited range was what made his Dongxian aura ineffective. "And for what reason would you select that brute? Why not the golem?" Wang Yuhang asked, looking at the super creature with a confused expression. The super creature was a silver-white ape. It was a 3-meter-tall beast with silver fur. Its muscles were pronounced, glistening like brushed steel. It looked tremendously powerful. That being said, its body looked clumsy. It moved quickly with shining eyes, and the ears were weirdly curled like snails. "I have a feeling it will drop us a beast soul." Han Sen laughed. "And might you explain to me how you are able to deduce such a thing?" Wang Yuhang balked, with his eyes wide open. The silver ape didn't look as if it would drop a beast soul, no matter which way he viewed it. "Do you have any ideas or not?" Han Sen asked. "To attract Brutus? That shan't be a problem." Wang Yuhang looked around and nodded an affirmative. "In that case, I will leave it to you." Han Sen, with the silver fox in tow, sneaked away in preparation for their cooperative action. Wang Yuhang did not use an arrow this time. Instead, he merely came out from behind the rocks and shouted in the direction of Devil Blood Shelter. "You there, monkey boy! Over here!" His call garnered much attention, and the silver ape looked over in his direction. Wang Yuhang reached out his arm and presented a fist. Slowly, he lifted his middle finger. In the next second, the thumping of a chest and a frightening roar sounded. The silver ape cried out to the sky, and the dragon joined in. Next the golem did too. They all screamed at their latest intruder with bloodlust. And then there were more. Oh my days! This is far too much. Wang Yuhang was shocked by the sudden additions to his fan club, and he wasted no time in running away. His stinginess was not an issue this time, either, and so he injected himself with the angel gene fluid immediately. Han San saw 10 super creatures chasing after Wang Yuhang, and it shocked even him. His eyes stared at his fleeing companion with wide eyes, unsure of whether or not the two would survive whatever battle was about to occur. Han Sen followed after them in the shadows, and the 10 creatures were determined to chase down the rat that was Wang Yuhang. If he needed saving, Han Sen wasn't sure he could do anything for the little uncle this time. Even Wang Yuhang knew this was too much. With the boons and bonus effects granted by the angel gene fluid, he did not stop running. And as great as his initial advantage was, nothing he did nor anywhere he went shook loose his tail. When Wang Yuhang was in genuine danger, he would not shout. He knew doing so would be pointless, and he was aware Han Sen was in the vicinity regardless. He believed shouting would only distract Han Sen and delay his own rescue. Han Sen followed the pursuit for a while, but soon came to the realization he'd get nowhere by merely continuing to follow. There was no chance for Han Sen to save Wang Yuhang, and there was no possible way he could tackle so many super creatures all at once. But as he watched them go, running off as they did, Han Sen suddenly had an idea. So many super creatures have run out. The shelter must be empty. Should I try to grab the spirit stone? If I nab Devil Blood King's spirit stone, this entire situation will resolve itself. If Devil Blood King opts for suicide, the creatures will become nothing but sand, Han Sen thought. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and summoned Moment Queen. Continue following him and ensure he draws them as far away as possible. If he looks as if he's about to keel over and die, save him if you can. Try to stop the monsters. You are going to Devil Blood Shelter? Moment Queen was quick to understand Han Sen's plan. There's a chance, and I'm going to take it. Han Sen's eyes told her of how sure he was of this plan. Then be careful. There are at least 5 more super creatures inside. Moment Queen informed Han Sen. If there are 5, I have a chance. I won't have to defeat them after all. All I have to do is grab that spirit stone. Han Sen nodded reassuringly. Moment Queen did not say anything further, and she simply took off after Wang Yuhang. Moment Queen's teleportation abilities could save Wang Yuhang, if the need arose. If he sent Little Angel, the same could not be said. Even though Han Sen needed Moment Queen with him, he still sent her to safeguard Wang Yuhang. If the creatures returned to the shelter, Moment Queen could use her speed to kite them away again and guarantee Han Sen the time he would need. Han Sen turned around and ran towards the shelter. He didn't rush inside immediately, however. He used telepathy to communicate with Moment Queen, so he could get a clearer grasp on the situation with Wang Yuhang while he was away. Generally, there was a finite range in which the super creatures would follow. They wouldn't pursue a random trespasser to the ends of the world, as they were bound to a shelter. But of course, Wang Yuhang was Wang Yuhang, and he had led them for far longer than he should have had to. 2 hours later, he was still leading them on. Wang Yuhang was injured, and the angel gene fluid would soon run out. It was a miracle he hadn't died yet, being chased by 10 super creatures. Han Sen is going to get me killed. Wang Yuhang's spirit had been drained of hope. Seeing all the creatures still chasing him, he closed his eyes and readied himself for death. But then, he was lifted up by an unseen force with great haste. He evaded every super creature's attack and all of a sudden, found himself at a great distance away from his aggressors. Wang Yuhang was delighted at this sudden happening, and when he looked up, he saw Moment Queen had picked him up by his clothes. "Continue inspiring their ire," Moment Queen coldly said. Wang Yuhang had snapped out of his death-ready daze, and in Moment Queen's arms he turned and shouted towards the creatures. "You turtles! Come and get me. I'm right here. Come and get your Wang Pinata." Han Sen finally arrived in front of the shelter he sought to infiltrate. Like an arrow he went straight inside, unwavering. Han Sen leapt into the shelter, and before he reached the ground, he espied a red whip lashing towards him. He quickly dodged it, before turning to see more headed his way. It was a super creature that looked like a lion, but its mane was a nest of red snakes. Those snakes were the vines that lashed towards him. Han Sen's movements were quick, and he used arrow to dodge each attack. Like a sparrow on the breeze, he gracefully evaded each strike. Returning to the ground, he sprinted forward, bewildering the red whips. Following his evasion of the whips, the ground suddenly began to rise. Directly in front of him, the very earth rose to form a wall and prohibit his passage. Pang! Han Sen was not willing to bend to the will of the phantom wall. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and drilled directly through the earthen clumps. But as he drilled through one, another arose directly behind it, determined to prevent Han Sen from continuing. The red-haired lion had not given up on Han Sen either, and now it was closing in on the intruder and the walls he drilled through. Han Sen continued to drill as the walls continued to rise. It wasn't long before his drilled holes began to resemble a cave, but soon after, the snakes of the lion's mane began slithering inside. Han Sen gritted his teeth and cast Toxic Dragon Drill in a bid to drill through the wall and escape their trap. Boom! 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 After quickly drilling through the next set of earthen walls, Han Sen broke through into a vast emptiness. Soon after, he noticed that he was standing inside a behemoth's mouth. The mouth was lined with a number of fangs, and it smelled like rotten blood. It was the mouth of something not unlike a hellhound, and Han Sen was aware of what he had just walked into. He felt the jaw of the monster move, and the roof of the mouth began to close in and come down to crush him. It was too fast for Han Sen to contemplate an escape, so he straightened his Rex spike to act as a sort of pillar. When the monster bit down, it bled and produced a strange noise at its inability to close its mouth. Han Sen took this brief opportunity to drill his way out of the wretched maw, but upon escaping, he found that the lion was already waiting for him. The mane of snakes lusted for Han Sen's blood, and they barred his way. Suddenly, spikes pierced through the floor below in a bid to impale Han Sen. But Han Sen was quick to react, and he took off airborne once more. Like a bird, he was able to evade both the spikes and the lashing of the red vines. In the next second, the crying of a baby sounded in Han Sen's ears. He turned to look and saw a black bat, bigger than any human, come flapping towards him with its claws raised. Han Sen clutched his flaming Rex spike and blocked the slashes of the bat's talons. Dong! The flaming Rex spike had 3 dent marks in it, and the force sent Han Sen falling back down to the ground. The hungry maw, the red-maned lion, and the black bat were now descending upon him simultaneously. Han Sen cast arrow in a bid to evade each of their attacks and used a formation skill to plan his route. He managed to fly past the 3 creatures and realign his course for the spirit hall. If Han Sen managed to reach that hall, he would no longer have to fight. All he would have to do was secure the spirit stone. The 3 super creatures that followed him were horribly powerful, and each were vastly stronger than Han Senator, but with the grace of Eros movements. They could not do anything to stop Han Sen from racing towards the spirit hall. Han Sen combined the Dongshan Sutra and arrow, and for as long as he had space, no super creature could stop his passage. Wang Yuhang's movements were different than Han Sen's, as they were all random. He never knew where he would step next, unable to focus and calculate an appropriate target of where he should place his foot. In comparison, the Dongshan movements and arrow were very different. Each move had a purpose. There were no unnecessary movements, and each step worked towards a common goal. Everything was under the user's control. In the next second, however, Han Sen frowned. A beautiful woman appeared, one with bat wings and a scimitar, a bladed weapon that curved like the fangs of a wolf. She quickly came to block Han Sen's way. The woman was not wearing anything, and she had no armor. She had the tail of a monkey, and with her red hair, her appearance was a perplexing sight. The woman used her scimitar to prevent Han Sen from nearing her. She was so fast, Han Sen's passage was instantly halted. Han Sen had already used arrow, but still he was unable to dodge the witch. She moved so quickly. She was like a sudden shadow that was determined to block Han Sen, and one that was keen to leap right into close-quarter combat with him. The sword emitted a distracting fragrance of dried blood, and it lusted for more. Madly, it slashed towards Han Sen repeatedly. And as this happened, Han Sen's aggressor pulled out another sword in an attempt to strike him down. It was fortunate Han Sen had already summoned his Devil Ant King armor, for one of the two swords she wielded connected with his belly. Blood was immediately drawn. It was lucky that most of the damage was spared, due to the hardy strength of his armor. He was knocked away, but at least his organs were still intact. The other three creatures had now caught up as well. With his wild, beating heart, Han Sen's kidneys kicked into overtime as they imbued him with constant energy. A weird noise hummed from within him, while his body was operating like mad. Every step he took left a shadow. Under the thumb of four cruel super creatures, he was still able to march forward. He might not have been the absolute fastest, but he had what it took to dodge each and every attack. None of the creatures could stop him now. If Han Sen wanted to enter the spirit hall, it would take him another 2 hours. He was afraid that by then, the creatures Wang Yuhang had drawn away would have returned. Han Sen spoke to Moment Queen telepathically, and he learned the Devil Blood King had summoned the creatures to return. They weren't following Wang Yuhang any longer. They were already on their way back. Moment Queen attacked the host of creatures from behind, in an attempt to slow their return. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. 1 hour. I have 1 hour to enter that hall. If I fail to nab the spirit stone, at least I'll still be able to run. If I take any longer, I'll be a dead man. Han Sen looked upon the giant spirit hall ahead of him in awe. It looked like a cathedral. Through the use of his Dongxian aura, Han Sen was able to predict every single movement of the red-maned lion, the big mawed beast, the black bat, and the scimitar witch. Every time they attacked, every time they turned, every twitch of muscle. It was all foreseen by Han Senator. He orchestrated each of their movements, unbeknownst to them. With everything going to plan exactly as he wished, he was feeling very good. This was the first time he had ever pushed his Dongxian aura so far in a fight. In combination with Arrow, Han Sen was like a god, conducting the fates of all that sought to usurp his rule. For powerful super creatures, despite their greatest efforts, were unable to capture, ensnare, or damage Han Senator. The combat was a mess. But Han Sen saw everything crystal clear. He was playing his opponents like a fiddle. He even had the time to observe their energy flows. Out of the 4, 3 of them were blurry. Only the witch had an energy flow he could follow, which meant she was a second-generation super creature. Han Sen's eyes didn't look strained in concentration, as he effortlessly weaved his way between spikes and walls, red vines and black claws. Han Sen had allowed the witch to lightly strike his chest a number of times. But suddenly, this time, Han Sen dodged. A red snake became tangled across the scimitar, and a black bat flew directly against a stone wall. The 4 super creatures had been tricked to go against each other. This is it. Little Silver. Kill them, Han Sen shouted, and then also summoned Little Angel. Boom! The silver fox, which had been casually resting on Han Sen's shoulder, finally moved. It opened its mouth and shot out a bolt of lightning towards the scimitar witch. With a wicked screech accompanying the hit, her body became paralyzed. Little Angel's green eyes lit, and he swung her transparent greatsword across the witch's neck. Dong! Han Sen had been working towards the execution of this plan the entire time, thinking he could take out his greatest threat, the witch. But suddenly, a shield of light encompassed her. Although Little Angel was able to break the shield, half of the power that would have been delivered directly to the witch's neck was gone. What's more, the sudden shield also helped the witch recover from her state of paralysis. Raising her two scimitars up, she was able to deflect Little Angel's strike. Han Sen frowned at this turn of events, and when he looked towards the cathedral, he saw a holy light ladybug. Its eyes peered directly towards Han Sen. It looked like a ladybug, but its shell was like jade. It glowed, adorned with a number of symbols. The silver fox cast out much lightning, attempting to break the knotted web of super creatures in front of them. But before the lightning reached them, the bolts were repelled by the light shield again. Nothing was able to hurt them while that shield was in play. Tsitsi, the holy light bug, made a sound. It was able to create an aura of protection for the dazed foursome, defending them from any attack that came their way. Little Angel could break the shield, but couldn't harm the creatures inside. Damn! How can there be a super creature like that? Han Sen was speechless. If it wasn't for that troublesome creature, he'd have killed the witch by now. His plan had failed. Fleeing the battle, Han Sen took off running towards the spirit hall. He didn't care about killing the witch as much as he did retrieving the spirit stone. Little Angel and the silver fox did their best to kite a few monsters and keep them from following Han Senator, but as he neared the spirit hall, Han Sen saw a black shadow. A chill followed, freezing his spine in sudden horror. He touched his neck and his hand was suddenly covered in blood. His armor had been cut open, exposing an area of his neck that had been nicked. If he had not reacted, he would have been beheaded. You dare come to my shelter? You are brave and foolish, young one. The Devilblood King wore a black robe, and his cold, red eyes peered directly into Han Sen's soul. I am fairly brave, yes. When Han Sen said this, he resumed his race to the spirit hall. The Devilblood King's eyes blinked, and after that, his body disappeared. Catcha! Han Sen had already assumed a defensive posture, but somehow, Devilblood King had slipped behind him and scratched his back with his wretchedly long, dagger-like fingernails. It was so close. Han Sen tried to dodge, but the armor was broken to expose his bloodied back. How did he get so close? Han Sen frowned. He was confused about why his Dongxian aura was unable to sense his movements. It was as if he had an unbridled ability of teleportation. Han Sen knew such a thing was impossible. Even Moment Queen wasn't able to teleport. The Devilblood King couldn't have been any stronger than her, so how was he able to suddenly teleport in the manner that he had? Han Sen was starting to feel as if something was wrong, and he felt his body begin to numb. The Devilblood King coldly laughed now, no longer attacking. Han Sen was shocked. He touched his wound and noticed his blood had turned into black, sticky goo. This was bad. Han Sen was able to heal himself with the holy light, but it seemed as if he had been poisoned. You have been poisoned by my devil blood, boy. In 15 minutes, your blood will have become stone. Once that occurs, you will die. The Devilblood King coldly laughed and continued by saying, if you want to live, hand over all your super pets. Tell them to obey me and I will spare your life. And let me guess, do I have to obey you as well? Obey you and I don't have to die, Han Sen said with simmering terror. Yes, the Devilblood King coldly said. Okay, I'll obey you, but first, uphold your end of the bargain and cure me of your devil blood, Han Sen said, with a face full of fright. Accept my spirit mark and I will. The Devilblood King pulled out a cane, and then, Han Sen knelt in front of him. He allowed the Devilblood King to use his jewel-encrusted cane to brand his forehead. Yi Dongmu wasn't the only one dexterous in the arts of assassination. Han Sen was, too. When the cane approached Han Sen's forehead, he made a quick dodge to the left. As he moved, he threw his palm towards the spirit's chest like the sudden lunge of a snake. The Devilblood King coldly snickered, seemingly prepared for this. His dagger-like fingers snatched Han Sen's wrist, and his lethal nails pierced through the armor and into the flesh. You have already been poisoned by my devil blood powers. How can you willfully elect to escape? And worse yet, attempt to assassinate me? Fool! Do you have a death wish? The Devil Blood King was ready to break Han Sen's wrist. Not really. Han Sen's eyes glimmered with amusement. He reversed his hand and a fairy appeared, blowing white mist into the Devil Blood King's face. In a single moment the spirit became ice. Kill him. Han Sen summoned over Little Angel and issued the command. With her great sword, she sliced the icicle in half. The Devil Blood King scattered into dust and returned to the Spirit Stone, dead. Then Han Sen used his holy light to remedy the devil blood poison. Wasting no time, he immediately took off running towards the Spirit Hall. The Scimitar Witch had yet to submit, however. She went after him, but Han Sen was aware. His eyes shone blue as he caught her gaze, and she froze in place for a moment. And in that single second Han Sen cast his sonic thunder powers. He punched the Scimitar Witch's light shield, and so great was the power of the strike, it pierced directly through without reprieve. The silver sun of his fist smashed into her body, unyielding. Ah! The Scimitar Witch's body was enveloped by lightning. Her body convulsed as she tried to retreat. Little Angel found her window of opportunity, and after flapping her wings to draw closer, swung her great sword. She cut open the light shield and severed the witch's head from her body, allowing blood to gush from the exposed throat. Super creature cruel which killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen summoned his spirit owl and let it gorge on the witch's flesh, and then, he took off running towards the Spirit Hall without any impediment. The status quo in the shelter had yet to be wholly flipped, but Little Angel and Han Sen's pets had more than what it took to handle 4 rival super creatures. Without worry, he ran to the Spirit Hall as quickly as he could. There was a statue inside, reminiscent of Wuxia. In its forehead, a spirit stone rested. But as he looked, Han Sen began to develop an uneasy feeling, suspecting something was amiss. The spirit stone did not seem alive. It lacked its spirit and was instead just a stone. Regardless, he flew towards the statue and collected the lifeless gem. The Devil Blood King did not show after this, and so Han Sen crushed the jewel into dust. He didn't believe that the spirit had been killed. Damn it! This is not the Spirit Hall. Han Sen felt awful. If this wasn't the Spirit Hall, then he knew he'd have great difficulty searching for the true location in such a large shelter. The real Spirit Hall must have been hidden, a machination of the Devil Blood King, undoubtedly. Running out of the false hall, he used his Dongxian aura as he ran all across the shelter. His time was running out, and still, he could not find the Devil Blood King nor the Spirit Stone. Damn it! Han Sen cursed his predicament. He calculated his remaining time, and determined he had 50 minutes left before the rest of the super creatures returned to the shelter. But Han Sen stopped scouring the shelter for the Spirit Hall. The Devil Blood King had obviously devised a way to make finding the Spirit Hall nigh impossible, and he knew he wouldn't have been able to find it in the time he had. Instead of wasting more time, he thought it would be better to kill as many super creatures as he could. The red-maned lion was battling the silver fox, the black bat fought with Little Angel, and the fairy did combat with the big mud monster. Although Han Sen's pets were stronger, the holy light bug had continued buffing and increasing the defense of its compatriots. As such, the time it was taking them to kill the super creatures was far longer than it should have been. Seeing that the spirit owl had devoured half of the cruel witch, Han Sen then summoned his death knell to soak and drink as much blood as it could. The blue bell hovered in and above the blood, sucking the blood up like a vacuum. The blue bell then became red, with diagrammatic symbols and etchings illuminated brightly across its surface. After that, the bell tolled. Of course, Han Sen didn't have the time to inspect what had happened closely. He summoned his flaming Rex Spike and kept on running towards the holy light bug. If he did not slay that pest, it would be extremely difficult to kill anything. Han Sen had already sensed that the holy light bug was a second-generation super creature, due to his ability to discern the energy flow inside it. The holy light bug, seeing Han Sen approach, skittered away rapidly with its 4 legs. Han Sen was surprised by this. He was exhausted and weak, so he was taken aback about why the critter would be so scared of him. The holy light bug ran away from him as if it was panicking. Suddenly, its condition became clear to Han Sen. That bug keeps on buffing other super creatures, yes? But it never joins the fight itself. Does that mean it is really weak? Thinking of this, Han Sen's mood lifted. With greater haste, he sped up to chase after it. But when Han Sen ran faster, so too did the bug. And with the speed of the super creature that it was, Han Sen was unable to catch up. The holy light bug eventually turned around, as if to mock Han Sen. When it looked back, Han Sen summoned his devil eye mask. His eyes flashed with a blue light that seemed to confuse the bug. It stopped moving and its holy light dimmed. Die! Han Sen cast Sonic Thunder Punch at the shell of the creature with unbridled force. Thunder sounded in the shelter as a sun of silver light was driven inside the bug. It screamed as lightning poured out of its every orifice. Little angel? It hadn't been killed yet, so he called over his pet to deliver the finisher. With her great sword, she pierced right through the shell. Super creature holy light shield bug killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence, gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Again, no beast soul? Why am I so unfortunate? Han Sen recalled his promise to Wang Yuhang, who was set to receive the first beast soul. Now, his thoughts were starting to shift. I shouldn't have allowed him to get first pick of a beast soul. With his bad luck, we are likely not to receive any today anyway. By this point, Han Sen was very weak. But so too were the 3 super creatures, who were now robbed of the protection that the now-slain Holy Light Shield bug had given them. Han Sen was prepared to allow Little Angel to slay the rest before they left, but a horrible roaring soon sounded. And when he heard it, he sensed the foreboding dread he felt when he first encountered the Devil Blood King. It must have respawned. Without hesitation, Han Sen ran out of the shelter under the protection of Little Angel. He brought with him the body of the holy bug and the life geno essence of the witch. The Devil Blood King was strangely powerful. Han Sen had barely succeeded with his assassination attempt, and he didn't fancy his chances if he were to fight against him head-to-head. Factoring in his current exhaustion, he thought it best to get out while the getting was good. After leaving the shelter, he met up with Moment Queen. Wang Yuhang's clothing was tattered and severely bloodied. Still, he gleefully ran up to Han Sen and excitedly asked, "Tell me, boss man, what was your final tally? In your rabid slaying of super creatures on this day, how many beast souls have you amassed?" "I killed 2 super creatures and I didn't receive any beast souls." Han Sen shook his head. Wang Yuhang was severely disappointed upon hearing about the lack of beast souls. "The lint that has accumulated in my coin purse is not sufficient for the purchasing of another high-class angel gene fluid, you know?" In response, Han Sen said, "Little uncle, I managed to obtain 2 life geno essences. One of them is yours. How about I provide you with a high-class angel gene fluid in exchange for your life geno essence? That way, I'll have both." "I accept." Wang Yuhang agreed without hesitation. Wang Yuhang previously had 2 life geno essences, but he believed it was better for him to have the angel gene fluid. With angel gene fluid, they could continue killing super creatures and hold out for the prospect of better rewards. Han Sen handed the angel gene fluid he owned over to Wang Yuhang, and then came into possession of 2 second-generation life geno essences. He fed the holy bug's body to the spirit owl and death knell, in the hopes they would soon evolve. Fortunately, these pets did not disappoint Han Senator after eating the body. They both began evolving, and their battle modes activated. Now, Han Sen merely hoped they would finish their evolution process before the golden chests matured. If the stars aligned for this, Han Sen had confidence in his ability to protect the tree. Searching for a safe place, Han Sen refined the 2 life geno essences inside him. This time, he managed to gain 15 super geno points all in all. His total tally reached 78 now. As Han Sen snuck away to do this, he could hear Wang Yuhang screaming in agony over the shocking healing he had to accept from the silver fox. After what he witnessed last time, the last thing Hansen wanted was to be healed by the silver blighter, so he always made sure to heal himself with his holy light after a battle. When they had both recovered from their weakness and exhaustion, they returned to the shelter, wondering if they would have the chance to kill another super creature. But this time, no matter which way Wang Yuhang attempted to attract the residents of that shelter, they would not come out. After what had happened, the super creatures did not dare leave, and so Han San and Wang Yuhang had no choice but to exit the area. The Devil Blood King has 14 super creatures left. We most certainly can't draw them all out, but if he wants to try to steal the golden chest fruit, he'll definitely have to leave a number of them behind. If so, I really do think I have a chance. Back at Moment Shelter, Han San found himself in deep contemplation over the trials to come. Bossman, might you tell me which class this shelter of yours is? Wang Yuhang asked, his eyes glistening with awe as they scanned the surroundings. He was curious about everything. It's a king-class shelter, the first one ever gained for humankind, Hansen said, with a cocky look. 'Tis a shame, though, I must regretfully confess. Without people to populate its cobbled roads and luxurious palaces, a remote shelter such as this is useless, Wang Yuhang said, upon hearing Han Sen's boast. Do you think I need others? Han Sen laughed, as he looked at Silver Fox and the rest of his pets. Wang Yuhang eyed Big Black and Little Black, and his heart sank. He said, why do these super creatures follow you around and follow your commands? I am wealthier, smarter, and by all accounts more handsome than you. So, tell me, why are no super creatures inclined to accompany me? It is because I am luckier than you. Hansen laughed. Wang Yuhang opened his mouth to speak, but the words never came. Instead, he just gritted his teeth and went to inspect the jade gold tree. What do you suspect will reside inside the golden chests? Wang Yuhang said, casting a famished gaze at the fruit as saliva drooled from his mouth. He could not wait to see what treasure was inside. Either. Who knows? But it'll take another 2 months for it to mature. I suppose we'll find out then, Hansen said as he looked at the tree. By now it was 3 feet tall. And you said this little shrub of yours can lure a number of super creatures? Wang Yuhang asked. You saw what happened with the empty vine, yes? This will be even greater, I assure you, Hansen answered. You consider this a good thing? Only the ethereal rulers above know how many crazed super creatures this thing will have descending upon your shelter. The Devil Blood King and his zealous lot were difficult enough. Wang Yuhang frowned. Hansen knew he'd have great trouble if the Spirit Owl and Death Knell didn't finish evolving. But if they were active and ready to fight by the time that day came, he fancied his chances in repelling an invasion. Still, if he couldn't, he wagered he could simply steal as much fruit as he could before fleeing the zone. Han San and Wang Yuhang both resided in Moment Shelter for the time that remained, but they also returned to the Alliance on occasion. They had to prepare in anticipation of giving the defense of the tree their all. A few days later, the purple mountain below Moment Shelter developed a new spring. The spring didn't flow with water, however. It ran with blood. And it wasn't only one spring, either. All across the mountain, springs popped up. It was as if the very mountain itself was bleeding. Han San went to find out what was going on and examined the blood-red water that came out of the earth. He noted that it smelled like actual blood. Bossman, I think a blood spring is a bad omen, Wang Yuhang said, as he looked at the blood spring alongside Han San. Little uncle, if I feared bad omens and rotten luck, I wouldn't be standing here with you today. While Han San said this, he used his Dongxian aura to scan the blood spring and see what he could learn. He did not learn anything, strangely. Nothing organic resided within the blood springs, and there was not a single life force to be found. After finding them all, Han San counted a total of 7 springs. The blood springs only lasted 7 days, and after that, they all ran dry. The day after the blood springs stopped, menacing clouds formed to conquer the skies. For hundreds of miles around, the clouds roofed the lands encompassing Moment Shelter. A thunderstorm raged for an entire day, and for all those miles around, all the plants were destroyed and burnt to ash. Only the peak of the mountain was okay, save for the suffocating smoke that tainted the air. After a day of thunderstorms, it began to rain. The rain was torrential and blood-red, too. Countless streams of blood formed at the coming of this rain, and it set the scene as a moody and foreboding one. It was quite terrifying. Something evil must be at work to transform the lands like so. The jade gold tree must be birthing something most peculiar, Wang Yuhang said, as he observed the downpour of blood-like rain. Han Sen's heart was filled with worry, acknowledging the spookiness of the scene. He understood something foul was at work, too. Maybe I shouldn't have brought little uncle here with me. Han Sen was also overcome with regret. Still, he knew that despite how unfortunate Wang Yuhang could be, even he could not cause something like this. It very well could have been the work of the jade gold tree. The next day, the blood rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The horrific bloody scene portrayed the night before had come and gone, and it was as if the blood water had been willfully absorbed by the mountain itself. The blood rain that had soaked the earth of that place had also made the lands teem with life. Plants were abundant once more, growing to maturity over the course of a single night. The black and charred landscape was now vibrant and green once again. Han San and Wang Yuhang both observed the jade gold tree with a perplexed look, for they had just been delivered a shock. After the blood rain stopped, the tree had switched to metric and grown 3 meters tall. The 7 golden chest fruits were each the size of an average shoebox, and they were each illuminated with a strong golden light. Between the jade and gold colors, a purple mist developed. The tree did not look like any ordinary tree they had seen before. It seemed holy. Moment. Do you really not know anything about this jade gold tree? Han Sen did not believe something so strange could grow there for no apparent reason. Moment Queen shook her head and replied, "If you believe this tree's existence has something to do with me, you are wrong. And for it to be here like so, I truly cannot explain the reason why." Han Sen eyed Moment Queen for some time. Then he frowned and said, "Well, the chests have yet to mature, and we've just had a spout of weird events. Is that a good sign or a bad one? Do you think we should remain here, guarding this place?" "It is difficult for me to determine." Moment Queen shook her head once more, confirming her lack of knowledge concerning the curious tree. A few days later, the sound of crying came from the Purple Mountain. It was loud, as if someone was crying at the top of their lungs, hoping the high heavens could hear. The sun rose, and with it came snow. For a few hundred miles all around, it was like an icy, snowy kingdom. The lands were blanketed in virgin white snow. It was beautiful. But overnight, the snow melted, leaving as quickly as it came. When the sun rose the next day, many flowers bloomed all across the mountain. The day after that, the sun rose to greet lands of decay. The pastures that were previously filled with stunning, blooming flowers were now all dead. The mountains were gray and lifeless. Han Sen was very concerned with what was going on. Wang Yuhang returned to the alliance, as these strange occurrences continued to unfold. Little White possessed snow-white antlers, but they suddenly began to appear red. A mascot monster turning red is a sign of something awful that is to come. Han Sen's breath was taken away by this sudden revelation. For something like this to appear on Little White, it had to be an ill omen. This time, Han Sen returned to the alliance. He wanted to research the weird events that had transpired recently. However, the texts he normally read had been written before sanctuaries were known to exist. That being said, he was educated in similar things. If a sign involved blood, it was almost guaranteed to be bad. Han Sen was getting very paranoid. Right about now, he went on Skynet to read about feng shui, in search of an explanation for what had been happening back in the lands of his shelter. Unfortunately, few people believed in such ancient arts in that age. But people did discuss supernatural things on forums. As a result, Han Sen made a post on Skynet, hoping individuals could educate him on what he needed to know. After he explained his predicament, however, people believed he was crazy. They did not believe what Han Sen told them, and made sure to ask where such zany events had taken place. There were others who tried to be more helpful, but unfortunately, they weren't of much use to Han Sen, either. Purple Mountain is bleeding blood? Crying sounds at night? A mascot beast now appears to be covered in blood? According to what you have told us, OP, something evil will be born soon. It is said that if any one of these signs showed up, the world will be thrown into chaos and turmoil. That being said, it's just a myth and nobody has actually seen such things happen before. LOL. Someone with the username Nighttime Stargazing replied, and what he told Han-san struck fear into his heart. Han-san only spoke about a mountain bleeding and the crying noises at night. He did not name-drop Purple Mountain or the fact Little White had bloody horns. How did that peculiar poster know so much? It was too accurate, and what the poster said shocked Han-sen. Han-san quickly added Nighttime Stargazing as a friend and asked him what the signs meant in more specific detail. Nighttime Stargazing told him he had read an ancient book. From it, he had deciphered something evil was to be born, but that was all that he had understood from the manuscript so far. Han-san spoke with him for some time, and it truly did appear as if that was all he knew. Therefore, Han-sen didn't push him anymore. According to what Han-sen had been told, if any of those signs appeared, something evil would soon be born. Yet bad things had been occurring each and every day on Purple Mountain, so did that mean the evilest thing ever would be born? Still, Han-san could not bring himself to believe what he had been told. To him, it was just a jade gold tree, plain and simple. He found it hard to fathom how a tree such as that could birth something so inherently evil. Han-sen had even experienced firsthand the empty vine, so a jade gold tree couldn't be half as bad. While this was how he felt, he was still nervous about the entire thing. He went for a walk around the mountain and realized there weren't any creatures living in those lands for several hundred miles. That also applied to super creatures, something that scared Han-sen even more. Back in Moment Shelter, Han-sen decided to bring Little Black, Big Black, and Little White with him to leave. He would rather return there at a later date than hang around, twiddling his thumbs waiting for something bad to happen. The Purple Mountain was too scary, and Han-sen feared he'd die if he were to remain. Han-sen did not want to stay until he could learn more. He and his crew had to walk 400 miles until they laid eyes on other creatures. Feeling relieved, Han-sen decided to establish a camp there. He could see Purple Mountain in the distance, and from this safe distance he could watch for changes. 10 days later, clear skies returned to Purple Mountain. He could see it from his camp. Not only that, he could smell a pleasant fragrance that had carried on the wind. Perhaps the golden fruit was beginning to mature. When the smell grew stronger, Han-sen felt the gourd in his pocket move. With surprise, Han-sen took a look at it. In his hands, however, the movement stopped. Inside the gourd, the heartbeat felt faster and livelier. No longer did it feel as if Han-sen was holding a gourd. Instead, it now felt like he was holding a heart. Is it going to hatch? Han-sen wondered as he fingered the gourd. At this strange moment, the gourd was having some sort of reaction. Whether that was good or bad had yet to be determined. If a super creature did end up jumping out of the gourd, there was no certainty over its allegiance. Only after it emerged would it become apparent whether it was a friend or foe. Han-sen waited a while as the gourd continued to beat with the rhythm of a heart, but there didn't seem to be any cracking. The Purple Mountain, meanwhile, became brighter and brighter. When the day Moment Queen calculated for the golden chests to mature rolled around, the bright light made the sky look like pure gold. It was a stunning sight. I think the fruit is maturing. Should we check it out? Moment Queen asked Han-sen, as she observed the gold light. Just as Han-sen was about to speak, he saw a crane flying through the air towards Moment Shelter. Of course, it'll be okay even if it turns out to be evil. And if there is some good loot up for grabs, I won't allow anyone else to nab it before I do. Han-sen stopped to think for a brief while. After that, he turned to Wang Yuhang and said, I will scout. When the time arises, I will contact you for your aid. If I deem things to be too difficult, I will run off by myself. Regardless of how things may seem, exercise caution. My stomach is a nest of butterflies, so to speak. Wang Yuhang spoke with surprising gravitas. I'm only going to take a look, nothing more. I'm sure I'll emerge unscathed. Han-sen, with Moment Queen in tow, began walking back to Purple Mountain. Aside from the silver fox and the fairy, The other super creatures were to remain at camp awaiting Han Sen's signal. 2. Moment Queen led the group, slowly but surely. With how little they knew of what was going on, they wanted to be as careful as possible. Along their way, flowers grew in abundance. And beneath the golden light from above, everything else appeared gold. It was difficult to discern the true, original colors of anything. The closer they got to Purple Mountain, however, the more a presence began to hang over Han Sen's mind. It was heavy and unnerving, and it became worse with each step. The others felt it too, and their pace slowed some. The gold light began to fade, and with it, the Purple Mountain's energy. As the gold light lessened, the frightening presence increased with a greater acceleration. It consumed Purple Mountain. Han Sen was unsure of how many creatures had come. When the gold light was at its brightest, the origin point at Purple Mountain must have been visible thousands of miles away. If something wretched was being born, he believed the number of creatures attracted would be even greater than the turnout for the empty vine. Han Sen's sensation of a scary life force increased. Super creatures were intelligent, and they made sure to keep a distance between each other. They wouldn't start a fight before they got to the fruit, and risk some other creature stealing their prize. As the super creatures approached, Han Sen followed. When they stopped, so did he. Half a day later, they were on the foothills of Purple Mountain. The gold light had disappeared, but a pleasant scent came from the peak. The perfume mist could now be seen descending the slopes to veil the mountain. Han Sen saw many hidden creatures. None of them climbed any further, and they seemed to just watch, waiting in suspense for whatever might happen. The Devil Blood King. Han Sen saw a group of super creatures heading towards Purple Mountain. Taking a closer look, he noticed they were the creatures owned by the Devil Blood King. The silver ape, the big dragon, and the golem were amongst the 6 that accompanied the Devil Blood King. After the empty vine slaughter and Han Sen's attack, his number of super creatures had been drastically reduced. The river of pleasant fragrance soon ran dry, however. The smell weakened considerably, revealing the presence of far more creatures than he had initially expected to see. A black bull was the closest to Han Senator. Its black body was like metal, and it was at least 10 feet tall. Steam came out of its nose, and a pool of magma seemed to swirl in its eyes. With each step it took, flaming hoof prints scorched the ground. A trail of fiery flowers followed in its wake. The fire did not last long, though. Each flame print extinguished after a minute or so, and it did not cause a wildfire or anything of the sort. Looking further, Han Sen saw a giant, colorful snake slithering its way to the mountain. It spit out colorful gas, and all the plants that came into contact with the gas died. The Devil Blood King included. The creatures did not dare tread further than the foot of the mountain. Something frightened them, and stayed their desire to ascend. Han Sen counted the creatures, and with the Devil Blood King included, there were at least 20 super creatures in the area. Most of them were solo, but still it was a scary number to think of competing with. Han Sen was glad that he decided not to remain in Moment Shelter, guarding the tree. The power he had at his disposal wouldn't have been sufficient to stem the tide of super creatures, even if the Spirit Owl and Death Knell finished their ongoing process of evolution. I am out of ideas. I will have to stay mobile, and if the golden chests do indeed contain good loot, I'll have to nab as many as I can. I should at least try to grab a few, but getting them all does not seem likely. Attempting to obtain each and every golden chest seemed like a bad idea. While Han Sen was thinking, he suddenly heard an instrument being played at the top of the mountain. He wasn't sure what instrument it was, but it made a heavenly sound. When Han Sen heard the music, he felt dizzy. Without realizing it, he began to ascend Purple Mountain. But it was only for one moment, and after quickly snapping out of his daze, he turned around from the shock to see Moment Queen ascending beside him. It wasn't only her either. All the super creatures in the area appeared to be hypnotized, walking up the mountain in a trance. Han Sen quickly returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul. The Devil Blood King included. All the other super creatures continued to climb the mountain. The Devil Blood King woke up after taking a few steps. He looked surprised, and after noticing what had just happened, He tried to reassume control of the super creatures he had brought with him. But the super creatures paid no heed to his commands, and they merely continued on their merry way up top. Some creatures did manage to snap out of their hypnotized state, one of which included the silver ape. The majority of them continued walking up, however. A complicated look fell across the Devil Blood King's face, as if he was weighing whether to proceed or fall back. Although there was a very strong and organic life force to be found up the mountain, it was strange to see even a spirit such as the Devil Blood King hesitate and consider his options. As he juggled his thoughts, the music from up the mountain came to a stop. The mist atop the peak spread as a life force expanded to consume the mountain. 6 golden lights lit up. Are the golden chests maturing? Han Sen was shocked, unsure whether or not he should call for Wang Yuhang. This scene was entirely too creepy for him to comprehend. Roar! The creatures were awoken from their daze. Han Sen didn't know which monster began roaring first, but after that roar, they all began rushing to the peak. Every creature ravenously raced towards the gold light. Each and every creature there had an insatiable appetite for the golden fruit borne by the jade gold tree. The energy that consumed the mountain top was like a fountain, and it seemed to energize every creature that walked upon its slopes. Gritting his teeth, the Devil Blood King now rushed up the mountain and into Moment Shelter. He had come to a decision, and that decision was to not give up on the potential treasure that resided within. Unlike the rest, Han Sen was still quite hesitant. He felt as if something bad was still going to happen, so he hadn't sent word for Wang Yuhang to come. Han Sen summoned Moment Queen again and asked her, "Observe the situation there and report back to me." Moment Queen did as she was commanded and went up. At the peak, she was able to see the energy that consumed the area. She told Han Sen, "An energy burst like this would suggest something good is being born. Perhaps we should go take a look." Han Sen nodded, but still decided against giving Wang Yuhang the signal. Stroking the silver fox's head, he let Moment Queen lead their way up towards the golden light. He traveled through the mist towards Moment Shelter, a place he had come to be both fond of and familiar with. There were no visible changes from what he could initially tell. All he could see was that the tree had grown to be about 100 feet tall. It basked in a holy presence, and the chests beamed with gold light. Han Sen, seeing those 6 chests, was shocked. Before, they looked fairly ordinary. Now, they looked different. All 6 of the golden chest fruits were of different sizes, and they were all shaped differently. The combined light of the chests was so bright that looking towards them was difficult. But still, each golden chest emanated with a certain scary energy. The crane he had seen before screamed. It flew past Han Sen's head and collected the golden chest that was the furthest from the ground, and then flew away with it. The big dragon and a 4-winged beast quickly flew forward to stop the crane and retrieve the chest. The creatures, seeing the crane grab one of the chests to no ill repercussions, began rushing towards the tree in the hope of nabbing the rest. The Devil Blood King brought the silver ape with him to grab a golden chest. After retrieving one, they looked to take another. Within 15 minutes, the 6 golden chests had found new masters. Han Sen was too far away, and due to his initial hesitation, he was unable to procure one for himself. But this was just the beginning, for even if he did get a chest, escaping the ire of the surrounding creatures would be a bigger challenge by far. The shelter was in utter chaos, as creatures battled for ultimate possession of the chests. The sounds of combat, the screeches and the roars, it was all deafening. There was fire, toxic mists, and thunder being cast out, all into one dangerous melting pot of anarchy. It was fortunate Moment Shelter was tough, because otherwise, it would have been reduced to nothing but rubble. Should we join the battle and attempt to procure a chest for ourselves? Moment Queen asked. We should wait a little longer. Han Sen was not yet ready to strike. He stared at the Devil Blood King, who had managed to acquire 2 chests and was still not satisfied. Leading his pets, he went to try and steal another. Han Sen had fought him once before, but he had yet to determine what his true strength actually was. Amidst this raging battle, Han Sen believed he'd be able to accurately gauge that strength through observation. After a while, Hansen smiled. He could now tell exactly how the Devil Blood King was able to close the gap and eliminate the distance separating the two like he had in their previous fight. The Devil Blood King vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, he punched a super creature away and took its chest. Hansen saw this happen many times, and he was now positive the Devil Blood King could not teleport. He traveled through shadows. The Devil Blood King had to stand in a shadow. When he was in a shadow, he could melt into the shadow and move freely within. It was as if he was traveling through another dimension. He could not get hit, nor could he be detected. Ah, that's why. After managing to observe the Devil Blood King's power, Hansen felt relieved. Although that shadow ability was effective, it was not unbreakable. He had to be in a dark shadow, not one that was faint. And to move efficiently, the shadows had to be connected. All Hansen would have to do was keep an eye on his shadow and not have it connect with anything else. If he did that, the Devil Blood King could not warp around and would instead have to approach him like any other combatant. But this shelter had many palaces, and thus many wide and strong shadows were cast. That gave the Devil Blood King a big advantage, and he could practically travel freely with that skill. He had already taken 3 chests. Because he had taken 3 gold chests, other creatures focused their attention on him now. But the silver ape was a valiant defender of its master, and it prevented anything else from getting near. I can't allow him to take everything. Hansen, seeing the Devil Blood King become so greedy, became extra happy. Hansen was not going to focus on attacking the Devil Blood King. Instead, he was going to focus on the big ape. The silver ape was powerful, that much was clear. His body was tough, and it was surprisingly quick for its size. It didn't possess elemental powers, but its physical attack strength was through the roof. Its nails could tear through a super creature's body with ease. It was clear to Hansen that other super creatures were unable to touch it. Regardless of what element hit it, the worst that happened was a faint scorch mark upon its fur. Nothing truly damaged it. If I kill that thing first, I rob the Devil Blood King of its muscle, Hansen said to himself, as he watched the violent, murderous ape. There was another reason why Hansen wanted to kill it. The ape was a second-generation super creature, and he'd get a mighty reward for slaying it. But the silver ape was too strong for a prolonged fight, so Hansen tried to think of a way in which he could one-hit kill it. After a bit of thinking, Hansen noticed something strange after it slew a dragon with one swipe of its claws. Its invincibility may have been overstated. Hansen noticed it was strangely protective of its ears. Whenever a heavy attack came its way, it made sure to protect its ears above all else. The ears looked like silver snails and were about the size of eggs. The blood of super creatures not only stained the plaza. There was so much of it that a pool had formed, flooding the paved area. The bluebell was already in the midst of evolving, so Hansen thought it was a shame to see so much blood go to waste. The airborne crane let out an ear-piercing screech at the precise moment the dragon swooped in to tear its head off. The golden chest fell to the ground, and was quickly taken away by a centipede-like worm. The crane was the first super creature fatality of the battle. The body decomposed as it fell back down to the plaza, and as it fell, a life geno essence went with it. The dragon quickly consumed the life geno essence and attacked the giant centipede. Hansen watched the grand battle for a while. When the opportunity arose, he summoned Moment Queen and Little Angel and then sent them over to attack the silver ape. Dong! The silver ape used its thick arms to block Little Angel's greatsword. She had been buffed by the Steel Knight King, but even so, all her strike could leave behind was a light scratch mark. Its body was incredibly tough. As this occurred, Moment Queen teleported behind the silver ape and punched its left ear. Catcha! The sound was as if a snail had just had its shell cracked, and the sound indicated she had broken his left ear. The ape shouted in pain and moved one of its hands to protect it. Hansen, in the meantime, drilled his flaming Rex spike into the silver ape's right ear. Roar! The ape thundered in pain. It grabbed the flaming Rex spike and threw Hansen away with tremendous force. After its ears were both injured, its face began to bleed. The silver color of its body seemed to wash away, and the power it once exuded began to fade. Little Angel attacked again, and the ape sought to use its arms to block the incoming strike. Unlike before, its entire arm was lopped off. Following the breaking of its ears, it seemed as if the ape's body had become weaker. When the Devil Blood King saw Han Sen assault and damage his silver ape, he became infuriated. No longer caring if the golden chests ended up in the possession of others, he ran towards Han Sen with fuming rage. As he went, he issued a command for the rest of his super creatures to surround Han Senator. They circled him, and the dragon guarded from above like a lid. The Devil Blood King flashed and melded in with the shadows. When he reappeared again, he was standing behind Han Sen. When he struck, the Devil Blood King's attack hit nothing. Somehow Han Sen had evaded his strike. Better learn a new trick, 'cause that one's getting old. Han Sen picked up his flaming Rex spike and swung it down on the Devil Blood King. Han Sen had already deduced that the Devil Blood King moved through shadows. Now he could use his Dongxian aura to predict his destination. Even so, the Devil Blood King did not believe Han Sen could beat him. Repeatedly, he disappeared into the shadows for spring attacks. After several more repetitions, he was taken aback to see Han Sen dodge them all. When he realized Han Sen truly could track his movements, his face looked dire. Roar! The silver ape screamed, just as Little Angel brought down her great sword to hew its head from its body. Super creature Silver Blood Macaque killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen heard the announcement and was pleased to hear that he had finally obtained another beast soul. The Devil Blood King's reaction to this slaying wasn't quite the same, though. His blood boiled with anger. His determination to kill Han Sen doubled, but just as he was about to attack once more, a super creature barred his way. From the sides, other wild super creatures attacked and tried to maul him, in a bid to take his golden chests. Moment Shelter was in a diabolical mess, and amidst the chaos, the Silver Fox thought it was a good time to depart Han Sen's shoulders and chow down on the dead silver ape. While the Devil Blood King was preoccupied, Han Sen took the opportunity to flee to an area that had fewer shadows. If his nemesis came after him again, things would be significantly easier. Although Han Sen could dodge the attacks, one mistake was all it would take for him to be destroyed. It was better to be safe than sorry. The Devil Blood King's fury showed no sign of lessening, however. Shaking off the super creatures, he followed after Han Sen through the air, screaming. The dragon, hearing its master scream in the pursuit of his most despised human, accompanied the Devil Blood King. It flew high above Han Sen, forming a shadow. The Devil Blood King used this portable shadow to warp towards Han Sen. To this, Han Sen coldly smiled. He did not dodge. Instead, he swung his fist. His fist was like a silver sun, one that illuminated the area and forbid the approach of any shadow. Pop! The Devil Blood King could not make use of Han Sen's shadow to pounce upon his foe. Spilling blood, he exploded back through the dragon's shadow as if he had been banished from its premise. Moment Queen used her teleportation-like abilities to swoop behind the Devil Blood King and smack his head. The Devil Blood King's head was driven through the stone platform beside him in a squishy mess. Grabbing the 3 gold chests he had possessed, she quickly took off. Despite his ruined, bloody, and disfigured head, the Devil Blood King was not done yet. He called and went after Moment Queen with the rest of his super creatures, wanting those 3 chests back more than anything. Run! Han Sen commanded Moment Queen to escape with the goodies she had managed to retrieve. Obtaining 3 was more than he expected, and securing them was his first priority. With Moment Queen's speed, escape shouldn't have been difficult. But much to Han Sen's surprise, Moment Queen was not able to escape the pursuit of the Devil Blood King and his subordinates. Moment Queen's face was consumed by a look of disdain, cursing the creatures that chased her. So Moment Queen opened the 3 chests in her possession. A gold light burst forth, expelling a wretched energy. Han Sen was shocked. and his face became gloomy. He knew something terrible was about to occur. The other super creatures had not been able to open the chests, due to how tightly they had been sealed. One creature had even swallowed theirs, all to no avail. When Han Sen watched the super creature do this, the beast was torn apart from the inside. When the chest slipped out of its intestines, it was fine and unchanged. For a chest that seemed to be impossible to open or eat, Moment Queen had popped her lid with relative ease. Han Sen was already suspicious regarding the jade gold tree's choice of rooting itself in Moment Shelter, and he still didn't believe she was totally unaware of what the tree's existence meant. Moment Queen had been performing exceptionally well in recent times, and she had obeyed Han Sen's every command. Her life was in his hands too, so he never thought to question her loyalties. But now something was amiss. Moment Queen must have known something about the tree, and she had decided to keep Han Sen in the dark. Opening a chest now with apparent ease was revealing. Han Sen stared at Moment Queen and the 3 open chests, wanting to know what was inside them. The 3 treasures shone with a golden light, and from each chest, something appeared directly in front of Moment Queen. There was a purple short sword, a small purple hammer, and a small purple shield. Hilt and blade combined, the short sword was about 2 feet in length. The shield was around the size of an average frying pan. The head of the hammer was about the size of a fist, with a handle that was barely half a foot long. The 3 items were tiny, and it was hard to guess what use they would be. When they exited the chests that initially harbored them, the chests shattered into dust and scattered on the wind. When the Devil Blood King and the rest of the super creatures saw these items, they each tried to grab a hold of them. The creature that came closest was the Black Bull, and with its 10-meter-long metallic body, it rushed towards them with unprecedented speed. Moment Queen grabbed the small hammer and drove it into the bull's head. The little hammer did not seem threatening, like a mosquito going up against an elephant. The bull paid no heed to its approach, but was quickly brought to a stop when they collided. It was like a train that was going 300 miles per hour had been brought to a sudden halt. The Black Bull stood still, and blood seeped from the area of the bull's head that Moment Queen hit. Catcha! Catcha! The noises came from all through the bull's body, as if all of its bones were breaking, one after another. The 10-meter-long body dropped to the ground like a crumpled sack. It was very dead. Super creatures, spirits, and humans alike were shocked to witness what had just happened. A dreadful, gripping fear had taken hold of their hearts, and kept them from moving. The bull was a second-generation super creature, and it was difficult to believe that it had been one-hit killed by a hammer. Han Sen and the Devil Blood King both looked shocked, and they looked upon Moment Queen with wide-open eyes, as she hovered mid-air with the 3 articles of weaponry. No super creature moved in response to what had just happened, but Moment Queen did. She flew over to the giant centipede that had procured a chest for itself. Swinging the purple short sword, she sliced the monster in half, as if it was composed of tofu. The 4th golden chest was in Moment Queen's hand. Seeing things were getting out of control, Han Sen decided to return Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul. But Moment Queen raised the purple shield and encompassed herself in a purple light. Han Sen's control over her was revoked, and the authority of his contract with her had been nullified. Moment Queen merely smiled at Han Sen, and then ignored him. She opened the 4th chest, which was a little bigger. A set of armor was inside, which Moment Queen immediately donned. Moment Queen was starting to look more and more like some primordial demon. She wielded a sword and hammer, as she went over to another super creature that was in possession of a golden chest. No matter how strong the super creatures were, they were nothing in comparison to Moment Queen. With her shield and armor, any attack she took was useless as well. As Moment Queen's smile creeped Han Sen out and soured his disposition, Han Sen turned around with a desire to run. He no longer wanted treasure. He only wanted to run as far away as he possibly could. Moment Queen was able to use the weapons inside the chests to destroy their contract. She had become so powerful, she could slay super creatures as easily as one could kill livestock. Without his ability to govern her actions, Han Sen was undoubtedly the easiest target. Han Sen had treated her like a maid for so long. He figured that she must have despised him. And when she procured the contents of each and every chest, he figured that she would come after him. He couldn't fathom the gruesome manner in which he would be killed. Han Sen was feeling bitter over the circumstances, but no one could ever expect that a claimed spirit would have the potential to destroy their contract. It was the first he had heard of such a thing happening, and it could have quite possibly been the first occurrence in history. Such things hadn't been recorded to happen even in the demigod sanctuary. No one thought that claimed spirits could rebel. And now it wasn't only Han Sen running off. All the super creatures had snapped from their daze and chosen to flee, the Devil Blood King included. Not long after, Han Sen had escaped the Purple Mountain. And far off, in the distance, the painful cries of super creatures could be heard. Having taken all the golden chests, Han Sen pictured Moment Queen mercilessly slaying each and every super creature without reprieve. With Moment Queen's speed, she was undoubtedly the strongest being in Second God's Sanctuary. Now that she had overpowered armor and weaponry, a super creature's survival in her shadow was entirely dependent on the mercy she was willing to offer. Currently, there had been none. Arg! Han Sen heard a voice cry out. He could tell it was from the Devil Blood King, and Han Sen figured he must have been slain. Han Sen's determination to escape heightened, and he decided to flee even harder. He couldn't respawn like the Devil Blood King could, so all he could hope to do was run. But the Devil Blood King's death cry was the last thing Han Sen could hear. After that, only the silence sung. The profound quietness brought Han Sen discomfort, and when he turned around to take a look, he jumped. Moment Queen was standing behind him, silently. She was staring at Han Sen intensely, with eyes that were as cold as ice. Aside from the purple armor she was now clad in, she was also garbed in a pair of purple, metallic wings and a purple crown. She looked like some ancient queen, hailing from some mythical hellscape of a different world. She was even wreathed in a purple, flickering flame. Despite the fact she was standing so close to him, Han Sen was unable to detect her energy. But still, nothing accentuated her terrifying visage more than a crystal-clear image of her standing right before him. "My queen, congratulations. It brings great joy to my heart, seeing you obtain all this treasure for yourself," Han Sen said, as his mind raced for a solution on how he might escape his predicament. But no reasonable idea came to him, and fleeing actually seemed impossible. The items she had received from the golden chests were too powerful, and Han Sen's gear would be no match. "You had fun bossing me around, didn't you?" Moment Queen smiled at Han Sen. The smile was so beautiful and radiant. It seemed genuine enough to thaw the icy image she was previously conveying. But to Han Sen, personally, it still felt as if he had a bucket of icy water thrown on his heart. Han Sen turned around and started running. Moment Queen flapped her wings, and appearing behind him, grabbed his back. Boom! The silver fox was furious, and it spat out silver lightning. But the lightning was immediately cancelled by the purple aura that encompassed her body. It dealt no damage. She didn't even react to its touch. Uninhibited, Moment Queen grabbed Han Sen and the silver fox. Not willing to give up entirely, they both cast their best attacks. Han Sen aimed for her belly, while the silver fox aimed for her head. Han Sen's heart beat faster and faster, as his kidneys kicked into overdrive to produce energy. His body was charged with the element of thunder, and the tolling of a bell chimed. The fusion of thunder and sonic forces was driven directly into her belly. The silver fox exerted more effort than ever before, focusing all it could to defend its master. It channeled its energy into an explosive, electric charge, and fired a lightning thunderbolt towards her face. The combination of these two strikes would have been fatal for most, but to Moment Queen, they were little more than a stiff wind. She exuded a holy presence, an aura that graced her armor and shielded her. Furthermore, her crown produced a purple mist. The sonic thunder punch with force could not penetrate the armor. The purple mist was able to dissolve the lightning that sought to strike her, and not even her hair was ruffled. "Better try a new trick, because that one's getting old. That's what you would say, isn't it?" Now simmer down and cease wasting my time. Pestering me further will only invite a sooner death. I have no ardent desire to kill you, not yet. Still, it would be ill-advised for you to test my patience. Moment Queen grabbed Han San and Silver Fox, and with a flap of her wings, took off in flight. The speed was so dizzyingly fast, the duo felt as if their bones were going to snap. Pang! Pang! A moment later, Han San and the Silver Fox were thrown to the ground. Such was the force, they could do little but writhe around in agony afterwards, groaning. Trying to subdue the savage aching of his bones, Han San looked around. Moment Queen had brought them back to Moment Shelter, directly beneath the boughs of the jade gold tree. Never had Han San seen the Silver Fox, in the time since he witnessed its birth, be so angry. It wanted nothing more than to lash out and attack Moment Queen, despite the futility of such an action. Fortunately, Han San was able to keep it from doing so. They knew they were unable to compete with Moment Queen, and attacking her would only incite her wrath and lead to a quicker death. If she didn't want to kill them just yet, there was a chance they could make it out of their predicament alive. Han San looked at Moment Queen, who was standing under the tree. She looked upon it in admiration, but she didn't speak or do anything. What thoughts graced her mind, Han San couldn't tell. Han San fingered the gourd in his pocket, suddenly noticing its rapid vibrations. Truly did seem ready to be born. Suddenly, Moment Queen turned around. The unpredictability gave Han San and the Silver Fox a jump scare, and they couldn't help but take a step back. There is no need to fear me. I do not plan on killing you yet. You had me as your puppet for a time, so your death will be slow, Moment Queen said. Following my commands was a decision you made. Aside from asking a favor from time to time, I didn't mistreat you. Why don't we just go our separate ways? Let bygones be bygones, and never see each other again. Han San looked up and into her cold eyes. Then, he continued by saying, if you think your service to me was unfair, how about we reverse roles for a time? Give me a task or two. Unfair. Moment Queen looked angry, and continued to elaborate. Killing you is the only thing that can make us even. You deserved to die the moment you approached the gates of my shelter. You deserved to die the moment you asserted yourself as my master. Calm down. With the treasure you have, the contract has already been destroyed. Han San went on. I have seen a lot today, and I didn't expect a tree could grow armaments such as those you obtained. How did you learn what it took to grow such sacred items? Sacred items? Moment Queen's face looked both mocking and scornful. She looked back to the jade gold tree and continued her dialogue. Ignorant fool. They aren't sacred items. They are genoseeds. I brought them here from my time in Third God's sanctuary. Do you really think something of such power exists here, in this place? Han Sen was frozen. He had heard about genoseeds before. It was something Ji Yanran and Annie had spoken of, but there was no way for them to ever appear in Second God's sanctuary. So this possibility never crossed Han Sen's mind. He merely believed the tree to have birthed items of some sanctity. Now, thinking about it this way, the jade gold tree was quite similar to the description given to him by Ji Yanran. After planting the seeds, they grew amazing items. Weaponry and defensive armaments, some even grew creatures. In the Third God's sanctuary, genoseeds were important. Higher-tier seeds provided higher-tier armor and weapons. He was told that the items birthed by genoseeds were entirely randomized, but Ji Yanran and Annie didn't go into too much detail. As such, Han Sen never expected the jade gold tree had grown from a genoseed. It is no wonder that these items are so powerful. Learning that these weapons are the boon of a genoseed from Third God's sanctuary, Han Sen said, complimenting the genogear she had obtained. Moment Queen coldly laughed and said, the reason why the jade gold tree was able to be born was all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, it would not have been able to grow. Why? What did I have to do with it? Han Sen asked with a look of shock. Moment Queen laughed and said, you brought that lucky beast here to live with us. The seed grows thanks to the luck it bestows. You gave me back the hope I thought you had robbed forever. Han Sen wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have brought Little White here. Now, she was reaping all the benefits and worse yet. His life was dangling by a thread. Moment Queen held the scissors. Han Sen's face was full of regret, whereas Moment Queen's face was one of unbridled joy. If you have just told me that I helped you, why do you want to kill me? Han Sen said, as he thought of how he might escape. Do not worry, I am not going to kill you, but whether or not you live is another matter. And that is something that depends entirely on you. Moment Queen wore a mystic smile. Please explain what you mean. Han Sen frowned. I want to see if you can survive in Third God's sanctuary, Moment Queen coldly said. Han Sen thought about asking something else, but the jade gold tree that was about 100 meters high was still growing. There were no more chest fruits, but the tree's growth hadn't stopped. It looked as if it was prepared to sunder the skies. The jade gold tree does not belong in Second God's sanctuary. Its birth was inspired by the lucky beast you tamed, but still it has difficulty growing here. The Second God's sanctuary cannot handle the energy force it possesses, so it will break the sky and pierce through to Third God's sanctuary. Moment Queen spoke with excitement, looking up at the tree that continued to grow before their eyes. Han Sen felt the entirety of Purple Mountain quake, and eventually, rise. With the mountain set to its trunk, Moment Shelter was lifted from the earth below and taken up into the skies. Han Sen was shocked. He was not yet a surpasser, and while entering Third God's sanctuary like this gave him a better chance at an initial survival, long-term survival did not seem likely. Any ordinary creature in Third God's sanctuary would be stronger than Han Sen. As the jade gold tree continued to grow, the gourd in Han Sen's hand became more and more excited. Han Sen could sense its actual feelings of happiness. Han Sen had no idea why it felt happy. The earth was quaking as Moment Shelter rose up alongside the Purple Mountain. Beneath the sundered mountain, gargantuan jade roots were exposed. The corpses of all the super creatures, and their life geno-essences included, were each consumed by the tree. Its branches spiraled out and up into the air. Eventually, they reached what appeared to be an invisible ceiling, and above them, cracks suddenly started to appear in the sky. They spread out in the tangled manner of a spider web, suggesting the very skies were about to collapse. A new life force energy came from beyond those cracks, and it was quickly absorbed by the tree. Following its consumption, the tree's body became greener than ever. Although the gold jade tree was primarily only able to grow through Little White's luck, the tree still lacked the amount of nutrition it required. This was because it was still in Second God's sanctuary. It found a way to make up for the lost energy by absorbing it directly from Third God's sanctuary. Following this, it started to grow again. Moment Queen looked delighted and said, Finally, I can return to Third God's sanctuary once more. It is finally happening. The assholes of that land better watch out, for I am back with a vengeance. Seeing the jade gold tree bring the shelter and the mountain itself up high, Han Sen's eyes couldn't help but widen. He was seeing something unbelievable. Han Sen's gourd shone gold, and it vibrated with a greater ferocity. A black light began to seep and shine from its tip. It was like a black hole, where a dimension at the gourd's tip had been distorted. Light and color were all being sucked into this black hole. Has the gourd chosen to hatch now? Talk about bad timing. If whatever was inside the gourd was something good and beneficial, it was likely that Moment Queen would opt to take it away and claim ownership. Han Sen noticed Moment Queen looking at the gourd. She frowned and asked him, What are you doing? She had followed Han Sen for a while and knew much about who he was and what he possessed. But she believed the gourd he owned was little more than a toy. But the black hole at its tip seemed capable of bending dimensions, and this made her frown. Nothing. Han Sen wasn't sure how to respond. He had owned this gourd for the longest time, and he'd lambast the heavens for the misfortune if it was stolen by Moment Queen now. After Han Sen said this, he thought about putting the gourd away. But the black hole on the gourd expanded, and it spit out a strange manifestation of black light towards the jade gold tree. The tree was surrounded by this black light, and its energy was being visibly drained from it. Like a physical river, the energy followed the black light back to its source. The gourd. The gourd was only the size of a person's palm, so the quantity of energy it was merrily absorbing was nigh unfathomable. The life force of the tree was clearly fading in response, and its appearance was quickly robbed of its luster. The jade gold tree was wilting. "What's going on?" Han Sen asked while holding the gourd in surprise. "Do you want to die?" When Moment Queen noticed that the jade gold tree was dying and its efforts to break the sky were now failing, she believed it to be the malevolent work of Han Senator. She lunged forward to attack him. Han Sen was prepared to evade, but before he did, the gourd fired another beam of black light towards Moment Queen's purple shortsword. Phew! The purple shortsword was whipped out of her hands. As if caught by a gravity well, the sword then started moving towards the gourd. At the sight of this, Moment Queen's face dropped aghast. Although it was only a 2-foot-long shortsword, the gourd was only the size of a person's palm. And yet, the shortsword was sucked into this black hole, becoming trapped inside the gourd. What is this? Moment Queen looked at the gourd, failing to believe one of her 6 cog armaments had been taken by it. The jade gold tree seed was forged by a king, and it possessed many super genes inside it. It grew poorly in Second God's sanctuary, and the items it grew weren't as effective as the genuine super gene ones. Still, the power these items possessed was far greater than the power of any other obtainable items of Second God's sanctuary. Coming into possession of such an item in the Second God's shelter was an extremely rare opportunity, and already, the gourd had snatched one of them away from her. Although it was quickly smothered by her rage, Moment Queen was full of surprise. At this sudden development, however, Han Sen was secretly exuberant. He hadn't expected the gourd to prove so invaluable, particularly in his time of need. For one of those horrible genocide weapons to be so quickly consumed by it, he had the sneaking suspicion things would soon turn in his favor. "My baby gourd! Sucker!" Han Sen wasn't even sure if the gourd would follow such a command, but regardless, he barked it out. And then, the gourd did indeed listen. A black beam was fired towards Moment Queen. She attempted to evade it, but she felt as if she was being pulled back to it. Unable to free herself, her face changed. Whoosh! It was Moment Queen's little hammer, followed by the shield she carried. Within this strong well of suction, the 6 cog armaments were being sucked into the gourd one by one. Suck it! Suck it! Suck it! Han Sen was incredibly excited. He had believed himself to be a dead man, but when the gourd sprang to life, things truly seemed to be working out in his favor. Moment Queen wished to escape the suction, but she could not move. And amidst her hopeless bids to free herself from the restraints of the gourd's light, all of her new tree-born equipment was pulled away. Regardless of what she did, the gear found a way to squirm and slide its way out of her possession and towards the gourd. "Suck it hard!" Han Sen shouted at Moment Queen as he lifted up his gourd. The black light continued to burst forth, and the purple crown was the next to depart her brief ownership. The mist it once expelled did nothing to keep it from being pulled into the whirling black abyss stemming from the top of the gourd. Moment Queen was shocked, having no clue what that gourd could have possibly been. She had trouble fathoming the power it possessed, for it to so easily trump and consume her armaments. How can Second God's sanctuary birth something such as this? Moment Queen asked in a tone of obvious desperation. The cockiness she once exuded had all vanished. "Kill her!" Han Sen lifted up the gourd and barked this one final order in the direction of Moment Queen. As he did so, an ear-to-ear smile materialized on his face, in merry delight of how the tables had turned so suddenly. The wings on her back were now ripped off too. They were sucked into the gourd. But that wasn't the end. Moment Queen's purple armor, the final item, was ripped off her body. It became a formless purple light, and in a blink, disappeared into the gourd's trail of suction. Moment Queen was now clothed only in her underwear. "Little Moment, what were you saying?" Han Sen stared at her as he held his gourd, and he spoke to her slowly. "What is that thing?" Moment Queen's spirit had been wholly defeated. She looked at the gourd, struggling to believe that her equipment had been taken away so easily. Without the protection of her 6 cog armaments, she could not rebel against Han Sen and his contract. "Come here," Han-sen said, and Moment Queen unwillingly approached. Han-sen pushed her on the ground and slapped her round buttocks. The slap was so loud, she trembled with wide eyes. It wasn't because of the pain, though. It was due to the humiliation she was now being forced to endure. Never before had she been treated like this in the sanctuaries. Of course, Han-sen couldn't care less. Repeatedly, he continued to smack, slap, and spank her bum. Eventually, the fabric of her underwear was torn open. This revealed the reddened skin of her sore but plump bottom. Han-sen's handprint was clearly displayed, for so hard were his hits. Even her natural body couldn't withstand the strikes. Han-sen was incredibly mad on the inside, for that was the closest brush with death he had ever endured. Had things not turned out the way they had, Moment Queen would have killed him and the Silver Fox. In response to her misdeeds, he felt killing her outright would be too kind of a fate. Moment Queen, still under the control of her contract, was unable to resist. Being humiliated in such a fashion actually brought tears to her eyes. Han-sen did not care, obviously. He continued to slap her butt as hard and as loudly as he could. "I will never forgive you for this." There were many things Moment Queen wanted to do, but she couldn't bear the humiliation she was currently enduring. She desperately wished she could self-destruct. "Oh, you want to die, do you? I'm not allowing you to get away with what you have done that easily. What was it that you said to me earlier? My death was going to be a slow one." Han-sen had now changed the contract, forbidding her from being able to self-destruct. Pat, pat, pat. Han-sen kept on hitting her bum without reprieve, and as she thought about what was happening, she was overcome with whelming sadness. She started to sob her eyes out. The Moment Queen of Moment Shelter, the cold and fierce spirit, was crying like a baby girl. The gourd, meanwhile, had not yet satiated its hunger for the tree's energy. So, as this was occurring, it continued to consume everything that it could. The leaves of the tree had lost their luster and yellowed. Many leaves had started to depart their birthing branches now, as well, falling to the cobbled grounds of the plaza. The gourd shone gold like some sort of crystal. It was a most eye-pleasing jewel. Boom! The jade gold tree died. Purple Mountain and Moment Shelter, which had resided atop it, both fell all the way back down to where they had previously rested. The jade gold tree still remained, but it was little more than a deadwood sculpture of what it had once been. There was nothing left for the gourd to drain, and following this, the black hole blipped out of existence as easily and as quickly as it had first appeared. The gourd itself returned to its original, dull appearance. Now Han-sen stopped his torture of Moment Queen's bottom. He kissed the gourd and stroked it, saying, "Oh, baby gourd, might you allow me to play with the 6 pieces of cog gear you recently consumed?" The gourd gave no response, and he wondered whether or not it could hear his commands following its deactivation. Han-sen greatly desired the weapons Moment Queen had previously used. Any one of those pieces could make him virtually invincible, he believed. They would prove invaluable upon his ascension to the third god's sanctuary. 2. Han-sen knew the weapons were inside the gourd, but it was refusing to release them. "Oh, baby gourd, I have taken good care of you for the longest time now. I treated you as well as I would a true son. Perhaps now it is time for you to show a kindness in return. Give me 2 of them, at least, or how about just 1? 1 will do." Despite Han-sen's continued pleading, there was still no response. To say that this put a dampener on his mood was putting it lightly. He looked at Moment Queen, who was still crying, and said, "Moment, what can you tell me about this gourd?" Moment Queen did not respond, and her face was still a blubbering mess. She had never felt so insulted before, and even if she did know something about the gourd, she would most certainly not oblige his desire for knowledge and explain to him the nature of the gourd that had defeated her. It looks like your punishment was not sufficient." Han-sen used his mind to control Moment Queen, forcing her to stand up and approach him properly. When she saw Han-sen rub his hands in an impish fashion, she became angry, but she also knew that resistance would only lead to further humiliation. Holding back the urge to kill him, she remorsefully said, "It does not come from the second god's sanctuary." "Okay, continue." What is it, then? Hansen asked. I am not sure, but I assure you, I have never seen such a thing before. Also, it has not yet been born. There is something within, as you undoubtedly know, but I cannot even wager a guess about what lies inside. If I did have to guess, though, I would say that it is a high-class genoseed. Moment Queen did her best to subdue the shame that told her not to say a word. Genoseed. As he held the gourd, Hansen could still feel the pulsating of its heartbeat. He believed she really didn't know much about it. If she had known, she would have performed better against it earlier. The gourd had managed to absorb the entire life energy of the gargantuan tree, and yet, it still wasn't ready to be born. Hansen's mind could not fathom what manner of creature resided inside. Perhaps she was indeed right, guessing that it wasn't something that belonged to the second god's sanctuary. It looks like only the third god's sanctuary can produce something like this. Hansen put away the gourd and returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul. He didn't want to kill her yet, as it wouldn't make him feel any better over what had transpired. Furthermore, she was his property, and it'd only yield a loss if he were to destroy her. Plus, Moment Queen had quite the history. She might have a use in the third god's sanctuary. Of course, Hansen wasn't going to underestimate her any further. For the rest of her existence, he was going to keep an eye on her. What's more, he was going to treat her like a slave and make her pay for her grievous misbehavior. He left the shelter and went off to find Wang Yuhang, but he still wanted to establish a guard for Moment Shelter during his absence. Much had transpired within the walls of that shelter, and yet it was still standing. Believing its history to be of some importance, he wasn't quite willing to give up on it. Bossman, by the sanctuaries, care to tell me what happened over there? Wang Yuhang asked as soon as Hansen returned, unable to wait a single additional second. From where he had been, he had felt the ground quake and even see the purple mountain rise from the earth, before descending back down again. When the mountain fell, anything within a few thousand miles would have felt the tremor. The jade gold tree was evil. It killed almost all the super creatures there. Fortunately, I was powerful enough to overcome the wooden fiend and defeat it. Hansen pointed at the jade gold tree in the distance as he boasted. Wang Yuhang did not believe the absurd story he had been fed, but he wasn't going to ask again. If Hansen did not want to tell him the truth, he was willing to accept that. After tidying up the shelter, Big Black and Small Black returned to continue their defense of the area. Hansen, in the meantime, returned to the Alliance in the hope of researching genoseeds and learning how they might pertain to the gourd. He had to find out more. Hansen learnt more about genoseeds from Ji Yenran. Perusing the information she provided him, though, he noted that it wasn't very substantial. He did learn that genoseeds were able to absorb all manners of genes, and which genes they absorbed would affect what grew inside them. Some could grow geno-equipment, whereas others could grow creatures. Others could form spirits or beast souls. What they chose to grow was influenced by the energies they absorbed. Humans and spirits knew how to create genoseeds that they favored, and this was accomplished by injecting the genes of their choice into one. Doing so would enable the altered genoseed to create what the injector specifically sought. Different sanctuaries had different ways of cultivating genoseeds, and the stuff they produced was different from place to place. But humans lacked a lot of information about genoseeds, and as a result, Hansen was unable to discover anything revealing about the nature of his gourd or the 6 cog armaments. It looks like this is a mystery that will only reveal itself once I reach the third god's sanctuary. After Hansen deleted the confidential information he had received, he returned to the sanctuary. All of a sudden, he received orders bidding him to join a training program. Hansen went back to ask Ji Yenran about it, and she said it was a training program of the Alliance. It was something related to the crystallizer civilization. All members of the Daphne had to take part, including her. Hansen had no choice but to join, since he was issued the order. He wasn't strong enough to take on the entire Alliance yet, so he still had to adhere to whatever order was given to him by the Council. Unfortunately for him, however, it threw a wrench in his plans of attacking Devil Blood Shelter again. It would be delayed. The Devil Blood King had been heavily damaged, and he was lacking his former power. Han Sen believed he could take out Devil Blood Shelter and max out his super geno points in the process. Spirit Owl and Death Knell had not finished evolving yet, though, and they were two companions he thought he might need. As a result, he didn't think it'd do much harm to go to the training program first. When Han Sen arrived at the training base at Mocha Planet, he was surprised to see that it wasn't only his team that was receiving the training. A lot of Crystallizer Ruin research members would receive this training as well. All in all, there were more than 10,000 people there. Han Sen. You are Han Sen, yes. Immediately after arriving, Han Sen was greeted by someone who fanboyishly recognized him. The man hastily moved to intercept him. Han Sen was quite happy about this, and he couldn't help but think, haha, I really am rather popular. Yes, I am Han Sr. The person in front of him was a 20-year-old soldier. Han Sen was pleased at the reception he was given, and he was about to ask the man if he wanted an autograph. But jovially, the young man quickly said, "It really is you? Sweet. Your fiancée is the Princess of the Alliance, Ji Yenran. We are very fond of her." What the hell? Han Sen had rarely felt so awkward. He explained to them, "Well, for what I suspect you will ask next, the answer is yes. She will be joining the training program too. You can see her later." Whoa! Awesome! A bunch of soldiers began to babble amongst themselves. Then, a woman soldier approached Han Sen and handed him a pen and paper. She politely asked, "Can I have your signature, please?" Han Sen noticed that this female soldier was attractively challenged, but still he thought, well, at the very least, women have better judgment, I suppose. Of course. Han Sen smiled and accepted the pen and paper, ready to scribble his signature. But just as he was about to bring the pen down on the paper, the female soldier said, "Can you write Ji Yenran's fiancé for your name?" Han Sen almost bit his tongue off, and was tempted to grab her clothes and yell, "Are you trying to make me look like a fool? How shameless are you, asking me to sign this?" The female soldier, however, looked like a very shy individual. Despite being disheartened, Han Sen complied with her request and proceeded to scribble down Ji Yenran's fiancé. "Yay! I have obtained the signature of Ji Yenran's fiancé. Woohoo!" The soldier thanked Han Sen with a frightening amount of glee and hugged the paper tightly. Han Sen heard a familiar voice laughing somewhere nearby. He turned around and saw a familiar yet strange shadow. Meng Meng. Han Sen was very surprised, but still he approached her. He had not expected to see Wang Meng Meng there. Since he last saw her, she had grown taller. She exuded a sense of greater maturity, but her overall appearance was still an undeniable victim of her baby face. "Tell me, handsome, as the fiancé of a princess, do you feel pressured?" Wang Meng Meng asked, with her eyes wide open in curiosity. "Before arriving here, I believed myself to be a figure of greater fame than she was." Han Sen was feeling hopeless. Wang Meng Meng smiled and said, "It's normal. Don't worry. The president has a beautiful daughter, and it is not uncommon for people to crave every tidbit of news about what the president is up to. Of course the media chases her, and her title as princess is formally recognized throughout the entire alliance. Even the news of your triumph against Yu Chelon referred to you as the princess's fiancé." Han Sen wasn't affected by this, however. He simply shrugged his shoulders and said, "I recall you are a member of the Royal Warframe team. So how come you are here today? Why are you here, taking part in today's special training?" "Honestly, I'm not sure. Some of us received the order to come, whereas others didn't. Perhaps there is an important operation regarding the crystallizers." Wang Meng Meng hypothesized. "Let's walk and talk. Where's your room?" Han Sen spoke as he walked alongside Wang Meng Meng. In an office of the training camp, an old man watched a video stream of the ongoing scene between Han Sen and Wang Meng Meng. "Teacher, would you like me to bring Han Sen here?" When Zhong asked the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "No, there is no need to. I do not wish to make my identity and presence known to him yet. I will continue to watch them in secret, in the meantime." I don't think that is very appropriate," Wen Zhong said in surprise. "It isn't inappropriate. It makes for a compelling watch, that's all. The old man smiled as he looked at Han's senator, then he said, I can see the real him like this. Teacher, do you really want to accept him as a student of yours? When Zhong was hesitant to ask this question, but he did so anyway. Maybe, maybe not. First, I have to meet with him, the old man said. I still think it is inappropriate. He hails from the Luo family, after all. When Zhong wore a complicated expression. Then doesn't that make for an even more compelling watch? Zhuodonglai, having a student from the Luo family would be rather interesting, don't you think? The old man squinted his eyes, with a smile that could only be defined as perfect. The crystallizer civilization lessons he had received in the past were mostly the same, but this time Han Sen noticed they were going into a lot more depth. After the training was over, Han Sen went to a restaurant with Fat Squad leader and his teammates. Although they weren't in the same camp, they had to work hard in the sanctuary. Furthermore, their working locations were not the same, and so they did not meet up frequently. Gathering together in one spot was a rarity, so they were keen to take advantage of the opportunity and have a meal together. They spoke about the many trials and tribulations they had each experienced in their lives up to that point. Fat Squad leader recalled a tale in which he almost died while in the sanctuary. It was a story fraught with danger and arduous troubles, but he was a remarkable storyteller. He told the tale with humor and enthusiasm, which had everyone else leaning in to listen. Little Han, you have seen more than we, I am sure. Could you tell us a story concerning one of your adventurers? Fat Squad leader asked, and his request was joined by nods and noises of agreement from the others there, too. Han San and Fat Squad leader had been drinking, so Han San told them much about what he had been through. He received a barrage of questions as he told the stories. Han San wanted to embellish the tales he told, but he realized his adventures were as fantastical and as wild as a story could get. He started to acknowledge how almost ridiculous his experiences were, that further flourishes weren't even necessary. What a load of shit! A moving mountain, a tree that sunders the sky and bears fruit that craps out treasure? Where do you think you are? The third god's sanctuary. As Han San told his stories to the keen listeners, an inappropriate comment was made from someplace behind them. The voice was mocking. When Han Sen's story was interrupted, the listeners all turned their heads to see who had the gall to do so. They were prohibited from wearing military uniforms outside the camp, so they wondered if the outspoken person only said as much because he didn't know who they were. Friend, we were only exchanging tales. You interrupt us as if you have been offended. Fat Squad leader stood up and spoke to the person who had interrupted them, and noticed he was standing in the presence of others, too. This is a public area and there is a little thing called free speech. What? Are you guys allowed to spout whatever nonsense you want, whereas I must remain quiet? The man said with a smile. Fat Squad leader looked ready to respond, but Li Jin tugged at his arm. Li Jin had recognized who those people were, and so he told Fat Squad leader, Leader, they are from the Royal Warframe team. I saw them while we were training. Fat Squad leader frowned and said, If we are allied, then I can excuse your bullish intrusion. At the very least, I hope that you can be a touch more respectful going forward. Fat Squad leader sat back down, but the man raised his eyebrows and retorted, Oh, I apologize, but our Royal Warframe team is not comprised of bullshitters. At this, Han Sen and Fat Squad leader furrowed their brows. Dude, you're way over the line. Oh, I apologize again. Did I touch a nerve? That's fine. I'm sure that Hero Han can kill all manner of wretched creatures and surmount insurmountable challenges. Do not worry for my talent, as I am not a person that can move mountains and bring down the sky. I am merely a surpasser that has just reached the third god's sanctuary. Haha, I suppose he could fight me, if he figured he was strong enough. The man was unbearably cocky. When Han Sen heard the man refer to him as Hero Han, he knew right away that the sole purpose for the man's intrusion here was to cause trouble. Do you have no shame? You are a surpasser, who has come to challenge and pick on evolvers. Fat Squad leader was aggravated. With a mocking expression, the man said, I may be a surpasser, but I can only suppose I am weaker than the monsters Hero Han described. If he can deal with those creatures, then I am sure he would have no problem competing against me. Fat Squad leader and his friends were now riled up, but they couldn't quite formulate an appropriate response to this. They too believed Han San was embellishing his tales and exaggerating his stories for the sole purpose of entertainment. The Royal Warframe team was mocking them, taking advantage of Han Sen's jests. Unable to say anything, their efforts of provocation were proving effective. Okay, are we to have a friendly duel or commit to a Warframe fight? Han Sen asked after standing up and moving right in front of the man. Han Sen was not willing to accept their bullying. Han Sen had already taken the time to sense the Surpasser's energy flow, and he noted how he wasn't that far off the average super creature. He was most certainly not someone special. Haha, are you serious? You are going to fight us, the Royal Warframe team? The man looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke ever devised, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other team members joined in with the man's amusement, and they all did their best to mock Han Sen. The Royal Warframe team was the greatest team in the Alliance. Only the most elite were able to join them, and they were people who were able to control Warframes. To enter the Royal Warframe team, a person had to undergo vigorous training. The Royal Warframe team's training regime was different than that of ordinary Warframe teams. Furthermore, Han Sen was not a Warframe soldier. I have heard of you Royal Warframe lot, and I have heard there are many Warframe masters. Han Sen spoke with a cold tone of voice. Hearing Han Sen say this, the man became awfully cocky. The Royal Warframe team was indisputably the best of the best, and it was something they were proud of. They'd take advantage of any opportunity they could to trumpet their accomplishments. Fat Squad leader knew Han Sen wouldn't compliment someone like this, willy-nilly, so he waited patiently for what Han Sen was going to say next. But I have also heard that the most powerful Warframe users are female. The men are dragging the team down, apparently, Han Sen said. Fat Squad leader and Cho Chang laughed heartily at the burn. Li Jin joined in with a serious tone of voice, adding, Yes, I have heard about this too. The Royal Warframe team is frequently referred to as the Royal Princess team. I thought the team was only comprised of women. You'll have to accept my apology, for I did not know there were men amongst your ranks. Han Sen and Li Jin's words were not false, and what they said was partly true. The leader of the Royal Warframe team was a woman, and most members were indeed female. Like Yu Chenshuan, who Han Sen had filmed advertisements with, Wang Mengmeng was a member of their team as well. The primary reason for the Royal Warframe team's reputation as an elite army was due to their appearance. Being mostly comprised of women, that was not a difficult task. The team always showed up at the Alliance's Independence Day celebrations, the New Year festivities, and the marching army events. They showed up to spruce up these occasions, and it helped that all of the smaller squads inside the Royal Warframe team were spearheaded by women, too. With all of its authoritative figures being women, the Royal Warframe team had been dubbed the Royal Princess team. It wasn't a snide name, and no contempt was harbored in its usage. The nickname really was just used to illustrate the many women in its ranks. What did you say? Now that Han Sen and Li Jin said this, the man's face had changed. The other men accompanying him stood up angrily. They had been mocked for this state of affairs before, and hearing it used against them again was really quite triggering. Okay, let's have a Warframe fight. The men who had now been provoked looked at Han Sen with anger in their eyes. The lounge of the restaurant had all the equipment necessary, so everyone proceeded there at once to spectate the virtual fight. Little Han, are you okay? Fat Squad leader asked, as Han Sen sat inside the hologram machine. They had been mocked, yes, but their transgressors were from the Royal Warframe team. They were incredibly proficient at operating Warframes, and the person he was going up against was a surpasser to boot. His foe's fitness was higher than any evolvers, which gave him an advantage. I'll be fine. I learned how to operate Warframes back in military school, and I actually put some effort in when it came to practicing. Han Sen smiled. Fat Squad leader then remembered that Han Sen had endorsed super-biological Warframes. But over the years, there had been many more generations and SK models. Those who endorsed the products had generally switched and moved on with the later releases. But Han Sen's first-generation SKTS was undoubtedly the most famous. The advert and the SKTS itself were widely regarded as classics. Of course, the adverts weren't representative of their actual operational functions. What he had learnt had been in school, so it was natural for people to be dubious over whether or not Han Sen could actually compete with professionals in today's scene. But it was too late now, and Han Sen's crew could only hope for the best. Their embarrassment would be even greater if he lost. The Royal Warframe team bunch, however, were acting as if they had already secured victory. For this fight, they even got the restaurant workers to stream the fight live on the TVs of the restaurant. People who visited this establishment were mostly soldiers, those that had come here training. As such, this was a fight that was sure to interest them. Oh, it's a royal knight. Wasn't that person ranked 7th in the realm of Evolver's Warframe combat? It has been a long time since I last saw him. It really is him. It's Li Chengxian from the Royal Warframe team. He's a surpasser now, so it is fairly obvious why you don't see him much anymore. Cool. Who is he going up against? Some fellow with a strange ID. I've never heard of him before. It is a guest account. Han Sen logged in with a guest account, and this provided him the ID of guest, followed by a bunch of numbers. Having received the invitation to battle from Li Chengxian, he entered the combat arena. Instantly, the countdown began. An old man sat down in the restaurant as the countdown started, and he watched the screen of the TV intently. He couldn't wait for the match to begin. Zhuo Donglai came here to chat with Han Sen, but did not expect him to have gotten into a fight with Li Chengxian. He found the prospects of their battle quite interesting. Soldiers from the Royal Warframe team are very good when it comes to the operation of warframes. They have much experience and constantly make use of them. Han Sen most likely hasn't touched a warframe in many years, so I wonder what he's going to do. Zhuo Donglai sipped on a glass of wine, deep in thought. It had indeed been a long time since Han Sen operated a warframe, and he wasn't familiar with what models were currently being used. He chose SKTS due to his familiarity with it, but it was incredibly outdated by that point. Seeing Han Sen select the SKTS, Li Chengxian coldly smiled. The SKTS was a regular warframe, outdated and lacking high mobility. Its weapons were unremarkable, and it lacked a variety of them. It was generally considered unsuitable for battles against other warframes. Han Sen chose this warframe due to being familiar with it. Li Chengxian wasn't going to be polite or go easy on Han Sen, though. He was ready to whip him like a dog and teach him a stern lesson. Han Sen had mocked the males of their team, so to assert the victory he wanted, Li Chengxian chose the best warframe possible. It was a super biological warframe called King of War. King of War was the latest model, and it was 5 generations ahead of the SKTS. Although this King of War was only a regular variant instead of the military variant, which reduced the weapons it possessed, it was fairly close. Every man loved mechs, and in this age, super biological warframes in particular. Whereas in the past, men might have been car enthusiasts and later spaceship lovers, this was the latest manly interest. Even if a man wasn't crazy about machinery, they'd still appreciate them. Warframe matches were a popular sport to watch, and especially so when a match included a member of the Royal Warframe team. Even men and soldiers who weren't warframe operators enjoyed watching the fights, and understood the intricacies of these battles. Seeing Li Chengxian select King of War, while his opponent used an SKTS, they believed the duel was going to be some gentle sparring and not a proper fight. But still, many people tuned in to watch, due to one of the fighters being associated with the Royal Warframe team. It made for great entertainment to accompany their meals. When the countdown ended, King of War and SKTS appeared in the arena. It was a plain battleground and it lacked barriers. There, they would simply fight. Han Sen's SKTS had a sword and a laser blaster, nothing else. King of War was decked out with a variety of weapons like a giant mobile arsenal. Li Chengxian looked at Han Sen's basic, raw SKTS and cackled. When he moved his hand, King of War came to life with 13 cannons immediately aiming for Han Senator. He'd blast the SKTS to Kingdom Come before it even took a step towards him. Damn! 13 weapons all at once, that's pretty powerful. And talented. These royal knights really are a crazy lot. Awesome. His abilities of Warframe operation are way too good. He moves the robot with an unmatched mixture of both speed and precision. This is nuts. The Royal Warframe team really is no joke. Oh, that poor soul. That guy in the SKTS will be nothing but scrap metal before he takes his second step. When the SKTS moved, however, everyone was shocked. It was an ordinary movement, but it made people feel as if the SKTS was alive. At that moment, they noticed a fluidity unlike anything they thought a machine could perform. It was like the SKTS had melded with the agility of a human. The movements of the SKTS were delicate, and each step exuded a sense of real soul. It was difficult for people to describe what they were watching. Those quick movements by the sanctuaries. Who is controlling that SKTS? That's insane. Amidst everyone's shock, the SKTS continued its graceful dance forward. The trail it took was strange, and when the cannons fired, every shot missed and hit the ground around it. The SKTS was like a silver phantom. Fortunately, Warframe fights were not determined by simple speed. There were many contributing factors that lead to victory. If much of the fight had relied on speed, Han San would never have been able to catch up to King of War. King of War was very powerful. It had a very high defense, and it possessed many different weapons. This meant its size was less than an ideal. It was big, and as a result, clumsy and a little stiff to move. This was where the SKTS could prove itself. The SKTS was far lighter and its agility was high. With Han Sen's incredible eighth sense, Han San was able to predict King of War's movements and adapt accordingly. Using Heavenly Go, Han San took on a formation. He prompted King of War to fire first, giving him the opportunity to start his dance of evasion. With the SKTS, Han San was able to make his way over to King of War while it was preoccupied. Is this fight staged? Ha! This is way too fake. How can King of War not manage to strike that old SKTS when it's headed straight his way? Haha! I give this crappy display a 1 out of 10 rating. Their performance is terrible, and it beggars belief. King of War fires continuously, and I'm expected to believe the SKTS can dodge such a barrage without a scratch. How much did SKTS pay for this shameless, laughable display? I'll pay double just to make it stop. It may be just a show, but SKTS's power is nothing to laugh at. That being said, the agility is difficult to believe. Performing a single dodge is hard enough, but to keep on doing so is too good to be true. The fitness level of whoever is inside that SKTS must be rather lofty. This performance is interesting. I wonder who is in control of the SKTS. This isn't a show, numbnuts. This is the real deal. I saw how this fight got started over in the lobby. Li Chengxian started picking on Han San and his fellows, so he offered to duel him with a Warframe. Holy smokes! Is that true? Why would I lie? There were quite a few people there. The tension between the two was stoked like a fire. This is crazy. Han Sen is the one operating SKTS? Are his abilities really that good? He's not even a Warframe operator. Don't you recall when SKTS first entered the market? Han San was the one who starred in its advert, when he was still in military school. I remember Digong having just created super biological warframes. When SKTS first came out, it was massive. The advert's focus was on the warframe and Yu Chenxuan. I didn't notice the young man in it. He was SKTS's alpha operator. It's no wonder he is so strong. The arena for their battle was very small. With a firm handle on the SKTS, Han Sen effortlessly made his way over to King of War. When in range, however, Han Sen did not attack right away. The difference between their armor statistics meant Han Sen could not fight him face to face. Therefore, Han Sen used his SKTS to go around and around King of War. Instead of just dodging in one direction, he ran circles around King of War. With his sword, he kept slashing as he went, waiting for the perfect opening in which he could use his laser blaster. King of War kept spinning, and it almost seemed stuck in its attempt to locate the SKTS. Couldn't even attack. Are you sure this isn't a show? It seems fake. Why isn't he fighting back? Someone asked. Oh, he wants to fight back. The thing is, he can't, an old Warframe soldier said, as he looked at the SKTS. Despite his affirmation, he was still surprised at what he was seeing. Brother Sue, what do you mean by that? How can he not fight back? Everyone turned to look at the old soldier, in anticipation of an explanation. The soldier looked at the video and said, King of War has many native, built-in weapons, as well as weapons that are external attachments. It may seem powerful, but too many weapons make you bulky, and accuracy comes at the cost of time. The SKTS manages to always place itself inside King of War's aiming dead zone. By the time King of War adjusts his position, the SKTS has already moved to another dead zone. King of War will never be able to lock onto him, provided the SKTS keeps this up. So, how can he possibly fight back? Hearing this explanation, everyone watched the screen with a clearer concept of what was going on. When they saw King of War's gun move, the SKTS had moved. It really was impossible for King of War to lock on to his opponent. His control is too much. It's like a bug, forever hiding in the enemy's dead zone. He is too good. It is no wonder why he is the fiancé of the princess. It isn't that SKTS has been updated, it's just down to the driver. There is a reason why Digong invited Han San to film the advert. Han San did indeed know everything about the SKTS, and he was indeed like an alpha. Are you recording this video? No. But you can just ask for a copy off the restaurant later. An alpha operator of the SKTS is something that's well worth watching. Everyone was exuberantly happy, watching this fight unfold. The only one not having a good time was Li Chengxian. Try as he might, he could not lock onto the SKTS. Everything he tried to do was thwarted, as if the SKTS had the ability of foresight. It was like someone had installed a window into his soul, and there his opponent was, peering right through it. It even frightened him a bit. Although this was all virtual, he couldn't help but imagine Han Sen's face grinning like a devil. This vision made his skin itch. Li Chengxian no longer expected victory. More than anything, he wanted to lose right now and bring an end to the nightmare. He would have vastly preferred it if the SKTS had the strength to immediately blow up the King of War. But the SKTS's weapons were too weak, and the King of War's armor was too sturdy. It was a bad combination, and all the SKTS could do was slowly whittle away the defense and health of King of War. It would still be a while before the horror was over and King of War would be destroyed. A fight like this was not unlike torture, and it made Li Chengxian feel a phantom pain. If the Royal Warframe team's honor wasn't at stake, he would have happily thrown in the towel. It had been a very long time since Han Sen last touched a Warframe, and he recalled the times he would occasionally hop in one for some fun. Moving at high speed, with a sword that did not stop swinging and the laser blaster that kept on firing, it was an orgy of sounds. The pinging of laser on metal was particularly delightful for the ears of men, and it made them super excited. Zhuo Donglai watched the screen with an excitement in his heart. It reminded him of himself in the days of his youth. He is not from the Luo family, and he did not practice falsified Sky Sutra. This is interesting, and now I have come to the decision that yes, I will recruit him as my student. Zhuo Donglai smiled. It was difficult to believe that a Luo family member hadn't learned the falsified Sky Sutra but had still become so powerful. His skills were top tier. They weren't associated with movement and power, and from what he had seen of Han Sen's operation of a Warframe, Zhuo Donglai learnt a lot. It is an interesting thing, for him to become so powerful without learning the falsified Sky Sutra. Zhuo Donglai had a few extra thoughts about this, but he did not dwell on them. His mind swiftly moved on to think. He is not from the Luo family, and neither does he want to be. His name is Han. Haha, I can't wait to see what comes of this. Boom! Only God could have kept count of the hundreds of slashes the SKTS delivered to King of War, but it finally broke. And with King of War's breaking, the fight came to an end. Li Chengxian did not say a word following his defeat. Upon his exit, he quickly summoned for his men to depart alongside him. He was far too ashamed of his performance to muster a single word, since he was a Royal Warframe team operator who had just lost to an old, outdated SKTS. Footage of the fight had been uploaded to Skynet. The full-length video was titled SKTS Murders King of War, and it didn't take long for it to go viral. After watching the video, many people were flabbergasted. Many Warframe lovers wondered if they had what it took to do as the SKTS did. Those efforts turned out badly, however. A few days after the video was uploaded, there were reports of countless SKTS kits being destroyed and their operators injured. No one was able to replicate what they had seen in the video. As a result, many people believed the video had been faked, and its fight was staged. But when people thought about the fact that the video included Hansen and a member of the Royal Warframe team, they questioned why those two would do such a thing. Them faking a battle did not seem likely. For the Royal Warframe team to suffer such a defeat was humiliating, and many people could not help but say, "There is an operator called the Alpha. Others can't do what he does, and the skills he knows are etched into his bones." Hansen, Fat Squad leader, and his friends celebrated the victory together. Delighted over the result, they all decided to get wasted. Later that night, Hansen wobbled his way to the bathroom. When he was in front of the door, an old man walked out. Hansen was so drunk, he didn't even look at him properly. This was the Alliance. Unlike in the sanctuaries, you always had to be alert, even in a drunken stupor. So, when Hansen passed the old man, he felt as if the old man's eyes were incredibly bright. He glanced towards them. As he looked, Hansen froze. His pupils went smaller and his eyes were sapped of the joy they once possessed. "Kid, take my mind test. If you pass, I will allow you to be my student," Zhuodonglai cockily said. As a demigod, Zhuodonglai was incredibly talented in the realm of influencing the wills of others and performing illusions. In demigod fights, he was able to make others lose their attention and fall into a false reality that he had devised. Hansen was merely an evolver, and helpless to resist. Therefore, Zhuodonglai wished to test Hansen's willpower, faith, and resolve. If he passed, he would be sufficiently qualified to be Zhuodonglai's apprentice. If his faith was warped, then that meant he did not have what it took yet. People could learn any skill they wanted, and they could become as powerful as they wanted, too. The only inhibitor to achieving such lofty goals was a person's faith and dedication to the cause. Zhuodonglai walked in front of Hansen and brought him to sit down. Hansen's attention was vacant now, for he had been placed in Zhuodonglai's infinite mind trial. For surpassers, it traditionally took them an hour to escape it. "Kid, suffer a little. When you come out, you will obey me." Zhuodonglai thought about how Hansen might respect him following the trial, and smiled with jittery excitement. Zhuodonglai placed a hand on Hansen's shoulder, and when he did, Hansen burped. Following that, a wretched noise sounded. Blurg! Hansen threw up all over Zhuodonglai. Zhuodonglai was caught at unawares. On any other occasion, he'd dodge without trouble, but he had become too self-obsessed, and his excitement over Hansen had gotten the best of him. While thinking about how incredible his infinite mind trial was, and how he'd present himself as Hansen's new boss, the projectile vomiting caught him off guard. Hansen was very drunk at this point. Becoming dizzy under the influence of infinite mind trial was the straw that broke the camel's back and opened the floodgates of his stomach. The two looked at each other for a second, and after acknowledging the situation, Hansen said, "I am so sorry. It's okay." Zhuodonglai lowered his head and left, not wanting Hansen to see his face. He didn't look like the strong man that he was right now, especially since he was covered in puke. If he told Hansen he was a demigod and wished to recruit him as a student, Hansen was sure to believe he was an old man who had escaped the loony bin. Damn it! Why did he not get lost in my infinite mind trial? This is crazy. Zhuodonglai was shocked. It's fortunate that guy was a pleasant person. If he wasn't, I would sure be in trouble. I should avoid throwing up on people in the future, I think. Hansen, merry as a cricket, continued his wobble towards the bathroom. Zhuodonglai, on the other hand, quickly left Mocha Planet. Although he wanted to spend more time with Hansen, it'd be awkward if he was recognized after their drunken encounter. Therefore, Zhuodonglai thought he might wait a while longer. He'd change his hairstyle and shave his beard, so by the next time they met, Han Sen would be none the wiser. Han Sen was so drunk. He'd never believe he had thrown up on a demigod. The training on Mocha Planet lasted half a month, in total. When it was over, nothing came of it all. There were no adventures or excursions planned for them inside the ruins or anything. It had been a long time Daphne received a mission. So, following this, Han Sen decided to return to the sanctuary. Wang Yuhang was still in Moment Shelter, so Han Sen traveled to Devil Blood Shelter in his company. They wanted to see if they could deal one final strike and destroy the shelter. The Devil Blood King had mostly lost everything, so Han Sen was willing to assume all of the super creatures he had brought with him for the golden chests had been killed. At the most, only 7 now remained, and if there were, Han Sen believed he could beat them. His confidence had grown because he now owned the Silver Blood Macaque. Silver Blood Macaque, shape-shifting beast soul. Han Sen had finally received a new shape-shifting beast soul. With these buffs, Han Sen could definitely go up against super creatures, and perhaps things that were even stronger. Although he couldn't allow Moment Queen to help him out anymore, fearing she might try something else or even self-destruct, the Silver Blood Macaque would make up for her absence in battle. Death Knell and Spirit Owl had also finished evolving by now, becoming super pets that could fight. His team would be stronger than ever. Han Sen now had Little Angel, Death Knell, Spirit Owl, Little Silver, Little Fairy, and Wang Yuhang. With such a team, Han Sen believed it was possible to take down Devil Blood Shelter. Big Black, Small Black, and Little White stayed behind to defend Moment Shelter while they were gone. Without delay, Han Sen brought Wang Yuhang right to the front gate of Devil Blood Shelter. On this day, they weren't going to spend time trying to lure some of the residents away. Spirit Owl flew high in the air and summoned an army of rats to assault the shelter. Each rat was sacred blood in strength, and they ran in like a vermintide for boorish reconnaissance. And just as Han Sen had deduced, the Devil Blood King only had 6 super creatures left in his company. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang entered the shelter with the goal of killing the super creatures, first and foremost. They weren't going to take out the spirit and his spirit stone just yet. The Silver Fox and Little Fairy were loosed, while Spirit Owl and Little Angel each picked themselves a target. Han Sen caught sight of a wolf-like super creature. Han Sen's eyes gleamed with silver, and when they did, Han Sen transformed into a 3-meter-tall silver ape. Holding his flaming Rex spike, Han Sen spared no time in swinging it down on the wolf's head. Boom! The super creature collapsed on the ground after Han Sen's attack. In one swing, its head had been smashed in. The skull had been skinned and half-shattered, exposing a bleeding brain on the inside. The increase in power Han Sen had received was incredible to behold, and the thrill of unleashing it almost made him scream to the sky in delight. He picked up the flaming Rex spike in one hand, and the fallen super creature in the other. He tossed the super creature into the air and, while it was airborne, used his Rex spike to beat it repeatedly. The wolf had no chance to fight back against such brutality. Another super creature then went to fight Han Senator in response to this. Han Sen pointed his finger and summoned Death Knell. The blue bell became a big bell, and with its bottom like a hungry maw, it set itself down upon the incoming creature. The super creature was then trapped beneath the bell like a spider in a glass. From inside the bell, the clapper went wild. Amidst the tolls and scraping of nails against its hard interior, the super creature was going mad in its bid to escape. Alas, there was nothing it could do. Han Sen was no longer affected by the noise, but it did disturb the wolf creature. Grabbing the lifeless body of the wolf by its wretched wounds, he pulled the wolf apart with his massive simian arms. Super creature Tiger Wolf beast killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. The Devil Blood King suddenly popped up from Han Sen's shadow. He tried to strike at Han Sen's back with his claw-like fingernails, but Han Sen was ready. He fought back with Sonic Thunder Punch, and when his fist collided with the Devil Blood King, the silver sunlight went supernova. The strike against the Devil Blood King's talons was tremendous, and it sent the spirit spiraling backwards. Han Sen was overjoyed at this result, and without reprieve, moved in to perform the same skill again. And then he did it again and again and again without pause. The shelter was washed with a blinding white light from the repeated explosions of Han Sen's silver suns. The shadows all around were either dispersed or made faint, prohibiting the Devil Blood King from melding into them to travel and escape. With the vitality boost given to him by the Silver Blood Macaque, Sonic Thunder Punch no longer drained his energy as it used to. Without getting weak, he could continue swinging his fist as a Sonic Thunder Punch without delay, over and over like any average punch. The Devil Blood King could do little but try to fall back, as lightning crackled and sparked all across him. Boom! Han Sen punched his face, and when he did, the Devil Blood King was thrown into the air. Then he punched his belly, and the Devil Blood King was sent flying away a few hundred meters, striking the gate wall and making it crumble. Blood spilled from the Devil Blood King, and he turned black as charcoal with the lasting electricity. Ignoring him for now, Han Sen turned his attention elsewhere. He saw the Silver Fox in a fight of its own, and it had managed to paralyze its opponent. Running over there to help out, he brought down a Sonic Thunder Punch on the stunned creature's head. Silver sunlight blasted out of every orifice of the super creature, and a little later, its belly exploded from the heat. Lightning and blood were everywhere, and a second later, it was pronounced dead. Super creature muscle beast killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen felt pretty awesome at this point. The raging silver ape body he now possessed moved fast, and he had managed to effortlessly beat back the Devil Blood King and slay super creatures. Han Sen hadn't had a good, easy fight like this in a while. Wang Yuhang, on the other hand, wasn't sure how to compose his thoughts. He was frozen by what he saw. When they first came to this place, Han Sen valued his help and needed it a good deal, especially with pulling creatures away. But now, in a short amount of time, Han Sen had reached a point where he was the one chasing the super creatures. This is sickening, Wang Yuhang thought to himself, unable to believe there was nothing he could do to help right now. The 6 super creatures were soon killed. 2 of them were second generations, but none of them provided beast souls. That might have been a consequence of Wang Yuhang's presence, however. The Devil Blood King screamed as he suffered one last hack from Little Angel's greatsword. When she brought down her sword that one last time, it hewed the head off Devil Blood King's shoulders and sent him back to his spirit stone. Go and look for the spirit hall, Han Sen told the spirit owl. Spirit owl made a noise not unlike a baby, and from below the spirit owl, a legion of rats followed and spread out like a tide in search of the hall. Within 10 minutes they had found it. It was through a small hole hidden inside a palace. When Han Sen reached the hall, he saw something strange on the spirit stone. He promptly bent to pick it up. The spirit stone shone black and red, and then blew up in Han Sen's hand into nothing but dust. I failed. Han Sen had a wry smile, for this was the first time he ever failed capturing a spirit. Still, he was now in possession of Devil Blood Shelter. It was a decent reward, and when factoring in the 2 second-generation life geno essences he had also obtained, he felt satisfied. The 2 essences gave him 14 super geno points, bringing his total up to 92. He was only one step away from maxing it out. Han Sen gave a Thunder Element life geno essence to the Silver Fox, and it was happy. The same could not be said for the fairy, however. There were no Water Element life geno essences to be obtained, and she was a little grumpy in her disappointment. After taking over Devil Blood Shelter, Han Sen was starting to think he was far more powerful than he should have been. He had 2 king-class shelters, and yet, there'd never be anyone around to occupy them. Ferocious monsters ruled the lands that encompassed the shelters, meaning human occupation was unlikely. This annoyed Han Sen. Despite owning these 2 shelters, he realized his inability to earn a single penny from either. Although Han Sen did not need money, Not earning anything from such potentially prosperous shelters was aggravating. Han Sen told Wang Yuhang about how he was feeling. His response, upon hearing Han Sen's lamentations was, "Why would you allow this to dwell on your mind? With the advent of angel gene fluid, the growing strength of humanity is accelerating. If you can secure these shelters and provide protection to other bold, pioneering sorts, it'd be a valuable location. Particularly so, with all the terrifying monsters that roam here. This place would be valued highly, I am sure. Even if you did not want to sell it, you could simply rent it. I guess you're right. I would only need Big Black and Small Black to guard this place, after all. There are no other king-class shelters around, so they would suffice." Han Sen then turned his thoughts to which way he might earn the most money. Wang Yuhang gave Han Sen a few more ideas, which Han Sen received favorably. After going back to the Alliance, Han Sen found someone to produce an advertisement for him to rent out Devil Blood Shelter. The advertisement shocked the whole Alliance. The fact that Han Sen had taken down a super spirit shelter was nigh unbelievable. Taking down a king-class shelter was in a whole different league than simply slaying a super creature. While Angel Gene was rejoicing about their felling of a single super creature, Han Sen was unceremoniously conducting business after securing an entire king-class shelter. Many people inquired about the advertisement following its posting. Many people asked about the price in particular. After learning its location, many of the bigger organizations were keen to scout the area and check it out. The results added further shock. If the shelter was indeed secure, then it would be a bountiful location with an abundance of resources. Not to mention the plentiful super creatures. The only problem would have been safety, but Han Sen pledged there would be 2 super creatures remaining there, willing to guard the location. Thinking the shelter to be viable, many different factions gave Han Sen the sum they were willing to pay. Angel Gene was the highest bidder, but Han Sen decided to rent it out to Dong Lin instead. With the contract that was written up and later signed, they would pay Han Sen with a large sum of pet pills every year. After the first transaction, Han Sen returned to Moment Shelter with a large quantity of pet pills. Then, he bid for Big Black and Small Black to go to Devil Blood Shelter and guard it. He had received many pet pills, and not being stingy, Han Sen happily handed them out to the Silver Fox and his beast souls. Even Meowth and Golden Growler could consume them. Pet pills were very beneficial for super creatures. The Silver Fox, the Fairy, Big Black, Small Black, and Little White loved them. Before long, the pills dwindled quickly. Han Sen could visibly see the changes, however. As a result, he did not feel bad about spending them as freely as he did. Han Sen calculated that the pet pills Dong Lin would pay every year was enough to keep them each reasonably fed for the duration between payments. When Han Sen went to the third god's sanctuary, he would have to leave his companions behind. Han Sen wanted to feed and treat them well in the hopes they could ascend with him, like the Holy Rhino or Empty which had. If he could secure their ascendance, perhaps they could meet each other again. Han Sen was going to be leveling up soon, so before that happened, Han Sen decided to pay his mother a visit. When he asked his mom why she hadn't gone to the third god's sanctuary, she said it wasn't worth the risk. But if she had wanted to go, she'd have been there a long time ago. She was afraid she'd have bad luck and die, with no hope of survival upon ascending. If that happened, there'd be no one left to look after Han Sen and Han Yen, she reasoned. Han Sen was an independent person, yes, but Han Yen needed to be looked after. That was the reason, for now, for not going to the third god's sanctuary. When Han Sen visited his mom, he was planning to give her super beast souls and life geno essences. She could either use them herself or give them to Han Yen when she reached the second god's sanctuary. He didn't plan on selling them, anyway. On his way to Blue Crystal Shelter, he also planned on maxing out his super geno points along the way. With some decent luck, he could find and provide the Silver Fox with a Thunder Element Life Geno Essence, too. It would have been nice if he could help the fairy, as well. But he wagered that, with the Crystal Palace, he could scour the seas and find a Water Element Life Geno Essence with greater ease some other time. Although Han Sen still had 200,000 miles to go, the road wasn't going to be a dangerous one due to how strong he had become. Therefore, Han Sen considered it as little more than a road trip. To join him, he decided to bring Zero and all his beautiful spirits with him on his way to Blue Crystal Shelter. After walking for an entire month, they were yet to encounter a single dangerous moment. With his gorgeous companions and stunning views, it was a fun time. He even managed to get a Thunder Element Life Geno Essence for the Silver Fox. But Han San still hadn't been able to find a second-generation super creature for himself, which was rather disappointing. He visited a human shelter along the way and returned to the Alliance for a spell. There, he heard startling news. The Shura had decided upon a new king, or rather, this time a queen. Her name was Shura Queen, like Yu Qialan from the Yu family. I can't believe Shura Queen was able to claim the throne. It's bad news for humanity, that's for sure, Ji Yanran said. Why? Han Sen asked. Ji Yanran explained. The Yu family focuses on technological advancements. They are also fairly open-minded when it comes to other races. They consistently research how they might find a way to survive in the sanctuaries to earn geno points and own beast souls. They once suggested making use of human genes, but previous rulers were too closed-minded for that. The use of human genes would muddy their own blood, it was argued. No Shura previously wanted to accept human genes, royal or otherwise. But now that she has taken the throne, that may soon change. Can the Shura actually do that? Hansen frowned. It is difficult to tell. Angel gene fluid already proves it is possible to combine parts of them with ourselves. Who's to say it won't work the other way around? Ji Yanran said. Well, you're right. If this does happen, that could prove troublesome. Han Sen agreed with her thoughts. This was out of Han Sen's control, however. If the new Shura leader did choose to pursue this path, it'd affect humanity a lot. But for now, it was difficult to determine what might soon happen. For the time being, humanity had an advantage. The group walked for a few more days in the sanctuary, leaving behind the lands frequently visited by humans. Before long, Han San and Zero found themselves standing at the eaves of a fruity forest. The trees there were about 30 to 40 meters high, and their trunks were massive. Dotted among the branches of the trees were black fruits, each the size of a fist. Han Sen retrieved one and cut it open. It was fairly tough to cut through, and when the fruit opened up, it let out a stinky, nauseating smell. After traveling another few hundred miles, they were confused to find themselves still inside the forest they thought they could soon pass through. Their minds struggled to comprehend how large and sprawling that forest must have been. With the silver fox there, no creature disturbed or pestered their travel. But soon, Han Sen noticed that Zero was beginning to look tired. In response, he decided it was time for a rest and established a camp. Han Sen and Zero barbecued on the open fire, just outside their pitched tents. After the moon rose, they noticed something strange occurring. The black fruit they had seen in the daytime were shining pink now. They also opened up by themselves, becoming luminous, pink-petaled flowers of some sort. What's more, the stinky juice and smelly stench was gone. In fact, they gave off a pleasant fragrance that brought one's mind joy. Wow, they're so beautiful. Zero looked very surprised as she looked around the endless sea of pink flowers above. It is pretty. Han Sen was fairly surprised as well. He never expected that the black fruit were hiding such lovely flowers inside. Moment Queen, at the time, was tasked with massaging Han Sen's shoulders from behind. She frowned, and while looking at the flowers, seemed to be lost in thought over something. A while later, fireflies appeared. They weren't the average sort, as they went around the flowers collecting nectar like bees. What was most strange was their lack of fear towards the silver fox. Han Sen found it comforting to see how docile and unthreatening they were. However, all they did was collect what they could from the flowers, coming and going as they pleased. Zero put out her hands and a firefly landed on it. The firefly skittered around on her skin for a bit and then took off again. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to get a closer look at the little critters, and noticed they were just ordinary fireflies. Their shape was a little different, however, sharing something in common with a ladybug. Their whole bodies glowed, too, unlike actual fireflies. They had life forces, suggesting they were real creatures and not some summoning of a hungry, demonic creature residing below ground. Their life forces weren't strong, though. They were mostly ordinary, and there were only a few anomalies amongst them. A few mutants here and there were the only differences Han-sen could tell. They did not seem aggressive either. Even if they brushed by Han-sen's body, not one thought of attacking. When the fireflies appeared to have collected their fill of nectar, they took off into the night sky. There were so many of them. The skies were afire like the northern lights. The glowing flowers were beautiful, yes, but they soon got bored of the spectacle. When they were done oohing and awing, Han-sen led Zero back to camp so they could rest. When they woke up the next morning, all the fireflies were gone and the flowers were black little cannonballs once more. I wonder what those plants were. They were rather strange, weren't they? Han-sen randomly said aloud, while leading Zero back onto the road they were to traverse. The forest was very big, and after another day of walking, they still weren't through it. When night fell, the fruit became flowers again. The fireflies returned to collect nectar just as they had the night before. Strange. Where do these fireflies come from? There are so many of them, there has to be nest around here somewhere. We must have walked 1,000 miles, though. We've walked all this time and seen neither hide nor hair of a possible nest. So where are they during the daytime? Han-sen thought out loud. Maybe they reside within the flowers themselves? Zero suggested. How would that be possible? Han-sen shook his head, dismissing her idea. He believed her mind to be too imaginative, for how could fireflies hide themselves in flowers? To confirm, he cut open another fruit, releasing another ooze of that stinky liquid he had first smelled upon arriving in the forest. We should continue walking on this night. If we walk until dawn, perhaps we can see where these fireflies go to rest, Han-sen said. Zero seemed to be quite interested in this idea, and she nodded confidently. They both kept on walking, observing the luminous flowers and busy fireflies that were all around them in every direction. Before long, they had seen so much of them, the spectacle had lost its luster and it bored them. When it was dawn, though, Han-sen and Zero made sure to watch the fireflies intently and see where they'd go off to. Surprisingly, when the sun rose, the fireflies flew into the flowers. The flowers curled up their petals and returned to their shape as a fist-sized fruit, with fireflies in the center. They really are hidden in there, just as I thought, Han-sen said, doing his best to smother his surprise. Han-sen cut a few of the fruit open and smelled that wretched liquid. Despite a thorough dissection of the vile fruit, he was unable to locate the firefly within. It was weird, for with his own 2 eyes, Han-sen had just watched one go inside. Strange. Could that smelly liquid be the firefly itself? If it is, then they grow inside the flowers. But what do they do with the nectar they collect then? Han-sen wondered in confusion. Of course, it did not concern him too much. He continued his travel alongside Zero after the revelations, none the worse. In the middle of that afternoon, he saw a particularly large fruit tree standing before them. It was like a hill. The black fruit grew on the tree like they did with the others, but the fruits on this tree were far bigger. They were each about 1 meter in width. Oh, this isn't some strange fruit gala again, is it? How can I keep encountering these special fruit competitions time and time again? Han-sen thought to himself as he approached the tree. Stop! When Han-sen neared the tree, a voice called out for him to cease his approach. Han-sen turned around and found a human woman not far away from the tree, waving towards them. Han-sen was surprised, not expecting to see any other humans in this region. He commanded Golden Growler to run towards the woman. My friend, what seems to be the problem? Han-sen said, as he started walking towards the woman. She appeared to be a typical elegant lady, in her 40s at the most. Of course, considering the lifespan of humans in this age, that was young. Physically, she looked no older than 20. Do not go over there. If you do, you'll die. The woman looked to be in distress, horrified. Die! Han-sen looked at the woman with shock. Follow me. The woman gestured for Han-sen and Zero to accompany her. Then she turned around and ventured deeper into the forest. Han-sen and Zero looked at each other, then decided to go with her. They hadn't been walking too long when they came to a clearing with a few tents and other living amenities. There were a few other people there too, sunbathing in the pleasant afternoon sunshine. Han Sen and Zero's arrival roused their attention. Those who were lying down stood up, and others came out from their tents. There were a dozen humans there, and judging from their apparel and the state of their tents, they must have been there for quite some time. It is lucky I found you. If I hadn't, you'd be dead right now, with no clue as to how your death had come about. Back in the camp, the woman seemed to be a touch calmer. This place is safe, so pitch a tent and rest a while. Han Sen looked at the woman and said, "Why? What's going on? You guys know this is the dark haunted forest, don't you?" she asked with shock. The others in the camp eyed Han Sen and his fellows curiously. Han Sen shook his head and said, "I have traveled a great distance. I didn't suspect this forest to have any form of notoriety. Oh, you poor and unfortunate people. Most people who wander into this forest at unawares can never find a way out." The woman let out a lamenting sigh. Never find a way out? Han Sen was shocked at hearing what the woman told him. He did not believe a forest could trap him and prevent his leaving. If he could not walk out, he could at least fly. Regardless of how creepy this place was, it would be impossible for a forest to trap a creature with wings. You really have no idea what you've stumbled into, do you? You both look young, and for you both to enter this place and subject yourself to this fate is a crying shame, I tell you. A crying shame. Another person in camp had become quite outspoken. Can someone cut the nonsense and tell it to me straight? What is going on here? Han Sen passed out some alcohol and food to the people, retrieved from the satchels on Golden Growler. When the people saw the alcohol and food, they looked shocked. They ran over to the items and devoured them as quickly as they could, as if they hadn't eaten in 1,000 years. "Brother, do you have cigarettes?" a middle-aged man asked Han Sen. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I do." Han Sen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed them over to the middle-aged man, who looked to be in absolute shock. "You should put these away and cherish them. You're going to be here for a long time." When the woman saw how generous Han Sen was being, she couldn't help but present a wry smile. Han Sen understood what she was implying, but he did not believe he'd be trapped in the forest as they had been. He smiled and asked for the people there to tell him all they could about the place. The people there were harmless, and after receiving the goods from Han Sen, they passionately relayed as many of the tales and stories about the place as they could. Like Han Sen, they had mistakenly ventured into the dark haunted forest. They hadn't come together but one at a time. Whatever venture led them to the forest had been their last, and they had all been stuck there ever since. The woman who invited them over, near the big tree, was the most recent addition to the growing community. Her name was Lu Fong, and she had gotten lost in the forest 2 years before Han Sen's arrival. Lu Fong was a botanist. Her job in the Alliance was associated with the forest, and she had a great interest in the dark haunted trees that grew there. She went there wanting to learn more about them, but walking a mere 10 meters into the forest to collect a sample was enough to prevent her from leaving. She couldn't escape, and suddenly, the forest stretched out for miles around in every direction. After a while of traveling, she too stumbled across this camp. The others had a similar fate befall them. Some entered by mistake, whereas others entered the forest in pursuit of adventure. Everyone who hadn't somehow ended up dead found themselves at this camp. What is so dangerous about this place? Those fireflies are harmless, aren't they? Han Sen felt compelled to ask. Lu Fong, with another wry smile, responded, "The dark haunted forest is not aggressive in itself. The real danger comes from the dark haunted trees." "Are you saying those trees are a danger?" Han Sen eyed the trees that were all about, and didn't notice anything particularly dangerous. "We were wondering if the trees were creatures, and the bugs were merely an extension of their bodies." Lu Fong paused after saying this, and then continued, "You probably haven't noticed this yet, but if you stay near the trees for a while, you will age much faster. In 3 months, you can die from old age." "Really?" Han Sen frowned. "You are lucky that little Fong brought you here. If you walk within a kilometer of that big tree, you can die in less than 3 hours. It's a crying shame, the man called Wang Jiangang said. Thank you if that's the case. Han Sen appreciated what she did for him. He might have been indestructible when going up against physical threats in the second god sanctuary now, but there was no guarantee of survival against such creepy works. Had he not been informed of the danger, he would have continued to blindly walk into the tree's entrapment. You are welcome. Lu Fang, after another wry smile, continued her dialogue. I came here with 2 friends. They stayed in proximity to the dark-haunted Tree King for 1 hour, and after that they looked to be about 200 years old. Then they died of old age. Just remember, do not get close to the Tree King. It'll affect your body quite quickly. If it is not necessary, do not even venture beyond the outskirts of this camp. It'll be a crying shame if you do. These ordinary trees can still affect you. It is just difficult for you to tell, Wang Jiangang said. Can't I just fly away? Han Sen asked. You can't. This forest is endless, and whether you try to escape by foot or by wings, you cannot leave. It's a crying shame. Wang Jiangang smiled wryly, and continued to say, I came to this place with beast soul wings myself. If these wings could deliver me to safety, I wouldn't still be here. Han Sen frowned and asked, Have you tried cutting down the dark-haunted trees? Lu Fang answered, You can't do that either. If you cut them, they release a gas of some sort. It makes you grow older even faster. The camp in this meadow is the only place that is free from those wretched trees. And what's more, even if you do unearth the tree and destroy its roots, it'll magically restore itself within a few days. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked, frowning. The people had been trapped there for a very long time, some for decades. If they really had no clue, Han Sen suspected he might not be able to find a solution anytime soon. Either. Wang Jiangang said, It's not that there is no way. In fact, we believe there might be. We are just unsure whether or not we can pull it off. 'Tis a crying shame. What do you mean? Han Sen asked. Wang Jiangang pointed at the Tree King and said, At night, those dark haunted bugs deliver nectar to the Tree King. They feed monsters that reside within it. The monsters inside seem to have a manner of control over the bugs and trees. We believe if we can kill whatever lurks inside that wooden fiend, we'll be free to leave. But those monsters are so very strong, and with the risk of being killed through a quick aging process by venturing close, we don't believe such a thing is possible. None of us here possess the necessary experience needed to pull such a thing off, and it's a crying shame. What is the monster, exactly? Han Sen asked curiously. The dark-haunted Tree King is different than the other trees. Those fruits do not birth bugs. They release bat-like creatures. Sometimes they will consume the nectar the bugs deliver, with a speed unlike anything you've ever seen. You'd be hard-pressed catching those things on the move. Lu Fang chimed in. Han Sen spoke with them for a while and then decided to stay a while and wait to see if he could catch a glimpse of what he might be dealing with past nightfall. That night, Han Sen planned on leaving Zero behind and going alone. But Zero wasn't having it, and she insisted on following him. Han Sen had no choice but to accept her company, and since he was watching from afar anyway, he didn't think her presence would cause too much trouble. The luminous flowers bloomed and the dark haunted bugs filled the space beneath the canopy. Even at night, the forest was illuminated due to the light they cast. Without hesitation, Han Sen and Zero ventured towards the area where the Tree King resided. The people in the camp had seen far too many desperate people trap themselves in bids to escape, so they didn't bother trying to stop them. Lu Fang did remind them, however, that the radius of the Tree King's effect was 1 kilometer. Han Sen nodded and proceeded to where the dark-haunted Tree King was. By following the bugs, it didn't take them long to arrive. The dark-haunted Tree King was like a hill, dressed in luminous flowers. The center of each open fruit had a black bat hanging from it. Endless streams of bugs came, to and fro, delivering all their nectar into the open, luminous flowers. When they filled up, the nectar would flow and drip into the mouths of the black bats and feed them. After hearing what Lu Fang had to say, he also paid heed to his own life force. Despite what he had been told, he didn't notice anything damaging occurring to it. Lu Feng mentioned even the ordinary trees could make a person age and absorb one's life force. And regardless of how little it was something Han Sen should have been able to sense. But still, Han Sen felt nothing, and this made him frown. He looked at the distance between him and the tree, and noticed he was standing exactly 1 kilometer away from the Tree King. Han Sen made Zero wait there, while he approached. But again, Zero wasn't willing to be left behind. When Han Sen took a step forward, so did she. Han Sen had no choice but to accept her insistence of accompanying him, and allow her to come. She was a much happier girl these days, but she was still as stubborn as ever. With Zero around, though, he didn't dare get too close. As he approached carefully, he calculated his distance away from the tree. Suddenly, Han Sen felt his body's energy start to drain. He quickly pulled her back with him about 10 meters, and the leak of life force he had felt stopped. That makes no sense. Han Sen was shocked, unable to believe his life force could leak out uncontrollably as it had. While Han Sen was lost in thought, Zero did not stop. She continued to approach the Tree King, unheeding Han Sen's concern. He shouted out to her, "Zero, what are you doing? Get back here." Zero did not listen and did not turn around. She continued her stroll right into the danger zone. Han Sen moved forward to grab her back. But then, Zero's black hair turned purple and 2 purple horns erupted from her forehead. She was becoming a Shura. Han Sen looked at Zero, unsure why Zero was so determined to walk towards the Tree King, and why she was turning into a Shura. "Zero, what are you doing? Come back!" Han Sen shouted again. Zero ignored Han Sen's request once more, and she continued walking forward mindlessly. Her purple hair dragged along the ground, and her purple horns were glowing brightly. Han Sen summoned his devil eye mask to take a look at Zero, and he noticed that her life force was blazing like a firestorm. For some reason, it wasn't leaking at all. "What is this?" Han Sen was shocked. Zero wasn't losing any of her life force, and this was something not even he could do. Han Sen decided not to pull her back, and he stopped calling out, since she didn't appear to be in danger. Right now, he was transfixed, curious to see what Zero was going to do. Her powers surprised Han Senator. It had been a while since he saw Zero become a Shura, and her life force was like that of a super creature. It was far stronger than what she was like when she was just a human. The bats on the flower screamed, indicating they had detected her presence. They flew out of their flowers down towards Zero. There were many bats, at least 300. Judging from their life forces, they were each almost at the power of a super creature, too. Their power was comparable to that of a human who had used the Shura liquid. Han Sen's worry returned, seeing Zero continue to walk forward with so many powerful bats swooping down towards her. But in the next second, that worry became shock. When the bats had almost reached Zero, fangs bared, she reached her hand to grab the bat leading the charge. She tore it in half, dressing the ground with its black blood. Han Sen had never seen Zero fight so brutally, even when she was a Shura. And one by one, she continued doing what she did to the first bat. She tore each in half with lightning speed, and not a single bat was able to deliver the smallest speck of damage. The way she fought was like an animal, and anyone who saw it would most certainly be afraid. The area surrounding the dark haunted Tree King became a Shura hellscape. Zero approached the trunk of the tree, as the corpses of countless mutilated bats lay scattered across the ground. They had all been killed, and their black blood puddled on the forest floor. The bugs flew around in the air aimlessly, not wanting to approach Zero. Even the Tree King itself shook with fear, and as it trembled, leaves cascaded to the ground and a low noise vibrated the air. Emotionlessly, Zero resumed walking until she was standing directly in front of the tree. When she touched the rugged bark, her eyes made her look lost and confused. Pang! Han Sen was watching Zero in complete wonder. And then, she began to punch the tree. The bark was beaten against harshly as each fist produced a flight of wood chips and splinters. Without reprieve, fist after fist struck the tree. After a short but copious production of wood shavings, a meter-wide hole had been punched into it. Han Sen squinted to get a good look, and noticed that the tree was hollow on the inside. Zero then began climbing into the hole, and when Han Sen saw this, he greatly desired to follow. But there had been no change to the area, and upon taking a few steps forward, he began to feel his life force drain. The silver fox was quick to react to this negation of energy, too. Immediately after breaching the forbidden perimeter, it squealed and leapt off Han Sen's shoulder. Han Sen didn't immediately pull back. Instead, he tried stepping forward once more. The drain on his energy only increased, and realizing the futility of approaching, he fell back to rejoin the silver fox. He didn't want to die from a sudden old age, as the people at the camp had told him would happen. After Zero climbed into the hole that had been beaten into the tree, Han Sen could no longer see what she was doing with his naked eyes. She had also now escaped the vision of Dongshan aura and the Devil Eye mask. Han Sen was keen and eager to see what was going on, worried for Zero's well-being. But where his eyes failed, his ears took over. From inside that hole he could hear the sound of more snapping wood. The dark haunted tree king continued to shiver, and the flowers that adorned its canopy seemed to be wilting. Petals and tree leaves danced to cloak the air in a thick volume. It wasn't only the tree king that was affected either. The whole forest seemed to be suffering the same fate, as the flowers across each tree began to suddenly wilt and their petals lost themselves to the caress of the breeze that sifted through the canopies. Despite the sordid origin of the affair, its closure was a beautiful sight. What happened here? Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang came running towards Han Senator. Something big was happening, so it only seemed natural for the change to be the result of their latest arrivals to the forest. Thinking something ill might have befallen Han Sen, they quickly came over to check. Han Sen shook his head, continuing to gaze towards the crude hole in the side of the Tree King. But suddenly, screams sounded from the tents back at camp. "Oh no! Something wretched must have occurred at our camp," Lu Feng exclaimed, as she turned around and started running back. Although Han Sen was desperate to know what was going on inside the tree, he knew there was nothing he could do from where he was standing. Thinking he could still lend a hand someplace else, Han Sen accompanied Lu Feng in her hasty return to camp. Before the three returned, they saw two people running across the meadow with faces of abhorrent shock. They were drenched in blood, as well, but it did not come from them. "What happened?" Wang Jiangang asked aloud. "Ghost! There is a ghost!" The two shaken runners could only respond that, as they departed for the cover the foliage of the wood could provide. Han Sen did not say anything, and he simply resumed his race to the camp, which had now been reduced to ruin. The meadow, the sole place that hadn't been covered in trees, was now a giant crater. Inside the pit sat a black, rectangle box. It was 3 meters long, and it appeared to have been constructed from wood. Upon closer inspection, Han Sen noticed it to be a 6-sided box with curved shoulders. "Is that a coffin?" Han Sen looked at the object and thought it looked reminiscent of the caskets that were used to bury humans a long time ago. Coffins did not exist in this day and age, and hadn't for a very long time. You would only see coffins in either museums or ancient TV shows. Coffins had once been objects of great superstition for people, and if you wanted to see one now, you'd have to visit a museum in the Alliance. It was shocking to see one here in the sanctuary. Han Sen had never heard of creatures or spirits making use of coffins before, so the existence of one there seemed to be impossible. Even if spirits died, they'd self-destruct their spirit stone. So why might they possess a coffin? It'd be even stranger for a creature to own a coffin. Super creatures might have been smart, but they weren't superstitious. They shouldn't have even known what a coffin was. Creatures were born in the wild, and expected to eventually die in the wild. And when their demise came about, their death usually resulted in food for the survival of others. Did humans bring a coffin over here and bury it? Han Sen was shocked. Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang looked equally shocked, now realizing they had been sleeping above a coffin all those years. Its slumber there in the earth must have been why no trees grew above. Its existence provided them their sole meadow. Couldn't have been a coincidence, so the state of the forest had to be connected with the coffin somehow. What was even scarier, people in the camp were bleeding in proximity to the coffin. The people that had remained there looked smaller than they used to, and their muscles appeared dry. They looked shriveled. Blood painted the grass in that area, and the people were nothing more than bled-out corpses. Their bodies had no wounds. The blood seemed to drain from all of their faces' orifices. Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang continued looking at the coffin in shock. Its lid trembled and vibrated, suggesting something was about to come out of it. Han Sen, too, stared at the coffin, but with his devil-eye mask, he could not make out the presence of a life force. Han Sen's eighth sense disturbed him. Pang! After a loud noise, the cover of the coffin was pushed to the side slightly. Lengthy, creepy nails and fingers felt their way out, and unlike the nails of humans today, which were trimmed and well taken care of, they were thick and unkempt. They were black and red, appearing wild. Their appearance invoked a sense of dread. Pang! The coffin's lid was pushed away slightly more, creating a gap big enough to invite a whole hand out from the black interior of the box. Pat! And suddenly that was what occurred. A pale white hand shot out of the black, grabbing the side of the coffin with frightening vigor. Lu Feng and Wang Jiangang were consumed with terror, and so they quickly took off running into the forest. Han Sen stood firm, coldly looking at the hand. He may have encountered ghostly-looking creatures before, but he did not believe that genuine spirits of the deceased ghosts actually existed. The figure's hand burned hot with a life force. If it was a ghost, how could there be a life force? Pat! The pale hand swung to the lid of the coffin and sent it flying away. A humanoid body then stood up from inside the coffin. The person was slender like a skeleton and was 2 meters tall, an average human height. But the person was so gaunt, they were little more than skin and bones. The skin was discolored with a greenish hue. He was pale, and it was difficult to determine whether or not blood pumped inside his body. The eyes of the person were pitch black, and the hair was gray and long enough to brush the ground. After emerging from his grave, the person used his black eyes to look all around. As they scanned his environment, they fell upon Han Sen, and they did not move away from him. Han Sen was shocked, but he was not afraid. He had encountered far more terrifying foes in the past than the one he was seeing now. The reason for his surprise, however, was the tattoo that glazed the figure's entire back. The person's skin was rough but thin, like the bark of a dying tree. This tattoo, though, was as red and lively as an actual flame. It looked fresh. The cat-like symbol adorned its entire back. The image of the cat seemed to suggest it was sleepy, with half-open eyes. The tattoo seemed so real. Han Sen had come to be very familiar with this tattoo, as it was the symbol of the 9-life cat. He had seen the image adorning cards that belonged to the Blood Legion. Zero had a tattoo of the same image, and Han Sen also owned a necklace depicting the same thing. Might Zero have some relation to this person? Han Sen asked himself, as he looked upon the figure with apprehension. The figure continued to look back at Han Sen, his pitch-black eyes masking any emotion he might have sought to express. Their eyes met for 3 long seconds before the person suddenly bore a smile. The teeth that were presented were clean and tidy, but still, the way in which they were shown would creep any onlooker out. A chill ran down Han Sen's back, alongside a sudden outbreak of goosebumps. Boom! The man stepped forward and onto the blood-stained soil. Then strange things began to occur. The blood from the deceased started to look alive. The blood flowed towards the person's feet, soaking into his veins and coursing through his skin up to his heart. Han Sen could see the blood enter his blood vessels. The veins were like narrow snakes, wreathing their way through his thin skin. It was a creepy and unnerving sight. He continued stepping forward, and wherever his feet went, so did the blood. The veins were lumpy, but slowly, the body started to look healthier. Before long, the figure started to look like a real, living person again. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked, as the man coldly approached him. "You are a human? Haha. Who is irrelevant, but I am not a human. Understand that." The man presented another weird smile, which only added to the creepiness. "If you are not a human, What are you? Hansen asked. What am I? Haha. You are asking me what I am? Haha. The man's laugh was a maniacal cackle. After a time of absorbing more blood, he looked healthier. Even the color returned to his hair, going from gray to a deep, rich, and shiny black color. Aside from his strange black eyes, the person could be mistaken for any average human. Hansen thought of him as your typical pretty boy right now, albeit one with a sinister streak. Did I say something funny? Hansen coldly said. As a Blood Legion faithful, are you telling me you do not recognize Son of Fate? Since when has Blood Legion fallen so far? The man stopped smiling now, and asked Hansen with a stare of weighty gravitas. You are from Blood Legion? Hansen was shocked. If he was from Blood Legion, did that mean Zero was from Blood Legion as well? Hansen thought about it some more and came to the conclusion she must have had some sort of connection to Blood Legion. If she didn't, there'd be no reason for her to have that tattoo. And this person appeared right after she entered the tree. You are a devout member of the Blood Legion, are you not? And you say you don't know me? You are ignorant, but that is okay. I will accept you as a sacrifice. After he said that, he reached out his hand and tried to grab Hansen's neck. The sharp nails almost scraped Hansen's skin, but he was quick to dodge with the spring of a lunging snake. The strange man looked surprised and said, Heavenly Go? As a Blood Legion member, how did you come to learn such a thing? Stop saying that. I'm not a member of Blood Legion. I don't have anything to do with you or them. So, tell me, if you are from Blood Legion, why were you in the coffin? Hansen frowned, wanting to extract as much information as he could before things turned too sour. Haha, you think you can hide your faith from me by simply not admitting your belief in our cause? You smell like the Blood Legion, boy, and that is one fragrance you can never be free of. You are of the Blood Legion, and only through the price of your own blood can you leave it. Do something meaningful with your pathetic self and give me your blood. Son of Fate moved. He was fast, and he ran directly in front of Hansen. Dong! Hansen summoned his flaming Rex spike and did not delay in engaging the creepy man. The nails collided with the flaming Rex spike, ringing out a sound of struck metal. The powerful force of their collision made Hansen fall back with his flaming Rex spike. Son of Fate was no weaker than a super creature, it would seem, but Son of Fate looked surprised. He spoke to himself, saying, How long was I asleep for? Are humans able to rival super creatures? Can they obtain super geno points and their beast souls? It is better that way. Your blood is sure to taste even better, boy. Son of Fate displayed a wild, ravenous smile. The blood-red tongue licked his lip with an evil greed. Dong! 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 Son of Fate's body was supremely fast. His hands attacked Hansen from each and every angle, and although he was able to block each strike, it was remarkable to acknowledge that Son of Fate was only using his fists. The force that collided with Hansen's flaming Rex spike was greater than the average super creature. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to get a better reading of his opponent's life force. What he could see was a mess. The energy didn't flow with any cohesion, and the power he had seemed to have come from the blood he had absorbed. Even Dongxian aura was unable to simulate powers such as that. Not bad. You are able to block all of my attacks. That can only mean your blood must be a sweet nectar. I'm looking forward to my first sip, boy. Son of Fate's face was consumed with greed or lust, eyeing Hansen with the beady eyes of a snake, and just like one, he liked his lips with his forked tongue. Son of Fate's movements were incredibly odd. He didn't quite seem human, as he had the ability to rotate his head 180 degrees. PSS. A nail clipped by the side of Hansen's neck, drawing blood. Son of Fate, at a strange angle, ravenously gorged on the blood that dripped from his finger. With a weird smile, he said, It's too delicious. Hansen could not explain the smile. The best he could compare it to was a starving wolf coming across a fresh carcass. Boom! Son of Fate cracked the air, reaching his nails out for Hansen's heart. With his Dongxian movements, Hansen was able to dodge. He then asked his foe a question. Can I ask you why you believe me to be from Blood Legion? I am honest when I tell you I am not. Haha, honest. Come on, you cannot deny it. You smell like one, plain and simple. Son of Fate was like an impish demon, twisting and rotating his body and limbs in a grotesque fashion, an acrobatic feat no human could ever hope to perform. His hands kept reaching out for Han Sen's neck as he went. Han Sen was able to dodge each attempted strike, and as he did, he pulled out his 9-life cat necklace. Then he asked, "Is this what you smell?" When Son of Fate saw the necklace, he froze. His black eyes stared at the 9-life cat necklace as he began to shiver. Relic? Ha ha ha. The Blood King watches over me, guiding me to its finding. He spoke with a tone that was a mixture of both joy and grief. It was creepy. Han Sen looked at his face and understood what he meant. The relic he needed was the necklace Han Sen had always carried. Why would great-grandpa possess a relic from Blood Legion? Han Sen knew where the necklace came from, but instead of this providing clarity, it only confused him more. Han Sen wanted to ask something, but Son of Fate attacked like an enraged, toxic snake in a bid to snatch the 9-life cat necklace away from Han Sen. Is this a relic belonging to Blood Legion? What does it do? And why are you here? Han Sen kept on dodging as he fired his questions, hoping this encounter could elucidate certain things and provide the answers he has long sought. But Son of Fate ignored his questions, and his eyes suggested he was fixated on the necklace and the necklace alone. His whole body was getting red in excitement, and it was clear that his power was growing alongside it. Han Sen could see his blood beginning to boil and burn, increasing his strength. His desire for the necklace was driving him insane, like a devil straight from hell. The nails were swung with greater vigor, and one swing nicked Han Sen's face. Son of Fate licked every droplet of blood he had managed to steal. Answer my questions. Han Sen coldly looked at Son of Fate, acknowledging how powerful his opponent was. But Han Sen did not care. Right now, he wanted answers more than anything, and that was what he was determined to get. Nothing would stop him. Your fate is to be a sacrifice to me. There is no need for you to know anything else. Simmer down, boy. Son of Fate's eyes were still full of greed, and his face twitched with a lust for murder. Han Sen stopped dodging his attacks and instead swung his fist towards him. Pang! A giant bolt of lightning was discharged between them both, deafeningly loud. Sonic Thunder Punch was unable to mess up his opponent's life force, due to his energy already being messed up. But the thunder power was effective in semi-paralyzing his enemy, slowing him down considerably. Roar! Han Sen's body expanded, growing to become a 3-meter-tall silver ape. The strong arm picked Son of Fate up into the air, by grabbing him by the head. Pang! Pang! Han Sen, still clutching his head, drove his body into the ground, again and again. He pummeled him in this way countless times, and when he was done, there was a deep hole in the earth in the shape of Son of Fate's body. Han Sen threw him back down into the pit and smacked him in the head. Boom! The power created an even deeper hole, with Son of Fate inside. His skull had been cracked open, and his body was twisted in a lurid fashion. Han Sen picked him up once more and threw a punch into his face. The nose was pulverized into jelly, right before the body was launched into the air like a cannonball. He broke many trees on his descent, before he was brought to a stop. Can you answer my questions now, Son of Fate? Han Sen stood in front of his beaten opponent, whose body was twisted and mashed in a ghastly state. No longer did Son of Fate have the wild, crazy-eyed momentum that drove him earlier. Impossible! Impossible! Humans in the second God's sanctuary should not have such power. Son of God's face was broken beyond recognition, but he had not been killed and could still muster words for speak. Still, his body had been broken completely, and he was unable to move. With obvious shock, he looked at Han Sen. Let me ask you something. In Blood Legion, is there a man called Han Jingji? Han Sen looked at Son of Fate, who was dazed. He looked ready to say something, but then, It was as if he saw something terrifying. His pupils shrank. Impossible! Impossible! Son of Fate looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his body began to tremble and convulse. Then, nothing. He froze in place, slumped on the ground. Han-san looked in the direction that Son of Fate's gaze had stiffened, and noticed it was Zero who he had seen. She had emerged from the Tree King and was now approaching them. Zero had already returned to her human form, but her hands held a red knife. The knife was around a foot long, and it was completely red. It had skeletal characteristics, and its color made it look like a bone that had been soaked in blood. Han-sen frowned, unsure why Son of Fate would be so scared upon seeing Zero. Impossible! Impossible! Son of Fate was screaming like a madman, and he looked horrified. Han-sen looked at him, ready to tell him to shut up, but before he could, a red flash cut across his vision. When his eyes steadied their focus, he saw the blood-bone knife lodge itself in Son of Fate's heart. Son of Fate twitched. All the blood in his body began to course towards his heart, forming a coagulated lump. Then, his skin shriveled and dried out, becoming another unrecognizable, skeletal husk of a corpse, just like the rest in the area. Han-sen's eyebrows jumped. He did not know where Zero had gotten this knife, but she had callously murdered Son of Fate with no given reason. Zero walked in front of Son of Fate and pulled the bone knife out of his heart. "Why would you do that? You killed him," Han-sen asked, with his eyebrows furrowed. "He deserved it," Zero answered. "Whether or not he deserved it is irrelevant. I asked you why you killed him, so tell me," Han-sen asked again. Zero looked at Han-sen but did not speak. She merely looked at him the same way she always did. Han-sen looked at her bone knife and asked, "Where did you get that from?" "It was inside the tree," Zero answered. "You punched a hole into the tree so you could retrieve this knife?" Han-sen was surprised, and so he asked for confirmation. Zero nodded. "How did you know this bony knife was inside that tree?" Han-sen asked. Zero had never been to this area of the second god's sanctuary before, so how could she know the knife was there? "It was calling for me." Zero swung the bone knife. Han-sen reached out his hand, attempting to grab the knife and saying, "Let me take a look," but Zero quickly withdrew her hand and snapped, "Don't touch it." "Why not?" Han-sen frowned, thinking Zero was behaving abnormally. "You will die," Zero said with a queasy amount of gravitas. Han-sen froze. He wasn't sure what she meant. Would he die if he touched it, or would she kill him if he laid a finger on it? Looking into Zero's clear eyes, Han-sen pondered which she meant. He was leaning towards the former, however, as he didn't believe Zero would simply kill him. Han-sen didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he returned his focus to the corpse of Son of Fate. He plundered his pockets in search of any notable loot he might have possessed. Son of Fate's body was not heavily clothed, and much of what he wore was already in tatters. After his body had dried up, the clothes were like loose strips of fabric crumpled across a twisted branch. There was nothing to be found. But when Han-sen looked at Son of Fate's back, he was shocked. The tattoo of the nine-life cat had completely disappeared. Han-sen checked every nook and cranny across his body, but he could not find anything remotely similar to the tattoo he had seen earlier. "Do you know who this man is?" Han-sen looked at Zero and posed the question. She shook her head. Han-sen believed she did not know anything, so he didn't ask again. He approached the coffin Son of Fate had been in. The coffin seemed to have been constructed from the wood of the local dark-haunted trees, but there was nothing else of significance. The coffin was empty. Unable to find anything there, Han-sen instead turned his attention to the Tree King and started walking in its direction. No longer did it drain Han-sen's life force, so he walked right up to it without trepidation. He observed the hole that Zero had punched into it, and noticed how eerie it looked. It seemed like an infinite abyss, where no light could reach. Looking back at Zero, he saw that she was just following him in the casual manner she always did. Gritting his teeth, Han-sen entered the hole. The interior of the tree was big, but there did not seem to be anything special on the inside. There was nothing notable there for Han-sen to find. Strange. Hansen frowned and looked at Zero. He wanted to ask her more questions, but it was unlikely she would answer him directly. Unable to find anything, Hansen decided to ride atop his golden growler and go off in search of the missing Lu Fong and Wang Jiangang. When he found them, they were still in shock, but uninjured. The curse of the woods seemed to have been lifted, so Hansen was able to lead them out. The dark-haunted trees and bugs did not look any different than they used to, but nothing prohibited their exit. In fact, they found the borders of the forest relatively soon. The forest was only a few hundred miles wide at the most. Lu Fong and Wang Jiangang's joy was only suppressed by their relief. After leaving the forest, they believed themselves incredibly fortunate to have survived in the forest all that time, including the dangers that had followed Han Sen's arrival. But still, an uneasy feeling over the ordeal had managed to latch itself onto Han Sen's mind. Zero's bloodbone knife had vanished from her hands. Too, Han Sen noticed after some time. He wasn't sure where she put it. If the 9-life cat's necklace is a relic of the Blood Legion, that means I will be able to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, Han Sen thought, excitedly. Although he had already learned the Dongshan Sutra, the more he learned the better. What's more, the strengths of the Blood Pulse Sutra could benefit his next in lineage, if he ever had a child. Han Sen followed the Blood Pulse Sutra and held the 9-life cat necklace for its practice. It took him half a month before he could label himself a beginner, so it was clearly going to take quite some time before he unlocked its first gene lock. He practiced it frequently, on his trip towards Blue Crystal Shelter, and 6 days later, he found a second-generation super creature down near a riverbank. It looked like a serpent WRM, and when it flew above the river, it attempted to eat Han Sen. Han Sen and the silver fox quickly beat it up, however, and because he had grown fond of smashing the skulls of his opponents lately, Han Sen made sure to turn into a silver ape to lay the smackdown. Super creature Riverbank WYRM killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen refined the WRM's life geno essence and received 6 super geno points. He only needed 2 more points to max out now. The flesh of the creature was shared between the silver fox and the fairy. Soon, I will reach the third god's shelter. I hope my luck holds out. Han Sen was a little worried, but he still had the lotus symbol on his forehead. He went to a nearby human shelter to restock his supplies and ask around for where he might find more super creatures. Han Sen heard a strange tale, one that seemed worth checking out. He was told of a mountain that was repeatedly thunderstruck, night and day. If there was a super creature there, it was most likely one that adhered to the elements of thunder. If that was true, then its slaying would prove beneficial to the silver fox. Han Sen made plans to travel to Thunder Mountain, but before he left, someone came looking for him. Mr. Han, we are from Angel Gene. We would like to request your aid in slaying a super creature. Provided you have the time, we are happy to discuss the price for such an appeal. Zhao Shuabin was one of Angel Gene's managers, and he smiled as he made the request. The Zhao family are indeed shameless. First, they want to kill me. Now they want my help. Han Sen could not help but laugh in his heart. His words told a different story, however, and he responded, "That depends on what super creature you're asking me to kill, and of course the price is mentioned. If you are willing to help us with this task, then rest assured, the price will bring a smile to your face." Zhao Shuabin spoke softly and paused. After a brief while, he continued on by saying, "We want you to help us kill the Thunderbull that resides on Thunder Mountain." Han Sen couldn't believe such a coincidence could transpire, as the Thunderbull was his target, too. "Sure. It'll cost you 100 high-class Angel Gene fluids," Han Sen said, with a puffed-up chest. "Oh, Mr. Han, don't you think that price is just a little bit unreasonable? You know high-class Angel Gene fluids require Royal Shura blood for their formulation. Our relationship with the Shura is bad enough, and so the procurement of this blood is difficult. 100 vials of Angel Gene fluid is too steep. Besides, we have our own team. We only require your assistance." We are not asking you to take on the super creature all by yourself. Zhao Shuabin blushed, undoubtedly feeling rather awkward over the proposition he had to decline. You said your offer would bring a smile to my face. 100 vials of angel gene fluid is what that would take. If you can't oblige my price, then go ask someone else, Han San said sternly. It was true that the number of vials of angel gene fluid in circulation and available for purchase was low lately. Rarely could anyone afford to buy them, even if they could be found. Han Sen's request for 100 of such vials was quite ludicrous, and it would eat out an entire month of Angel Gene's revenue. Mr. Han, your price is far too high. As much as I would like to, I cannot strike you this deal right now, but I will return to the Alliance and consult my supervisor, Zhao Shuabin suggested. I am leaving the shelter 1 hour from now, Han Sen said. Zhao Shuabin nodded and said, I'll be quick, so please wait. Han Sen thought the outrageous price he had suggested would be enough to scare them off and have them quit their intrusion. But unfortunately for him, Zhao Shuabin came back with a grin. He said, Our company accepts your price. I have the vials with me, but will require you to sign this contract. Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. He looked over the contract's contents and everything seemed to be in order. He looked at the crate of angel gene fluid and noticed it had been stamped with their proper official seal. If what was included within was not what he had requested, or if the angel gene fluid inside the vials was a cheap knockoff or a diluted variant of the liquid, he would be able to sue them. Okay. Han Sen signed the contract and accepted the 100 vials of angel gene fluid. When Han Sen left, a middle-aged man approached Zhao Shuabin and said, Manager Zhao, 100 vials of high-class angel gene fluid is far too expensive. Zhao Shuabin shook his head and replied, It's not as expensive as you think. We are unable to kill the bull ourselves, unfortunately. So we have no choice but to ask him. He is the only person who owns a super pet right now, after all. But again, this is 100 high-class vials of angel gene fluid. Couldn't we use those ourselves to kill the thunder bull? Lu Gui pleaded. Zhao Shuabin laughed and said, This thunder bull can unleash OE strikes. Even if we did manage to kill it, we'd incur far too many losses of personnel. We can lose the liquid, but we cannot lose our people. Asking Han Sen to do this, regardless of the price, is better for our future prosperity. We can always synthesize more of this liquid. It is only material. Louis Gouet nodded and did not say anything further, as it wasn't his place to make such decisions. Anyway, go and get yourself ready. We will depart alongside Han Sen soon. The slaying of this thunderbull will be good for us, and if the boy does happen to fail, then he'll have to return the vials of angel gene fluid to us. Anyway, it will be even better for us if he ends up grievously wounded. The dark light of murder flickered from Zhao Shuabin's eyes. Han Sen sent the angel gene fluid back to the Alliance, allowing Ji Yanran to hold onto it. There was no chance he'd be returning that crate. And in regards to the Thunderbull, he did not believe Angel Gene would make an honest deal. But if he could slay the creature, obtain the loot, and walk away with the fluid he had been offered, it was worth going with them. Anyway, Han Sen did not feel bad about doing bad things to the people of Angel Gene, if push came to shove. With Zero in tow, Han Sen went to rendezvous with the members of Angel Gene who were going to accompany him. Mr. Han, we are off to hunt a super creature. Are you sure it is appropriate of you to bring along a beautiful little girl? Zhao Shuabin mockingly suggested, upon laying eyes on Zero. It is only a super creature. She'll be fine, Han Sen said, as he stroked Zero's head. When Zhao Shuabin and Louis Gouet heard what he said, they choked on their words of rebuttal. They believed Han Sen was far too arrogant for his own good, but they held their tongues. They brought 8 people to accompany Han Sen on their journey to the mountain where they'd fight the bull. Zero followed Han Sen from behind as usual, and it didn't seem as if the events that transpired in the dark haunted forest had affected her in the slightest. She just continued to follow him, with greater accuracy than his own shadow. Started to rain, and the road grew muddy and tough. But to the collective that scaled the lands past the safety of the shelter, it was nothing. Han Sen, riding Golden Growler, summoned Spirit Owl to fly above them and shield Zero from the rain. The area was stuffed with dark storm clouds, and thunder rolled unceasingly. It was so loud that it muffled the sound of all else. And behind the clouds, the distant light show of flickering lightning bolts played out rhythmically. The silver fox seemed very excited, and he jumped on top of Golden Growler's head. He looked off into the distance, peering at Thunder Mountain. His eyes surveyed the lands, as if it was looking for something in particular. Boom! A lightning bolt streaked across the skies like the forming of a spider web, illuminating the wet, darkened land. Han Sen used the light to view the black peak they were headed towards. It was higher than any other mountain in the area, and it was so tall it was as if it connected to the very sky itself. All of the lightning seemed to come from that mountain, as if it was some natural, rocky lightning rod. Mr. Han, that is Thunder Mountain, home of the Thunderbull, Zhao Shuabin said, as he pointed towards the craggy peak. It took them half a day's travel, all in all, to reach the foot of Thunder Mountain. Every inch closer that they traveled, the dread that the treacherous mountain instilled increased. Lightning continued to flash in the skies, striking the peak a number of times. Each flash sent a number of broken rocks plummeting to the earth below. Weird. Why are there no creatures around? This is strange. Louis Gouet frowned. It is strange. The last time we came here, there were many other creatures. But this time we haven't seen a single one. Zhao Shuabin was confused, as well. Han Sen jovially thought to himself, duh, that's because of the silver fox. With this cute little blighter by my side, creatures pestering my travel are a thing of the past. It's better without them, isn't it? We can freely slay the Thunderbull. When Han Sen said this, he immediately began riding Golden Growler up the mountainside. In that case, we are depending on you, Zhao Shuabin politely said to Han Senator after Han Sen took off. Zhao Shuabin turned around and said to his men, be careful. The Thunderbull may appear at any second. Maintain vigilance. Yes, they all answered in unison. Slowly but surely, they ascended the mountain in Han Sen's dusty wake. Boom! Lightning continued to strike, and not once was there a lull in its rhythmic impacts. The thunder repeatedly struck the rocks of the mountain, emitting wild showers of sparks. Han Sen was ahead, but it wasn't long before he slowed down. The environment was fairly bad and unsuitable for haste. If this was the Thunderbull's home turf, he knew he'd have to be more careful, as he'd be at a disadvantage. The silver fox maintained its excitement by standing on Golden Growler's head, staring at the peak in the distance. It took them an hour of travel to reach the midway point of the mountain, but still, they had yet to come across the Thunderbull they were hunting. Manager Zhao, perhaps that bull is gone, Han Sen suggested to Zhao Shuabin. Zhao Shuabin wore a look of confusion, and he said, whenever we used to come here, it would quickly approach our intrusion at the foot of the mountain. Even if it was on the peak, it should have descended upon us long ago. Today's absence of the beast is strange, indeed. Did the Thunderbull really leave this place? Louis Gouet asked with concern. Let's keep going. Don't drop your guard though, just in case. Zhao Shuabin frowned. They had been meaning to slay this Thunderbull for quite some time. They had failed a number of times and lost many people in their previous attempts. The bull could cast fierce attacks, including AoE strikes. This was why they had to approach Han Sen and request his aid. They were at their wits' end. If the bull had truly gone, then it would be a great loss for them. The contract stated that if the bull had vacated the area, then Han Sen was eligible to keep half of the proposed vials of angel gene fluid. With great worry, they continued their ascent to the peak. All the while, the thunder became worse and worse. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck a rock that was only a few meters away from Han Sen. But the rock seemed indestructible, and it had not been harmed by the lightning. It was still perfectly smooth, and not a single blemish had been brought to it. As they went higher, the frequency of the lightning increased. After another hour's travel, one bolt struck a man called Feng Lin. He was struck while on his mount and he was almost killed outright. Heavily injured, the hair of his head had mostly been burnt away. He was shocked. Fortunately, The strike wasn't too strong, and the man managed to stand up after it occurred, much to the surprise of everyone. Everyone took extra care after that, summoning shields and protective armaments for defense against any more renegade bolts of lightning that sought to strike them. It was fortunate they did this as well due to the increased frequency of thunder and lightning. As they ascended, everyone suffered at least one lightning strike. Others were unfortunate enough to receive more than one. Only Han San and his companions did not get shocked, despite how large of a target the golden growler was. Strangely, the lightning ignored them for the duration of their travel. Han San acknowledged this was the work of the Silver Fox. Little Silver, the Thunder Master, could bend the will of lightning to avoid itself and its companions. Han San hugged the Silver Fox and quietly said, "Little Silver, could you draw more of the lightning over to them?" The Silver Fox looked at Han San and tilted its head, signifying its understanding of Han Sen's request. Then, a glint of evil birthed in its eyes. The Silver Fox jumped back away from Han Sen's chest, returning to Golden Growler's head. It looked at the thunder streaking across the sky. Boom! A lightning bolt struck perfectly atop Louis Gue's head. It shattered his armor and knocked him from his ride. He convulsed on the muddy ground, twitching in agony. Everyone stopped to check on his well-being. Fortunately for them, they had all unlocked their genes locks and were able to withstand such hits. Manager Zhao, the frequency of lightning increases as we ascend. It is likely we will all be injured before we reach the top, and if the bull does reside there, our ability to fight will be gone, Louis Gue said. Zhao Shuabin looked at the lightning in the sky, but he knew that if they turned back now, they'd be handing over the angel gene fluid to Han San for free. Then again, they could end up injured or even worse if they maintained their current course, just as Louis Gue said. Zhao Shuabin gave his conundrum some thought, but settled on saying, "We are not far from the peak. If we get there and do not find the bull, we will return immediately." After he said that, everyone mounted their rides again and continued up the treacherous slopes of the mountain. Following this, more and more lightning continued to strike, accurately hitting each of the Angel Gene members and injuring them. Han Sen looked ahead to the peak. He could not see anything there yet, but he began to sense a powerful life force stemming from there. He knew something had to be up there. He was just unsure whether or not it was the Thunderbull he had pledged to kill. Regardless of what it was, however, Han Sen did not think the others could make it. The Silver Fox's eyes flashed with silver, in a connection with the lightning that streamed across the skies. Every time a new bolt appeared, his eyes flashed silver and a scream would erupt from behind. "This is strange. Why has the lightning not harmed you once?" They were starting to suspect something was wrong, and after Louis Gue was struck again, he couldn't hold himself from confronting Han Sen. "Perhaps it is because I am not a wretched man who has committed several atrocities?" Han Sen coldly said. "You!" Louis Gue was quickly infuriated by the response he was given. He pointed his finger towards Han San and barked, "You must have done something." "Fine, I admit it. I made the lightning keep striking you. You weren't just unlucky. Okay? It was me. Are you satisfied?" Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. Louis Gue didn't know what to say. The thunder came from the sky, and Han Sen clearly didn't produce the lightning. Therefore, he didn't believe it was Han Sen and couldn't outright blame the man for doing what he had truthfully admitted to doing. "Mr. Han, you have misunderstood his meaning. We are wondering if you have a way of preventing the lightning from striking you. Perhaps if you share your method, we could avoid being struck as well. We might finish this adventure a little faster, too," Zhao Shuabin said. "I am a giver, not a receiver. So, believe me when I say I would be willing to share a method, if I had one. I truthfully haven't a clue why the lightning hasn't struck me or my lovelies," Han Sen responded. Zhao Shuabin frowned, thinking it highly unlikely for Han Sen to try to trick them. But if Han Sen really was simply lucky, that amount of luck seemed impossible. "You must have a beast soul to protect you from the lightning. Is that it?" Louis Gue rejoined the conversation with a raised finger and voice. "Wow, how rude. With such a disrespectful tone. I do not believe there is anything I can do for you," Han Sen said. "Well, If you don't have such a beast soul, how about you slow down and dismount, so we can all walk together? Louis Gouet firmly believed he had discovered the truth, and so he shouted out the suggestion. Zhao Shuabin looked at Han Sen, wondering what his response would be. Han Sen said, okay, sure, that's fine by me. Everyone put away their mounts and surrounded Han Sen like penguins. If Han Sen did have a beast soul to protect him from the thunder, they believed they ought to have been close enough for its protection to extend to them, too. 2 steps later, lightning struck Louis Gouet's head again. He fell on the ground like a sack of rocks. From the strength of the bolt that hit him, it seemed far more severe than the earlier strikes. The silver fox, in Zero's arms, bore a sinister grin. Everyone looked at Han Sen with a queer expression, and just as Louis Gouet was pulling himself back up, another person was struck by a thunderbolt. As they continued their ascent of the mountain, the thunder became worse. They were still 3 miles from the peak, and the lightning was already injuring the elites and making them too weary to go on. I do not believe this bullshit. Louis Gouet kept on walking, unable to believe that the thunder could not hit Han Sen. But the lightning kept striking the team, and most of them were injured. Han Sen and Zero hadn't suffered a single singed hair, by comparison. If Han Sen had protection, Zero should have been susceptible to the lightning strikes, too. But she hadn't been dealt any harm, and the lightning never touched her. The lightning only ever struck the Angel Gene members. It was very odd. It must be you. Arg. Louis Gouet was incredibly mad, and just as he turned to bark at Han Sen and start pointing more fingers, a bolt of lightning struck his head. His helmet was blown off and his face turned black. He dropped to the ground again, but this time he did not move. He had passed out, and he almost looked as if he was going to die. I told you, if you are unlucky, it is likely karma. If you do bad things will happen to you. In this case, you'll be struck by lightning. Han Sen coldly spoke down to Louis Gouet, who was on the ground. Mr. Han, can you please tell us why the thunder only attacks us? Don't tell me you are simply lucky. Luck of that breadth does not exist. Zhao Shuabin was starting to lose his patience now. The other people angrily stared at Han Sen, muttering mean words beneath their breath. What? You guys seriously want to fight me? If you do, come get some, Han Sen coldly said. Zhao Shuabin's people were all shocked. Although they all had angel gene fluid, they had all been severely injured by the repeated lightning strikes. Fighting Han Sen, who had a super pet, would be difficult to say the least. Zhao Shuabin did not want to use the liquid until the last second, so his face suddenly changed. With a forced smile he said, Mr. Han, you have misunderstood us once again. I was merely stating it has been an unlikely string of coincidences that have left you uncharred by the lightning strikes. But we are partners for the time being, and partners must exercise completely honesty with each other. Fine. Do you really want to know why the thunder won't touch me? Han Sen smiled. Yes, please tell us, Zhao Shuabin politely exclaimed. Han Sen did not answer verbally. He looked up and saw another thunderbolt, and as it descended, he threw his fist up high. Lightning came out from his fist and impacted the incoming bolt. The explosion that came as a result knocked everyone down onto the ground. They all looked pale, and many of them started heaving blood. They all looked upon Han Sen with shock, as if he was some god. They dare believe they can strike me? Han Sen said, and then ignored them, continuing his ascent of the mountain. The people looked on in disbelief. They quickly scrambled to their feet and followed Han Sen up to the peak as if they were his disciples. No longer did anyone think about using angel gene fluid to combat him. For a punch to sunder fires born on the wind was incredible, and they had clearly underestimated Han Sen's power. No matter how much angel gene fluid they injected into themselves, they did not believe they had what it took to take down Han Sen. The area that surrounded them was still getting battered by lightning, and fighting a person who commanded such lightning would be a fool's errand. They knew they wouldn't stand a chance. How can Sonic Thunder Punch be that powerful? It's stronger than what most surpassers can do, Feng Lin stated, shocked. Han Sen defeating Yu Kailand was not simply down to luck. His sonic thunder punch really is that scary, Zhao Xuebin said. What do? Do we just keep going? Feng Lin had lost his nerve and was prepared to escape, and he was not alone in that thought. They knew they weren't half as strong as Han Sen, so they did not dare continue forward. Zhao Xuebin sighed and said, Fine, we'll wait here. If the Thunderbolt is on the peak, Han Sen won't be able to hide his killing of it. Anyway, he can most likely do it solo. When everyone heard they would not have to reach the top to fight a super creature, they were washed with relief. They carried the dying Louis Gue away. Through the Silver Fox's protection, Han Sen and Zero had almost reached the top without trouble. Then he saw something. It's a super creature, and it isn't alone. Han Sen, seeing the peak ahead, looked surprised. On the thunder-wreathed mountaintop rested a silver thunder flower, and in its center, the bud flickered with gold electricity. Near the thunder flower were two super creatures locked in combat with each other. To the right was a 3-meter-tall bull. Its horns shimmered green and crackled with electricity, drawing more and more thunder down on the mountain like rain. To the left was a fox with 3 tails. Its snow-white tails wagged quickly, generating a field of lightning. It seemed to be able to control thunder as well. The two thunder element super creatures were currently in a standoff with one another. Neither moved forward. They just remained motionless, watching each other intensely, occasionally eyeing the catalyst of their animosity. The flower. I've hit the jackpot. Not only are there 2 second-generation super creatures here, but there's this wonderful little flower. The silver fox is in the money. When Han Sen viewed the scene, he became delightfully happy. The silver fox jumped out of Zero's arms with his eyes fixed on the thunder flower. Its previously elegant appearance had been eschewed in favor of hunger. But Han Sen grabbed it by the fur and pulled it back. The silver fox did its best to struggle, but Han Sen held it tightly in his arms. Han Sen knew the flower was something most desirable, and it'd be rich in nutrients for the silver fox. However, there were 2 super creatures ahead, and neither looked friendly or charitable. If the silver fox approached right now, it'd incite their ire. Han Sen would have been better off waving a red flag. That being said, Han Sen knew he had what it took to bring down both super creatures. He merely worried over the noise he might generate. If there was too much noise, it'd be difficult to hide it all from Zhao Xuebin, and Han Sen never planned on handing over the life geno essence of the bull. If they killed it, it would have been fine for them to have it if it was a first-generation super creature, but there was no chance he'd give up a second-generation's life geno essence. Little Silver, hush hush, there is no need to rush. Look closely, the thunder flower has not yet bloomed. If it was ready for consumption, I'm fairly sure those 2 creatures would be doing more than having a staring competition. Han Sen comforted the struggling silver fox. The words actually calmed the silver fox, and it quit trying to wriggle its way free. Still, it kept its eyes locked on the flower without blinking. Every now and again, lightning struck the center of the flower. Whenever this occurred, the flower was not harmed. In fact, it appeared to become brighter and more lively looking after every strike and shock. It seemed as if it could consume electricity. In the center of the flower, a golden thunderfruit grew. It was currently about the size of an average egg. Gold lightning flickered across it, shimmering in a condensed spectacle that was reminiscent of an aerial view of the galaxy. I wonder how long it'll take for this fruit to mature? As Han Sen observed it, he was unsure when it would mature. Though it clearly wasn't ready yet, judging from the behavior of the 3-tailed fox and the thunderbull, if it had matured by now, one would be tearing out the other's throat for sure. Han Sen summoned his spirit owl and death knell. Then, he placed the fairy in a position of potential ambush. With Zero and the silver fox, Han Sen returned down the mountain a bit. Like a troublesome child, the silver fox wasn't keen to leave the flower unattended. It went into a fit of struggling, but still Han Sen was able to carry him down. He couldn't leave him up there, as he did not want to evoke suspicion from Zhao Xuebin. If Han Sen killed the super creatures, he could retrieve their goods but would have to return the angel gene fluid. That is, unless he never wanted to return to the Alliance again. So he hatched a scheme. If he returned to them now and reported his findings of there being no super creature atop the mountain, he could keep 50 of the vials of angel gene fluid. With his 3 pets up there, killing the 2 super creatures shouldn't prove too difficult, either. Han Sen, with the silver fox in his arms and Zero in tow, descended the sharp slope of the peak towards Zhao Shuabin and his men. He told them he had not seen the Thunderbull on the peak. The Thunderbull really isn't there? Someone didn't put much stock in Han Sen's false claim. Go have a look yourself if you don't believe me, Han Sen said. Zhao Shuabin was feeling very awkward, right now. Neither of them dared to reascend the mountain, but if they went home at this point, they had no choice but to pay Han Sen 50 angel gene fluids. It was a significant loss. The thunder was their biggest concern with climbing back up, and they believed it took flying off the table, too. If they were shocked while flying, they'd plummet to the ground and potentially die. You guys continue looking around for that Thunderbull. Remember, you have 7 days to find it, before having to hand over the sweet 50% of that angel gene fluid. After Han Sen said this, he started walking away. Hang on, we'll go take a look then. Zhao Shuabin stopped Han Sen. He couldn't go back to angel gene empty-handed, so he had to ascend the mountain in its entirety or at least risk life and limb trying to. Sure. I'll wait for you here. Han Sen found a rock and then sat down. He was not hopeful in their success of scaling the rest of the mountain and seeing what was actually up there. Even without the Silver Fox's thunder pranks, it wasn't likely they could get close. There were 2 thunder super creatures up there, and a thunder flower to boot. No ordinary person could get near. The Silver Fox had given Han Sen's super pets a buff to prevent lightning from hitting them. That was how they could safely remain on the peak. Unless the fruit matured and the super creatures started fighting, the people were unlikely to see or catch a whiff of the bull. Zhao Shuabin only brought a few people with him, those who had suffered the least damage from the lightning. When they reached an area with much lightning, they used angel gene fluid to rush up the peak. They did not dare go slow. They wanted all of this to be over as soon as possible, so they ran up as fast as their legs could carry them. One look at the peak to confirm the bull wasn't there was all they needed. Things seemed fine in the beginning, and the angel gene fluid seemed to strengthen them enough to withstand the strikes of lightning. But when they were within 1 kilometer of the peak, the lightning grew a lot worse. Boom! 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 Han Sen squinted his eyes as he sat on the rock. Then he heard a lot of thunder. The lightning was like a heavy downpour, and it was quite scary to hear. Han Sen did not feel any sympathy for Angel Gene's people, so he casually stroked the restless silver fox and smiled. Not long after, Zhao Shuabin and his people returned with pitch-black faces. Their hair had been mostly burnt off, and smoldering patches of ruined skin riddled their bodies. They looked bad. Mr. Han, the Thunderbull is there atop the peak. We saw it, Zhao Shuabin happily exclaimed to Han Sen. The others excitedly chimed in, saying, Mr. Han, the bull is there on the peak. Please, go and slay it. You really saw the Thunderbull? Han Sen eyed Zhao Shuabin curiously. Yes, Mr. Han. Please hurry. Do not let it get away. Zhao Shuabin hastily responded. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He knew they hadn't seen the Thunderbull, for they did not have what it took to scale the peak. If they had seen the Thunderbull, they would have also mentioned the 3-tailed fox and the Thunderflower. They were purposely lying to Han Sen. Knowing this, Han Sen still smiled and said, I understand how you feel, but let's be honest. There is no bull up there. For me to go back up there would be nothing more than a waste of time. Mr. Han, we really saw the bull. Zhao Shuabin was still determined to make Han Sen believe they had seen the bull. They each pleaded for Han Sen to go up and slay it, but Han Sen knew what they were planning. If there was a bull up there and Han Sen did not kill it, they could claim Han Sen violated the contract, and they would not have to pay Han Sen with the vials of angel gene fluid. If this matter was taken to court, they wouldn't be able to prove a thing, but that wouldn't matter. Even if their claims were thrown out the airlock, it would still be enough to tarnish Han Sen's reputation. Now, are you sure you saw the bull? Han Sen asked with a smile. It is up there. We weren't mistaken, Zhao Shuabin said. And you're sure it's the Thunderbolt? Hansen asked. Yes, unmistakably, Zhao Shuabin quickly answered. And there was nothing else? Hansen asked. Nope, nothing. Just the bull. Zhao Shuabin believed Hansen was testing his claim. Then I will go and slay it. Hansen promptly stood up and started walking off towards the peak again. Zero and the silver fox went with him. When Hansen arrived at the peak, the three-tailed fox and the bull were still there, locked in their staring competition. Hansen summoned Little Angel and commanded to both her and the silver fox, "Kill the bull first, guys." After that, Hansen's combined force of sonic and thunder powers coursed this body to gather in his fists. When primed, he took aim at the bull. The little angel flew up high with eyes aflame of a green fire and swung her great sword towards the bull. Death Knell also went airborne, ready to trap the bull in its tolling maw. Meanwhile, the spirit owl hooted menacingly on its way towards its given target. The silver fox gleamed with silver electricity, transforming into a thunderfox. It leapt towards the bull fiercely. When the bull took notice of the large host of super creatures bearing down on it, it looked ready to scream in fright. Pang! Sonic thunder punch exploded, drowning out all other sounds, the desperate cry of the bull included. Following that force, it couldn't muster the composure necessary for another cry for a long time to come. Little Angel's sword slashed across his neck, forming a deep crevice from which blood cascaded. Before it could make a sound, something muted the bull's voice box. Hansen's flaming Rex spike had been shoved deep into its throat, drilling with a mutilating force and a green flame. The silver fox and the spirit owl now struck the thunderbolt in unison, delivering a multitude of deep lacerations across its flesh, draining its blood. The thunderbolt tried to gather lightning to discharge and dispel its attackers, but beneath the barrage of fierce hits, it couldn't do a thing. The next moment, Death Knell appeared on top of it. Although it moved slowly, the thunderbolt could not escape amidst the artillery of assault it was incurring. The Death Knell successfully landed on top of it. Dong! Dong! The Death Knell tolled for the injured bull, and in its devastated state, it could not withstand the sound. Its face began to bleed and its entire body began to dry, crack, and ooze. When the bell arose, Little Angel delivered one final strike to the Thunderbull's head. Super creature Thunder Devil Bull killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Upon witnessing the bull's massacre, the three-tailed fox had frozen. It initially believed it was only the two of them who were vying for the fruit, and it didn't expect so many horrible creatures to suddenly appear and slay its sole competitor. Super creatures were intelligent, and upon seeing its situation, the three-tailed fox did not dare remain. Quickly fled the mountaintop. Hansen commanded Little Angel to chase after it, but not kill it. He wanted it to pursue Zhao Shuabin and his people down the mountain. Hansen and Zero followed after the fox as well. The silver fox, Death Knell, and Spirit Owl remained atop the mountain to guard the flower and the dead bull's corpse. Zhao Shuabin heard the sounds of battle drifting down from the peak, and with great glee, he said, Hansen was lying. The Thunderbull was indeed up there. Pa! It is lucky our little scheme worked. He is too much of a noob to try to trick people like us. You can't con men. I hope Hansen and the bull both end up injured. If that happens, we can kill them both at once, Feng Lin excitedly said. Amidst everyone's happiness, a snow-white shadow began to descend from the mountaintop, ready to sour their mood. They initially believed it to be the bull coming down, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was not the bull. It was a fox with 3 tails. Oh no! Run! Run for your lives! Zhao Shuabin's face dropped like a sack of rocks, and he quickly yelled for everyone to flee. Even if they used their angel gene fluid, they couldn't outrun the fox. And not long after, the fox caught up with them. It swung its 3 tails and wrapped them around one person, electrifying him into charcoal. Hansen and Little Angel caught up and pulled the fox away from the angel gene runaways. Zhao Shuabin and his people were currently in terror. Not wanting to stay and fight, they kept on running. The three-tailed fox was savagely attacked by the tag team of Han San and Little Angel. All the while they descended the mountain. Although the three-tailed fox was powerful, it didn't stand a chance against Han San and Little Angel. It wasn't long before its fur was painted red with blood. The foe would soon be vanquished. The fox acted as if it knew it was dying. And suddenly, it started running back up the hill towards the peak instead. Is this thing crazy? Why is it running back? Han San asked himself in surprise. Mr. Han, kill it, Zhao Shuabin called back, as he watched the fox ascend the mountain again. Han San coldly replied, I won't kill it. This has nothing to do with you. You wanted the thunderbolt, right? All I saw up there was this thunderous fox, and it is my prey. After that, Han San ignored the terrified collective and brought Little Angel and Zero along with him in pursuit of the fox that was headed back up the mountain. After Han San chased the three-tailed fox back to the mountaintop, the body of the bull had all disappeared. Not even the life geno essence remained. The silver fox was licking its lips happily. When the three-tailed fox reached the peak, it howled. It ran in front of the silver fox and leaned down with its paws outstretched, as if it was begging for mercy. The silver fox observed the three-tailed fox's bloodied tails and then leapt on its head, as if it was going to tell Han Sen, This guy belongs to me now. Bastard! You ate the thunderbolt and didn't even save me the life geno essence. Now you are giving yourself a companion. Han Sen looked disheartened. The silver fox spat out silver lightning to heal the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox trembled in fear, and in response, the silver fox looked smug. It jumped into Han Sen's arms and then rubbed its head against his chest, as if it was trying to tell him to forgive the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox seemed intelligent, and it knelt in front of Han San as if it wanted to obey him, too. I was going to feed it to you anyway. Keep it and spare the cannibalism, then. Han San then pointed at the three-tailed fox and said, Your name is Three-Tail. You got it? Now, follow me. The three-tailed fox was well behaved, and it quickly followed as ordered. Han San returned his beast souls, and with the silver fox in his arms and Zero behind him, they rode the three-tailed fox down the mountain. Zhao Shuabin's people were now in a state of boredom, waiting. That soon changed when they saw the three-tailed fox reappear, heading right for them again. Upon closer inspection, however, they noticed Han San and Zero were riding it. Seeing that menacing fox to be now ridden calmly, they were shocked. I couldn't find the bull. But look, I found a fox. Thanks for telling me to return to the peak. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten myself a new ride. Han San reclined on the fox's back and smiled at them. Their disbelief was marred by the ugly looks of anger. Their excursion looked set to have them returning empty-handed, since they had failed to slay their bull. Han Sen, on the other hand, was going to walk away far wealthier. It's a super creature. By the sanctuaries. How can it obey a human? Zhao Shuabin may have been angered, but he couldn't help but respect Han San for being able to tame a super creature like so. Now that I have the three-tailed fox, I can offer you protection from the lightning. I can lead you up to the peak if you'd like. Do you fancy going? Han Sen gave the people his balmiest smile. Yes, please. Zhao Shuabin was still not quite ready to throw in the towel. Let's go, then. Han Sen rode the fox and led them up to the mountaintop. He did not make them suffer this time, and their travel was without hindrance. Only the thunder flower remained, and all traces of the bull had vanished. But seeing the thunder flower, Zhao Shuabin and his people became greedy again. We came here in search of the thunder bull, but alas, we could not find it. But this flower looks special. Do you think I can take this flower as a souvenir and gift it to my supervisor? He might like it. Zhao Shuabin made his request. It is not owned by anyone, and it belongs to any who chooses to take it, Han Sen said. Zhao Shuabin was surprised by Han Sen's words, but he quickly thought something was amiss. He had an unshakable feeling that Han Sen would never be so kind as to allow them to take something so unique. But a treasure had indeed been put before him, and he would do anything to own it. He thought about it for a bit and then allowed Feng Lin to collect it, not daring to go himself. Feng Lin had similar thoughts to Zhao Xuabin, and was also afraid to approach the flower. Still, he had no choice but to obey the order he had been given. He approached the flower and then touched it. Gold lightning burst forth from the bud and electrocuted him. Zhao Xuabin was shocked, in a different way. He smiled at Han San and said, "Mr. Han, the three-tailed fox you have can command thunder. May we request that it collect the flower on our behalf?" "Manager Zhao, do you think such a thing is possible?" Han Sen coldly said. Zhao Xuabin said, "Our contract was to kill the bull, but the bull is no longer here. Can we perhaps change the terms so it references us collecting this flower instead? A contract is a contract. You can't go changing it whenever you please. I came here to hunt this phantom bull of yours, and I have no concern for anything other than that." Han Sen was familiar with how obscene the Zhao family could be, so he wasn't too surprised by their absurd request. Zhao Xuabin obviously wanted to say something, but Han Sen turned around to leave. The people quickly remembered that the three-tailed fox was shielding them from the lightning. If they upset Han Sen, they thought he could very well allow it to electrocute them. Thinking of that, Zhao Xuabin kept his mouth closed and did not say anything more. Han Sen then led them down the mountain and returned to the mountaintop by himself again, so he could wait for the fruit to mature. Zhao Xuabin knew Han Sen was returning for the sole purpose of obtaining the flower for himself, but he also knew he was helpless to stop him. They had no choice but to pack up and go home. A day later, on the peak of Thunder Mountain, the fruit grew to the size of a fist. A lot of lightning continued striking the fruit, and there was a notable increase in the strength of its pleasant fragrance with each lightning strike. Countless booms of thunder rumbled over the fruit over the course of a day, and before long, it shone gold like a thunderbolt itself. The final thunderbolt hit the fruit, and after it did, the dark clouds of the sky dissipated. The wind and the rain stopped, and the only elemental threat that remained was the golden thunderfruit itself. The silver fox leapt out of Han Sen's arms but did not rush to eat the fruit. It approached it, and then walked around it, as if it was contemplating something. After walking a few circles around it, the silver fox looked at Han Sen and then looked back at the fruit. It opened its mouth and swallowed it in one large mouthful. Boom! The golden lightning exploded inside the silver fox's tummy and burned his entire body, making him look like burnt wood. Han Sen was shocked and almost wanted to rush to its aid. But luckily, his Dongxian aura was able to detect its life force was actually getting stronger. He remained where he was and did not approach. From inside the silver fox's charred body, a gold light burst forth. The strength of the light gradually increased, and the brighter it got, the darker its body became. Soon after, the silver fox's body was like smoldering charcoal, with veins of red running along its black body. Suddenly, dark clouds reappeared, shadowing the land once more. A black bolt of thunder struck the now black fox. Catcha! The silver fox's body cracked. Catcha! Another black bolt came from the sky, and this happened a multitude of times. After the ninth occurrence, the clouds departed as quickly as they had come. Boom! A white lightning cloud then appeared in the sky, erupting with more bolts of thunder. They were all aimed at the silver fox's breaking body. After striking the fox 9 more times, this cloud also disappeared from wherever it came from. After that, the same thing happened again and again with 6 other clouds. Strangely, they were all of a different color. There were green, red, purple, blue, gold, and silver clouds, all in all. Each cloud hit the silver fox with a thunderbolt 9 times. And with each strike, the silver fox's body became stronger. But then, on the final strike, the silver fox's body was broken into pieces. Its flesh had hardened, only to shatter like bits of glass. Only its skeleton remained. The bones were shining with lightning. Boom! Another lightning bolt streaked across the sky, but this was like a pillar, heading directly downwards as if to crush the silver fox's motionless bones. Howl! The silver fox finally made a sound, but beneath the light of that holy pillar, the flesh of its prior composition began to return. The howl it made was sad enough to break someone's heart. When the fox first shattered, it did not make a noise, but it did when being reborn. The pain must have been far more excruciating. More and more lightning flashed across its rebirthing body, and slowly, the silver fox's new appearance was revealed. It was like a silver lightning fox, and now it was bearing the crushing weight of the pillar of light. The silver lightning of the fox was like a fire, and when the silver fox howled, the fire pushed up against the pillar. Boom! The area was consumed by a grand discharge of electricity. Han-san and the three-tailed fox had to move a great distance away and watch the transformation from afar. Boom! Perhaps it was because there was too much lightning, but half of Thunder Mountain collapsed. And amidst the ruin and rubble, the silver fox howled again. The silver lightning sundered the light pillar and went even further, lighting up the entire sky. Boom! The silver lightning broke the sky, literally cracking it open. Inside the cracks, Han-san saw many strange things. Han-san saw a palace and strange flora. He even saw a tree with an angel perched on one of its branches. From inside those cracks, a phantom force of pressure burst forth to push him down on the ground. His power still wasn't at a high enough level to resist that pressure. Hal! The silver fox looked at Han-san and called out to him. Han-san looked at the silver fox and their eyes locked onto each other. From what Han-san could see in the silver fox's eyes, it was conflicted. Han-san thought the silver fox was going to summon the gate to the third god's sanctuary like the holy rhino or empty which had. But it didn't take long for that assumption to change. The silver fox hadn't summoned a spirit. Instead, it had forced open a crack between both sanctuaries to force his way beyond. Hal! The silver fox looked up to the sky and the cracks began to reduce in size. Then, it looked back to Han-san as if it was going to miss him. Little Silver, go. I'll find you. We'll be together again real soon. Han-san did his best to stand up, but could not. He gathered all the power he could to generate sonic thunder powers. But even with that power, however, he could not make a squeak. The silver fox had evolved, and if it remained in the second god's sanctuary, its body would be tainted and end up in a far worse state than it currently was. It would have to leave this place before the cracks closed. Although Han-san wanted to go with it, it was impossible for him to even budge. Hal! The silver fox yelped in the direction of its master once more, and as it inched itself towards the cracks, it made sure to keep looking back at Han-san. I will look for you soon, little Silver. Wait for me. Han-san witnessed the cracks beginning to seal, and so he spoke aloud one last time to the silver fox that looked back at him. The silver fox nodded, and then it turned back to face the portal. Its body morphed into silver lightning and was drawn inside. Boom! The crack closed shut, and the pressure that had forced Han-san to the ground vanished. Still, he did not immediately get back on his feet. His heart had been dealt a blow he had almost never had to deal with. Ever since he watched the birth of Little Silver, he had spent most of his time alongside it. It was a genuine companion, and now that it was gone, it hurt. Han-san vowed to do whatever it took to find the silver fox again. But the third god's sanctuary was a massive, sprawling place. It was largely unexplored and human development was slow there. Unless he was tremendously lucky, Han-san feared it might take years for the two to reunite. Fuck. I know I shouldn't worry. I'll find him no matter where he ends up. I'll cut down anyone or anything that tries to stop me from reuniting with him. Han-san was going to consider this an oath. A vow he would swear to uphold. Looking up to the sky, he shouted, Little Silver, hold on. I'm going to look after you. No matter what it takes. After cheering himself up, he returned to the nearest human shelter and went back to the Alliance. In accordance with the contract, he returned half of the Angel Gene fluid to Angel Gene. He wouldn't play nice with those people, ever. But before he hit the road again, he spoke to his mother and informed her of his plan. Han-san was going to give her most of his beast souls and the super creatures he had claimed. It would have been even better if she could go to Moment Shelter. for if she did, he could move on to the third god's sanctuary without worry. If you visit the third god's sanctuary, do not let the spirits know that you have an association with the Luo family, Luolan said calmly after hearing his plans. Why? Hansen asked, not understanding. Your great-grandfather was renowned for his cruelty in the third god's sanctuary. Every spirit there will hate him with a passion. If you don't want a perpetual bounty on your head, keep your familial tie to him a secret. But since you didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Luolan smiled. This is bad. When Hansen heard this, his heart jumped. He knew he'd have no problem keeping it a secret, but he was aware that the Zhao family hated him. He feared they would send word to the spirits of the third god's sanctuary about who Hansen's ancestor was. Hansen told Luolan the story of what had transpired between him and the Zhao family over time, and when Luolan heard this, she said, the third god's sanctuary is enormous. There are few humans there, and lesser still are capable of traveling. Unless you are extremely unlucky and spawn near the Zhao family, you shouldn't have too many problems. And when you enter the third god's sanctuary, you are eligible for a name change. Even if they know you are out there in the third god's sanctuary someplace, they will only know your name. Your precise location will be unknown to them. Luolan did not seem to be worried at all. I suppose you're right, Mom. Hansen felt reassured with his mother's comfort. Luolan then said, you don't have to come find me, by the way. I can travel to Moment Shelter by myself. No, Mom. I should come and pick you up. It is too dangerous for you to venture there alone, Hansen quickly responded. You underestimate the talents of your mother. Just stick to doing your own thing. I'll be fine. Luolan gave another warm smile. Although Hansen wanted her to wait for him, she insisted on going by herself. Knowing his mother's determination, Hansen knew he'd have no choice but to accept, agree, and respect her decision. There was nothing he could do save speed up his own journey to visit her. The sooner he met her, the less danger she would have to face on her own. He knew she was powerful, but it was natural for him to worry over her well-being. Hansen wasn't in much of a mood to kill any more creatures, so his journey there was defined by one thing, and one thing only, power walking. Unless he stumbled across a creature that could benefit his pets, he was too lazy to fight. After walking for an entire month, Hansen came across a second-generation wolf king out on a moor. To get it, Hansen had to slay its entire wolf pack. He didn't get a beast soul, but he was able to finally max out his super geno points. After another 3 months of walking, Hansen finally met up with Luolan. They spent 4 months traveling back to Moment Shelter, where he let Luolan to handle the affairs of the shelter. Now, Hansen could focus on moving up to the third god's sanctuary. Throughout his time on the road, Hansen also spent time practicing his Blood Pulse Sutra. His body received a great many changes, and he was close to breaking its first gene lock. Hansen planned on finishing the first tier and then becoming a surpasser. He also wanted to level up the fairy, too. She wouldn't listen to anyone but Hansen, so he thought she'd only bring mischief if she was to remain in Moment Shelter without him. Hansen was going to try and get her to the third god's sanctuary, to avoid her being a nuisance in his absence. As for the three-tailed fox, Big Black, Small Back, and Little White, they were all well-behaved. Even if Hansen wasn't around, they would follow Luolan's commands. That, alongside the super beast souls he was going to give her, would guarantee that Luolan would have no problem keeping the shelter secure. Aside from Little Angel and his Devilant King armor, Meowth and Golden Growler, Hansen gifted all of his beast souls to Luolan. Hansen worried people might recognize the Devilant King armor that Dollar had used, and that's why he decided to bring it with him. After everything he had experienced so far, he knew his beast souls wouldn't be of much use in the third god's sanctuary. Even his shape-shifting silver-blood macaque beast soul was useless to him now. It could boost him to a fitness level of 300, yes, but once he became a surpasser, his fitness level would reach 600. Hansen's body wasn't weaker than the silver-blood macaque. He had reached a fitness level of 300, but his king spirit body did not activate. He thought it would most likely activate after he became a surpasser. So Han-san spent his time practicing with his Bloodpulse Sutra and taking the Crystal Palace out for deep-sea dives. Down there, he searched for water element super creatures to aid the fairy's development. Han-sen had a creature in mind, too, the blue seahorse. Unfortunately for him, however, it took him a long time to find it. He eventually did come across it, though, in the blackest depths of the sea. It had 2 little seahorses alongside it, and although Han-san could have slain them all, he chose not to. It was difficult to produce second-generation super creatures, and since Han-san did not need them anymore, he let them go. It turned out that the blue seahorse's element was fire. It was useless for the fairy. A year passed, and the fairy had still not evolved. But in that time, he had managed to open the first gene lock of the Bloodpulse Sutra. Surprisingly, and disappointingly, the Bloodpulse Sutra was a bit of a letdown. It turned out to be weaker than he expected it to be. Aside from a simple strengthening of his body, it had no real utility. It was worse than the Dongshan Sutra and Jade Skin by a long shot. Does this sutra only affect your kin? Han-san reviewed the Bloodpulse Sutra again, but felt as if there had been a mistake. It should have been far better than what he was seeing. Han-san did feel as if his body had changed, though. Still, he couldn't pinpoint where or what exactly had changed. Half a month after this, Han-sen killed a water element monster. After the fairy ate its body and the life geno essence, she started to evolve. When fairy evolved, she made a whirlpool in the water and turned into ice, freezing the Crystal Palace at the same time. The sanctuary door opened in the air, and a spirit walked out to approach fairy. Unlike the silver fox, who was hesitant to leave, the fairy spared no time in accompanying the spirit. Gleefully, she raced straight towards it. Ungrateful bitch. Han-san felt as if he had been used and cast aside. He felt as if his kindness had all been in vain. As this occurred, Han-sen was in the Crystal Palace. The spirit that came through the door did not see Han-sen when it took the fairy back across the gate. But before the fairy went beyond the gate, she made a mocking face towards the Crystal Palace. Fine, whatever. Go ahead. This place is better off without you. Han-sen sighed. Although he said that, he actually missed her. Now, the gourd was the next thing Han-sen could not let go of. He couldn't bring it with him, and neither was it birthing. Han-sen had tried everything, including feeding it a copious amount of super creature blood, but it no longer absorbed any. Han-sen had no clue how to get it open. If I am unable to find a way to bring you out of your shell, I am going to have to leave you here in the second god's sanctuary. Han-sen touched the gourd in his hand and spoke to it. He thought the situation with the gourd was unfair. He knew the gourd was a treasure, and it possessed the 6 cog armaments inside it. Leaving them behind in the second god's sanctuary would be a grand waste. If the silver fox was able to break the sky and go to the third god's sanctuary, does that mean I can use the same method to cross over? If I could, then I could at least take the gourd with me, Han-sen thought to himself. But Han-sen knew he needed the right timing to pull off something like that. He couldn't just tear the skies asunder willy-nilly. The silver fox had been in the right place at the right time. The little blighter ate the fruit, and that was the catalyst for its ascension. Right now, no matter how strong Han-sen had become, he could not break the fabric of the skies. For a human to break through the very atmosphere was almost unheard of, and not even demigods had been reported to have achieved such a feat. The only person Han-sen had heard of doing such a thing was the creator of the Dongshan Sutra, Dong Xuanzi. The silver fox's ascension seemed like bottled lightning, as in, it was a perfect storm of factors that led to it being able to access the third god's shelter. Han-sen was not in a rush to be a surpasser just yet, however. His 4-year service in the army would be over soon, and he planned on leveling up once he had finished his service. Although Ji Yanran repeatedly mentioned her desire for marriage after his service in the army was over, Han-sen kept on delaying it. He was afraid of accessing the third god's sanctuary and dying, leaving her a widow. Perhaps the Zhao family would not forget their feud, and would manage to spread the rumor that he was actually from the Luo family. But even if that did not happen, the lotus symbol on his forehead still worried him. The Ji family was hoping, after Han-sen finished his term of service, he could be a military sergeant. With the Ji family's power, they could easily establish a career for him in the military. But Han Sen rejected their offers, wanting to retire and be free for a time. He wanted to go home and spend time with his mother and little sister, and then move on to the third god's sanctuary. On this day, Han Sen felt a vibration stemming from his sea of soul. The Aqua Reaper beast's soul died, and then disappeared. It looks like he escaped. Han Sen wore a complicated expression, but he was not surprised. Ning Yu was no ordinary person. He had been possessed by the Aqua Reaper, but still, he had never passed on any useful information. It was only a matter of time until he managed to escape it. That being said, Han Sen had thought he would have escaped sooner. There had not been much important news in the alliance recently. The Zhao family was still a favored name, but their production of high-class angel gene fluid was slowly winding down. Dong Lin's pet pills, on the other hand, had started to receive more good feedback. Their prices began to rise in response to the growing demand, and in time it was wagered they could compete against angel gene fluid. The pet pills Han Sen and Ji Ruojian bought were purchased at a good time, and had they wanted the same quantity now, it would have cost them a dozen times more. Crazier yet, the prices were still on an upward trajectory. It was difficult to purchase large quantities of the pet pills these days. Dong Lin's production was not enough to serve and meet the demand of the alliance. The people of the Ji family, who did not invest in the pills when it was first suggested to them by Ji Ruojian, were regretting their mistake deeply. After retiring, Han Sen went to Roca Planet and stayed at home for some time. He spent a few days with his mother and little sister, and then spent time with Zhang Danfeng. He did whatever he wanted to, in addition to researching what he could about the third god's sanctuary. Going there would be difficult, and even Han Sen's mother was not confident she herself could survive there. That was why she never chose to become a surpasser. Although Han Sen's chances of survival were better than most, all it would take was an unlucky roll of the dice to twist his fate. If he ended up in a high-level spirit shelter where the spirit despised him, he'd be killed without trouble. There'd be nothing he could do to escape such a fate. Han Sen enjoyed the days of relaxation as best as he could. He had a lion most days, and it was freeing for him not to worry about training or hunting more super creatures. For once he had true peace of mind. He frequently spent time practicing with little Yen too. She had developed into a pretty young girl now, and in 3 years, she'd enter the first god's sanctuary. With Han Sen's reputation, it did not matter where she ended up. She'd be taken good care of. There was no need for Han Sen to worry about her well-being as much as he once had. He saw a lot of himself in little Yen. She was very independent and strong, the clear result of having been raised by a single mother. Without someone taking care of her, she could still survive and most likely thrive. But little Yen was just a girl, and that was different than Han Senator. It would be better if someone could take care of her, because Han Sen didn't want her to suffer. Han Sen did go back to the sanctuary, every now and then, to check on his gourd. It looked the same as it always did, and there was no sign of it changing. Han Sen stayed at his home for a month, and when he went back to the sanctuary, he went to visit the evolution pool. He stood next to it and removed his clothes. With the gourd in hand, he jumped in. He did not know if the pool could work for the gourd, but there was no harm in trying. Han Sen really wanted to bring the gourd with him, because if he didn't, he'd lose all the astounding weapons that were inside it. Heaven knew who would end up owning them one day. The evolution pool was like an endless, aquatic abyss. It was like a black hole. Han Sen's body continued to fall, as if he was being dropped into a bottomless vacuum. The composition of his body began to melt away, as his flesh decomposed. Han Sen did not feel any pain, and he could not see or hear anything. It felt as if his body was being reborn. It felt as if he was in purgatory, soon to be graced with a new life. Evolution successful. You have achieved the rank of surpasser. You have gained an additional 100-year lifespan. Your super body has evolved. Super King Spirit. Han Sen Super Body Super King Spirit. Title: Surpasser. Lifespan: 400. Next evolution requirement: 100 Geno points. Own Geno points 0. Han Sen was pushed to the surface of the water as he heard the announcement, informing him of his success in evolving. before Han Sen could admire his new surpassor body. However, he felt his left hand becoming overwhelmed by a pulsing power. The gourd in his left hand was vibrating like mad. The gourd was trembling in Han Sen's hand. At its tip, a black hole-like distortion had manifested, warping the very dimension around it. Is something going to be born from the gourd now? Did the evolution pool really help it? Han Sen was excited, looking at the gourd. While he was thinking, a black light burst forth from the gourd to sunder the atmosphere like a blade. A lesion was torn in the fabric of space, and a powerful force of suction came from it. Before he could react, Han Sen and the gourd were both sucked inside. Boom! Han Sen felt as if the world was spinning, or as if he had been tossed into a tumble dryer. He felt a crushing force descend upon him, and amidst his rolling, he felt as if he wanted to throw up but could not. He wanted to scream, but no voice came out. He felt his body being forced into the painful, compact shape of a ball. Time did not seem to exist in the place he had ended up, and the pain he suffered felt as if it had lasted an entire century, despite truly lasting only a few seconds. Pang! Han Sen was suddenly released from that agonizing pain, and he was dropped to the cold comfort of the ground. After the fall, he could not help but yell, "Ouch!" His body was in anguish, and when he moved, he could feel a number of broken bones about his body, in addition to his torn organs. A slight movement was all it took to make him feel as if 1,000 knives were stabbing him all at once. It was fortunate Han Sen was as powerful as he was. Any ordinary surpasser would have died at first contact with this place. Han Sen wanted to cast his Dongxian Sutra, to simulate the holy light and heal himself, but he couldn't. The blood flow of his entire body was messed up, and he was unable to cast a single skill. Oh no! Am I going to die like this? Han Sen felt as if his organs were bleeding. His entire body had been battered and broken, and if he did not receive any remedial aid, he'd soon die. Being unable to cast a single skill, he could not heal himself. And with the pain that came with moving, he couldn't do anything but wait to die. Gourd, you got me killed. Han Sen spoke to the gourd beside him, as his heart sank. But then, Han Sen realized that despite all the wounds he had incurred, and the lesions that had opened up across his body, he wasn't bleeding externally. All the wounds had scabbed, and as for the internal bleeding he could feel, nothing ill was coming of it. The blood that came from the organs did not swell up someplace, but instead managed to flow around his body even without the pumping of his heart or blood vessels. Blood Pulse Sutra? Han Sen was delighted at the sudden realization, and so he cast it. As he did, he prayed and hoped, this must work. He easily cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, and his messed-up interior did not seem to prohibit his usage of the skill. A strange power burst from his blood and went to every cell, fixing and restoring every part of his body. His organs, his bones, his torn flesh. Every inch of his being was recovering. Han Sen noticed he did not need to focus on the Blood Pulse Sutra, as the energy from his blood was recovering his organs by itself. No wonder it is a Blood Legion skill. It really is quite powerful. Han Sen was very happy. Although the recovery of the sutra was slow, and it wasn't as fast or efficient as the holy light, it was enough to save his life under the dire circumstances. It would take a while before he fully recovered, so he made the most of it and lay down as comfortably as he could. Han Sen now thought it was a good idea to look around, but unfortunately he could not move his head. Therefore, his vision was limited. The air was pure where he was, and he had a feeling that he had never felt during his time in the Second God's Sanctuary. In comparison, the Second God's Sanctuary's air quality seemed poor and dirty. Am I in the Third God's Sanctuary? As Han Sen thought this, he tried looking up. All he could see was the color green. When the sunlight flickered down through the foliage in his sight, the graceful light blinded him. Han Sen noticed he was beneath a tree that was around 5 meters tall, and its leaves were entirely circular. The leaves knitted together like a parasol, shielding him from the sun rays. But from the branches, Han Sen noticed many crosses hanging down. As Han Sen wondered who had hung so many crosses on the tree, he realized what they actually were. They were short swords. Every short sword looked identical, and they were about 2 feet long. Each blade was approximately the width of 2 fingers, and they were pitch black in color. That was why Han Sen first mistook them for crosses. All in all, there had to be around 30 of them. Who was bored enough to hang this many swords from the tree? Although Han Sen had this thought, he was actually extremely happy. It also meant someone had to be someplace in the vicinity. But then, Han Sen realized it might have been a spirit that did this. Spirits were, after all, renowned for doing weird things. If he was discovered by a spirit, he wagered no good would come of it. But Han Sen could not look around and examine more of the surroundings, due to his inability to move his head. All he could see was the tree and the black short swords. Han Sen then noticed something was wrong. The short swords didn't look as if they had been hung on purpose. The swords were connected with the branches, as if they were a sort of fruit. Genoseeds. This must be the third god's sanctuary. Han Sen realized he was beneath a geno tree. The black short swords were geno weaponry. He didn't know if he ought to be glad or worried. In this place, spirits, creatures, and humans grew genoseeds, and now, he was directly underneath the fruit of one. He wasn't sure what he was going to meet. If the geno tree's master was a beast, Han Sen would likely become its afternoon snack, since he couldn't move. Han Sen looked at his Sea of Soul, planning to don his Devilant King armor for protection. But when he looked inside there, he froze. The black crystal in the Sea of Soul was like a black hole, absorbing the life force around it. Han Sen was shocked. Ever since he found the black crystal, there hadn't been anything amiss with it. But now, the black crystal was absorbing life forces, and it was quite terrifying to see. The speed at which the black crystal was absorbing the life forces was alarming. And if its hunger was turned to Han Sen later, he'd be a skeletal husk in under a minute. Any other evolver would perish instantly. Han Sen was rather concerned. If the crystal had hungered for him when he ate it previously, he'd have died a very long time ago. The black crystal kept absorbing life force, but Han Sen realized he did not know where the life force was coming from. The black crystal spent quite some time absorbing it. Han Sen was afraid the black crystal would absorb his life force, but there was nothing he could do. He could not remove it from his body. He opened his eyes, wanting to look around and see where that life force was originating, for he did not believe the life force of the atmosphere itself was that powerful. But Han Sen could not move his head. All he could see was the tree above him, which grew black short swords. When he looked at the tree again, however, he was given a surprise. The tree, once a rich emerald, had yellowed. The black short swords had lost their luster and attractive shininess and had now started to rust. The black crystal is absorbing the life force of the tree. Han Sen was gobsmacked, unsure of how the crystal was doing it. But for Han Sen, this was good news. It showed that the black crystal was not interested in humans, just flora. Still, he was a little apprehensive. The black crystal might not be interested in him now, but who could promise that it wouldn't like a taste of him later? Perhaps the black crystal believed he was too weak right now, and it was going to wait until he became stronger before chowing down on his energy. Catcha! The sword tree was getting more and more yellow, and its trunk was starting to rot. Many leaves departed their harboring branches, and the tree's grip on the swords became weaker. One of them dropped dangerously close to Han Senator. It nicked his face right before sinking into the ground. He almost had a heart attack. Seeing the many swords rusting and preparing to drop at any second, Han Sen planned on summoning Little Angel to carry him away. The last thing he wanted was to get impaled by one of those rusty blades. But when he tried to summon her, he got no response. He looked back into the Sea of Soul, and for some reason, Little Angel was little more than a light. He had no idea when this had begun, but there she was, evolving. Strange? How can she evolve? I didn't feed her a black crystal or anything. Han Sen pondered the conundrum, but still believed it to be a good thing. When Little Angel evolved, his life in the third god sanctuary was sure to be substantially easier. I don't think Little Angel can be summoned right now then. Looking at his collection of beast souls now, he was almost dismayed to only see Meowth and Golden Growler there. The only spirit Han Sen brought with him was Moment Queen, but she was less than favorably inclined towards him, so he did not believe she could help. As Han Sen continued to think, the black crystal eventually stopped. He looked at the black crystal and found there to be some sort of liquid around it. There was no color or smell to the substance, and it was translucent like an actual crystal. Strangely, it possessed a life force of its own. Strange. Did the black crystal bite off more than it could chew? Is this a secretion stemming from an overload? Hansen wondered. But the life force had become a water in the sea of soul. Hansen could not drink it, but if he possibly could, he'd have liked to consume it and see if it could benefit his body in any capacity. For some reason, he decided to let Meowth have it. He wanted to see if it'd benefit Meowth first. Meowth curiously licked it, but did not dare consume it properly. It was too strong for Meowth, and even after the casual lick, its body bloated with energy. If Meowth had actually consumed it all, it would have undoubtedly exploded. Hansen then let Golden Growler try it. He too licked it at first, and his body was filled to the brim with energy. This is good, but Golden Growler and Meowth are from the first god's sanctuary. I don't think they can cope with this much energy. I'm unsure of the benefits it may impart. Then, Hansen looked at Golden Growler and Meowth, that were gasping in an attempt to digest the energy they had just accepted. Hansen focused his vision forward and noticed that the tree was completely dead. All the swords had dropped to the ground and all the leaves had left the branches. It had no more life force, which had evidently all been sucked dry by the black crystal. No wonder it stopped. It's bone dry. Hansen observed the dead tree and then heard a voice. Sister Lanchi, the ink sword tree that has been growing for 3 years is about to mature. There are 34 of them growing. Think of the riches. We can sell them to obtain a large amount of ordinary flesh. A man was talking excitedly. When Hansen heard what he had to say, his face dropped. Oh crap! This tree was owned by someone else. But who does it belong to? A human or spirit? If it's a spirit, I am so dead. Hansen wanted to get up and run, but alas, he could not. Even if Hansen summoned his Golden Growler, in the third god's sanctuary, it would be slower than an average creature. It seemed like an escape would be impossible. All Hansen could do was hope that the owner of the tree was human, and if it was, he could pay the owner back in the alliance. Yeah. The flesh should give us a lot of ordinary geno points. A woman now replied to the man, and although she was quieter, there was audible excitement coating her voice. Oh, by the sanctuaries! I hope they won't be too mad when they see the tree. Hansen felt terrible. They sounded human, but the tree was clearly important to them. Hansen could now only continue praying for divine protection over whatever was about to happen next. Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming were engaged in merry conversation as they walked, but that soon came to an end when they entered the field and caught sight of their ink sword tree. They had spent the last 3 years cultivating it, and in a few more days they'd have been able to harvest the 34 ordinary gene weapons. But now the tree had suddenly died. It had once borne an abundance of emerald leaves, but now only a few yellow leaves remained stubbornly clinging to its withered branches. The ink swords that once inhabited the tree had all disappeared. 2. Mounds of dead leaves and rusted blades were all that remained, scattered about. How did that happen? Chu Ming ran in front of the ink sword tree, digging through the leaves like mad. He grabbed one of the rusted swords that had broken in half, following its fall. Chu Lanchi's face was robbed of all its color. The last 3 years of her effort had been squandered overnight. She wouldn't receive any of the fruits of her labor, so her heart and mood were swiftly crushed. Someone is here, and he looks injured. Chu Lanchi ran in front of the tree, looking at Han San as she came. A person. Chu Ming was vacant-minded when he asked, unsure of how to respond to the tree's death. He looked over to where Chu Lanchi was pointing, and saw a man lying on the ground. Chu Ming quickly ran over to him, grabbed him by the collar and shouted with great anger, "Did you destroy our ink sword tree? Blurk!" When Han San was grabbed and shaken by the angry shouting man, his organs were injured. He tried to speak, but could only spill blood from his mouth. Did you do it? Answer me. Did you ruin our tree? Chu Ming continued to shout. Shaking Han's senator, the tree's death had really thrown him for a loop. Are you crazy? Don't you see how injured he is? What? Do you want to kill him? Chu Lanqi pulled Chu Ming away from Han San, and then knelt down to inspect him. Lanqi, this man has just randomly appeared in our garden on the same day our tree happens to be ruined. Put 2 and 2 together, would you? He is obviously responsible for this. Chu Ming was consumed with madness. Chill out. Ask him politely first. He's human, a friend at that. I don't think he'd try to harm us on purpose. Chu Lanqi said as she checked out Han Sen. But Chu Ming tried to say something, but fell short. Chu Lanqi shook her head and said, Ask him later. Right now he is far too injured. Let's help him recover first. You can ask all the questions you desire later. Chu Lanqi then summoned a turtle and told Chu Ming to help lift Han San and place him on the turtle's back. After that, they would depart the garden. Chu Ming was struggling to accept the death of the tree, and he was fuming mad at the likely culprit. Still, he was willing to oblige her request, and he lifted Han San onto the turtle. Then, they returned to a wooden cabin that was not too far from the tree. Chu Lanqi brought over some medicine and applied it to Han Sen's body. The medicine was intended for fixing simple things. He's too injured. We need a doctor. Chu Lanqi frowned. Doctor? This Yahoo might have killed our inksword tree. Who cares if he's injured? Why should we fix him on our penny? We spent everything we had on that tree, and toiled to nurture it for 3 years, with the dream that we'd live a better life once its fruit matured. But now, it's all gone. Where am I supposed to get that money now? Huh. Chu Ming was furious. Chu Lanqi understood where he was coming from, but she was conflicted with the desire to help the injured man. She didn't know how to respond. I appreciate your concern, but I'll be fine in a few days. After the rest, Han Sen was feeling a little bit better, and his voice had now returned to him. Oh, so you can talk now? That's great news. Hey, tell me something here. Did you destroy my tree? And if you did, why? Chu Ming was keen to begin his interrogation. Don't hurt him. Chu Lanqi stopped Chu Ming, and then looked at Han San and asked, Who are you? Injured one? And why were you in our garden? Han San sighed and said, My name is San Mu. I was attacked by a creature and ran this way. I saw the tree fall victim to that putrid beast, and I believe that is what caused it to die. It is my fault, though. Do not worry. I will accept full responsibility and be sure to pay you back in full. You have wealth? And you're willing to pay us back? Well, all right then. 1 ink sword's price is equal to that of a portion of ordinary creature flesh. We had 34 swords in total, so give me the flesh of 34 ordinary creatures. Do that, and I'll let you off the hook so you can sod off back to where you came from, Chu Ming said. Don't worry. A San always pays his debts. As soon as I'm back on my feet, I'll get to work on paying you back. After a brief pause, Han Sen continued to say, Is there a shelter nearby, in which I could teleport back to the Alliance? The Blood Pulse Sutra could fix him, but it was too slow. If he could return to the Alliance, he could heal at a much quicker rate. When Chu Ming heard Han San was willing to pay him back, his mood had considerably brightened. He said, You are joking? Haha, what a joker. The spirit won't let us go back. Chu Lanqi looked at Han San and asked, San Mu, which shelter do you come from? And which creature did you encounter? Pa, where else could he have come from, girl? He most likely came from the Thorn Forest. What other place has sordid creatures in these parts? Chu Ming interjected. Han San sighed in relief. He believed Chu Ming to be the biggest idiot he had met in a long time. With that information, making a story wouldn't be so hard. Yes, you are right, but I haven't been in the Third God's sanctuary long. I am unfamiliar with this area. Han Sen suddenly coughed up some blood. Oi, don't die yet. You owe us money, remember? Chu Ming was a little repulsed. Chu Ming then thought something had to be amiss. He stared at Han San and said, Wait, if you only just entered the Third God's forest, where are you going to find us ordinary flesh? Well, "Can I pay you back in the alliance?" Hansen asked. "We can't leave this place, so what would be the point?" Chu Ming suddenly felt the clouds of doom return to fog the clarity of his mind and said, "Oh no, no, this guy can't pay us. He can't pay us." Chu Lanchi sighed and then said, "Well, let's just focus on fixing him first." "No, you asshole. Give me my tree back." Chu Ming's mind returned to the 3 years he spent carefully tending to the tree. He looked like a broken man. Chu Lanchi stopped him and said, "What would be the point in killing him? When he has healed, perhaps he can pay us back some other way." "Geez, calm down, you two. I will pay you back." Han Sun couldn't blame them for their reactions, and he could tell they must have endured a difficult life where they were. Having a 3-year dream taken away from you was something no one could take very well, so Han Sen could understand their anger. But Han Sen was confident he could get better, and once his health returned, paying them back would not be too difficult. All he was unsure about was how to adequately return the favor they did by saving his life, despite the trouble he had caused them. Han Sun rested at their cabin for a few more days, and although he hadn't fully recovered, he could now walk around. Han Sen had suffered tremendous injuries, and because there were no medical tools in the vicinity, he had to rely on simple medicine and the blood pulse sutra for healing. He wagered it would take another 2 whole months before he was back to a clean bill of health. Over the past few days, Han San was able to obtain some information about the area he had ended up in from Chu Ming and Chu Lanchi. The area belonged to Thorn Shelter. It was a royal shelter, and its namesake was derived from the nearby woodland, Thorn Forest. Han Sen had ended up at the edge of Thorn Forest, near a night-class shelter called Qing Ming Shelter. They were the only humans at Qing Ming Shelter. Chu Lanchi had been living there for 8 years, whereas Chu Ming had been there for 6 years. They belonged to Qing Ming Shelter. The night-class spirit, Qing Ming Night, made them sign a contract. Then, they became members of the shelter, and the shelter's master offered them a chance to survive by working for him. Humans were the peasants of this land, treated like thralls, and treated even more poorly than creatures. After all, humans who ascended to the sanctuary would generally start off weaker than the lowliest of creatures. They had no chance of competing against a spirit. There were squire-class spirits in Qingming Shelter, and although some of them were weaker than humans, for as long as their spirit stone remained in the spirit shelter, they could fight without fear of death. As such, their bravery in combat was unmatched. Therefore, humans were considered peasants, particularly those who had just joined. When contracted, all they could be expected to do was hard, menial labor. Growing geno seeds was one such task. Chu Lanchi and Chu Ming had been sent to a garden to grow such seeds, and to avoid the cruel punishment of Qingming Night, they would had a quota of produce to deliver. It was tough in the beginning, but fortunately, Qingming Night did not require much, and any bonuses they produced could be kept for themselves. For the first few years, when they did not have much experience, times were tough. Their punishments came often, but after getting a grip on things and learning to grow the seeds effectively, they had much produce left over. As a result, they were able to save up what they wanted. 3 years ago, they pooled all of their savings together to purchase an ordinary inksword tree seed. Over the next 3 years, they labored to grow it and spent even more on its healthy cultivation. They would have been able to harvest its swords in a matter of days. But before that, Han Sun showed up and ruined all they had slaved to accomplish. Growing geno seeds was not easy, and their level was important. You needed a lot of resources and spare time to grow and care for them. Inksword trees had to be watered with black scale blood. With that, the tree would grow healthily. When they first planted the geno seed, they had to bury the bodies of black scale beasts near it. Their corpses would provide the necessary nutrients for its initial growth. Black scale beasts were only ordinary creatures, but obtaining a bucket of their blood every day was a trial and a half for them. After all, Qing Ming Shelter's creatures mostly belonged to Qing Ming Night. They could not kill black scale beasts randomly. Instead, they had to trade for the blood and flesh. If they wanted to hunt creatures, they would have to venture into Thorn Forest. But that territory was home to the most rancid of monsters. With their power, any encounter with a beast from that place would be dangerous. Even mutant creatures were known to live there. They thought by growing an inksword tree, their lives would become considerably easier. They never expected the disaster that awaited them following Han Sen's arrival. This was also why Chu Ming was never nice to Han's senator after all. Han Sen had just crushed their hopes and dreams. Han Sen was remorseful, and did feel very sorry for what he had inadvertently done. But there was not much he could do. He never expected the black crystal to suddenly start absorbing the tree's life force. Han Sen got out of bed this day, and went outside to sunbathe. The yard was skirted by a wooden fence, and Lan Shi said that the house once belonged to an old spirit. The spirit used to be in charge, but after he passed away, Qing Ming gave it to Lan Shi. Chu Lanshi and Chu Ming were both toiling in the garden that day. Although the sword tree had been destroyed, there were many other trees they had to take care of. Of course, the rest they grew were only enough to keep them going and allow them to live hand to mouth. They wouldn't provide the benefits that the inksword tree would have. Han Sen, in his observation of the yard, did not see a chair he could recline on. But he did see an old crooked tree, bent low near the ground. He was able to sit down there. Han Sen approached the crooked tree and sat on its branch. He had been cooped up in the house for far too long, so his opportunity to sunbathe felt extra good. The tree looked solid, and was dark red in color. But the tree had no leaves, and it looked bald and dead. As Han Sen sunbathed, he tried casting Dongxian aura. If he could simulate the holy light, he could heal faster. But when he tried to cast it, he was unable to. His body and the energy inside him was too much of a mess. Although he might not have been able to cast skills, his general senses had recovered quite a bit. He sat down on the tree and felt a small life force stemming from the tree's root. It was very faint, though. It was too weak and looked likely to die soon. But Han Sen felt that the tree's life force was special. Was this tree grown by a genoseed? Han Sen wondered, as he brushed the tree root with his fingers. This is the dragonblood old tree. It grew from mutant class seeds. The old spirit that used to live here wanted to grow this tree, and to do so, he had to venture into thorn forest to collect the necessary nutrients for it. Unfortunately, he perished someplace within that perilous, knotted domain. A few days following his demise, the tree died, too. Chu Lanshi approached and told Han Sen. "This is a mutant geno tree?" Han Sen said, as he looked at the old tree. "Yes, if we could tend and cultivate it successfully, we should be able to grow dragonblood fruit. They bear mutant-class pet beast souls called dragonblood snakes. They could all be sold for riches," Chu Lanshi said. "Selling just one of those would make us rich." Chu Lanshi paused for a brief while before continuing. "But such thoughts are pointless. Even if the tree was alive, it requires the blood of ordinary beasts, each and every day. I have heard that the blood of bloodscale snakes is the most beneficial. But unfortunately, Qingming Shelter does not possess any such snakes. The old spirit that once lived here perished in the thorn forest in search of them." "That is a shame," Han Sen said, feeling sorry in his heart. "Even if such blood was available for sale, we couldn't afford it. This tree is a lost cause on us," Chu Lanshi said. Han Sen smiled and looked at her. She was an elegant woman. Although she was not stunning, she was beautiful and fair. Her appearance was delicate and comforting, and her company was something many people would want for. Even amidst such dreary circumstances, she looked after herself well and kept herself tidy and neat. Even though the color of her clothes had long since faded, she didn't look ragged. Despite her apparel and surrounding environment, she looked natural and fair. She might not have been the prettiest woman to look at, but she had an inviting appeal. She exuded a sense of comfort, and Han Sen found himself quite attracted to her. "Where is Chu Ming?" Han Sen looked past her, but did not see him. "He went to buy food in the shelter. He'll be back soon." She then observed Han Sen with a stare, and went on to say, "Your wounds have healed quickly. My hyper-geno art can heal." Han Sen had a prepared response for her curiosity. He had healed almost too quickly. His body had been broken, with organs damaged and bones snapped. Yet, after but a few days he was back on his feet. No one would believe he had healed this quickly via natural means. Healing powers? You can heal people? Chu Lanqi asked Han Sen with shock. If I am fully recovered, I can impart healings on others. But that would depend on who or what. While it is fairly strong, I don't imagine my healing ability would prove sufficient for a wounded supercreature, Han Sen said modestly. It is rare to find people who can heal others of the same tier. When you have recovered, you might be able to find a job over on the ranch. Healing abilities are cherished at such a place, so you'd be paid handsomely, Chu Lanqi told Han Sen. Han Sen was interested in this prospect, so he asked, Ranch? What ranch? Well, it's more of a coliseum, really. Spirits trap creatures that are unable to be tamed and pit them against each other, for the entertainment of humans. Chu Lanqi sounded as if she did not think fondly of such venues. After her brief explanation, she returned to the house and tidied up. Han Sen remained near the dragonblood tree, evaluating what his next move should be. With his power, he should have been able to kill ordinary creatures without any hassle. But now that he had learnt the creatures of this area were owned, he couldn't kill as freely as he might have wanted to. Heading to Thorn Forest would be too dangerous in his current condition as well, and if he ended up squaring off against a mutant creature, he could very well be killed. Han Sen had thought repaying the debt would be a trivial task, but there were a few complications involved that would make it much harder than he initially thought. Oh, black crystal. Why would you absorb the life force of that inksword tree? Why oh why, troublesome black crystal? You used to be quite helpful. So why are you working against all of us here? Han Sen was a little upset over his predicament. As these feelings of sadness came over him, he felt the black crystal in the sea of soul tremble. One of the bountiful water drops it had excreted earlier now exited the sea of soul and dropped onto the root of the tree. Han Sen was shocked at this sudden turn of events. He witnessed the dying, crooked tree absorb the water drop without delay, and almost immediately, the weakened life force of the tree was ignited. It was coming back to life. Han Sen's mood made a quick turnaround, and he exclaimed to himself, These water drops can raise old, dead wood back to life? The tree didn't recover its life immediately, however. It was still slowly absorbing the water drop. As Han Sen observed the tree, Chu Ming returned home with a filled sack. Seeing Han Sen sunbathing near the old tree, he was quickly brought to anger. He marched forward and said, How unfortunate it was for us to meet you. You destroyed our inksword tree, and to top it off we have to babysit and feed you. I'm warning you. You better get well soon and pay us back. Stop yelling and come in for lunch. Chu Lanqi had prepared food, and called them both in to eat. Chu Ming frequently complained to Han Sen, but Han Sen understood why and thought it was reasonable. But now, Han Sen was curious about what state the old tree would soon be in, after receiving the water drop. If all was successful and it was indeed brought back to life, it'd be a mutant geno tree. The dragonblood fruit could be sold for a high price, solving all the problems Han Sen currently had. The black crystal's water drops were incredibly powerful. If it could continue producing such water drops, they'd provide Han Sen a lot of help in the times to come. Han Sen did not know what it took to produce those water drops. All he knew was that the black crystal absorbed the life force of the inksword tree and was able to produce 3 such water drops. 3 water drops for a tree that had been growing for 3 years. Is that a coincidence? Han Sen thought to himself. After eating lunch, Chu Lanqi went back to working in the yard. Han Sen returned to the tree and watched for any further changes intently. Although it was slow, Han Sen could feel the tree greasing the cogs of its existence. Slowly but surely, it was coming back to life. He wasn't sure when it'd be back to full health, but he did indeed feel it coming. The next day, Han Sen woke up on the wooden board he had been given for a mattress. He woke up to the sound of Chu Ming shouting, Lanqi, come out and take a look. The dragonblood tree is growing. Chu Ming, it is too early for jokes. Go get washed and get ready for work, Chu Lanqi said as she walked outside in her misty-eyed haze. She glimpsed the dragonblood tree and her mouth dropped. You weren't joking. How in the sanctuaries did the dragonblood tree spring back to life? She ran in front of the tree and noticed the presence of small, newly sprouted leaves adorning the branches of the tree. Although there weren't many leaves, the significance of the new ones that had appeared was astounding, and it heralded the fact that the tree was not truly dead. If it was alive, that meant it could grow. If it could grow, it'd have a chance of bearing fruit. Han Sen exited the house and saw the tree's overnight developments. He sensed the life force, and felt the bounty of energy that had returned to it. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming were in the middle of exuberant joy, extremely excited over the prospects of the tree's revival. Han Sen walked in front of the tree and touched its trunk. He wanted to examine the life force with greater accuracy, and when he did, he frowned. The tree had been revived enough for it to come to life and spawn leaves, but it had absorbed every ounce of energy the water drop had given to it. The energy would not be enough for the tree to produce fruit. It took normal genoseeds a few months to grow harvestable fruit, but ordinary genoseeds took 1 to 10 years. Han Sen feared mutant genoseeds might take 100 years to grow, and the old spirit had already been growing it for 90 years when he perished and it came into the possession of Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming. Could very well take another 10 years for the fruit to develop. Having this tree alive and not growing fruit would be useless, though. 2 days later, the tree had fully come to life. It looked like it was going to fully regrow. Another 2 days passed, and on that day, they noticed the leaves start to lose their color and turn yellow. Oh no! Why is it dying again? Chu Ming asked in saddened shock. Chu Lanqi, with a wry smile, said, I don't even know why it came back to life in the first place, but I suppose without the proper nutrition it needs, its death ought to have been expected. Unless we can find the blood of bloodscale snakes, it'll just wither and die again. Chu Ming heard this and was upset. He exhaled like a leaking balloon. This is an empty happiness. But where might we find the blood of bloodscale snakes? The old spirit was a night class spirit, and was almost as strong as Qingming Night. Yet, on his venture into the thorn forest, he died. It'd be nothing more than suicide for us to voyage into that wretched tangle of overgrown shrubbery. Chu Lanqi, who was equally upset, said, I have heard that a veil of darkness shrouds thorn forest. They say an evil presides there, one that moves unseen. Qingming Night himself would never dare venture there. The old spirit's death there is quite telling, and he never traveled much further than its outskirts. Chu Ming nodded and said, I have heard murmurs that coincide with what you speak of. Any spirit that enters there is killed, and their spirit stones somehow self-destruct immediately after. They both looked very depressed, contemplating these matters. Going to Thorn Forest to slay bloodscale snakes was not a wise course of action. They lacked the power to compete with that domain's mysterious monsters. When the mutant genoseed tree sprang back to life, it delighted them to witness its rebirth. Now they could do naught but watch it wither. They had to watch it perish alongside their newfound hopes and dreams for fruit that would allow them to escape their current poverty. They felt terrible. Han Sen suddenly interrupted them and said, I know a thing or two about restoring trees. Would you like to give my methods a try? Chu Ming immediately rejected Han Sen by saying, No, 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 do not mess things up any further. You have only just arrived in the third god's sanctuary, so how would you know about geno trees? Do you think these are akin to your finely trimmed hedges in the Alliance? Do you think you can sprinkle some tap water on the tree, and everything will be fine and it'll grow? Chu Lanqi was more composed, and she instead simply asked, Do you really know how to help us with this? Han Sen answered, I have learnt much about botany from a certain professor I used to know. Of course, I was taught these methods back in the first god's sanctuary. I am unsure whether or not these methods can be applied to successful results in this place. Provided you don't have any other methods you'd like to use first, would you like to try mine? Which botany professor did you learn these things from? Chu Lanqi asked. Professor Sun Minghua, Han Sen answered. When he protected Sun Minghua, he actually only learned how to identify plants. He wasn't taught anything about growing trees. Han Sen used this reasoning as a guise, so he could apply another water drop from his black crystal onto the tree. Professor Sun? He is a respectable teacher. I didn't know he accepted students. I just thought he was a lecturer. Chu Lanqi, knowing about the professor, looked at Han-san in shock. Han-san waved his hand and said, "Oh, I wasn't his student. I just learnt a thing or two off him, every now and again." Chu Lanqi did not ask any further questions, but just pointed at the tree and told Han-san, "Well, take a good look. Are there any other ways we might keep it alive without having to feed it the blood of bloodscale snakes? We don't require that it grow fruit, and just keeping it alive would be more than enough." "Pa, you really believe in this Yahoo? Look, it needs beast blood to grow. End of story. Nothing else will make it grow," Chu Ming rebutted. "But we're out of options. So, let's allow San Mu to try what he can," Chu Lanqi said. Han-san walked in front of the tree and circled it. He told Chu Lanqi, "I will do what I can. But if I do bring this tree to life, will that wipe the slate clean of my debt? If you can grow it, then yes. That would more than make up for the debt. And if we sell the fruit for a good price, we'll even cut you in for a portion of the sales," Chu Lanqi said. "Then I will try my best. Here's to hoping it works." Han-san grabbed a bucket. "What are you doing?" Chu Ming asked. "I am collecting water from the river. I'll be right back," Han-san said. "Why? Do you really believe water is all that it takes to bring this tree back to life?" Chu Ming said, with eyes wide open in disbelief. "Yes, if there is no blood, then we must use water." Han-san smiled. Chu Ming started to get feisty once again, and he barked, "Are you here just to bullshit us? This is a mutant gene tree, you dipshit. It's not a palm tree of the Alliance, so using water on it is pointless." "Well, do you have any beast blood I can use?" Han-san asked sarcastically. Chu Ming did not respond. They couldn't even afford normal beast blood. They spent all the money they had on the inksword tree, and it had emptied their wallets. Before the harvest, they only had a small amount of money to afford the basics. "Lanqi, are you really going to let him do this? How can he think of using water on this tree? If it works, I'll kiss his feet and call him Big Boss." "Pa!" Chu Ming mocked, as he watched Han-san head towards the river. "Well, there's no harm in letting him try," Chu Lanqi said. Han-san walked to the banks of the river under the guise of fetching water, but he really wanted to perform a test. He still had 2 water drops left to use, but the tree had spent its first water drop over the course of 2 days. Using the 2 water drops directly wouldn't be viable long-term. Han-san wanted to look around for a few genoplants to see if the black crystal would be willing to absorb their life force. The genoplants that could be found in the lands around the shelter were already owned, so he couldn't use those. But Chu Lanqi said that the river was called Jadescale River, and its source resided someplace in Thorn Forest. Genoplants would most certainly live on the banks of such a river. That being said, they'd only be normal genoseeds, and since they weren't cared for by others due to their lack of fruit, they wouldn't be missed. Han-san pretended to go get water so he could take a look at the wild genoplants. Han-san took the bucket and kept walking. He was still injured, though, and he knew he'd have to be careful to avoid exhausting himself too much. For company, he summoned Meowth. It wasn't long before he found himself standing on the banks of the jade-like river. The Jadescale River was 4 meters wide, and its water flow was mellow. There were many plants skirting its banks. Most of these were just everyday natural plants and not genoplants, however. Although Han-san was unsure which ones were genoplants, he was still able to use his senses to identify them by their life force signatures. Even the lowest-tier genoplants were far more lively than normal wild plants. Han-san followed the river up, with Meowth down by his feet in pet status. "Meowth, if I knew things were going to be this tough, I would have brought Princess Inyang. They may not be able to fight very well, here in the Third God Sanctuary, but they could at least chat with me. They could even massage me." Han-san spoke to Meowth because Meowth was the only person that could talk to him right now. "Meow." Meowth answered Han-san, and seemed to agree with what he said. Han-san was surprised by the response he received, and he felt as if Meowth was smarter than before. Previously, he had never given a single response. But Meowth was from the First God's Sanctuary, so its strength and intelligence was severely limited. The reason Han Sen brought him was not because he was powerful or smart, though. It was because of his sentimentality towards the pet. Meowth had been with him for so long, and he cherished his company more as time went on. He couldn't ever imagine leaving him behind. Before long, Han Sen was able to find a plant that looked especially strong. He squatted to give it a better examination. It looked like a vegetable growing near the river. It had 8 long, serrated leaves coming out of its top. The roots were short, but stout. Across its middle, a few pretty flowers bloomed. This must be a normal Geno plant, Han Sen thought, as he brushed the leaves with his finger. Then, he looked at the black crystal in his sea of soul. Black crystal, perform your miracle once again. Everything depends on you now, after all. You got me into this predicament, so you can get me out. As Han Sen prayed, the black crystal moved. It became a black hole, and it absorbed the life force of the plant without reprieve. Within a second, the plant had dried up entirely. It was like it had been uprooted and left to wilt under the scorching sun for a few days straight. It works! Han Sen was glad, as he looked at the black crystal's changes. When the black crystal returned to normal, its body formulated another drop of water. Unlike before, though, this water drop was much smaller than the others. It was only 1/3 the size of the others, and energy it absorbed seemed to correspond with that also. Han Sen, however, was merely satisfied in the knowledge that this seemed to work. It did not matter how much energy he received right now. In a joyous mood, Han Sen carried on his search for more Geno plants. No creature or spirit needed such plants, so there were plenty for the taking. Han Sen walked 3 miles and managed to find 5 plants. All in all, the black crystal absorbed each of their life forces and created 5 water drops. Their sizes were all different, and the biggest was only half as big as the one from the inksword tree. Strange. What is going on? The life forces of all these plants are similar, so why do the water drops differ in size? Han Sen was unsure. It was still early in the day, so Han Sen continued his search for more plants. He walked another 3 meters and found a water vine near the river. It was purple in color, and it was about 1 meter long. When the wind blew, the water would submerge the vine. The water vine was by no means outstanding in appearance, but Han Sen could sense its life force. It was far stronger than the other 5 plants he had discovered, and it was special, too. Is this an ordinary class Geno plant? Han Sen was thrilled at this discovery. When he approached the vine, however, Meowth suddenly engaged its battle mode. He meowed towards the water, as if he was warning Han Sen. Han Sen took the warning and stopped moving. Then he stared at the water vine. He had been injured, and his senses were weaker than they should have been. But after careful observation, he noticed another life force near the vine. It was more powerful than any super creature he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. Han Sen, seeing this shadow near the water vine, saw that it was about the size of a fist. If you didn't look closely, you'd believe it was the shadow of the water vine itself. He noticed it was something alive, and judging from its shape, it was like a toad that was hiding in mud. But Han Sen was very alarmed by its life force. Han Sen slowly stepped away. If he wasn't injured, he'd have happily continued his approach, slain the toad, and grabbed the water vine. But for now, he couldn't do that. Once he was healed, however, he resolved to return and kill it. The toad, fortunately, did not seem to have noticed Han Sen, so, without trouble, Han Sen decided to go back. After fetching a bucket of water, he took off back to the house with Meowth at his side. Chu Ming saw Han Sen riding Meowth on his way back. With surprise, he said, "You have a pet beat soul? What class is it?" "Sacred blood from the first god's sanctuary," Han Sen responded. "What is the point of bringing it here, then? You could probably walk faster than that useless thing," Chu Ming exclaimed. "I am injured right now, don't you recall? I'm only riding it due to my injury." Han Sen hopped down off of Meowth and retrieved the bucket of water being carried in his pet's mouth. Then, after approaching the tree, he poured the water on its roots. Han Sen touched the tree and slyly dropped a life force water drop to its root. As well, it was quickly absorbed. After that, Han-san put the bucket aside and started walking back to the house so he could rest. That's it? Chu-Ming yelled with shock and aggravation. Yeah, that should do it. Han-san nodded. You toss some water on the ground and tell me that should do it? After all that waiting around? Chu-Ming could hardly believe what he was hearing. Well, what else do you expect me to do? Han-san smiled. Chu-Ming's mood had dropped a considerable amount, and so he said, I knew I shouldn't have placed any modicum of faith or hope you could aid us and this tree. Pa! What an imbecile. What use is that water going to provide, I don't know. Maybe it'll be a boon and instigate the tree's revival? It might work. It might not. Han-san then continued toward the house. Chu-Ming wasn't keen to let this go, and his temper had been inflamed. He turned to Chu-Lanchi and said, This Yahoo is toying with us. A 3-year-old could toss water on the roots of a tree. He is still very injured. We can't exhaust him too much. Chu-Lanchi wasn't half as disappointed as Chu-Ming, primarily due to the lack of hope she had for the tree in the first place. Only Chu-Ming was sulking, but there was nothing he could do about it, and as much as he might have liked to, killing his burden and woe-bringer Han-san would not achieve anything. After Han-san poured water onto the roots, he was done with the tree for the day. He planned to examine its life force the day after. If the dragon blood tree could absorb one such water drop a day, then it meant he'd have to find more plants. A lot more. Han-san lay down on the bed and practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, hoping his health could fully return quickly. Meowth was around the gourd often, showing a new interest in the item. Nothing new had come from the gourd since Han-sen's arrival in the third god's sanctuary. Aside from its continued pulsing, nothing had changed with it. When Han-san had nothing more to do and was bored, he spent some time with the gourd, pleading for it to deposit the weapons inside it. He tried a number of ways to get them out, but every method resulted in failure. The next day, Han-san was woken to Chu-Ming shouting again. He was becoming his morning rooster, it would appear. How is that possible? Chu-Ming spoke with complete shock and disbelief, but his body had frozen like a cartoon statue as he stared at the tree in the yard. What is it this time? Chu-Lanchi walked out of the house and then froze mid-step. She too had caught sight of the tree. They were in greater shock now than they had been upon seeing the tree first sprout its leaves. Han-san soon followed them out the house, and when he did, Chu-Ming ran towards him in a crazed dash. He grabbed his clothes and said, You! How? How did you do that? How did I do what? Han-san asked. How did you make the dragon blood tree razzle and dazzle like this? Chu-Ming pointed towards the tree as he spoke. Han-san looked at the tree and even he himself was surprised by what he saw. The tree's branches and twigs were all decked out in full, healthy red leaves. It looked like a gorgeous maple tree. Overnight, the tree had grown as if it had received appropriate nourishment every day for the past several months. It grew that fast? Han-san did not expect the tree to grow this much, after the length of a single night, following an absorbance of one water drop. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have used an entire water drop. It was too obvious something was afoot, and the sudden flourishing of the tree would be far too suspicious. Senmu, what did you do? How did the tree grow that fast? Chu-Lanchi politely asked Han-san, in utter surprise at the morning's revelation. It was difficult to believe that a dragon blood tree could grow into such a beautiful state overnight through natural circumstances and methods of cultivation. You saw what I did, didn't you? I fetched a bucket of water and simply poured it on the roots of the tree. I didn't do anything else. As Han-san made his excuse, he swore to himself he'd never use an entire water drop again. But that was just river water. There is no possible way it could turn our tree into something as remarkable as this. Tell me, my darling cur, what did you do? Chu-Ming's delight had slowly curdled into annoyance. With his rudeness seeping back into his words, he asked Han-san with an irritated tone. Believe it or not, but I really did only pour out a single bucket of water, Han-san said with a wry smile. They did not entirely believe what he was saying, but they felt like that they had to. After all, they had watched him pour the bucket of water on the tree and later return indoors for the night. Furthermore, Han-san was injured and had no money. Even if Han-san bought beast blood, they should have been able to see it. Although things were oddly suspicious, to the best of their knowledge, Han-san really did only pour out a bucket of water onto the roots of the tree. And following that, somehow the dragon blood tree was flourishing crazily fast. If I knew water from the river could achieve this, I would have done it myself many years ago, Chu Ming said to himself out loud with a face full of regret. San-mu, are you an experienced arborist? Chu Lanqi asked Han-san, with an expression that said she was suddenly unsure of him. I told you I only learnt a few methods from Professor Sunday. But I too am surprised they work as well as they do. Han-sen gave her a smile. As they were talking, Chu Ming grabbed the bucket and started racing off into the fields. Where are you going? Han-sen quickly stopped Chu Ming with his question. I am off to the river to retrieve more water. If I do this, we can get it to grow even faster. Chu Ming replied, excitedly. Han-san then laughed in response and said, Quality over quantity, my friend. Sometimes less is more, for if we add too much water to its roots, the results we seek may sour. Things could backfire and potentially ruin the tree. When Chu Ming heard this, he immediately dropped the bucket. He ran in front of Han-san and said, Yes, sir. From now on, I'm going to listen to whatever you have to tell me. Han-san went to the river himself every day, mostly in the pursuit of wild genoplants. Han-sen managed to collect quite a few at first, but after a few days of successful collection, the amount he was able to find each day was dwindling. Han-sen rode Golden Growler for about a dozen miles in either direction along the river, but it was all to little avail. Fewer and fewer were there to be found. In 40 miles of travel, Han-sen was able to find 41 genoplants in total. Aside from the purple vine that was watched over by the toad, the others were normal plants. Altogether, he was able to earn 40 water drops. Han-san was unable to formulate a plan in which he might grab the water vine without attracting the notice of the toad. Every time he passed the vine by, the toad was there. It sometimes hopped around, which was a little frightening. The toad's body was coarse and rough, and it was colored yellow. It looked far bigger after it emerged from the water, about the size of a football. Han-san once saw the toad's warts unfold to ooze out poisonous blood. Then, the toad let it all seep into the water vine's roots. A few days later, Han-san noticed that the water vine had grown a few purple flowers. That meant it had a chance to bear genofruit, and it wasn't a normal genoplant. I don't know how long it'll take for it to grow fruit, though, or how much longer it'd take for the fruit to mature after that. Hopefully, whenever that occurs, I'll already be recovered. Han-sen thought to himself. Ever since Han-san demonstrated his ability to use river water to revive and maintain the health of the tree, Chu Ming had treated him completely differently. He listened to whatever Han-san told him. After the first sudden flourishing, Han-san did not dare provide a whole water drop to the tree again, though. It was too much. When it was given a whole droplet, it had grown over the course of a single night as much as one would expect after several months of arduous care. It was suspicious, and if he did it again, the questions he'd receive would never end. Taking into account the size of the first water drop, Han-san was able to gauge how much life he wanted to give the tree, and split up all the other water drops into the size he calculated to be ideal. And when he was ready to give the water drop to the tree, he mixed the water drop with the rest of the water in the bucket. While not as startling like the first night, the tree grew healthy at a quick and steady rate. After a few days of caring for the tree, Han-san was able to determine the exact size of water drop the tree would need to grow. With his educated guesses, Han-san was able to determine that one drop from the original 3 water drops was the equivalent of 1 whole year of life force generation. If the dragonblood tree absorbed 1 drop, it'd quickly exhibit a year's worth of development. The size of the water drops Han-sen had personally collected were all different. The life they would provide might be a month or several. He did not know. He later learnt that the differing sizes were determined by how long the plants he collected had been growing. The size of their water drops reflected their age, not their life force. Plants, however, were cyclical in nature, and there was a limit to how much energy they could generate. The inksword tree, which took 3 years to grow fruit, it could only provide 3 water drops. Even if it grew for another 10 years, it'd only provide 3 water drops. The water drops were created by the black crystal, and they provided concentrated energies. The age of the plants did not factor into their purity. But if the plants had only just started to grow, and hadn't yet reached maturity, absorbing their energies would not provide half as many water drops. As educated and well thought out as these theories were, they were still just guesses and not scientific facts. Still, evidence seemed to support his idea, so it was likely Han-san was correct. It made Han-san happy to know that there was no level difference between the water drops. Even the water drops from normal plants were still able to bring a mutant geno tree back to life. It was a scary power, and Han-san could absorb life energy to quickly grow mutant geno plants that might have ordinarily taken 100 years to grow naturally. With this method, he could even grow a sacred blood geno plant that might traditionally take thousands of years to grow. Without a shadow of a doubt, Han-san believed it to be cheating, and his body trembled at the thought. He firmly believed he couldn't allow anyone else to find out about what he had learnt. If his ability was discovered by others, it was likely even king-class spirits would seek Han-san out to make him their gardener. The water drops seemed able to be used on pet and mount beast souls too. Meowth and Golden Growler had consumed a small amount of the water drops, and now they seemed to have changed. They couldn't drink much at a time, so Han-san could not gauge its true effectiveness on them, though. The Devilant King Beast Soul could not consume or absorb the water drop. Unfortunately, Han-san did not know why. He thought about trying to use a water drop on himself to see if it could help, but ultimately decided not to. This was because after touching the water drop with his finger grew older. He didn't dare consume one after this. Half a month had passed and still, his finger had not recovered. Without a detailed inspection, its aged appearance was not obvious, but when you looked closely, you could see the wrinkles with ease. Carefully, Han-san measured the right portion of a water drop he could give the tree, to control its growth. Chu Lanshi and Chu Ming constantly wondered how it seemed to be doing so well. On occasion, they followed Han-san out towards the river and watched him in secret. But all they could see was Han-san fetching a bucket of water from the river as he had told them he did. There was nothing suspicious for them to see. Han-san did not do anything else except pour the water on the tree's roots, in their eyes. Even on the odd instance that Han-san instructed Chu Ming to fetch the water, it grew well. It wasn't long before they gave up their investigation, however. They couldn't think of or catch an ulterior reason for the tree's growth, so they dropped it. But of course, the existence of the tree was kept a secret from the wider world. The tree did not belong to them exactly, and if the spirit found out there was a mutant tree growing in their backyard, the spirit could very well take it away. It was either that or they'd be instructed to keep growing the tree while the spirit and his fellow felons would only come by for the harvest. So, they did their best to keep the tree's existence a secret, without the need for Han-san to tell them to. Another month passed, and Han-san was far healthier now. He could cast Dongxian aura and his holy light to further heal himself. A few days after this, he was in tip-top condition. It's time to kill that copper toad. Han-san was very excited at the prospect of killing it. After the time the three had spent together, they were no longer wary Han-san's presence and were comfortable with him there. On this day, after exiting to the garden, Han-san grabbed the water bucket as he routinely did. When Han-san reached the water vine, the copper toad was still there. The water vine had grown 3 copper coins that had a sparkly, almost gold-like sheen to them. Although this fruit did not look fully mature yet, it was obviously getting close. Han-san was planning to slay the toad and speed up the growth of the water vine himself. It had been a long time since he fought, however, and he thought he had probably gotten a little rusty. He exercised for a bit first, and simulated the silver fox's thunder powers. He ran in front of the copper toad and pointed at it. Boom! The copper toad was shocked by the sudden intruder, and so it leapt out of the water and raged. Then it spat out a copper coin at Han-san. Han-san knew his attack would not hurt the toad, as he hadn't employed much strength. He was afraid of hurting the vine, so he wanted to draw the toad away from it first. Seeing the copper coin that was spat out by the toad rapidly approaching him, Han Sen threw another punch out and blew it up. The toad, seeing its copper coin get blown up, let out a wretched, angry shriek. After this, it transformed into a silver toad that looked like a statue. Han Sen felt the strength of the toad's life force significantly increase. He thought to himself, has this little guy unlocked his second gene lock? Ribbit. The silver toad spat out another coin, except this time it was silver. Han Sen looked at it, knowing it had to be powerful due to it being a second gene lock power. Han Sen cast the strongest sonic thunder punch he could muster at the incoming monetary projectile. The silver lightning, like a silver sun going supernova, enveloped the coin in its bright light. But it did not stop it. The coin cut through the silver light and struck Han Sen's fist. Pang! Han Sen fell back as the coin bounced away. As it ricocheted off his fist, he noticed the coin had been melted, and its shape twisted. But the force of the strike made his fist go numb. As his hand trembled, he thought to himself, an open second gene lock offers a considerable increase in power. Although I have not opened mine, my fitness level should make up for this current lack. I should be able to kill this toad, if I put my mind to it. Han Sen hadn't expected the first creature he fought in the third god sanctuary to have already opened its second gene lock. To kill this foe, he'd have to give it his all and pull out all the stops. The toad let out another rage-fueled ribbit. Its silver body was now starting to turn inside out, plating the body of the river fiend in gold. It was now like a gold toad statue, and it was as ugly as it was luxurious. Crap! Third gene lock? You've got to be kidding me. Han Sen's resolve to defeat the toad rapidly dissolved at this ghastly sight. So he turned heel and ran away. Han Sen simulated light sun of God's speed boost so he could run and run, without sparing a moment to look back. With Han Sen's incredible fitness, he was confident in his ability to kill creatures with unlocked second gene locks. But when it came to a creature that opened its third gene lock, Han Sen was not going to hang around. It'd be futile, and he knew it. Han Sen, when he was last in the Alliance, read information stating anything or anyone that had their third gene lock open was at the very least above 600 in fitness. Being 2 tiers higher than Han Sen and possessing a fitness level that was higher than Han Sen's meant the fight against the toad was a lost cause. All he could do was get away from there and flee the scene. The toad was ordinary class, at least because normal creatures could only reach the second tier. Ordinary class creatures could reach the 4th tier, and that meant the toad had to be ordinary or higher. Ordinary creatures that had unlocked their third gene lock could comfortably go up against mutant class creatures. So Han Sen wouldn't stand a chance against such a monster. When a creature was born, they all started with their first gene lock open. Unlocking further tiers was dependent on their fitness and level. They still had to put in the effort, though, too. Some humans, however, have been reported to encounter ordinary creatures with a 5th gene lock open. And since they only had to open an additional 2 gene locks to take on mutant creatures, that meant they were special. So special, the estimated number of such ordinary creatures existing was somewhere in the ratio range of 1 to 100,000. It was rare enough to see an ordinary class with their 4th gene lock open. Han Sen did not know how many gene locks the toad had opened in full, but he didn't want to risk anything. Although the toad's life force was that of an ordinary creature, there'd be 0 chance of him defeating the toad if it was revealed that it had opened its 4th gene lock. After running a good distance, Han Sen heard the toad shriek. A gold coin was spat out and sent flying towards Han Sen like a bullet. Han Sen cast his Dongxian aura to try to dodge it. But the coin looked alive, and it managed to twirl and mix up its approach to confuse its target while airborne. It changed direction just as it got close, and looked likely to strike Han Sen's body. With sudden shock at the realization he was about to be hit and wouldn't be able to dodge, the only thing he could now do was cast Sonic Thunder Punch to deflect it. Pang! Sonic Thunder Punch was powerful, but only its first gene lock had been opened. The punch was broken by the projectile, and the coin was able to cut through the force and hit Han Sen's fist directly. Han Sen used all his strength in an attempt to punch that coin away, but to his surprise, the coin that cut through his Sonic Thunder Punch did not strike his fist hard. It fell flat against his fingers, as if it had been magnetized. The next second, Hansen felt as if he was much heavier. He felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, and it made him drop to the ground. This toad has a weird power. Hansen was not keen to remain lying down. He managed to drag himself back to his feet, but the intense, crushing weight remained. With this speed impediment, it'd be impossible to escape the toad now. Ribbit. The toad did not relent. It croaked and fired another coin towards Hansen. Hansen wished to dodge, but the phantom weight inhibited him from doing so. He was unable to move a single step, let alone evade the coin completely. Using his hand like a sword, Hansen simulated Steel Knight King's green light to strike the incoming projectile. But the unbreakable green light of the second god sanctuary was practically useless in this realm. The coin zipped through the green light and attached itself to Hansen's hand. Pat. His body was dragged down by the weight of mountains, and it brought him to his knees. Being crushed under the weight of both coins, Hansen could hear the bones of his body creaking, ready to buckle and snap. Ribbit. The golden toad was unrelenting, and it fired another gold coin towards its aggressor. Unable to dodge this one, as well, the coin planted itself firmly on Hansen's face. He fell to the ground, and so great was the force, an imprint of his body formed as he sunk into the soil. There is a big difference between the first and second gene locks being opened. If I unlock my second gene lock, I might be able to fight back. This toad has a strange power, and if it attacked like any other creature, my flight might have been successful. But the coin's weird power prohibits my movement. Hansen then focused his own power. His kidneys were kicked into overdrive, creating a massive amount of energy to gather the momentum he needed to move. The toad's coins did not kill or inflict direct damage. They just added excruciating amounts of weight. The pressure on his body was enormous, and if he was hit with a few more of such coins, his inner strength was sure to give way. He'd be crushed. Arg! Hansen shouted. Despite his most valiant attempts to generate energy for a triumphant rise, he was unable to move. His arms now trembled, and things turned awry. Ever since the first coin landed on his hand, he'd found himself in a dire circumstance. Pat. Another coin landed on Hansen's body. His arms could not withstand it, and there was no room for any more resistance. His entire body was pinned to the ground, as if he was paralyzed. The toad watched Hansen sink into the soil, and its grimacing look seemed to reflect a certain amount of joy. It looked ready to spit out another coin. But suddenly, Hansen felt a horrible power arise. This new power was like a volcano, erupting violently. The golden toad was equally shocked at the emergence of this new threat, and looked at Hansen. Hansen was slowly being crushed, pushed into a pit shaped by his own body. But this power was emerging from within himself. Suddenly, this power revealed itself as a bright ball of light. Using all his power, Hansen had been determined to fight back against the phantom weight. He had resisted it with all his might, but still it wasn't enough. He was exhausted and still unable to move. But suddenly, a power emerged from inside his cells and coursed through his entire body. The white light was coming out of his cells, turning his skin white as virgin snow. His hair followed, and with its new color, it rapidly grew to the length of his entire person. His black pupils turned white, and even his armor started to shine white through the bright light. Hansen's entire body was emitting holy light, and he felt the ceiling of his body's strength heighten. He was taking on the image of a god, looking magnificently holy. His appearance was supreme and without a single flaw or blemish. He looked like Apollo Helios himself, and all who looked upon him would undoubtedly turn away in shame. No one would believe themselves graceful enough to merit a glimpse of such a stunning man. Pang! Hansen's body continued to shine in this manner, as he raised his hand and gripped the ground. Then he stood up from the pit. The coins that were across his body all fell off, and then Hansen turned to look at the golden toad as a greater power brewed inside him. The once cocky, devilish toad now looked frightened. It was so afraid it wasted no time in running off. Boom! Han Sen's perfect body carried this white light. He teleported in front of the toad and punched it in the face. This turned the toad's fear into anger, and so it spat out another coin. Immediately after it did this, it turned around and tried to jump into the river. Pang! Han Sen's fist struck the coin, and it ricocheted back to touch the toad. Then its body cracked. The warts collapsed in on themselves, as its toxic blood drenched it, oozing uncontrollably. The toad squealed, and its body sank into the rock it had leapt onto. A crater, shaped like the toad's form, was pressed into the stone. Slowly, as it sank deeper and deeper into the stone, its body was crushed. Ordinary creature coin toad killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to obtain 0 to 10 ordinary geno points randomly. When the announcement sounded, Han Sen was ecstatic. But his body felt so empty, as the power inside him completely drained from his cells. His legs turned soft, and he almost collapsed from sudden exhaustion. It almost made him want to cough up blood. Super body exhausted. Super King spirit status cannot be maintained. Super body exhausted. Super King spirit status cannot be maintained. A warning sounded in his head, and repeated itself over and over. This surprised him. He was surprised to learn it was his Super King spirit status that had been activated. The power it bestowed upon him was incredible. It was simply a shame it had only lasted for 3 seconds. What kind of Super King spirit mode was that? It made me a 3-second hero. Couldn't I any last longer? Han Sen's heart sank. Still, his excitement about what he had achieved prevailed. When he was in Super King spirit mode, one punch was enough to kill a toad that had 3 of its gene locks opened. The Alliance said it was nigh impossible to kill a creature that was 1 tier above you, and if that difference was 2 tiers, you'd be dominated. When Han Sen became a Super King spirit, he one-hit killed a creature that was 2 tiers higher than him. That power was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The only bad thing was that his fitness wasn't ideal for it. The 600 fitness could only grant him 3 seconds of its incredible power, so Han Sen believed the requirements were too high. Still, it made sense. That mode was for a Super King spirit, and Han Sen had yet to achieve a single geno point in the 3rd God Sanctuary. It was acceptable. If Han Sen had not maxed out his super geno points before he became a surpasser, it was unlikely he'd have lasted a single second with it. Han Sen was exhausted after what had transpired, but he managed to lug himself over to the disfigured corpse of the coin toad and place it in his pack. He walked nearer the water vine and applied one of his water drops to its roots. He watched the positive reaction from the water vine, which instantly absorbed the water drop. Then he mounted Golden Growler and took off home. In the backyard, Chu Ming and Chu Lanshi had not returned yet themselves. So Han Sen used this opportunity to cut, clean, and prepare the toad for dinner. He made stew with it. He wanted to eat it with his new friends. They had done much for him, and treated him well despite of what he did before their first meeting. He wished to treat them well in return. It was only an ordinary creature, after all. There was no need for Han Sen to be so stingy when it came to the sharing of an ordinary creature. Han Sen was not a remarkable cook, and he lacked many talents of the profession, but he could prepare basic dishes to a simple, enjoyable degree. For half a day, he used a small fire to cook the contents of his stew, and the fragrance of the simmering meal scented the entire house. After dusk, as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Chu Ming and Chu Lanshi returned home. They looked happy. "Ah, you're back. I hunted a creature for us all and prepared a stew. You should come and give it a taste." Han Sen handed out 2 bowls of the stew. "You hunted? Where, might I ask?" Chu Lanshi asked with much surprise, as she looked at the stew given to her. "I slew it on the banks of the Jadescale River." Han Sen was going to say something further, but he was interrupted. "What is this? A toad?" Chu Ming looked at the toad's meat, still bubbling in the hot stew. He put the bowl down and brought forward an entire sack of meat. Then he said, "Why are we eating toad? We have brought the flesh of ordinary creatures home with us, blood goat meat. We got it all for quite the cheap price. Toss this crummy toad out the window and let's prepare this instead. They had been there for many years, but the duo never dared slay ordinary creatures, and they only continued to buy such meat. They didn't consider Han Sen had managed to kill an ordinary creature, and that was what had been prepared for them. Chu Ming would not have turned up his nose at the toad given to him, had he known its origin. My stew. Han Sen wished to explain that this was an ordinary class creature, and because it was the complete body, it had contained far more genopoints than the bought cuts of meat. But after saying 2 words, Chu Ming picked up the pot of stew and pushed it into Han Sen's hands and said, "It's fine. We'll have yours tomorrow. We don't often get to dine on nice food. So, let's enjoy this tonight, instead." Chu Lanchi then said, "It is fate that brought us together. Not often do we get to enjoy a luxurious dinner. Now I have wine with me, a bottle that I brought from the second god's sanctuary. I am going to open it tonight, as a warm welcome dinner for you. I will cook it then." Han San was touched by their words, so he shelved the stew he had prepared by distributing it in separate bowls and putting them away. Then he started to cook the lamb instead. When the meat was done, Chu Lanchi opened her bottle of wine. The 3 of them dined merrily on the sizzling mutton, and they made sure to enjoy every last morsel of the meal, as it was quite tender and succulent, and they did not have much of it. They did not care that the amount they had made it impossible for them to increase their genopoints. "Brother San Mu, this meat tastes good, doesn't it? Ordinary meat is different, don't you think?" Chu Ming was getting a little tipsy, but he was in fine spirits. "It is, I know." Han Sen nodded in agreement. He was exuberantly happy now, too. He was beaming with delight for his fortune of encountering 2 friendly and welcoming humans on his arrival at the third god's sanctuary. And what's more, the meat there really did taste great. "San Mu, you have almost completely healed. Are you going to go find a job? When we deliver the goods to the spirit, you'll be screwed. If our inksword tree hadn't been destroyed, we might have been able to help you. But alas, we now cannot," Chu Ming said. Chu Lanchi chimed in to say, "Yes, once you are at full health, the place where they pit beasts against each other is where you should go. You will find much welcome there. This tree won't grow fruit for another decade, so don't place too much faith in it just yet. I'll go there and take a look tomorrow, and see if I can find a job," Han Sen said. After Han Sen beat the toad, he wasn't willing to underestimate the power of a single ordinary creature in this new realm. The thorn forest may have indeed been too much for him to handle, so he wasn't yet willing to venture there. He'd need a lot more preparation before he even started to think of doing that. Han Sen did want to learn more about the Qingming shelter and thorn shelter, however. He also wished to return to the Alliance and talk with his mother and Ji Yanran, who he was starting to dearly miss. Han Sen asked Chu Lanchi about the Colosseum she had suggested, and about Qingming shelter. He was going to go there the next day. Although there hadn't been much meat, it was enough to fill their tummies and warm their hearts. The same could be said for the wine as well. The next day, Han Sen woke up to a different sort of rooster. He looked out into the yard and saw Chu Ming and Chu Lanchi being approached by a knight that was riding a tiger. The man had green eyes, meaning it was a spirit. Aside from that man, there were a dozen creatures there. They all stared at the duo. The spirit looked at the tree and said, "Continue to look after it as you have. If you grow it successfully, you will receive benefits from it. If the tree dies, forgiveness will not come easy." "Yes, Mr. Qing Ming." They both looked terrible and they lowered their heads, not willing to object to anything that was told to them. "Ah, so that is Qing Ming Knight?" Han Sen watched the spirit leave, patiently. It was only a night-class spirit, so it wouldn't take that much for Han Sen to become stronger than it. Han Sen was able to control when and how the tree was supposed to grow, so he was not going to allow a spirit to assume control over it. Crap! Qing Ming Knight found out about the tree. All those buckets of water. It was all for nothing, and if the tree dies, then we are sure to die with it. Chu Ming looked miserable. Chu Lanchi merely sighed. She knew she couldn't have hidden the existence of the tree from Qingming Knight forever, but she hadn't realized he'd find out about it so soon. The tree won't grow for another 10 years at least, so don't get too depressed yet. I'll go heat up the toad for you both, so come and eat. I'm sure you'll feel better after a hearty breakfast. After comforting them both and heating up the stew, Han-sen brought them their bowls. I'm not in the mood to eat. I'm going back to the garden. Chu-Ming waved his hand and walked outside. Lanshi, how about you try some? Han-sen asked as he passed her the bowl. You have only just arrived here and yet, you haven't gotten a start on earning Geno points. I have maxed out my basic Geno points, so you should eat this. It'll improve your working performance, no doubt, she said, and then pushed the bowl away. Han-san wished to explain, but Chu Lanshi had already left the house and headed into the garden to catch up with Chu-Ming. Han-san merely shook his head and started eating the meat by himself. Coin toad consumed. You have received 1 ordinary Geno point. After finishing his bowl, Han-sen earned 3 Geno points and a filled-up tummy. I'll just leave the other bowls out here for them. They may come back and eat it for lunch after all. Han-sen covered the bowls up and then went outside, heading back towards the river. Han-sen wanted to take a look at the water vine and see how its development was faring. He had given it 1 water drop the day before, so that should have provided its growth a few months' boost. When he arrived, the water vine's copper coins were already the size of eggs. They smelled rather pleasant, despite looking like copper. The areas along the vine where the fruit hung were like dry spots. The fruit looked mature, so Han-sen did not delay in his collection of them. They felt heavy like genuine copper coins. As curious as this was, it led Han-sen to being unsure whether or not they were edible. He examined the coins for a while, in the hopes of understanding what benefits or boons such a coin fruit might provide. No matter what it was, it had to be something good, at least. It was an ordinary class Geno plant that had birthed those things after all. So, they had to be useful. Han-sen picked up the 3 copper coins and put them in his pocket, with plans to examine them more thoroughly later. Han-sen wanted to collect the life force of the water vine, following his collection of the fruit, but it immediately died and withered away upon the final coin being retrieved. Han-sen was not a greedy person, so he was happy enough to have simply received those 3 fruits. After this, he took off in the direction of Qingming Shelter. It was situated a dozen miles away, and Han-sen caught sight of many creatures along his journey there. They were all owned, however, so they did not attack. They would only attack if their masters commanded them to. Han-sen saw a castle in the distance, one whose walls had been composed of green cobblestones. When he reached there and walked inside, he was greeted by the appearance of many creatures and even lesser, squire-class spirits. These shelters were different than human shelters, and there were far fewer shops available to peruse. They only had a market to trade goods, and this was a place many hawking creatures came to, presenting the goods they wished to trade. Han-sen was quite amazed at what he saw, not expecting to ever see creatures able to trade just like humans did. There were only creatures in the market and no spirits. Still, the creatures must have had spirits as masters, and it was their goods they were most likely flogging. Han-sen was very interested in seeing what was offered, so he walked towards the market. Most of what was on offer were Geno seeds and Geno fruits. There was the occasional slab of flesh available, too. Han-sen saw a giant beast that was twice as large as an elephant. This beast did not put anything down to trade, but Han-sen watched in awe as a creature approached and provided the elephant a Geno seed. Then, in return, the Goliath beast cut itself to provide the seed-giving creature a bucket of its blood. Wow! Creatures will even sell their own blood? As Han-sen continued to walk, he felt something tug at him. He turned around to see a red monkey pulling him away. What? Han-sen frowned. Ooh-aha! The red-haired monkey spoke, pointing towards Han-sen's pocket. Then it revealed its own goods, wishing for a trade. You would like to trade? Han-sen asked, bringing out one of the copper fruits. The red-haired monkey nodded, and presented one item of its own to Han-senator without a delay. The monkey immediately tried to take Han-sen's copper fruit. Han-sen was quick to pull his hand back, however, and tell the monkey, I don't want that thing. The red-haired monkey quickly put that item away, and then presented something else to Han-senator then. The monkey said, Oh ha ha ha. I don't want that either. Han Sen had no idea what the items and fruits the monkey was offering were, or what good they posed. But he knew they weren't as valuable as what he was carrying. The red-haired monkey then presented 2 items at once, an offering that was quickly turned down by Han Sen, shaking his head. After this latest offer, Han Sen decided to squat and examine the contents of the red monkey's pack. The monkey was quiet, watching Han Sen rummage through its goods, but it looked antsy. It was clearly dying for the copper fruit. The reason Han Sen wanted to search through the monkey's goods, though, was because of what his scan revealed. Before he bent down to scour the monkey's items, he scanned it and discovered the presence of a special life force. Han Sen found what he was looking for, and found it to be genoseed that was the size of a singular yellow corn. It was black, however, and it looked dry and shriveled. The genoseed's life force was exuberant and comparable to the life force of the copper fruit. Yet strangely, despite the fact that it was dying, it still possessed such a life force. It was possibly a mutant genoseed. After some careful examination, Han Sen decided to take a look at the monkey's other wares. He picked up different fruits of the monkey and suggested to the hairy merchant, "How about I take all this, and in exchange, give you one of my copper fruits?" Han Sen had quite a few water drops on him by now, and he wanted to grow a higher-tier genoplant with them. But unfortunately, Qingming Shelter was only a night-class shelter. This was the only mutant genoseed he had found, all throughout his search there. The red monkey was happy to accept this trade without a single moment of hesitation. When it grabbed the copper fruit from Han Sen, it ate it ravenously in front of him. After munching on the monetary fruit, the copper coin exuded a pleasant fragrance. After some more chewing, the monkey spat out the shell of the fruit. Han Sen watched this, and as he did, turned around ready to depart. But the monkey was keen for some more, so it grabbed Han Sen and pleaded another trade. "I'm done trading." There was nothing more from the monkey that attracted Han Sen. But the monkey was not willing to give up, and so it tried to steal the 2 copper fruits Han Sen owned. Han Sen did not move. He cast the Dongxian Sutra, which had his fingers generate a coin, and fired it at the approaching monkey. Pat! The coin stuck to the monkey's head. Almost immediately, its head swiveled down and the body followed, collapsing to the ground. Writhe as it might, it could not get back up. The red-haired monkey tried to scream, but when it opened its mouth, Han Sen fired another coin. It landed directly on its lips, shutting them completely. The added weight propped the monkey into a position not unlike it was bowing to Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the monkey once more, turned, and left. Han Sen had managed to simulate the power of the coin toad that he had observed during his battle with it. He had only unlocked his first gene lock, so he couldn't simulate it perfectly. Its effectiveness was not half of what it could be once Han Sen had his next few gene locks open. Still, it was enough to suppress the advance of the monkey, and it did more than his Sonic Thunder Punch could ever hope to do. After dealing with his simian aggressor, he went to the other side of the market to see if there was anything useful for sale. After a short while browsing the wares, a spirit cut in front of Han Sen and blocked his advance. "Has the monkey's master come looking for me?" Han Sen frowned, and put himself into a state of silent alert. The spirit looked like a man. Its ears were like the fins of a fish, and it only possessed one red eye. "How might I address you?" Surprisingly, the spirit bowed before Han Sen. "My name is Sanmu. What's up?" Han Sen asked. "I saw you teach that monkey a lesson. The power you have seems efficient in restricting the movements of your opponents. With that power you possess, I am hoping you will be able to help me out on a certain matter. I can pay you spirit genes in return for your compliance and aid," the spirit politely requested. Han Sen initially believed the spirit had approached him in a hunt for trouble. He never expected it to come looking for his help. "How can I help?" Han Sen asked. "I want to tame a wind beast. Unfortunately for me, its power is grand, and the likelihood of it submitting itself to serving and obeying me seems low. It is my desire that you suppress it, buying me the appropriate time to do what I must to tame it," the the spirit explained. What is your level? And how many spirit genes are you willing to pay? Han Sen was interested in the proposition. My name is Yu Yen, and I am a knight. I can pay you with 10 fire element spirit genes, the spirit said. Okay, but if you are unable to tame it yourself after I do my part, you must still pay me, Han Sen responded. Of course. In fact, how about I pay you in advance? Yu Yen reached his hand out. A fire was birthed in the palm of his hand, and it then drifted through the air towards Han Sen. Han Sen caught the drifting fire, and the golden flames melted into the skin of his own hands. Knight class fire gene +1. Yu Yen gave him 9 more of such flames, and Han Sen accepted each one. The fire gene wouldn't make Han Sen physically stronger, but it would serve well whenever he wished to deal fire damage. His fire attacks and fire resistances would both be increased. If he did not practice the works and arts of fire, it would have been a waste. But Han Sen could practice every element, fortunately. After receiving the spirit genes, Yu Yen and Han Sen left the market. They went to a serene park that was situated elsewhere in the shelter. There were many ordinary creatures around, and it was quickly and clearly established that Yu Yen was a high-level spirit in the vicinity. In a cage, Han Sen saw the wind beast already trapped. It was a lime-green giant wolf that kept casting blades of winds at the bars of its suppression, growling and howling ferociously. Han Sen fired a coin at the wind beast. There was no fear of missing, due to it being trapped in the cage. Therefore, the coin landed where he wanted it to. The wolf looked slightly heavier and more bedraggled, but it didn't collapse to the ground just yet. Knowing what was happening, however, the wolf did its best to attack Han Sen. He fired another 7 coins at the wolf, and after that, the wolf no longer looked as angry. It was heavy and of a glum, hopeless mood. The first tier of the Dongxian Sutra really is much weaker. If I was like the toad, creatures such as this would only have to suffer 2 of these coins. I really need to get to work on opening my gene locks, Han Sen thought to himself. Yu Yen was happy with the results, though. After the wolf's desire for violence came to an end, he opened the cage without delay. Then, he leaned forward to leave his mark on the beast's forehead. But the wolf, despite hardly being able to move, was not willing to accept the stamp. Yu Yen drew a whip, and with a lash, flames enwreathed its leathery length. He whipped the wind beast's body, inflicting a nasty burn mark across it. After a few more lashes, the wolf's fur had been mostly seared off. It was a wretched sight, the proud animal's thick, full mane of fur having been reduced to dark, smoldering skin. But the wind beast still wasn't willing to submit. It growled repeatedly at Yu Yen and Han Sen, and it didn't look likely to submit anytime soon. Yu Yen did not stop whipping, though, and before long the wolf could no longer move. Its body was pitch black with its charring, and it could no longer stand. It collapsed and continued to whimper down on the ground, as if it was going to die. Yu Yen got tired hitting the beast, and with much disappointment regretfully said, "This beast is too far gone. With how wild it is, I fear I'll never be able to tame it. Perhaps it shouldn't come as a surprise. It is a creature that hails from the thorn forest, after all." "It comes from the thorn forest?" Han Sen looked at the wind beast in shock. "Yes, I found it during my venture there. 4 of its gene locks have been opened, and it took the sacrifice of a dozen ordinary creatures to capture it. Yet despite all that, I cannot tame it. Killing it solely for its meat would be a grand waste," Yu Yen mournfully explained as he watched the dying beast. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at the beast and said, "Would you be willing to sell it?" "If I can't tame it, of course I will." "How much are you willing to pay?" Yu Yen smiled. "Well, how about this?" Han Sen pulled out a coin. "A copper fruit." "That is a copper fruit. They tend to grow in the tangled depths of thorn forest." "Where did you get this from?" Yu Yen looked surprised. "I collected them from a vine that was growing in the Jadescale River," Han Sen said. "You are incredibly fortunate. The seeds must have been carried along the stream somehow, and grew along the banks of that river," Yu Yen hypothesized. "Would you accept this in exchange for your wind beast?" Han Sen asked again. Yes, that sounds like a fair deal. Had I tamed it, its sale would go for more than one single copper fruit. Alas, I failed, so one will do. It is a fair exchange, I would say. Go on. Take what remains of the beast. Yu Yen accepted the copper fruit and allowed Han Sen to take the beast away. Han Sen removed the coins that were weighing down the beast. Due to the injuries it had received, it couldn't move or attack with or without them. With Golden Growler carrying the wolf, Han Sen returned home for the day. Han Sen wanted to see if he could tame the beast. If it had indeed come from Thorn Forest, it had to be knowledgeable about the area. A companion such as that would be invaluable when the time came for him to enter that place. If Han Sen could tame it successfully, entering Thorn Forest would be a far safer trek. If he failed to tame it, progress would be slow. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming returned home before Han's senator. They saw a couple of bowls laid out, filled with meat. Looks like San Mu saved it for us. Oh well, I suppose we should eat it. Chu Ming heated the contents of the bowls up for them to eat. Our basic geno points are full, though. 'Tis a waste to eat it. Don't you think we should save it for San Mu? Chu Lanqi said. It's just meat. We'll give him other meat next time we cook. Chu Ming tucked into the meal as soon as he said this. The coin toad was ugly, but after being skinned and prepared properly, its flesh was soft and succulent. It was better than the average toad or frog. After downing a mouthful, Chu Ming stopped still and said, "What the hell? What's wrong with that meat? Is it raw?" Chu Lanqi asked in confusion. This is ordinary flesh. I just had a bite and lo and behold, my ordinary geno points increased. Chu Ming was so shocked that he struggled to get his words out. No way. Are you certain? Chu Lanqi could not believe it, and she believed he was pranking her. But when she tried it, she too froze. See? This is ordinary flesh. By the sanctuaries, San Mu killed an ordinary creature. How is such a thing possible? Chu Ming ate more and more of the meal, and his ordinary geno points went up in tandem. He finished the stew, and just like Han Sen, his point total went up by 3. Chu Lanqi looked confused, struggling to comprehend how Han Sen had managed to kill an ordinary creature. We have to ask him where this coin toad came from. Perhaps we can slay a few more, Chu Ming said with much excitement. They waited for Han Sen's return, and before long, he came strolling through the yard atop Meowth. Golden Growler was by his side, carrying the severely wounded wind beast. San Mu, where did you get the... Holy Shura, is that a wind beast? Before Chu Ming could finish his sentence, he saw the ravaged body of the wolf and was delivered another shock. Wind beast, Chu Lanqi said, in fright. She looked at Golden Growler, which was carrying the beast. When Yu Yen managed to capture the wind beast, he made sure to show it off and let everyone know it had opened 4 of its gene locks. It was a creature that everyone knew about, but since then no one had seen it. Everyone eventually came to the correct conclusion that he had not been successful in taming the beast, else he would have been showing that off as well. San Mu, where did you get this from? And where in the sanctuaries did you kill that coin toad? Chu Ming had a lot to ask. Didn't I tell you? I killed that toad along the banks of the river. And as for this wind beast, I received it from Yu Yen after trading it for a copper fruit I managed to obtain. Han Sen disembarked Meowth and brought the wind beast further into the yard. The wind wolf was dying, and it could hardly whimper. Still, it looked at Han Sen with eyes of contempt. Even in its bloody, charred state, it looked like a beast that shouldn't be trifled with. Wait, what copper fruit? And furthermore, how did you slay an ordinary toad? Chu Ming's confusion was only getting worse. I came across an injured coin toad by happenstance. It had a strange vine near it, which had 3 fruit growing on it. Han Sen told them his tale. He mostly told them the truth, save for the coin toad's injury. You are incredibly fortunate, but dumb too. Why would you trade 2 copper fruits for a seed and a wind beast? Copper fruits come in handy when it comes to evolving creatures. They are far more valuable than seeds. The wind beast was a great get, but it is a waste if you are unable to tame it. You could buy 2 whole creatures worth of meat for 1 single copper fruit. Chu Ming looked at Han San as if he had squandered a lottery winning. Well, I'm going to see if I can tame this thing. Han San smiled. Impossible. We are humans, we can't tame things. How are you going to tame it? When the night spirit failed. Chu Ming shook his head disapprovingly. Nothing is impossible, but that attitude can certainly make tall tasks seem so. Han San smiled again. Han San had managed to tame many creatures in the second god's sanctuary, and he didn't think getting their allegiance was a difficult task. Chu Lanqi only listened to their conversation. She believed San Mu was someone quite special, and the things that he did shocked her a lot. Killing the coin toad and obtaining copper fruit didn't seem to be something he had happened to stumble upon through luck alone. And for that dragon blood tree to come back to life following his arrival, that would be far too much of a coincidence. She looked at San Mu with a complicated expression, but she did not say anything. They hadn't been together for long, but she did not think Han San was a bad person. His achievements came as quite a surprise, though. Is there a person named Han in the alliance? Chu Lanqi frowned. Han San was afraid something bad might happen, so he stuck to using the name San Mu. He had been there for a long time, so had grown accustomed to him under his assumed name. But once, during a conversation, he let slip that his real surname was Han. Chu Ming and Chu Lanqi had been in the third god's sanctuary for far too long, so it was unlikely they had heard of the name Han Senator. They actually believed Han was a fake surname he was trying to use to trick them. Chu Lanqi thought about it quite a bit, though, trying to think of which family could raise someone so powerful. But she didn't let the thoughts consume her. All she knew, deep in her heart, was that Han San was a person she should cherish. It was worth being friends with him. San Mu, are you really going to try to tame this wind beast? Chu Ming looked at Han San, who was squatting down near the wind beast. He believed him to be a madman. This beast hails from Thorn Forest. If I tame it, it can guide us through that knotted labyrinth and help us avoid the more dangerous hotspots, Han San said. I suppose, but it is almost unheard of for humans to tame creatures. We aren't like the spirits, to whom it tends to come easily. If you Yen fail to tame it, how will you find success? Chu Ming asked inquisitively. I either do it or I don't. Han San stroked what remained of the beast's fur, and in response, it opened its bloody maw and tried to bite his hand. But it was heavily injured, and it could barely move its head enough to reach. The best it could do was growl beneath its weakened, raspy breathing. Han San continued to stroke the beast, and stroked its head. Then, he activated his holy light and used it to heal the wolf. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming both looked incredibly surprised, watching Han San heal it with a healing skill. Very few humans had this power, and women were the most likely to choose to learn that sort of hyper-geno art. It was rare to see a big man like Han San choose such an ability. But the power of the skill was still capped at Han San's first and only open gene lock. In the third sanctuary, its effectiveness was not nearly as high as he wanted it to be. It didn't seem to do much good for the wind beast at first. After 10 minutes of healing elapsed, however, there were some visible reductions to the severity of the wolf's wounds. It was getting better. Energy returned to the wind beast, and it tried to chomp Han San's arm. He expected this, however, and so he made sure to dodge. He fired a coin at the wolf's head in retaliation, and pinned it to the ground. The beast was ruthless, and it wasn't grateful for the healing it was receiving. It still wanted to attack Han San, but it was still injured, and its movements had been inhibited by the weight of the coin. The wind blades were all crushed by Han San. Han San fired a few more coins at the wolf, to completely suppress it. No longer could it cast wind blades, either. Alongside the continued healing, Han San fired more and more coins to prevent it from retaliating. In this way, Han San spent the next few days. With it pinned, he continued healing the wolf and getting closer to earning its affection. But the beast was indeed wicked and cruel. If it wasn't being suppressed by the coin, Han San would already have been ripped to shreds. He knew this was a process he could not rush, so he diligently kept with it, for long stretches of time each and every day. Han San went to a hidden spot along the river and placed the dry mutant seed in the soil. He gave it a water drop, and when he returned the second day, it had already started to grow. Han Sen tried to provide it with more water drops, but it could not receive more than 1 year's worth of energy at a time. Providing it more energy would not help. After it started to grow, it looked very much like a pine tree, but it was only 1 foot tall and was beetroot red. Every day, when Han Sen came back, he gave the tree a year's worth of energy. Its size always remained the same, and the only visible change was how red the tree was becoming. Still, Han Sen believed this to be for the best. If it was a big tree, it'd be discovered far more easily. He didn't want it to end up like the dragonblood tree, which was discovered even within the confines of their yard. A small tree such as this would be difficult to find, and that was ideal for him. But mutant gene plants took over 100 years to produce fruit, and he only had 30 years worth of energy. He did not have enough to make it fully grow. All the wild gene plants within a few dozen miles had been harvested by Han Senator. If he wanted to collect more, he'd have to venture further. Quite possibly, he'd have to venture beneath the rotten boughs of thorn forest. If I follow the stream, I should be fine. Han Sen decided to follow the stream up through the forest to find the plants he wanted. He walked another dozen miles and noticed the presence of many wild genoplants growing along the banks of the river. There were around 30 in total, and Han Sen managed to gather another 20 years of life-giving water drops. After harvesting those, locating more only proved more difficult. This time, instead of continuing upstream, he went downstream. He stuck to following the river, as there would not be many genoplants if he ventured away from it. I need to tame the beast sooner, if I want to venture deeper into this forest. Han Sen felt annoyed. The wind beast's soul had proven even harder to train than Han Sen first believed, and it failed to respond and become tame through the kindness he was showing it. If neither kindness nor cruelty quelled its hostility, Han Sen was going to run out of options. So what other ways can I try to tame it? Han Sen pondered, on his return to the quaint cabin of home. As he approached the wind beast, it cast gusts of bladed winds. But as usual, Han Sen was able to break them all with a punch. He saw a coin on the beast had broken, so he made sure to add a few more. I have heard some people eat and sleep with creatures. If they lived with them long enough, the creature would believe it was of the same kind. Should I try doing that? When he turned to look at vicious, drooling maw of the beast, Han Sen dropped the idea. But as he did, another idea cropped into Han Sen's mind. He spoke to the beast and said out loud to himself, "Perhaps this might work." Han Sen came up with an idea of what to do. People often got close with creatures by pretending to be them. After doing so for a while, they would often end up adopting their smell. This lent them credibility with the animal, and helped the animal to acknowledge them as one of its own. This method wouldn't work on the wind beast, but Han Sen had a better idea on how to make the wolf think he was the same type of creature. What's more, Han Sen was the only person who could use this method. With Dongxian aura, he simulated the wolf's energy flow so that they would be the same. Then, Han Sen inched closer to the wolf. Much to his delight, the wolf's hostility seemed to have subsided. This brought Han Sen much joy, and after realizing the success of this method, he made sure to simulate the wolf's energy flow each day. Although it was still alert to Han Sen, given what he had done to it, the wolf's concern grew less each day. A month later, the wind beast was no longer hostile. Even without the coins, he would not attack Han Sen. When Han Sen did not simulate the energy flow, the wind wolf did not attack him then either. But it only accepted Han Senator every time the wind beast saw Chu Lanqi or Chu Ming. It showed great interest in attacking them. So, Han Sen built a little house for the wind beast to live in. Han Sen continued practicing his Dongxian aura, taming the creature more and more each day. He hoped to one day hunt alongside it in Thorn Forest, and hoped that day would come soon. The water drops he collected were almost all used up, and it wouldn't be long before he'd used them all. He needed to find more genoplants soon, otherwise his blood pine would stop growing. Fortunately, in the second month, the wind beast had learnt to adhere to Han Sen's commands. And by listening to Han Sen, it would not attack other people. "You really tamed it? You really tamed the wind beast?" Chu Ming said to Han Sen as he looked at Wind Beast. He couldn't believe it. Yeah. How lucky am I? Han Sen was feeling pretty smug, especially since he had trumped a spirit and become the only person capable of taming such a ferocious beast. How? How in the sanctuaries did you do that? Chu Lanqi asked with much shock, as she too stared at the wind beast. It was an ordinary beast that had unlocked 4 gene locks. It was as powerful as Qingming Knight himself. Yu Yen Knight had tried to tame it for the longest time, using everything he knew. They found it difficult to comprehend how Han Sen had managed to do it in only 2 months. I suppose it's all down to talent, really? Han Sen had no genuine excuse, but no matter what, he wasn't going to tell them about his ability to simulate energy flows. I am bringing Little Wind to Thorn Forest with me, so I'll be gone for the next couple of days. Don't fret for my well-being. Han Sen could not wait to enter that knotted domain. The water drops had almost all run out, after all. The Bloodvine's water drops had been rationed, and its speed of growth had slowed down considerably. You may have Little Wind by your side, but you yourself are still fairly weak. Isn't it a little risky for you to go to Thorn Forest right now? Chu Ming expressed concern. It may be risky, but I have no other choice. With the spirit ruling us, such drastic times call for drastic measures, Han Sen said. I'm going with you, Chu Lanqi suddenly said. Lanqi! Chu Ming and Han Sen exclaimed in shock, both at the same time. Let me scout the vicinity out first. If I can confirm it to be a safe enough area for us to venture there together, I will bring you there, Han Sen said. Chu Lanqi said, then you will be risking it all by yourself. How can we sit idly by, while you risk life and limb for us? I can't let you go there alone, it wouldn't be right. Then let us all go there together, Chu Ming said, firming his jaw. Chu Lanqi shook her head and said, no, you should stay here and take care of the garden. If we emerge from Thorn Forest without the rewards we seek, this will be our backup. Chu Ming looked as if he wanted to say something more, but she cut off whatever he was about to say. My powers are best put to use in Thorn Forest. Don't complain or try to stop me. I am going. Chu Ming's mouth just hung open, and he did not say anything. Although he did not express it, he seemed to agree with what she had said. Han Sen was curious as to what power she was referring to. He only knew Chu Ming had certain fire abilities, but Chu Lanqi was still a bit of an enigma to him. Regardless of what power she had, though, she had only opened her first gene lock. Han Sen didn't believe she could help out much in their time there. He would have bid for her to remain at the house, but she was too stubborn, and he knew it would be futile to protest her accompaniment. It was far more difficult for humans to open gene locks than it was for creatures. Surpasser humans traditionally only had a fitness level of 300. Unless you were super talented, opening a second gene lock would be next to impossible. According to the Alliance's research, the ordinary fitness of a human allowed for only 1 open gene lock for every 300 fitness. That meant humans required a fitness of 600 to open their second gene lock. But for surpassers, reaching a fitness level of 600 wasn't easy. 100 normal geno points could increase a person's fitness by 100. 100 ordinary geno points could increase a person's fitness by 200. That meant a surpasser would have to max out both their normal geno points and ordinary geno points to reach a fitness level of 600 and open their second gene lock. If they were lucky, they could gain mutant geno points and sacred blood geno points. If they did, opening gene locks would be easier. 100 mutant geno points could supply a person 400 additional levels of fitness. Maxing out sacred blood geno points increased a person's fitness by 800. As for super geno points, no one knew. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming had only maxed out their normal geno points. They did not have many ordinary geno points, and so it didn't seem likely they had opened their second gene locks. Han Sen had an advantage over them. His Dongxian aura had already almost reached the second tier, and it wouldn't be long before he could unlock it. Don't worry, I may have only opened my first gene lock, but I won't slow you down. I'll prove more useful than you might expect, Chu Lanqi said. Do you mind telling me what powers you have? They were about to venture into a realm where the possibility of death resided behind every corner. He had no choice but to ask. Scent. My power is that of scent, Chulanchi said. Scent? What kind of power is that? Han Sen looked shocked, having never heard of this before. I can mask our scent, robbing the creatures that could locate us through our scent of their abilities to find us. Furthermore, I can detect the faint traces and scents of those that have gone before us. I can read the area, Chulanchi explained to Han Sen. Han Sen was surprised. Her abilities did not lend themselves to combat proficiency, but they would be extremely useful all the same. She would undoubtedly prove valuable on the trip he was planning. There was no discernible reason for Han Sen to deny her presence following this revelation. So he planned to go with her. The ability to erase one's scent was an incredible talent to possess. Otherwise, creatures could find, stalk, and attack you with greater ease. The next day, Han Sen took Chulanchi with him to the forest. Han Sen was a little anxious, almost flat-out worried, about venturing there. He wasn't powerful enough to compete with what was said to lurk beneath the knotted boughs and tangled roots of that domain. The entire place was veiled with mystery and tales of anguish. If it wasn't for the wind beast at his side, Han Sen wouldn't even have dreamed of going there at his current stage of development. The duo had now walked half a kilometer beyond the edge of the forest. At this stage of their journey, Han Sen discovered his first wild genoplant. When Chulanchi wasn't looking, he absorbed the plant. With the wind wolf leading their way, Han Sen managed to absorb a dozen such plants. They made for quite the prize. They were only at the edge of the forest, yet the grass was overgrown and impeded their travel. The foliage was thick and coarse, and the trees grew tall and menacing. It was said that further into the forest, the thorns of the forest's namesake would reveal themselves. Spiked vines and woods would choke all paths, and the creatures would be far more numerous and threatening. They weren't in too deep yet, so there was no immediate danger. But suddenly, Little Wind stopped. It began to growl in a signal of warning. Han Sen comforted the beast and used his Dongxian aura to scan the vicinity. His ability had its limits, however, and so he couldn't detect whatever Little Wind was trying to draw his attention to. It wasn't too close. Chulanchi's eyes burned like molten silver, though. She looked around and said, I can detect the remnants of a scent left by a creature around 8 hours ago. There were 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Can you discern which creature came by? Han Sen asked. Unfortunately, no. I have never smelled such a scent before, so I don't know what could have left it, Chulanchi answered. Little Wind stayed alert, however, and its fur straightened and stood up on end. Han Sen knew that a dangerous creature had to be around somewhere, so he brought his companions with him to hide in the midst of a few bushes. As they did this, Chulanchi used her scent-masking ability. Unless the creatures saw them directly, they'd be difficult to detect. After a short wait, the brush on the edge of a glade began to rustle. A metallic red porcupine revealed itself. And so, we have already come across our first ordinary creature. I can only wonder how many gene locks it has opened. Han Sen scanned the porcupine, and noticed its life force was almost as strong as that of Little Wind. The porcupine came out of the bushes and went towards a tree. Then it began to burrow beneath it. It unearthed some subterranean fungi and started eating them ravenously. Wait here. We're off to go kill it. Han Sen was excited to see a lonely, ordinary creature. Be careful, okay? Chulanchi was nervous, and cared for Han Sen's well-being. Han Sen allowed Little Wind to wait where he was, and snuck behind the porcupine by himself. His basics hadn't left him yet, and so he used one of his assassination talents to approach undetected. When he was 3 meters away, the porcupine was still enjoying its meal, blissfully unaware of its nearing aggressor. When he was 2 meters away, Han Sen suddenly fired a coin onto the porcupine. The porcupine instantly became enraged. It turned around and looked at Han Sen with fiery eyes, and its spikes straightened out with a desire to kill. Like a projectile, one of the spikes was fired straight at Han Sen. Han Sen cast Dongxian aura and evaded the spike successfully. It was going for his face. Pang! The spike drove through a tree, then bounced off of a second tree and fell down to the ground. The vegetation of the third god's sanctuary was stronger than the vegetation of the second god's sanctuary. In order to pierce through a tree, the force of the spike was horrible. The porcupine ran towards Han Sen with the speed of a sports car. If Han Sen was unfortunate enough to be caught in the roll of that porcupine's spikes, he'd be very dead. Han Sen used a formation, and with an analysis of the environment, circled the porcupine. Little Wind came charging forward, a blistering gust of wind whipping from its mouth. Its gaping maw suddenly became a cannon, one that was primed and ready to fire at the porcupine. Pang! The cannonball of wind could only be cast if the creature had successfully opened its fourth gene lock. The air cannon's ammunition was like a bomb, and hit the porcupine with tremendous force. Many of the spikes were ripped away by the wind, peeling the skin as they went. The porcupine was bleeding. The porcupine spared no time to tend to its wounds, so it just looked at Little Wind and screamed at it. The spikes of its back suddenly burst into flames, and like bullets, rapidly fired towards the wolf. Little Wind did not move away to avoid the incoming projectiles, however. It stood its ground and howled to create a flurry of wind that blew away all the spikes. Not a single scratch was dealt to him. Han Sen fired another coin at the porcupine, and since it was distracted by Little Wind, it did not dodge. Its speed was reduced immediately, hindered by the crushing weight each coin dealt. Little Wind opened its mouth and fired his air cannon again, and after the porcupine had been slowed down by the coins that kept hitting it, it was unable to evade that, either. Through the cooperative efforts of Han Sen and Little Wind, the porcupine was rendered paralyzed. Could not move. Little Wind fired a few more cannonballs of wind, and for the finisher, Han Sen brought down his sonic thunder punch on the porcupine's head. Ordinary creature, flaming porcupine killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary genopoints randomly. Flaming porcupine, arrow beast soul. Han Sen looked at its type and became extremely happy at the result. He was incredibly dexterous with a bow, so he thought it was incredibly fortunate for his first beast soul in this realm to be an arrow. Of course, Han Sen still needed a bow to use it with. If he could return to the Alliance, he could have produced an alloy bow for use in the third god sanctuary, but alas, he could not. Chu Lanqi was a little dazed, following the spectacle of the battle she had just witnessed. An ordinary creature that had opened 3 of its gene locks had just been brutally, and quite easily, beaten. Han Sen and the Wind Wolf made a remarkable duo. Their synergy and cooperation was tremendous, and it was difficult to believe they had only known each other for 2 months. Han Sen was used to cooperating with Little Silver, and his time with the fox had made him proficient at working alongside other creatures. Furthermore, he was excellent at using Dongxian Sutra's formations. Teaming up with the Wind Wolf was easy. It had taken a while for Little Wind to start listening to Han Sen's commands, and it still had a fair amount of training left to go if Han Sen wanted their teamwork be comparable to his relationship with the Silver Fox in the Second God Sanctuary. But it was getting there. Should we return home? Chu Lanqi asked. She thought that hunting a sole ordinary creature made for a fine day's work. How about we proceed deeper? There is no rush. Han Sen didn't want to go back just yet. The flaming porcupine was too big, and he couldn't earn many ordinary genopoints since its meat would have to be shared. Little Wind, however, leapt towards the porcupine's body to eat its fill. Han Sen barked at it to stay away. He collected as much meat as he wanted and left most of it for the wolf. Although a lot of the meat was given to the wolf, he couldn't become lax in his assertions of dominance. Han Sen was the alpha in their partnership, and he had to make sure it stayed that way, lest Little Wind thought of challenging him. Beasts were like that, unfortunately. Chu Lanqi saw that he had left most of the flesh for the wolf, and while it was strange for her to see such waste, she knew they couldn't carry that much meat with them, if they truly chose to proceed. Seeing Little Wind continue to gobble up the meat that he had been given, Han Sen said, "Could you mask or get rid of this blood smell? I'd hate to attract more creatures." Many creatures in the third god sanctuary had to eat food to survive, and all creatures had to eat to open their gene locks. "I'm way ahead of you. It has already been erased," Chu Lanqi said. Hansen nodded. Chu Lanqi's powers were extremely useful, and he had made the correct choice in allowing her to come. Far more trouble would come their way had she not accompanied Han Sen. After Little Wind finished eating, they continued their trek. But after a while, the wolf stopped moving and refused to proceed. Is there danger up ahead? Han Sen started walking in another direction, and Little Wind followed. Han Sen brought Little Wind with him for precisely this reason, and thus far, he was satisfied with the wolf's performance. Wait, my senses are in chaos here. I can detect numerous creatures inhabiting the area ahead. Chu Lanqi stopped dead in her tracks as she stated her discovery. Can you tell what they are? Hansen said. Some scents were left behind by the forest crabs. Of those, there are a dozen distinct sets. But there are also around 20 iron bug traces, too. Chu Lanqi analyzed the area for a while longer and then said, 14 of the iron bugs are normal creatures, whereas 7 are ordinary class. The tree crabs are all ordinary. You can detect their strength, too? Hansen looked at Chu Lanqi with shock. Different tiers possess different smells, but I need comparisons with others to tell. If I had never smelled a creature before, then I couldn't tell you, Chu Lanqi explained. They slowed down their trudge through the forest, and before long, they caught sight of a crab that was around the size of an average household plate. Their shells were blue and their pincers looked frightening. The creature's pincers were currently holding a fruit, and it nibbled the fruit as it perched in a tree. The shell of a tree crab is not to be taken lightly. It is incredibly tough. The tree crab's mouth is what you should target, for that is its only weakness, Chu Lanqi said. Hansen nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't want Little Wind to go in and brutishly kill it, so he decided to summon his porcupine arrow which he would wield in his hand. Hansen would use it like a javelin. He stared at the tree crab for some time, and when the timing was right, he launched the arrow towards it with a mighty chuck. The arrow's course was true, but the crab saw it coming. It raised its pincers in an attempt to stop the incoming projectile. But the arrow, as if it had a mind of its own, moved in the air. It wove around the pincer and drove itself directly through the crab's mouth. See! The crab fell down from the tree it was perched in and died. Ordinary creature tree crab killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary genopoints randomly. Hansen picked up the crab as Chu Lanqi looked on in shock and exclaimed, Are you sure you're a new surpasser? You are very powerful. My fitness is better than most surpassers. I'll tell you that much. Hansen, without explaining too much, called for Little Wind to rejoin him. Then he carried on walking. There were many tree crabs in the area, and after 2 miles of walking, Hansen was able to kill 8 of them. He placed them all in a sack he had brought with him. What was most strange, however, was the lack of genoplants. They hadn't seen any in an awfully long time. Have all the wild plants been eaten by the creatures that inhabit this place? Hansen's heart sunk to the sudden realization. Well, that's not right. Chu Lanqi frowned. What's wrong? Hansen jumped, thinking Chu Lanqi had uncovered his ability to absorb plants, and realized it was the reason he had actually ventured into the forest. I can smell many iron bugs in the vicinity, yet we haven't seen a single one. Something is wrong, Chu Lanqi said. When were they last here? Hansen asked. There were countless creatures as early as yesterday, Chu Lanqi said, as she continued sniffing the air. Hansen and Chu Lanqi continued their journey, and after a dozen miles of walking, they hadn't managed to find a single iron bug. From his slaying of the tree crabs, Hansen was able to obtain 3 beast soul armor sets. They didn't slay any tree crabs they encountered after that, but snuck around them instead. The sack they had brought with them was already stuffed, so killing more would be pointless. Hansen walked past a bunch of bloodscale snakes, too. The groups were too large, however. Fighting them was a dodgy prospect Hansen was keener to avoid at his current strength. That's strange. We really can't find any iron bugs, can we? Once Chu Lanqi told Hansen about the large host of iron bugs that supposedly occupied that area of thorn forest. Hansen made doubly sure to scan the environment. It was all to no avail, however. They had now walked 30 miles in total. By all accounts, they were still considered to be at the outskirts of Thorn Forest, but still they should have encountered the bugs by now. Iron bug. As Han-sen was walking, he turned to see Little Wind growling in a certain direction. They approached the area the wolf was indicating, and they finally found the insects. There were many iron bugs, all gathered in one place. The iron bugs were fist-sized, and they had black shells. They skittered across the ground, all in unison, like a river of black oil. They seemed to be vacating the area. "What are they doing?" Han-sen asked. Chulanchi said, "I knew there were a lot of iron bugs, and they are supposedly social and tend to stick together. But this behavior is unheard of. I've never heard of it, at least." "Well, let's take a look." Han-sen was very interested in seeing what they were doing. If there was one thing he had learnt during his time in the sanctuaries, it was that if creatures were behaving strangely or abnormally, it was a sign there was treasure lying in wait. Han-sen followed the bugs, and before long, they came to a valley that was shaped like a gourd. The bugs were like a tide, flowing into the valley. Because the bugs were everywhere, their presence veiled and marred the entire area. Han-sen could not see what lay beneath them. "You and Little Wind wait here. I'm going to advance and take a closer look." Han-sen pointed at the valley. "Again, just be careful," Chulanchi said. Han-sen cast arrow to fly up the side of the valley, away from the bugs. Han-sen wanted to see what the bugs were doing in the valley all by themselves. Are there any high-level geno fruits maturing, perhaps? As Han-sen thought, he pushed his head forward and squinted his eyes to get a better look. Han-sen caught sight of a meadow of rose-like plants. They were deep red in color, and they were beautiful. The bugs were all headed for them. But outside the field of flowers, there were many cracks in the earth and dead bodies lay scattered and strewn across the area. It was like a river of dead bugs. Still, the bugs seemed determined to head there. It was unclear what was damaging the bugs, but they unceasingly marched forward to their demise. The bugs that had died leaked a strange water. "I wonder what level those plants are? They seem to be drawing all those bugs there to die." Han-sen was shocked, watching the roses on their murder spree. Han-sen then saw a human-like shadow inside the rose bushes, but he could not discern many details. He wasn't quite sure who that person was. Han-sen didn't want to remain out of the know, however, and he was curious who the person was and what they were doing. To discover this, he changed his position. But there were too many roses, and they obscured the figure from every angle Han-sen could look from. Regardless of how he shifted his position, all Han-sen could make out was the faint outline of the person just sitting there. There was one further detail Han-sen noticed, however. It wasn't the roses themselves that compelled the bugs to go there and die. Han-sen saw that there were many candles placed around the roses. They were scented candles, and they seemed to be what was attracting the bugs like a pheromone. And Han-sen noticed that the cracks in the ground, many of which were filled with the corpses of the bugs, were half man-made and half natural. Han-sen thought this was the tricky work of someone, a person devoted to slaying those bugs. Is that a human or a spirit? Or maybe even a humanoid creature? Han-sen was eager to find out who or what that shadowy figure was. But from his current position, Han-sen could not tell. He'd have to get closer, and Dongxian aura and his eighth sense did not have a sufficient range to clarify things for him either. "I should have practiced the second tier of the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin," Han-sen said to himself, depressed. Still, he was very happy, and it looked as if the candles were going to burn out very soon. If the man inside used candles to attract and kill the bugs, he'd have no choice but to unveil himself when he came out to change them. Patiently, Han-sen waited until the candles burnt out. 1 hour later, the candles were on the precipice of going out. Yet even so, the shadowy figure maintained its position. It remained sitting down in the meadow of flowers, not moving an inch. When the light of the candles went out, and the smell they released began to fade, the iron bugs snapped out from their daze and stopped pressing into the valley that had killed so many of them. Many of them began to leave, returning to Thorn Forest. "I don't think this person is going to reveal himself." Han-sen frowned. If the person did not come out, then Han-sen wasn't going to go in either. Whoever was in there had to be very powerful to gather the resources to attract so many creatures there to die. Han Sen did not want to make his presence known to that person, so he remained in hiding. The iron bugs were almost all gone from the valley, and still there was no movement. But just as Han Sen prepared to return to Chulanchi, that changed. Quickly, Han Sen scrambled back down to peer at the roses. He watched a person emerge from them, and when he saw the person's face, his jaw hit the deck. His mind was suddenly a mess. A blonde, purple-eyed woman emerged from beneath the green bushes that cradled the red roses. She didn't quite look human, and an emerald was embedded in her forehead. It was a beautiful female spirit. Her face was stunning to behold. It was cold, but that just amplified her mystique. Regardless of where she was, people would be taken aback by her beauty. Han Sen was not surprised, but something in particular made him almost leap backwards in shock. The woman was not wearing any clothes. When she stood up, the fine curve of her booty, and how it led all the way down her long legs, was a sudden, tantalizing sight. It was all on full display. Han Sen's nose was getting hot with a coming nosebleed. Her big breasts and slim waist made her look as if she was straight out of a waifu manga. Humans could not possess such a body shape. Although the image described might sound ridiculous, she looked natural. When she emerged from the bushes, she looked cold. And the moment she stepped out, the flowers writhed their way around her to form an armor. She was like a queen of gardens. She approached the cracks in the earth and removed a rose from her garment of flowers. She snapped the stalk in two and set them alight. After this, Han Sen realized that it was the stalks of the flowers that were serving as candles. The stalks caught on fire quickly, and as they burned, a strange fragrance began to emanate. Han Sen thought the bugs would end up returning, but they did not. Han Sen thought it was odd, and he pondered why the iron bugs did not follow the fragrance as they had previously. The spirit merely watched the stalk of the flower burn, facing the valley's entrance. Not long after, Han Sen heard a weird noise from someplace else in the valley. Something was flying towards them quickly, and it went for the candle like an arrow. It was an iron bug. It was a little smaller, but it was darker than the rest. The shell was black like obsidian. This bug had grown wings, and it flew extraordinarily fast, completely unlike the others. This iron bug landed on the stalk and bit into it, with a look of exuberant joy on its face. The spirit took a step back and merely observed the creature nibbling at the stalk. It didn't seem as if she wanted to fight it. If the spirit wants to claim that bug, then why doesn't she? Is the stalk poisonous? Maybe? Han Sen thought it queer. Right then would have been a perfect time to strike, but the spirit withheld any such action. She merely continued to watch the bug merrily munch on its meal. As Han Sen pondered this, he heard something else come from further down the valley. It was a centipede, one that was entirely red. It ran past the cracks and came for one of the stalks. The spirit had placed down many stalks prior to this, and thus, there was no conflict. The creatures each had their own. Not long after, many more bugs arrived. They were of varying shapes and colors. Some were black, some were red, and some were green. The other bugs had come to feed on the stalks as well. But before long, there were no stalks left, and a fight amongst the bugs started to erupt. The red centipede was wreathed in flame, and it started to fight a bug with a green shell and 8 legs. The red centipede had the ability to spit fire, but it did not deter the green spider. Without fear, it skittered towards its many-footed foe. Within seconds, chaos reigned. All the bugs were fighting between each other, none willing to leave the area. The spirit continued to watch the fight, devoid of all emotion. Are those stalks stimulants? Han Sen froze, seeing this. The powers the bugs were unleashing against each other were horrible, something he figured only mutant-class monsters could do. The spirit had played all those mutant-class bugs like a fiddle. Han Sen knew he had to treat that spirit with great caution. The bugs were out of control. Severed limbs and dead bodies lay scattered and strewn across the area, as they attacked each other with wild ferocity. Watching so many insects die in such a fashion was a terrible sight. When the battle was over, only the initial iron bug remained alive. A few of its claws had been broken, but that did not prevent it from dining on the leftovers of the battlefield. As the bug dined on the bodies, its own body began to undergo a change. Its lost limbs recovered. Colored dots peppered its all-black shell, and it seemed to have even obtained the centipede's flame and spider's green light. Han-san saw the bug claim all those powers for itself and was taken aback. Catcha! The iron bug's shell cracked, and something seemed to emerge from inside its body. Following this, only an empty shell remained. The newborn iron bug was white. Its body shone like jade. Its eyes were red and its wings were translucent. Cheesy, cheesy. The newborn iron bug made a couple of sharp noises. So, after all that, the bug evolves? The spirit frowned, as she thought to herself. The results were beyond her expectations. The iron bug was the weakest mutant bug, and yet it had somehow survived. The spirit looked over the iron bug, which now seemed to resemble white jade. Then she presented a box to the bug, one that had been crafted from vines. A bug emerged from the box. A baby silkworm wriggled its way out of the vine-constructed box. It was blue and semi-transparent, and looked quite pretty. This is the 10th berserk mutant. Eat this berserk iron bug before you. If you do, you, my blue crystal bug, will be able to become a sacred blood creature. The spirit said to the bug as she let it out of the box. Then, blue crystal bug crawled over to the iron bug. Wherever the blue crystal bug writhed, a vibrant scorch mark was left in its wake. It looked poisonous. When Han-san heard the spirit speak, he thought to himself, this spirit must have done a lot to ensure the evolution of this creature of hers. She used mutant bugs to create a berserk mutant bug so she could then feed it to the blue crystal bug? Perhaps she will succeed. The blue crystal bug reached the iron bug that had just finished evolving. Due to the tiring process of evolution, it was now weak. It acknowledged what was happening as well. It trembled at the approach of the blue crystal bug. The blue crystal bug climbed atop the iron bug, as it had done many times before. Without reprieve or delay, it attempted to eat the iron bug from the front. But the moment the blue crystal bug tried to eat the iron bug opened its mouth wide. Exceeding all expectations, its insectoid mouth became a gaping maw decorated with countless serrated teeth. Catcha! The iron bug was actually the one that ate the blue crystal bug. In one quick munch, the bug was gruesomely devoured. Where it once feigned fear and a look of apparent weakness, the iron bug now looked like a greedy devil. The poisonous blue crystal bug was defenseless, it seemed. It had no chance to react to the sudden snap of the iron bug's jaws. And this surprised Han-san and the spirit both. No one had expected this to happen, and even the spirit was caught off guard. The spirit lashed her rose whip at the iron bug. The bug didn't attempt to evade, however. It merely closed its shell and withstood the entire attack effortlessly. Han-san knew how much power was in her whiplash, and it was a terrifying amount. The whip had to be a mutant class, at least, and it was far stronger than what he and Little Wind could deal with. Yet despite that, the whip could not damage the iron bug at all. But then, curiously, the iron bug's shell broke again, and it started glowing blue. It was evolving once again. Damn it! It's evolving into a sacred blood. The spirit's face changed as she spoke aloud. In haste, she quickly hammered the white shell of the bug to break it. From inside the white shell, a green iron bug came out. It looked like jade. Without hesitation, the spirit continued to lash it with her whip. She wanted to damage the iron bug before it completed its new process of evolution. When it finished evolving into a sacred blood creature, the spirit would not be able to fight it. Hoopa! Hoopa! The whip was like a fearsome snake, lashing out at the iron bug. The monstrously powerful attacks made the evolving creature squeal in pain. But then, a green flame burst forth from the iron bug and enveloped the whip. It wasn't exactly like fire, though. It was more like a corrosive substance that moved under conscious control. It was like a flame composed of liquid acid. And against this, the whip stood no chance. The spirit's weapon quickly corroded into a toxic-smelling puddle of goop. The spirit dropped the whip, not wanting the acid to touch her body. Then, she used a stalk's thorn to pierce her skin and allow the rose to absorb her blood. As the rose absorbed the spirit's blood, the rose suddenly let out a powerful fragrance. It was so strong it could literally be seen as a mystic haze. The iron bug smelled the flower and was hypnotized. Without resistance, it began crawling over towards the rose. The spirit suddenly summoned a red dagger, and when the green iron bug came closer, she stabbed it in its mouth with the power and speed of a sudden flash of lightning. Boom! The iron bug snapped out of its daze as the dagger lodged in its mouth. Its anger was unleashed, and it squirted its corrosive liquid all around it. The ground and soil all around were ruined, and when it was done, the iron bug launched itself towards the spirit. But the spirit was quick to fall back. She tried using her rose bushes to trap the bug and stop its advance. But the iron bug had become a sacred blood creature, and the attacks it unleashed were frighteningly powerful. The rose vines lashed the iron bug by themselves, but it was all to no avail. Against its impenetrable shell, all attacks simply bounced off and at the same time melted into nothing but drops of its wretched liquid. The roses that sought to trap the bug were all burnt away, and it seemed likely that the bug was going to catch up with the spirit. The spirit's face changed, but she did not look scared. Instead of a weapon, she summoned a shield this time. With it, she tried to deflect the charging bug. Catcha! She propped the heavy great shield up against the frenzied bug. The force of the bug was so strong, it knocked the spirit a good distance back and smashed her into a wall. So much was the power in that hit, there was a gaping hole left in the side of the cliff she was thrown into. Whoa! That is so powerful. Sacred blood creatures in the third god's sanctuary are terrifying. That little thing hasn't even completed its evolution, and yet it has so much power. Han Sen watched the iron bug with greed in his eyes. Although the bug was strong, the dagger was still lodged in its mouth. Strangely, it hadn't been melted, it looked special. The iron bug's mouth had bled slowly ever since the oral strike. Han Sen was able to watch its life force slowly drain around the knife in its mouth. Still, that did not allay the bug's desire to chase after the spirit that had inflicted such damage upon it. But the spirit knew she had injured it, and she knew victory would only be a matter of time because of it. As the two continued to fight, Han Sen decided to sneak into the valley. He wanted to steal the kill from the spirit, as it was a sacred blood creature. He believed this was an opportunity from God, as God only knew how long it would take for him to reliably be able to take down sacred blood creatures on his own. Severed roses danced through the air as the spirit continued trying to deal with the enraged iron bug. But whatever came into contact with the green liquid fire, geno-weapons included, would be corroded and ruined immediately. Han Sen was terrified, even as he watched from a distance. When he ventured closer, he cast his Dongxian aura for a better inspection of the situation he was preparing to waltz into. The iron bug looked powerful, but in its mouth, the blood-red dagger remained firmly in place. He wasn't sure how the dagger could withstand the corrosive properties of the bug's wrath, and damage the creature at the same time. Pang! The spirit used everything in her power but was unable to defeat the sacred blood class iron bug. Suddenly, the weapon she was bringing down on the iron bug caught on fire. In a flash, the phantom corrosion traveled down her weapon and onto her, setting her body alight. The spirit's armor could not withstand the brutal fire. The flowers that clothed her were quickly burning away, and she had no choice but to remove herself from the rose gown. She was naked once again. See! The iron bug squealed before it went against its now unarmored foe. But the spirit was not done for yet. She summoned another geno-weapon and struck the incoming bug. Again, no damage was dealt, and the weapon was destroyed quickly. The bug did not relent. The spirit's supply of geno-weaponry was dwindling fast, and soon, she'd have no armament left to do battle with the bug. As she acknowledged this, the second-long thought was enough for the iron bug to close the gap and strike her body. The spirit was sent flying away like a cannonball. She struck a craggy cliffside as a fire claimed her chest. Although the spirit was quickly able to douse the fire, The iron bug was already nearly upon her once again. Its target was her chest once more. The spirit was unable to do anything, and she was now helpless against the iron bug that was hungry for her heart. Although the spirit would not truly die, she still looked shocked and surprised, and even fearful, for this misfortune that was to fall upon her. But just as the spirit's hope of victory was depleted, a white shadow appeared from the nether. A pretty man, with the presence of a god, appeared behind the iron bug. The spirit's eyes, which were nearing closure in anticipation of a defeat, opened wide with sudden surprise. She looked upon the bright light, not knowing what it was, where it had come from, or why it had appeared. Boom! The god-looking man's fist crackled and popped with the charge of electricity, and like a sun, it collided with the back of the iron bug. The sun was driven directly into the iron bug's body, and as the sound of thunder echoed through the valley, the iron bug had no choice but to involuntarily surrender its body to the crushing force as it was knocked to the ground. Catcha! When the bug hit the dirt, Han-sen used his left hand to shove the handle of the dagger deeper and deeper into its mouth. The dagger was pushed through the bug's throat and into its body. Where 2 inches of the dagger's blade had been visible, now there remained none. The entire blade and handle had been driven into the body of the iron bug. The dagger was very sharp. It pierced through the body, and when it appeared again, it was protruding through the bug's posterior. Sacred blood creature iron bug king killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han-sen was thrilled. He grabbed the iron bug's body and the dagger that was still within, and in the blinding light he had appeared with, he disappeared in a flash without a trace. From his sudden appearance behind the bug, the subsequent punch, the use of the dagger, and the even faster escape, the entire event occurred in the time frame of about 2 or 3 seconds. Before the spirit could even react, Han-sen had already left the valley. She wouldn't be able to find him. As he traveled, Han-sen's Super King spirit soon ran out and his body returned to normal. He didn't dare slow down, though. He pushed on and went as far as he could, lest the spirit seek him out. Han-sen found Chu-Lanshi and Little Wind hiding in the midst of some thickets. He led them away from the area, in a direction that would take them out of Thorn Forest. The last thing Han-sen wanted was a disgruntled spirit on his tail. Han-sen could not be a Super King spirit for long, and even if he used it again to defeat the spirit, she wouldn't die. Upon her respawn, she'd only hate him more, and it would be unwise for him to make any more enemies than he had to. If Han-sen had revealed his true face when he killed the bug, the spirit would have assuredly remembered the face of her savior. And if that had happened, it would have spelled nothing pleasant. Therefore, Han-sen decided not to attack the spirit. He killed the bug and left, not wanting to reveal his identity. The reason Han-sen was able to kill the iron bug was not solely due to his Super King spirit, however. It was because the iron bug was already weakened and dying anyway. He took a chance, hoping the damage he dealt would be sufficient to kill the creature. It was the dagger that killed the iron bug, though. If the dagger hadn't been there, and he hadn't been able to manipulate it, not even the Super King spirit would have given him enough strength to defeat the crazed bug. Han-sen was currently much weaker than the iron bug, and so it was difficult for him to demonstrate the true power of his Super King spirit mode when going up against a foe that was so much stronger than him. Han-sen and Chu-Lanshi made for the exit of Thorn Forest. They had obtained much in their time there, and it would have been silly for them to remain much longer and not depart with the bounty they had already collected. He couldn't have allowed the spirit to see his true face. He thought that trying to etch out a living in an area controlled by spirits would be impossible if she had seen who he was. But Han-sen worried needlessly, because the spirit did not actually intend to chase down the person who had saved her. Seeing Han-sen disappear as quickly as he appeared, the spirit's face wore a confused expression. She turned to peer in the direction Han-sen fled to. Who was that spirit? The spirit seemed bewildered. She was not angered or annoyed by what had occurred. She wasn't mad at Han-sen's theft of the iron bug kill, nor his claiming of the body and the dagger she had used. Her face was merely one that masked complicated thoughts. Han-sen, not knowing this, was still quite worried. His focus now, however, was returning home safely with Chu Lanqi. They arrived back at Qing Ming shelter without trouble. But when they returned home, they could not find Chu Ming. The yard was in disarray, and in Han Sen's time away, he had been unable to feed the tree the water drops he had been giving it. The tree was now yellow, and it was beginning to look like the dead tree it had been. When they were unable to find Chu Ming, Chu Lanqi looked terrible. Her thoughts roamed over what might have occurred during her absence. Unknown to them, Qing Ming Knight had grown furious upon learning of the tree's death. At the gate of the shelter, Chu Ming was strung up. He had been slashed 300 times to a state near death, and still he remained hanging. Han Sen and Chu Lanqi spared no time in running to Qing Ming shelter. There, they saw Chu Ming hanging from above the gate. His body was caked in dried blood, and other wounds oozed without healing. He looked to be dying. Han Sen was quickly brought to anger. Humans were treated as little more than free-range slaves in the third god's shelter, and any little mistake was met with wicked, brutal punishments. If Han Sen had not have revived the tree in the first place, though Chu Ming would not have suffered this treatment. Chu Ming didn't deserve any of this. Chu Lanqi was not calm by any means either. In great anger, she tried to take Chu Ming down from where he hung. Han Sen, not blinded by the need to save Chu Ming at an ill cost to themselves, quickly stopped Chu Lanqi. He brought her to a place where they would not be immediately spotted. "Don't be reckless. You can't save Chu Ming if it means getting yourself in trouble," Han Sen told Chu Lanqi, as he held her in his arms. "I can't watch him slowly succumb to death. Not while I can still do something," Chu Lanqi pleaded, her voice pained. "I know. I do not plan on letting him die either." Han Sen paused briefly and then said, "It's just that now is not the time. You both signed a contract, didn't you? Even if you save him now, you are still property of Qing Ming. Your lives are forfeit to him, and it is by his whim you can both be killed. Do not incite his wrath any more than it already has been." "Then what do we do?" Chu Lanqi asked. "We slip into the spirit hall and take the spirit stone. It is the only way you can be free from Qing Ming Knight." Han Sen's eyes gleamed with a murder as he spoke. "Are you saying we claim the spirit shelter? Is that something we can do? Is such a thing possible?" Chu Lanqi looked at Han Sen with hopeful eyes, but still doubted the possibility of what he had claimed. Qing Ming Knight was an elite spirit that had unlocked 4 of his gene locks. He had many fellow spirits and creatures in his employ, so breaking into the spirit hall would be no small feat. "Yes, it is. It's only a night shelter," Han Sen said sternly. He continued to speak coldly by saying, "If Thorn Shelter was not nearby, I could take this place down no sweat. I will do as you command. Whatever you desire of me, I will do it." Chu Lanqi looked at Han's senator. Whatever he was going to suggest would by no means be easy, but she was willing to try no matter what he told her. Chu Ming is still alive, so there is no immediate cause for worry. We should go back and prepare for our next move. When we kill Qing Ming Knight and take the Spirit Stone, we will have to escape to Thorn Forest, Han Sen said, turning to look at Chu Ming. While they spoke, a spirit wielding a whip appeared. He walked in front of Chu Ming and struck his naked, battered body. Crack! Chu Ming's skin was dealt another lash, forming another lesion across his bloody body. Although he was on the precipice of death, Chu Ming was still able to scream loudly. The spirit did not speak, and he continued to callously whip his suffering servant. With each frightening whip, the screams of agony from Chu Ming became quieter and quieter. Chu Lanqi gnawed at her lips nervously, almost to the point of bleeding. As for Han Sen, he had come to a point of realization. He acknowledged just how difficult living in the third god's shelter could be for humans. The spirit was not willing to let Chu Ming die just yet, however. Although he struck hard, he was not attacking anywhere critical. "Let's go," Han Sen said, as he pulled on Chu Lanqi to depart the shelter. Back in the cabin, Han Sen looked at the dying dragonblood tree. With his analysis, he was able to determine that it was indeed alive, but only faintly. He pulled out his blood-colored dagger and tried to unearth the roots. He wanted to see if he could move it, for he did not want to leave it where it was. It would still require a dozen years to grow, so it would require about 12 more water drops. But Han Sen did not have any time right now, so all he could hope to do was move it someplace else. After digging up the tree, he had to remove many of its roots. Unfortunately, this only led to the tree becoming even weaker. Using a cloth, Han Sen wrapped up the tree roots and gave them a water drop. Then, he placed the entire tree on the back of Golden Growler. As for the blood pine tree that Han Sen had planted near the river, he dug that up, too. He wondered if he would still be able to grow it someplace else. He was not afraid of Qingming Night, and it would not be difficult for Han Sen to take down Qingming Shelter. But Han Sen could not deal with the royal-class thorn shelter. As such, he could only hope to hide deep within the tangled boughs of thorn forest once his planned deed was done. After seeing how powerful the female spirit was, he knew he could only fight royal spirits with Super King Spirit mode active. But its duration was far too short. If Thorn Shelter loosed many creatures to hunt them down, even if Han Sen could escape, Chu Lanqi would undoubtedly be killed. That was why he couldn't claim Qingming Shelter once Qingming Night had been vanquished. He couldn't make his presence known, and as soon as the spirit that presided over the shelter was killed, he'd have to dart off and vacate the area as soon as he possibly could. Han Sen and Chu Lanqi prepared for their grueling task ahead, and he told her, "You wait near the gate. When I draw the spirits and creatures deeper into the shelter, that will give you the time you need to free Chu Ming and bring him to Thorn Forest. Just one thing. Can we really do this? Do we have what it takes?" Chu Lanqi looked worried. She was very nervous, but Han Sen couldn't blame her. After all, they were on the precipice of taking down a spirit shelter. Even though Han Sen was stronger than normal surpassers, he was alone. A part of her believed his flight to the shelter spirit hall would not be as simple as he was making it out to be. "Yes, we do. Believe in me." Han Sen saw how nervous she was getting, and so he told her this with a voice of assurance. Chu Lanqi was a mature woman, and she was the sort who would only panic when something extremely serious or grave was upon her. She didn't scare easy. Han Sen patted her head like he would a child, which made her blush. Then, Chu Lanqi said, "We will wait for you in the forest. I won't be too far behind. I'll get this done quick," Han Sen said with confidence. They trekked back near Qingming Shelter, and Han Sen gestured for her to stay back a little. "You have to come back alive," Chu Lanqi pleaded, as she nibbled her lips. "I will." Han Sen smiled and entered the shelter. With Han Sen's power, even without his Super King Spirit mode, he'd be just as strong as Qingming Night. The only problem would be that Han Sen only had one gene lock open. And with so many creatures and other spirits around, Han Sen knew he could not claim the shelter in his current state. But fortune had smiled on him, and he had a couple of things in his possession to help even the odds. He had the Iron Bug Beast Soul and the Red Dagger. After Han Sen entered the shelter, he went straight for the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's defenses were tough. In the plaza were 10 ordinary creatures, and 2 Night-class spirits stood outside the Spirit Hall itself, guarding. Qingming Night, however, was inside. For a person who had only opened their first gene lock, achieving triumph in the face of such danger seemed like an impossible accomplishment. But this did not sway Han Sen's resolve, and without a shadow of fear, he marched directly towards the Spirit Hall. A black tiger was quick to catch sight of the approaching intruder, and so it growled at him in warning. Han Sen looked at the tiger and smiled. In the next second, he was clad in summoned armor and wielding a red dagger. Han Sen swung his dagger towards the tiger's neck. Instantly, the tiger's decapitated head was sent barreling through the air as blood squirted from the severed throat. In the next second, the body crumpled to the ground. Ordinary creature Black Iron Tiger killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary geno points randomly. Han Sen was quickly overjoyed. He hadn't known how sharp or powerful the dagger was, nor its class. But its performance immediately exceeded his expectations. The spirits and creatures all around were shocked, unable to believe a fight like this could erupt inside the walls of the shelter. And what's more, the intruder had started a fight with the creatures that guarded the shelter's spirit hall. The creatures saw Han Sen run inside the plaza, and in unison, they all roared and began sprinting towards him. From every direction they came at him. A vast array of different elemental powers swirled around and charged the atmosphere with an exciting volatility. There was fire, wind, thunder, and more, and everything was primed to take Han Sen down. Boom! Following an explosion that was a mixture of various elements, a giant crater was left in the plaza's floor. Rocks were scattered and strewn all about, as plumes of dust clogged the air and choked the sight of all who were there. The spirits and creatures were humorously shocked, believing they had just encountered and wiped out the most stupid human they had ever seen. He never stood a chance, they thought to themselves. Even the spirits that guarded the entrance to the spirit hall looked ahead cockily. They believed the intruder dead, as well. As the two spirits guarded the gate, they smiled merrily. For once, they could witness something exciting. And indeed it was, for they viewed Han Sen's attack as they would the performance of a clown in a carnival. No human had tried to attack Qing Ming's shelter before, so it was a funny spectacle. But in the next second, from within the veiling dust, the shadow of a human flickered by each creature. Acknowledging that their initial attacks had failed, they all activated their gene-lock powers. Amidst the chaos, Han Sen was still sprinting and not even taking the time to dodge. The combined attacks had indeed all struck Han Sen, but his armor was able to withstand the force and its wearer was not dealt damage. Catcha! Another stream of blood flashed through the air, as an ordinary creature slumped down to the ruined ground. Han Sen moved like a killing machine amidst the creatures. Like livestock, each creature was mercilessly slaughtered by Han Sen. The faces of the creatures and spirits that were around all changed. As for the two guards of the spirit hall, they were frozen. No longer were they amused, now they felt fear. Multiple powerful creatures had each been killed with a single strike, none being given the chance to fight back. Someone is attacking the spirit hall. An alarm finally sounded from the mouths of the guards. Qing Ming Knight had already felt it when the first creature had been killed. He frowned and wanted to go take a look at the intruder himself. But soon after stepping forward, he felt another one of his creatures perish. He was surprised. But then, his face completely changed. One after another, he felt each of his creatures be slain. How is this possible? Has someone powerful come to my shelter? He could not imagine what sort of person would be able to defeat so many of his creatures in such a short amount of time. Only royal spirits or mutant creatures could do such a thing, and this was something he could not establish an appropriate defense against. But his shelter was primarily ruled over by Thorn Shelter. They should have attacked Thorn Shelter, not this place. Qing Ming Knight sped up his approach as his desire to take a look at what was going on increased. But as he neared the door, it was kicked open with tremendous force. Two shadows flew inside, which made Qing Ming Knight's sphincter tighten. They were the night spirits tasked with guarding the spirit hall. Their throats had been slit open, and they were thrown through the door, dead before they even hit the ground. When the attacker entered from beyond that door, Qing Ming Knight was surprised. He said, "Human." Humans and spirits were different. Qing Ming Knight could tell his intruder was a human, despite being entirely clad in armor with his appearance masked. How can a human come to my shelter? Qing Ming Knight could not think straight right now. There weren't many humans in the vicinity, and there were only 5 in Thorn Shelter in total. But now, someone had just infiltrated his spirit hall. "Announce yourself, you vermin. He who has dared trespass within my spirit hall." Qing Ming Knight held a spear and called out to Han Sen. "I'm the guy that has come to kill you," Han Sen coldly responded. He used arrow, and he flew towards Qing Ming Knight like a rainbow. "You fool!" Qing Ming Knight noticed how low Han Sen's speed and strength were, so he raised his green light spear and dashed forward to engage with his aggressor. The green spear collided with the red dagger to a shocking result. The green spear was knocked away. The dagger and Han Sen moved like a descending rainbow, one that would touch down at Qing Ming's heart. Qing Ming's face dropped, as he now understood how his guards and protecting creatures had been slain. The dagger was too powerful. Qing Ming Knight was an elite that had opened 4 of his gene locks. In the nick of time, he was able to just about dodge Han Sen's airborne strike and retaliate with a fist of his own. The green light that enshrouded his fist was like a mystic hellfire, and it guided the fist to a direct hit on Han Sen's forehead. Qing Ming Knight coldly laughed in reaction and thought to himself, "It does not matter how sharp or how powerful your dagger is. Nothing can overcome my green light." Pang! When the green light came into contact with Han Sen, it was like glass being thrown against steel. The helmet did not break, and it pushed through the light without even slowing down. Impossible! Qing Ming's eyes opened wide as he gargled the words out. Blood choked his tongue as the dagger sliced through his throat. He was decapitated, and his head dropped to the ground like a stone. Not stopping for 1 second, Han Sen raced towards the statue in the spirit hall and grabbed the spirit stone from the stone sculpture's forehead. Outside the hall, many creatures and spirits came forward to witness who they believed to be their new ruler. They stepped into the spirit hall and quickly crowded it. There they all saw Han Sen taking the spirit stone. Boom! The green spirit stone turned into a bright and horrible green light. Qing Ming reluctantly appeared out of the spirit stone and knelt before Han Sen, before all the creatures and spirits in the hall to make a vow. "I, Qing Ming Knight, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I can become the most faithful of servants." All the creatures froze in place, staring at the day's most unexpected spectacle. The owner of Qing Ming Shelter, the spirit they had always served, was kneeling to pledge obedience to a human. And there was no ulterior scheme or ploy. It was happening for real. The contracts that each creature, spirit, and human had signed with Qing Ming Knight were broken at that instant. They were each and all free. He had been claimed, and the marks he had given them all vanished. Chu Lanqi, back on the outside, was bringing Chu Ming and Golden Growler to Thorn Forest. When she felt the mark break, she burst into tears of joy. He did it! Chu Lanqi wiped away the tears that came. Not only was she happy for Han Sen's victory and exacted vengeance, she was happy to have reclaimed her freedom. In the spirit hall, Han Sen walked forward with Qing Ming Knight. As he moved forward, others stepped to the side. Like a parting of the seas, every living thing in the hall moved aside to create a way for him. Qing Ming Knight had been claimed. Their master had been defeated, and so they were not willing to fight Han Sen anymore. Han Sen, after exiting Qing Ming Shelter, did not dilly-dally. He immediately climbed upon Little Wind and took off running in the direction of Thorn Forest. The moment Han Sen claimed Qing Ming Knight, a spirit sent word to Thorn Shelter over what had occurred. A human has claimed Qing Ming Knight, and a vow was sworn. Inside Thorn Shelter, a cold-looking female spirit frowned. If Han Sen was there, he'd have been surprised. The master of Thorn Shelter was the very same spirit he saw in the valley. It was the female spirit that used bugs to create sacred blood creatures. What? All the spirits and creatures looked angry, the former even more so. To spirits, swearing loyalty to a human was widely regarded as humiliating. Damn it, Baron. Allow me to go kill that human and the traitorous scum. A handsome spirit stepped forward and pleaded his desire. Baron, allow me too. Another few spirits stood up and walked forward, each wanting to go to Qing Ming Shelter and slay the human that was there and Qing Ming Knight. The human brought Qing Ming Knight to Thorn Forest, the Baron said with a sigh. The spirit from Qing Ming Shelter who sent word to the Baron hadn't been able to see Han Sen enter the spirit hall. If she had known about the dagger, she wouldn't have been as calm or composed. Baron, I will go to the forest and slay them, the handsome spirit said. The other spirits hesitated, as something evil and mystic lurked in the tangled, knotted reaches of Thorn Forest. Even with the spirit stones for respawning, there was no guarantee such devices would work if they were to perish in the darkness that veiled those woods. Okay. Thorn Baron nodded. Thank you. The handsome spirit turned around. Not willing to wait around after receiving permission to go after Han's senator, he immediately began walking towards the exit. Take the dark turtle. It will help you find them, Thorn Baron told the handsome spirit. The handsome spirit looked pleased, and he turned around to say, "Thank you very much." He knew the dark turtle had strong senses, so locating the human would not be difficult, even in those rotten reaches. The handsome spirit took the turtle all the way to Qing Ming's shelter. If he wanted the turtle to find the human, it'd have to pick up his scent first. Han Sen rode Little Wind, and before long, caught up with Chu Lanqi. Together, they ventured into Thorn Forest. Not long after entering, Chu Lanqi masked their scent to keep them safe on their passage through the darkness of that forest. They did not dare traverse the deeper recesses of Thorn Forest, but they thought they could find a safe location somewhere beneath those trees. Thorn Forest was an incredibly large woodland. They went in a different direction than they had gone when they followed the bugs, but after 50 miles of travel, they were still unable to find a place to hide. They did, however, stumble upon a most powerful and most mighty tree. Its life force was almost as strong as the Iron Bug King's. Seeing this tall, lonely tree from afar, Han Sen frowned. The tree possessed a grand life force, but there was nothing else alive in its proximity. There were no creatures near it, so Han Sen thought it was a little strange. It was not an ordinary genoplant, that was for sure. If Han Sen could sense its presence from a dozen miles away, why would no other living creatures desire to be around it? Let's rest here and tend to Chu Ming's wounds. Han Sen believed there was something wrong in the direction they were headed, so he decided to take a break. Carefully lifting Chu Ming off of Golden Growler's back, Han Sen got to work on healing the beaten man with his holy light. Chu Ming had been severely injured, but the damage he had suffered was not critical. After an hour of this healing, Chu Ming was fully recovered. "Lanqi, why would you rescue me? We signed a contract with Qing Ming Knight. You can be killed for this disobedience." Chu Ming woke up and immediately noticed his presence in Thorn Forest. Quickly, he was able to mostly gather what had transpired in the time he was unconscious. "You mean this guy?" Han Sen summoned Qing Ming Knight. "Whoa! He. Chu Ming was given a jump scare, and immediately started stepping backwards. With wide eyes, he asked, "What in the sanctuaries happened?" "What happened? Me, that's what happened. Qing Ming Knight now belongs to me," Han Sen said. "Are you pulling my leg? How is that possible?" Chu Ming looked at Qing Ming Knight, unsure whether or not he had slipped into a twisted dream of sorts. He pinched his leg to see if he would wake up, saying, "This must be a dream. It's a dream, isn't it? I must still be the shelter's hanging piñata. It's a dying hallucination of mine, for sure." But Chu Ming, feeling the nasty pain that stemmed from his pinch, knew that it was no fabrication of the mind. What was happening was real. Han Sen and Chu Lanqi then relayed the entire tale of what had occurred to Chu Ming, who seemed to struggle with believing its authenticity. The three of them continued to rest, and Han Sen decided to prepare a meal for them. He retrieved one of the tree crabs he had hunted and started to cook it. This surprised Chu Ming once again. The three of them, after filling their bellies, decided to get some shut-eye while Little Wind remained on guard. With Han Sen's latest pet there, they didn't have to worry about getting attacked without warning. After midnight, Little Wind suddenly howled. Roused from their slumber, they all jolted up to look about for whatever was coming. But strangely, there was nothing to be seen. Little Wind was only a creature, so they couldn't ask it what had caused the unrest. They poked about the area for a bit, but were unable to discern the problem. Furthermore, Little Wind had gone back to being quiet as well. Just in case something happened, Han Sen decided to remain awake and stay on watch, allowing the other two to sleep and rest up. Nothing ill befell them that night, and when the sun rose the next day, they all merrily packed their gear and discussed where their ultimate destination should be. "If that tree is a high-level genoplant, we have to go take a look. Since it seems devoid of other creatures nearby it, we might be able to snag a few goodies for ourselves." Chu Ming looked at the giant tree with saliva drooling from the corner of his lips. "But San Mu is right. Danger must lurk there, for it is abnormal for there to be no creatures in that tree's vicinity," Chu Lanqi said. We are still in what is essentially the borders of thorn forest. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ah, what is that? Chu Ming, as he scanned the area, suddenly screamed aloud. What's wrong? Hansen looked around and noticed something amiss. This is thorn forest, yes? Haven't we walked about 50 miles to get to this point? Chu Ming noticed swathes of massive thorns tangled with the trees ahead. I'm fairly sure those thorny vines weren't there last night. Chu Lanqi was shocked, and she looked around to see what else might have appeared. On the previous day, they had walked through what seemed to be a gentle forest. What they now saw ahead of them was a wretched tangle of thorny vines that weaved their way through the trees around them. If they were indeed in the borderlands of the forest, nothing like this should have been close to them. Chu Lanqi wanted to take a closer look, but Han San stopped her. Let's not wander off on our own before we properly evaluate the situation. Han San looked around him with concern at the vast array of thorny vines. Their number equaled the trees they coursed between. Had they not known any better, they would have believed themselves to be in the deeper recesses of the forest. Yet they knew they had only walked around 50 miles. They knew they shouldn't have been seeing such thorny vines already. Is it because of that giant tree? Chu Ming pointed at it. No way, it's just a tree. Are you suggesting it has teleported us deeper into the forest or something? Chu Lanqi said. Han San was not willing to cast doubt on Chu Ming's theory. Since he believed the man might have been correct, the environment had changed all except that one giant tree, and so he said, where we are is mostly different, save for the tree's position. I think Chu Ming might be right. If there is another possibility, I'm having trouble discerning what that may be. So, you are saying the tree brought us to a deeper part of the forest? Chu Lanqi asked. I am not entirely sure yet. It's either that or the thorn forest is looking to expand. Hansen stepped forward to get a better look at the tree and said, we should take a look at the tree in greater detail. Perhaps a closer inspection will clarify our situation. If the tree did this to us, wouldn't it be dangerous for us to poke around it? Chu Ming suggested. Han San shook his head and said, if we are now indeed within the deeper, darker, and more treacherous reaches of thorn forest, it will be dangerous no matter which way we venture. At least we can confirm there are no creatures near the tree. The three of them then decided to visit the tree and investigate. Han San commanded Little Wind to lead them from the front. He was the strongest of their party, even though Han San had already consumed the Iron Bug King and obtained 7 Geno points. Han San thought there might have been a flaw with the Iron Bug. After all, it hadn't completely evolved. The woman spirit had forced open its shell, which was perhaps why Han San did not receive many Geno points. The three of them carefully approached the tree, and when they arrived, Little Wind seemed reluctant to approach. Han San had to pull and tug at Little Wind to get him to follow. Someone is under the tree. Chu Ming suddenly called out as he pointed at the tree. Han San had better eyesight, and he saw that the person was dead far before Chu Ming did. The dead person was a man, and he was clad in an outfit of the Alliance. He had been there for some time, it seemed. Han Sen's best estimate placed the man's death at around 60 years before their find. What Han Sen could not guess was how the Surpasser had died all the way out there. There were no wounds, and there were no visible tears or damage to the outfit. All that could ultimately be determined was that the man had been dead for quite some time, and now, only the lifeless body and its dusty garb were left to tell his tale. While the man's face had dried up like a husk, it was not rotten. This person was a human, one who died a very long time ago, it would appear, Han Sen told Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming. When the three of them ventured nearer, they were able to get a better look at the person. The clothes were well preserved and the face was fine. He was a middle-aged man with a beard, and although they could not be certain, he seemed to have passed away peacefully. As they examined the man lying against the tree, Han Sen made a more accurate reading of the tree's life force, and was surprised to find it stronger than he initially believed it to be. But curiously, he believed there to be something living inside the imposing wood of its composure. But aside from how he felt, there was no indication that what he thought was true. There was nothing suspicious in the area surrounding the tree, though that in itself could have been the more dubious fact. Aside from the dead body perched against it, not a single thing was in the area surrounding the tree, living or otherwise. Let's see if he has something on him. Perhaps we can learn more. Chu Ming wasted no time in patting the man down to see what he might have been carrying. The man did not possess a rucksack or bag, just a number of pockets. From one pocket he found something. Inside this pocket, there was a wallet and a few little trinkets that did not seem to indicate anything special. Let me check the wallet. Perhaps we can learn of his identity. Chu Ming opened the wallet to see a number of cards and some money. There was no identification card, however, and neither were there any licenses. Still, Chu Ming examined each card that was there. There were only a few technology cards, and so it seemed as if the identity of the mysterious corpse would have to remain a mystery. Han Sun, however, did see that one card possessed the 9-life cat symbol. This told him that the man must have had some association with Blood Legion. This also told Han San that Chu Ming and Chu Lanqi did not know of Blood Legion's significance. As Han San mused on this, Chu Ming continued to search the body of the man for any secret pockets he might have missed. Stop this desecration and show some respect. This person died here alone. Let's give him the burial he has so long been deprived of, Chu Lanqi said. Chu Ming, however, did not listen to her pleading and continued rummaging through the man's pockets. As he did so, he said, I don't think he'd like to be buried here. Perhaps if we can identify him, we can give him a proper alliance send-off sometime in the future. While what Chu Ming said may have seemed considerate and even heartfelt, the words were only spoken to subdue Chu Lanqi's feelings. Chu Ming wanted to see if the deceased person had some goodies on him, and she wasn't going to get in the way of that. If he could discover high-class geno-weapons on the man, they'd be incredibly rich. It wasn't as if dead people could make use of such armaments, after all. But unfortunately for Chu Ming, he could not find anything. Upon this miserable realization, Chu Ming then sought to flip the body over and have a look in the pockets of the man's backside. So he did, and upon rolling over the body something slipped out. They each looked at it with curiosity. Han Sun bent down to pick it up and noticed it was an old-fashioned watch. The likes of this did not exist anymore, and people tended to make use of smartwatches. The delicate arts of watchmakers had mostly been lost to the annals of time and advent of technology. Old-fashioned watches lacked programming and worked off the extremely accurate synchronization and unerringly calculated movements of cogs and gears. If you wanted one of these, the best place to find one would be in an antique store. The watch had stopped at 9 o'clock. What day or year was unknown, as such old-fashioned devices did not give such information. But that did not matter, for in the sanctuaries such watches did not work. Han San then examined the upper portion of the watch, and what he saw made him freeze. There was a picture inside it of a middle-aged man holding a boy who had to be around 8 or 9 years old. The middle-aged man was the person who had died. But the boy in the picture was a person Han Sen had seen before. The little boy in the picture was Han Sen's father. In his family photo albums, Han Sen had seen many pictures of his father when he was young. He was certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that the boy was his father. The little boy was even wearing clothes Han Sen could recognize. And the accessories he wore were ones he had seen before as well. Han Sen knew he could not have been mistaken, and neither was what he was seeing a coincidence. The chances of two human boys wearing the same clothes and accessories, having the same hairstyles, and looking similar in the face was all too unlikely. If the little boy was Han Sen's father, the bigger question now was who the dead man was. And whoever he was, why did he have such a photo? And rack his mind as he might, Han Sen was unable to think of who that person might have been. San Mu, that little boy looks just like you, Chu Ming joked, as he looked at the little boy. Fate has led me to this watch, so I will be taking it. Han Sen pocketed the watch, planning to bring it back and show it to his mother when he returned to the Alliance. Perhaps she would possess the answers he sought. It's just a watch, though. That thing is useless. Why do you want it so bad? Chu Ming laughed, as he continued digging through the man's pockets despite not finding anything more significant. Just as Han Sen planned to roll the man back over, he noticed something amiss. There was something wrong with the place the man had been previously lying against. That portion of the tree looked slightly different. They had not noticed it before, as their focus was on the dead body. Han Sen decided to inspect it closer, and he was surprised to see the faint outline of what looked vaguely like a door. Feeling the bark, Han Sen's hand ran over a lump shaped like a doorknob. The man had died with his back against a tree door. What is hidden inside the tree, I wonder? Does it have something to do with that dead fellow? Did he die here, hoping people would find the door? Han Sen thought to himself as he observed the tree door. Han Sen's curiosity had been stoked like a fire ever since he saw that photograph. Although he was initially hesitant, he wanted to find out more, and so he decided to open it. But when he pushed against the door, there was no reaction. Han Sen frowned and tried operating the doorknob. After doing this, the door opened with ease. Why would there be a door here? Do you think there might be treasure inside? Chu Ming asked, as he happily approached the opening door and Han Sen. Chu Lanqi was interested by the day's turn of events, and so she drew nearer, too. They were all keen to find out what might have been inside. They initially believed it to have been some sort of hidden storage room or cache, but as the door opened, they were taken aback. Looking straight beyond the door, there was nothing. But when they looked down, the ground opened up to a cavernous realm, and from where they peered, they could see a hidden palace far below the earth. Qingming Shelter was little more than a slum when compared to the grand and luxurious template of the palace they were seeing now. Shelter? There's a shelter below this tree. Chu Ming could not help but scream in delight, as the revelation was far grander than he ever could have hoped for. Han Sen was just as shocked and delighted, too. The shelter was beyond anything he could have ever fathomed, and it was so exquisitely built. He'd have never even been able to imagine a place so stunning. It was far beyond Moment Shelter in terms of its majesty. As they looked down, though, they noticed a number of broken places around the shelter. But they also noticed a number of giant bones as well. Dust caked the surfaces of the subterranean land. Heaven knew how long the palace had been there, and there did not seem to be a single living thing there. Might there be spirits and creatures down there? Chu Lanqi asked with moderate worry. They struggled to comprehend the shelter's sheer size, so if there were creatures or spirits within, they'd be incredibly powerful. I don't think so. Han Sen was excited and eager to take a look. Furthermore, if it was a functioning shelter, there'd be a teleporter inside. And if there was a teleporter inside, they could return to the Alliance. You two wait here. I will scope the place out first. Han Sen leapt down and cast his Dongxian aura to observe whether or not there were life forces as he went. Han Sen landed near the gate of the palace. It was very large but very rugged as well. The gate had to be 100 meters high at the very least. Standing in front of it made you feel as insignificant as an ant. Looking up, Han Sen observed the tree roots that netted the sky of that realm like spiderwebs. The roots eventually interlaced with a number of bright gleaming rocks, which made the space above mirror a real daytime sky. Han Sen flew up and above the gate of the palace, and from that height, he was able to witness countless bones. Many creature skeletons had been preserved there, and many of them were at least 100 meters in length. The skulls of most had been removed or cast aside from the rest of their bones, suggesting that gruesome beheadings had befallen the mighty creatures. But even with only the bones remaining, it was a creepy sight. Who killed so many creatures, I wonder? Was it the man outside? Han Sen wondered to himself as he approached in awe. The creature remains were everywhere, and there were many sword marks across the grounds. If they were the work of the man who had died outside, it was difficult to fathom just how powerful he might have been. Carefully, Han Sen glided around the underground shelter in examination. Aside from the aged remains, he could not detect the presence of any other creatures in the vicinity. The area seemed clear of danger. He entered the spirit hall of the shelter and saw the spirit statue that was there. The forehead of the statue, however, had disappeared. Han Sen examined the teleporter that was there in the hall as well, and it was in perfect working order. In absolute delight, he called for Chu Ming and Chu Lanqi to follow him down. When Little Wind came in with them, he began to shiver at the sight of all the bones. Despite being aged remnants of the distant past, they still held an aura of intimidation. For a time, Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming were too surprised to say anything remotely coherent. No one could answer him, but Chu Lanqi turned around and asked, "Does the teleporter still work?" Chu Ming looked at Han San with anxiety, fearing Han San would tell them no. It had been many years since they were last seen in the alliance. It was likely that the family and friends of their past lives believed them to be dead. They couldn't wait to see them again. "Yes," Han San said. Chu Lanqi and Chu Ming instantly became excited, and tears welled up in their eyes upon receiving the answer. This was something they had longed to hear. They had believed they would never see the alliance again. Han Sen was pleased, too. Upon entering the spirit hall, they each stepped into the teleporter one after the other, returning to the alliance. When Han Sen opened his eyes next, he was home. He had previously purchased a private teleporter, so he was able to teleport straight there. After meeting with his mother, he called Ji Yanran. She was very quiet, and it was difficult to discern her words beneath the blubbering that accompanied her tears. Ji Yanran knew Han San was strong, but the third god's sanctuary was an extremely dangerous realm. Receiving the opportunity to live there, and perhaps later thrive, was dependent on luck. They spoke for a long while, but then Han San decided to inform his friends he was safe too. He stayed in the alliance for a few days before returning to the sanctuary. Chu Ming and Chu Lanqi did not come back with him. They had been in the sanctuary for far too long, and so they fancied staying in the alliance a good while longer. Han San tried to activate his super spirit mode in the hall, wanting to see how long he could last. When he cast it, he felt the power burst out from him. But the most curious thing happened. The power that came out from him coursed over to the spirit statue and nestled itself in the forehead of the statue where the stone once resided. When Han San saw his power manifest inside the forehead slot of the spirit statue, it created what appeared to be a white spirit stone. At the sight of this, Han San froze. "Your spirit stone has linked with the spirit base. Would you like to enter?" A strange voice sounded from the statue. "What is a spirit base?" Han San then watched the spirit stone fire a beam of light at him. Upon contact with this light, he was sucked into the spirit stone. The sensation he felt was not too dissimilar to that of a teleporter, and after the dimensions unraveled before his eyes, he found himself standing on an island. The island was as small as a basketball pitch, and it appeared to have been formed from finely chiseled jade. It was as if he was standing at the center of the galaxy. Stars populated the skies above and around him, but upon closer inspection, they weren't what they first appeared to be. They were other jade islands, shining brightly. What is this place? Han Sen had no idea what was going on, and he was shocked to realize he was still in super spirit mode. He felt as if he could remain in this state forever. It surprised him because he knew for a fact he could only last 4 seconds. Now, the mode had been activated for 10 seconds with no sign of slowing down. Of course, he knew it had something to do with the spirit base. Had he not entered this place, it wouldn't have continued in this way. Really? What is this place? Han Sen looked at the statue that was standing before him. Spirit base. The statue's lips did not move, but Han Sen could hear it speak with perfect clarity. "Can I return?" Han Sen asked. "You can leave whenever you desire. Would you like to leave now?" The statue said. "Not yet." Han Sen felt safer hearing what the statue told him. So, he looked around at all the other islands in the sky and asked the statue, "What can I do here?" "You may challenge or be challenged. If you defeat other spirits here, you will obtain spirit geno points," the statue answered. "Can I die here?" Han Sen frowned as he asked this. "No, you will lose one self-geno point and be returned to your spirit stone," the statue answered. "What is a self-geno point? How many do I have?" Han Sen asked. "You have one, and you do not have a rank in the spirit base. Challenge a spirit in the first spirit base, and once you are ranked, you will be unable to battle those that are ranked lower than you." The statue was replying like an answer-dispensing machine. "What is the first spirit base? Are you saying there are more?" Han Sen asked. When you open your first gene lock, you are given access to the first spirit base. If you open your second gene lock, you will be given access to the second spirit base, and so on. Han-san wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, an island floated towards him. Upon it stood a spirit that looked like a giant. Ah! A new spirit has just arrived. How lucky for me. Challenge me. The giant spoke to Han-sen. How did you know I have only just entered this place? Han-sen frowned. Your statue does not possess a rank. Come challenge me, the giant said as he pointed at Han-sen's statue. The giant had already been ranked, so he could not challenge Han-senator. If Han-sen wished to challenge the giant, however, that would be allowed. Han-sen noticed a bunch of numbers appearing before the statue on his island. Han-sen counted them, and noticed it was the figure of 90 million. If that was the giant's rank, then he was incredibly low. Fine, I'll challenge you. He was going up against a spirit that had only opened its first gene lock. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. Come on then, bring it. The giant looked extremely happy, and his fist burst into flames like a meteor breaching the atmosphere. Han-sen cast his sonic thunder punch and smashed the giant into pieces. Then the spirit returned to his spirit stone. As the body disappeared, a red light entered Han-sen's body. Nightfire gene +1. Rank achieved. Han-sen looked at his Nightfire genes and noticed he had 11 of them. He looked at the statue and saw there was a number there. The number was the same one the giant had possessed, and when he looked towards the giant's statue, it had disappeared. This is interesting. I can get a lot of spirit geno points here. Han-sen was immeasurably happy. His power was fixed in super spirit mode, but although he could employ any element, there were no buffs applied. If he was able to gather many spirit geno points, he could max out all his buffs. He'd have a greater resistance to the elements, and he'd be far stronger. Are you a king spirit? The giant respawned and looked at Han-sen. Kind of, Han-sen answered queerly. He was only a king spirit when he decided to turn into one. My name is Flame Giant. Might you tell me your king title? The giant knelt in front of Han-sen, as if he was smitten with him. The spirit was acting as if it'd be a great honor for him to learn his title. My title is the king, Han-sen randomly spouted. He wasn't a king spirit, so he was able to make a title up. He was in super king spirit mode, so the spirit in front of him was of a lower class. As such, he decided to title himself above most others by claiming the title of the king. You are the king. It is a most wondrous and glorious opportunity one have received. To see you. Your title will be heard by all one day, that is for sure. And one day you will indeed be an emperor. Flame Giant poured out praise in abundance. Han-sen laughed in his heart, saying to himself, I am already the king. There is no need for me to become an emperor. Flame Giant's behavior was quite amusing at first, but now it had grown annoying. Ignoring him, Han-sen decided to fly his island to others in order to challenge their residing spirits and obtain more spirit geno points. Many islands, however, did not contain spirits. Han-sen had to fly around for quite a while, observing empty islands with no spirits on them. When he did find a spirit, he was dismayed to learn that they had no rank, and he therefore couldn't challenge them. Flame Giant was not keen to lose the spirit of his affection, however, and so he followed Han-sen like a puppy. As they traveled, he would frequently announce to the islands around them, Hail to the king! The king has come. Submit an offering of geno points to him. Han-sen frowned, thinking Flame Giant's behavior was both pointless and annoying. If the spirits did not invite him to battle, he couldn't fight them even if he wanted to. But what happened next shocked Han-senator. The first spirit they came to, upon hearing Han-sen, was the king, knelt. And just as Flame Giant did earlier, he showed great reverence and adoration for Han-sen who was before him. He invited Han-sen to challenge, and when the fight started, he did nothing. He stood there and offered his own defeat without contest. It almost made Han-sen feel rather bad. You have to take my geno points, my king. The spirit's tone of voice was so firm and resolute. It sounded as if it was a genuine honor to provide Han San his Geno points. If you want to give me your points that badly, I will take them then. Han San then punched the spirit to death, as a blue light penetrated his body. Squire Water Gene +1. Rank unchanged. Spirits seemed fanatical before a king spirit, and when they moved on from that island, Flame Giant did not rest his trumpeting of Han Sen's coming. Far across that strange realm, spirits gladly offered up their Geno points. I wonder how they'd feel if they knew I was a human? Han Sen wondered to himself. But over the course of that day, Han Sen's spirit Geno points were increasing rapidly. And that meant all of his elemental proficiencies were improving. This is way too awesome. As Han Sen watched his spirit gene tally increase one by one, he hoped this could keep going until it reached the figure of 100 and he maxed it out completely. Obtaining spirit Geno points in the sanctuary by ordinary means was incredibly difficult. Right now, Han Sen only had to stand in place and wait for spirits to practically deliver them to him on a platter. He stayed there for a long time, but he began to feel tired after a while, so he returned to the spirit hall. His super spirit mode deactivated and his body entered a state of pain. In the spirit base, he could keep his super spirit mode activate for the entire duration he was there, but back in the sanctuaries he could still only use it for 3 seconds. When his super king spirit mode ended, his spirit stone disappeared, as well. Han Sen took a look at his Geno points, and he could not stop smiling. Han Sen tested whether or not he had to be in super king spirit mode to create a spirit stone in the spirit hall again, and it worked. When outside the spirit hall, no such thing occurred. When his Super King spirit mode ran out in the hall, his spirit stone would go with it. With the spirit base, though, Han Sen's workload in the third god sanctuary was significantly lessened. Once he rested up, he planned to go back to the spirit hall, transform, and return to the spirit base and continue earning Geno points. And after settling on this regime, Flame Giant's deduction was correct. Han Sen's name did indeed become heard of, far and wide. But when many king spirits heard of this person, all they could do was frown. A natural king spirit was given a title by God, and for one to be simply called the king, it didn't sound legitimate. It was most certainly not a name in the same vein as they were traditionally given, and if it wasn't a name given by God, there was only one possibility. 2 king spirits must have produced an offspring. If the king was born from the copulation of 2 king spirits, then it was only natural the baby would not have a name given by God. Many king spirits believed the king was a king spirit that had been born. If he hadn't been born, then he wouldn't have entered the first spirit base. A natural king spirit always had an extremely high level, and they would never have to go through the first spirit base. All the king spirits then wondered who that person might have been. Whoever it was, they believed him to be cocky, and they most assuredly wanted to teach the spirit a lesson or two in how to behave. But most of the king spirits had opened many of their gene locks, and as a result, they could not backtrack through their levels of ascension and challenge the king. That being said, there were other king spirits still in the first spirit base, and they too were made angry upon hearing the name of the king. Driven mad, they all vowed to kick his bacon. Han San was oblivious to these rumblings though, and so he just relished his time in the limelight, reveling in the love and adoration he was being shown. When he returned, the spirits continued to allow themselves to be defeated. Flame Giant followed Han San around like a shadow, and soon, his presence grew on him. Han San felt as if he had a humble servant at his disposal, and so he felt like royalty. These spirits are so simple-minded, Han San sighed in his heart. As he searched for a new target, someone drove an island towards him at an alarming speed. Han San had seen this happen many times already, and it was usually a case of another spirit, dying to offer themselves up. Expecting this, he decided to recline against his statue and wait for the person to get there. As it neared, Flame Giant did what he always did. He shouted aloud, "Hail to the king! The king has come! Submit an offering of..." Before he could finish his speech, Flame Giant froze and fell to the ground, saying, "Greetings, Thunder Devil King." The statue that belonged to the spirit was about 100 meters high, and its owner exuded a horrifying feeling. As he looked at Han San, A purple light flashed and flickered in his eyes. All the spirits around Han Sen knelt before him. Immediately, Han Sen knew he'd encountered someone he could consider a big cheese. When he looked at the statue's number, he noticed it was a simple 7. Very few were stronger than him. Thunder Devil King was the son of a king, and had entered the first spirit base only a few months prior. Wielding the powers of thunder, he was renowned for not losing a single time. As such, he was given the title Thunder Devil King. This king proclaimed that he was brimming with the very essence of thunder, and that he was an organic descendant of the element itself. This was only partly true, but his father was extremely proficient in wielding thunder powers. His mother was a spirit princess that also excelled in wielding thunder powers. On the day Thunder Devil was born, he came into the world crackling with the charge of electricity. As such, it prompted his father to boast and declare that his son was the strongest being of thunder to ever exist. His father wasn't far off the mark either. Thunder Devil King had only just entered the first spirit base a few months before, and in that short amount of time, he had managed to kill countless spirits. All who opposed him he destroyed, and not once was he ever beaten. So, you are the obscene individual that calls himself the king? Thunder Devil lived up to his name. His face was cold and sharp, just as one might imagine a genuine devil to look like. His voice boomed and snapped like the striking of thunderbolts, as if your eardrums could tear asunder any second. Yes, I am the king. And who might you be? Han Sen responded with a flat tone. Pa, you really are an ignorant boy, aren't you? Challenge me. Challenge me and I will bring an end to your parade within 3 hits. Thunder Devil King's eyes possessed the horrifying glint of murder. If his rank wasn't too high, he'd have tried to kill Han Sen already. All the other spirits in the vicinity trembled in fear. They had heard much about Thunder Devil King's cruelty before, and had learnt he was able to kill thousands of creatures within minutes of being born. Although you could not be killed while in the spirit base, that wouldn't stop Han Sen from being recognized and tormented out in the actual sanctuary. If he lost out there, it'd all be over. With the Spirit King father that he had, everyone in the Third God Sanctuary was frightened by Thunder Devil King. But his notoriety did not spook Han Sen, and so he gladly decided to challenge him. Even though he was a second-generation Spirit King, Han Sen still believed he could end him quickly. His only regret was not being able to kill the spirit for good. Seeing Han Sen invite him for a duel, the protective aura around the islands fell. Wasting no time, Thunder Devil King leapt in front of Han Sen and coldly said, "You should strike first. I'll give you a free one because if I go first, you'll be done and dusted in no time." Okay. Han Sen did not move a single step, and on the closure of his word, threw a lame, single fist towards Thunder Devil King. When Thunder Devil King watched Han Sen casually swing a fist, he felt disrespected. This provoked a greater ire and anger within him. Thunder Devil King had been through much to reach the rank of 7th. And in no time at all, Han Sen had gone from having no rank to the 90 millionth, to the 100,000th. He had not faced a worthy challenger yet, or at least one that was willing to put up a fight. For a guy like that to disrespect him, Thunder Devil King wasn't having it. He quickly became fuming mad. "Pa, you know what? Killing you in one hit will be a waste of the fun time I can have with a puny worm like you. Allow me to demonstrate the full extent of my power." Thunder Devil King's body shone with a purple light. He transformed into what could best be described as a thunder god. And in response to this tumultuous turn of events, the islands and the fabric of the spirit base realm seemed to quiver and shake. It looked as if the lightning that ran along his body could sever the atmosphere in two. The other spirits were speechless at the sight. Thunder Devil King had only opened his first gene lock, and their hearts sunk when they thought of how powerful he might become once he had unlocked all 9 of his gene locks. Han Sen, however, did not waver. He had no reaction to the outburst of power and energy that flashed before him, and his casually thrown fist did not divert an inch. The fist shone with a white light and landed neatly on Thunder Devil King's body. Flame Giant and the other spirits, who watched Han Sen launch what they believed to be a farcically weak punch, thought Han Sen might have actually been afraid of Thunder Devil King. Boom! During the next second, in which Han Sen's fist landed on its target, everyone's shock amplified to an unfathomable degree. It was only a random-looking punch, and yet it seemed to be infused with the most wicked power. Thunder Devil's body broke into pieces. There was nothing but bits left, and so quick was the spectacle over. Thunder Devil King didn't have the chance to react or even scream. He died just like that. The spirit base remained quiet in the moments following. No one could expect Thunder Devil King to be killed in a single punch like an ant. King Thunder Gene +1. 7th rank achieved. Top 10 placement achieved. Self-spirit Gene +1. A purple thunder entered Han Sen's body, and all of a sudden, he felt as if his Super King spirit body was fused and charged with the element of thunder. He tried casting it but could not. He did, however, feel his thunder resistances increase by a lot. If he was able to collect 100 King Thunder genes, his thunder power would certainly exceed that of Thunder Devil King. Han Sen was pleased that he had obtained a self-spirit gene, and he immediately felt his Super King spirit body become much stronger as a result. Boom! Amidst everyone's confusion and awe of the spectacle they had just witnessed, Thunder Devil King respawned with fury. He roared to the skies in absolute madness and attempted to re-challenge Han Sen. He had been killed by Han Sen, resulting in an exchange of ranking. And because he was much lower than Han Sen now, he was free to challenge him as much as he pleased. Thunder Devil King would not concede and accept such a miserable, humiliating defeat. He had tried to use his Thunder God mode in a bid to deflect Han Sen's punch, but it was a mistake that allowed his electrical powers to backfire and incinerate himself. But Han Sen's seemingly random punch was most strange. It went past his Thunder God body and broke his actual self. Therefore, Thunder Devil King did not relent in his desire for another match. He believed it all to be a mistake, and that Han Sen had not actually killed him. So, this time, Thunder Devil King decided to strike first. He gathered a fist of obscenely destructive power and loosed it towards Han Sen. A thick purple beam was cast out, and it appeared directly before Han Senator. So great was that power. It appeared wretched enough to not only destroy Han Sen, but his island also. Han Sen stood upon his spirit base island like a god. His white hair drifted with the ethereal breeze, and his handsome face was as calm and composed as ever. He lifted a fist and launched it at the purple lightning that was bearing down on him. His Super King Spirit mode made him better than a King Spirit, so he was unafraid of what Thunder Devil King sought to do. They had both only opened their first gene locks, so with the improved Spirit mode, Han Sen already worked from a position of greater strength. Die! Thunder Devil King roared, as his Thunder God mode grew in power. The purple lightning crackled with greater ferocity, and its size amplified with his war cry. He was putting everything he had into this one strike, hoping he could annihilate Han Sen in a single hit. All the spirits watched as the lightning made contact with Han Sen's outstretched fist. As it occurred, the deafening snap of thunder drowned out all other sounds. Han Sen's Super King spirit-fueled fist destroyed the frightening projectile pocket of electric power, and it remained on course to wreck Thunder Devil King once more. All the spirits watched Han Sen as he exuded a most holy light. They viewed him with great admiration. If killing Thunder Devil King the first time was luck, then the second time would assuredly prove it was down to Han Sen's skill. And if that was true, it meant his power had to be greater than that of the widely lauded Thunder Devil King. They were both king spirits, and yet one could not withstand the other's punch. Seeing such an intimidating figure crumble before Han Sen was difficult to believe. Spirits always adored those who were stronger than them, and so Han Sen was cementing himself as something of an idol for sure. King Thunder Gene +1. Rank unchanged. Han Sen received another King Thunder Gene, which helped to boost the strength of his thunder elements. Han Sen wanted Thunder Devil King to challenge him some more. If he was able to obtain a total of 100 King Thunder genes, his thunder power was sure to be significantly stronger than any that were on the same level as him. But after respawning again, Thunder Devil King just stood where he was. He did not jump back out of his spirit stone as he previously had, fuming with anger. He just looked at Han Sen and did not approach. Thunder Devil King had wanted to kill Han Sen with thunder, and he had been keen to demonstrate his full power with monstrous tenacity and confidence earlier. Now, the power of Han Sen's punches actually put fear into him. It was fortunate the rule of only having one open gene lock was enforced in that realm. For if it wasn't, he'd have never believed Han Sen had only opened his first gene lock. I am the King of Kings. In this world there are many kings, but amongst them only one ruler. That's me. Han Sen provoked Thunder Devil King, hoping it would trigger his wrath and desire for battle, earning him more King Thunder gene points. Thunder Devil King, as predicted, could not accept the insult. He roared to the sky and recast his Thunder God mode before charging towards Han Sen once more. In one punch it was all over once again. The other spirits trembled in their boots. Thunder Devil King was not only getting crushed, but also humiliated. The name of the king felt as if it were getting branded in their hearts, and it seemed to be a name they would not or should not ever forget. Thunder Devil King respawned, but before Han Sen could say anything else to him, he disappeared with his island. He ran off. Word of this fight spread like wildfire in the community of spirits. Those who heard the tale of a newcomer destroying Thunder Devil King were shocked to hear of his power. It was difficult to believe even. The king's spirits, however, felt even more animosity towards Han Senator. They were madder than ever. Many king-class spirits wished to lock Han Sen up in purgatory for the rest of eternity. Some king spirits even vowed to destroy Han Sen's spirit stone, should they ever discover his true identity. The loudest proclaimer of such a notion was the father of Thunder Devil King. Like the other king spirits, his search for the king's identity was on. But despite their efforts, neither the king spirits nor even the emperors themselves were able to locate or discover who he was. Their best guess was that he was the child of some emperor. The thought that the king might have been a human never once crossed their minds. In the sanctuaries, despite their tireless struggle for information, they could not find out anything. But all the king spirits that could still enter the first spirit base went after Han Sen, planning to kill him. But this was exactly what Han Sen had hoped for. Ordinary spirit genes could not boost his power by much, but king spirit genes were far more effective, and their boons were immediately noticeable. Having the king spirits coming to him was a dream come true. When Han Sen proclaimed himself the King of Kings, he knew it'd incite the fury and ire of all the other proud king spirits out there. As such, the kings would end up express delivering their genopoints to Han Sen for the small price of one punch. And as for the threats from the powerful king spirits he could not yet challenge, Han Sen cared little. In the sanctuary, where things mattered the most and death was permanent, they could not find him. And with their inability to visit the first spirit base, he had nothing to be afraid of. If it wasn't for the spirit genes I am practically being gifted, I'd announce I am a human. I don't want this freight train to stop. But doesn't that mean I can't use Super King Spirit mode back in the sanctuaries now? If the spirits find out who I am, heaven knows how many will be on my tail. Han Sen thought to himself. Aside from the woman spirit he half encountered in the valley, no one else had seen his Super King Spirit mode in the sanctuary yet. Although she saw the active mode, there was no way she could have guessed it was a human either. Due to this, there was no need for him to worry about her. And the first spirit base was massive, so he thought it was unlikely she'd encounter him there, either. But Han Sen was wrong. She, the Baron of Thorns, saw him, and she recognized him as the handsome spirit that rescued her from the iron bug. I am the King of Kings. In this world there are many kings, but amongst them only one ruler. That's me. Thorn Baron pondered the words he had spoken. Her cheeks blushed, and she said to herself, he's that powerful king spirit. It would be a most wonderful thing, should I ever encounter him again. Why he saved me without saying a word, I'll never know. Ever since she found out the king was the one who saved her, she believed the dagger falling into his hands, in exchange for her saving, was a good thing. She had been saved by a valiant spirit, she thought. She was unaware Han Sen merely wanted to rob her. Han Sen brought the dead man's body down into the shelter. Thinking the place was suitable, he also planted the devil blood tree and his pine tree inside there as well. Han Sen did not have many water drops still, so he only used what was sufficient to keep them alive for the time being. For food, he only had some crab meat and dried fruit. If they wanted to increase their strength, they would have to go out and hunt. But the trees in close proximity to them did not bear fruit, and the presence of creatures was lacking. Upon greater inspection, and a fair amount of time pondering, Han Sen came to the conclusion that the shelter was moving. And he noticed that every day he woke up, he was in a different spot. Sometimes they were deeper inside the woods, other times they'd be near the outskirts. While the movements seemed random, he believed there had to be a reason or rhyme to how the shelter behaved. He just had to figure it out. When they first came to this place, the tree and its shelter were nearly on the outskirts of Thorn Forest. After spending the night there, they awoke to the realization they had been teleported someplace else. A few days later, days spent tinkering and investigating, Han Sen discovered it always moved around the hour of midnight. If they wanted to leave and go off on a hunt or explore Thorn Forest, they would just have to ensure they were back before then. Otherwise, they'd be stranded with no knowledge of where the shelter had gone off to. It was easy to find out if you were in the right place as the shelter moved beneath your feet, however. The area above the shelter was quite sparse in terms of plants, and the area was always devoid of creatures. It was easy to recognize. Han Sen kept up with his training and collected spirit genes from the spirit base whenever he could. In between those activities, he made scouting trips to the surface to observe where the shelter had moved and where they might go to in order to hunt. The reason no creatures came close to the shelter finally dawned on Han Sen. He attributed it to the giant bones that resided below the surface. He had seen creatures staying far away from such bones before, and so he attributed the lack of nearby creatures to the bones' presence there. While it meant they had to travel a bit to find creatures, it at least meant there wasn't any danger in and around the shelter. On this day, the shelter moved to the edge of Thorn Forest. When the sun rose, Han Sen ventured out with Chulanshi. Together, they slew a few ordinary iron bugs. Han Sen was also able to find a few wild geno plants, and he managed to collect a dozen water drops following their absorption. And as fruitful as their hunt had been, they did not dare go too far from home. They wanted to create a pantry of food, where they could store much and live in relative peace for a while. Every few days, almost like clockwork, the shelter moved to the edge of the forest where they could freely hunt without too much concern. This also meant they did not have to worry about dwindling supplies for the time they remained in the shelter. Settling into a nice routine, Han Sen had managed to earn a fair amount of basic geno points and ordinary geno points. Slowly but surely, his fitness level was rising. Han Sen tried to control the shelter's movements, or see what he could do to influence where it chose to go. But outside the spirit base, he could not last very long in his Super King spirit mode. Despite trying many different ways, he was unable to move the shelter how he fancied. More than anything, however, Han Sen spent most of his time in the spirit base collecting spirit genes. Squire class, Knight class, and Royal class spirits all offered up their spirit genes without quarrel, and thanks to this, Han Sen's spirit gene tally increased rapidly. Ever since he killed Thunderdevil King 3 times in a row, many royal spirits who saw him would gladly offer up their genes, too. Some spirits who were known associates of Thunderdevil King made sure to stay out of Han Sen's way, though they wouldn't give him a single spirit gene. But for those few people there was nothing he could do. His rank was far higher than them after all. Unless others challenged him, he could only challenge the 6 spirits who had a higher rank than he did. Fortunately, most spirits were happy to give out their spirit genes for free. Han Sen's Squire class and Knight class geno points were already at 100. His Royal class tally was not far behind either. What he needed now, though, was many King class genes. And so now, Han Sen had to select which spirit genes to take. Unless there was a special element attributed to them, he would have to decline many approaching spirits. Han Sen noticed many more Royal class spirits challenging him these days too. Although they were weak and easily defeated, they did try their best to fight him. In the distance, many islands lined up. Facing Han's senator, it wasn't too obvious to see, but one of the islands had a few spirits on it together. All the other spirits seemed to avoid this collective of islands like the plague. On the island there were 2 men and 2 women spirits. They were amongst the top 10 king spirits. One of the female king spirits had cat ears to complement her beautiful face, which seemed to perpetually smirk. Her body was voluptuous and stunning to behold. She must have been someone of some renown, and one that many other spirits would assuredly recognize. She held the 2nd rank in the spirit base and was called Heavenly Empress. The names of the other 3 king spirits were the King of Truth, the King of Day, and Flower Empress. The king's power is too much. Those royal-class spirits don't stand a chance, and their efforts at collecting information for us are practically worthless. I would say he bases his power on strength, but that doesn't help much, the King of Truth said. The King of Day responded. He was able to kill that juvenile Thunderdevil King with 1 hit. Of course he's powerful. Flower Empress laughed and said, if he does indeed rely on raw physical strength, then taking him down shouldn't prove too difficult. Why don't we allow Truth to have a go at him? He is sure to crush the king. Yes, I believe Truth can beat that punk. Easy. After the King of Day said this, he continued by saying, and we need to stop calling him the king. But we are used to calling him that. Flower Empress laughed. The King of Truth looked to Heavenly Empress and said, and what about you? What do you think? Heavenly Empress merely smiled and said, you can try. The white light comes from his body. I suspect your mirror of truth can reflect that power. That being said, he is not as simple as he appears to be. There is more to him than meets the eye, so exercise caution. I will try then. If I do not win, then at least I can witness the strength he possesses firsthand. The King of Truth said with grace, don't say that. You will win. Your mirror of truth can restrain him. We'll celebrate and toast a glass in your honor when you return. The King of Day said jovially. I will be off then. The King of Truth returned to his own island and drove towards Hansen. Ah, it's the King of Truth. Has he come to challenge the king? Ooh, another entertaining spectacle for us to watch. I wonder which is the stronger of the 2. The king is stronger, duh. Thunderdevil King was ranked 7th, before getting smacked silly by the king. This guy is only ranked 9th. But the King of Truth has a special power. He can reflect a person's attacks, so he might be able to halt and reverse one of the king's punches. What you say does make sense. Seeing the King of Truth drive his island towards Hansen, all the spirits began to talk amongst themselves. They feverishly discussed which of the 2 titans might be stronger. In respect for the challenger, they all parted and formed a path so the King of Truth could approach and issue the desire for battle without delay. I am the King of Truth. Might I do battle with you? The King of Truth did not have to ask for permission, and he could have just waltzed in and immediately started a fight. But he was polite, and so he wished to introduce himself first. Of course we can do battle. Let's fight. When Hansen saw the King of Truth approach, he was pleased. In his heart he thought, finally, someone has come to give me King Spirit Geno points. 1 King Spirit gene was vastly more powerful than a bunch of normal spirit genes. 100 Squire genes could not compare to a handful of King Spirit genes. The King of Truth, upon hearing Hansen's answer, joined him on his island. Then he said, you and I are king spirits. It would be inappropriate for us to fight like savages, so how about we do battle like gentlemen? What do you mean by fighting like gentlemen? I am gentle, just not a pushover. Hansen frowned and looked at the King of Truth. It means you stand where you are and allow me to punch you. You can neither block nor dodge. And then, I stand still while you hit me. We keep going in this manner until one of us falls over. The King of Truth explained. You want to Rochambeau? But why can't I go first? Hansen asked. Oh, that's fine by me. You can go first if you'd like. The King of Truth smiled. Hansen was surprised and put on alert. For the spirit to quickly agree, he must have something up his sleeve. The entire premise for the fight he wished to have wreaked, so there was something going on for sure. The King of Truth seemed to present himself like a bookwormish sort. He almost looked human, too, and lacked all the unique and striking details of appearance and physical flourishes that usually made spirits stand out. But without fear, Han Sen said, "Okay, I'll punch you first." "Please do." The King of Truth then just stood there, willing to accept Han Sen's punch. Ha! He fell for the trap. The King of Truth's mirror can reflect any incoming damage to the caster. The harder he punches, the harder he will hurt. If he goes all out on his opponent, well, then that's all she wrote, the King of Day said excitedly. He's too proud. After defeating Thunder Devil King, he believes himself to be invincible. Now he'll suffer under the crushing weight of his own hubris. Flower Empress cackled. The other spirits that looked on, seeing the King of Truth appear so calm, were shocked and unsure of what to think. They knew he had a special card to play, otherwise he wouldn't have behaved like that. Everyone looked at Han Sen, waiting to see him perform his attack. Han Sen's body lit up with his signature holy light. Just like his previous punches, this one looked casual and almost silly. It seemed to lack all power. The King of Truth did not underestimate this, though. He watched the white light approach, and so he made his own body shine with silver and projected a layer of protection across his being. Boom! Han Sen's fist collided with the silver mirror. Whoa! Such strength! Haha! He fell into the trap. The King of Day immediately lit up with joy, but in the next second, his smile froze and dropped. The same applied to Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress, too. When Han Sen's fist hit the mirror, so much was the power, his fist shattered it into 1,000,000 pieces. Then the King of Truth died. A strange silver light appeared from the broken remains of the King of Truth and entered Han Sen's body. King Space Gene +1. Rank unchanged. Han Sen was surprised, not knowing his opponent had possessed a space element. Han Sen had been there for a while, and he had killed countless spirits, and yet this was the first time he had seen such a gene. Han Sen didn't think the King of Truth would give up, and so he expected to receive a few more space genes. But after the spirit respawned, he did not say a word and simply left. King Spirit genes were precious, and ultra-rare ones such as that were especially so. It was very difficult for the King of Truth to find space genes, and now Han Sen had just taken one with the greatest of ease. It was like flushing money down the drain. After Han Sen became a Super King Spirit, he had no special elemental powers, but he could cancel the skills opponents used. When the coin toad used coins to suppress him, the power of the coins was negated upon the activation of his Super King Spirit mode. This aspect also came into play against the King of Truth's mirror power. The spirit's reflective shield did nothing, and so Han Sen was able to confirm the existence of this passive ability he had previously only assumed. What? The King of Truth was incredibly calm, and I thought he could unleash a one-hit kill skill. Is this some kind of joke? This is embarrassing. He does have a special skill, but the king was too strong for it. He plowed right through whatever the King of Truth devised and annihilated him. There are many kings, but amongst them only one ruler. Man, I've never seen anyone this powerful before. It's nuts. The king has to be an emperor, don't you think? I'm sure this guy can put any old emperor to shame. This spirit is destined to go to the fourth god's sanctuary. I'm telling you. This is what you call invincible. King spirits are ground into dust before him. The spirits discussed many topics amongst themselves, all of which pertained to the king. All the while, the King of Day, Flower Empress, and Heavenly Empress could do little but frown. Truth, what the hell? Why did your mirror not reflect his attack? When the King of Truth returned, the King of Day immediately approached to ask. The King of Truth shook his head and responded, I have no idea what happened. The mirror was obliterated. It didn't stand a chance. If you are unaware of why you lost, then why don't you try again? The King of Day suggested. The King of Truth rolled his eyes and said, Do you think my King Spirit genes come easily? I don't even know when or how I'll be able to get the lost one back. I'm not an idiot like that Thunder Devil King. The King of Day realized his suggestion was too much of him to ask, so he did not say anything more in return. Heavenly Empress looked thoughtful. There are two possibilities from the way I see it. 1. The mirror is not as effective as we have believed it to be. 2. He is just too powerful, plain and simple. Perhaps he has so much power, it overloaded the threshold of damage the mirror was able to withstand and thus, snap, it broke. Think of it like a rubber band. The further you pull it, the further it will travel upon letting go. But everything has a limit to its flexibility. If you pull too hard on the elastic band, it will give way and break, she explained. I think he's immune to the mirror. There is no way that Punk can be that powerful, the King of Day said. Well, if the mirror wasn't as effective as we believed it to be, that's bad news. It means Flower Empress Flower Stamp would also be useless. It'd be even harder for her to beat him, Heavenly Empress said. When Flower Empress heard what she said, she chimed in saying, My flower stamp is different than the mirror. If he can bypass the mirror, fine, but there is no way he can triumph over the mirror and my flower stamp. Still, if you do choose to challenge him, you should be careful. It is difficult to earn back spirit genes. With your speed and power, I don't believe you will be able to hit him, Heavenly Empress said. I have an idea. Flower Empress flew back to her own island and drove forward, off to visit Han Sen. Heavenly Empress sought to stop her from going, but it was too late. Flower Empress, not looking back, said, Relax. Let her go. No one from the same tier can overcome her powers. And if she's that confident she can beat him, after everything we've seen thus far, perhaps we should place some faith of our own in her. The King of Day believed she had what it took, so he decided to follow her in support. The King of Day had been trying to woo Flower Empress for quite some time, but she never showed any interest in his attempts at romantic coercion. Some of his positive comments now, and his desire to follow, stemmed from his desire to get her to notice him more. Heavenly Empress saw Flower Empress arrive before Han Sen. Flower Empress. She is ranked 4th in the spirit base. I didn't expect her to challenge him. It looks like everyone knows about the king now. Such a beautiful woman. I wonder if the king is willing to thrash a woman as brutally as he does the rest of his opponents. I don't think the king cares for sexual discrimination. Flower Empress was now before Han Sen, and in a flirtatious manner said, The king, you fought against the king of truth unfairly. You took advantage of being allowed to attack first. If we battle, do you mind if I attack first? Han Sen observed her intently. She looked very small and very pretty, and she also smelled like flowers. She was an attractive spirit, that was for sure. How about I do you one better? You can punch me 10 times. Han Sen smiled. Such a gentleman. Okay. I'll punch you 10 times first. A streak of sordidness crept across Flower Empress' face. All of the spirits froze in place. If the king was willing to accept 10 of her punches, it wouldn't matter how strong he was. 10 of those would surely lead to his defeat. Might I ask, what will you do if you don't win? After getting your 10 free shots in? Han Sen smiled again. People like you won't get hurt from punches by the likes of me. So, you can start punching me back. Okay? She wasn't promising anything. Han Sen squinted and said, How about I let you punch me 10 times, and if I die, it will be deserved. If I am indeed still alive, then each punch must equate to 1 kiss. How does that sound? After that, Flower Empress' face turned red. The audience was listening to their conversation intently and began to get rowdy with excitement for Han Sen's cheeky suggestion. No! The King of Day's face dropped like a sack of rocks, and he shouted from the top of his lungs. Han Sen knew there was something between them, judging from the way he had followed her. Han Sen wasn't being flirty with her, though. As a matter of fact, she didn't interest him in the least. What he wanted to do most was provoke the King of Day to fight him for kissing his most wanted girl. Furthermore, if he took Flower Empress rank, then he'd be higher than the King of Day. That meant he couldn't challenge him. Flower Empress, gnawing at her lips, managed to compose herself after the pause. Then she said, You are a king spirit. Isn't it humiliating for you to suggest something like this? Everyone loves beautiful women. Kings are no exception. And I'll have you know, with this metric of 1 kiss for 1 punch, I'd be willing to accept 100 punches. Of course, if you don't agree to this, then I'll allow you 1 free courtesy punch, Han San mockingly said. Flower Empress' eyes brightened and she gasped, Really? I can hit you 100 times first. I am many things, but a liar I am not. If you do indeed agree to this, then yes, I'll let you punch me 100 times. Han Sen looked at the King of Day who was nearby. He was sweating profusely, in an ardent desire to stay her agreement to this. Flower Empress said, Okay, and if I defeat you within my 100 free punches, then you lose. Fair enough. Okay. Come on. Han Sen then sent her a duel invite to challenge her. Everyone was aghast, hearing Han Sen was going to let her hit him 100 times. They were both king spirit elites, so they found it difficult to envision the king remaining upright after accepting 100 punches. The King of Day was worried about Han Sen taking advantage of Flower Empress, but now that the king had asked her to punch him 100 times first, he wasn't even sure what to think. A few flower stamps is all it will take to destroy him. How ignorant, the King of Day thought. Flower Empress stepped closer to Han Sen, trepidatiously. When she was within arm's reach, he still hadn't moved an inch. He really was going to let her hit him. Your arrogance will soon take flight, making way for the tears that are to follow, Flower Empress said to herself, as she observed Han Sen's pretty face. A cloud of light, filled with flower-like holographic shapes, enshrouded her fist. With it raised and primed, she launched forward to hit Han Sen. All the spirits looked on him, contemplating whether or not he'd dodge the incoming attack. But there he remained standing, complete with the holy light that emanated from his body. He accepted the hit. The flowery light did not blow up against Han Sen. Instead, it left a stamp on him. Remember, I get 100 punches, so you stay still now. She was afraid Han Sen would regret his decision from earlier, so she made sure to cast flower stamp on him before anything else. Han Sen's body was instantly covered in flowers, almost buried beneath the mountain of blooms. Flower stamp, despite the grievances it could cause, was a beautiful skill. The force dealt to the recipient of the skill was equivalent to that of a train. Even the spirits that were looking on almost felt the power of such a wretched attack. Flower Empress then proceeded to hit Han Sen 37 times. She smiled and said, Are you sure you want this to go on, Kingy? I have only hit you 37 times. Han Sen's face looked dim, as if he was struggling to withstand the initial weight of the flowers and subsequent blows. But Han Sen then smiled and said, You hit like a girl. Oh, wait a minute. Pa. Fine, I'll give you a real taste of what I'm capable of. We'll see how much longer you can remain so cocky. Flower Empress could see the exhaustion creeping onto Han Sen's face, so she was more than happy to apply more hits. As more hits were thrown, more flowers mounted on him. His presence there was little more than a flowery knoll, and he was practically hidden from sight. The spirits, seeing Han Sen covered by trembling flowers, believed he wouldn't remain standing much longer. Any second now he'd collapse and be defeated. The king is remarkable, isn't he? It's still pretty amazing he has managed to endure so many flower stamps without falling. I fear his arrogance and willingness to accept 100 such punches will be his downfall. Though, I'm really not sure how much longer he can go on, a spirit said, one who understood the power of flower stamp. The king is an interesting man. He seems more likely to die by the weight of flowers than anything else. I don't think Flower Empress cares too much, though. Either way, she's just happy she has this opportunity to beat him, another spirit said. Can someone explain to me how powerful flower stamp is? Many spirits were unaware of what was so special about flower stamp, and so one of them made sure to ask. A spirit explained, You don't know about flower stamp? To kill Flaming Emperor, she only had to use 10 flower stamps. That is what got her to the 4th rank. I thought everyone knew this, but it can't be helped if some people choose to live beneath rocks. Anyway, Flaming Emperor couldn't help but compliment her, following his defeat. It was all quite the spectacle, and it's partly why she became so famous. He complimented her? Tell me quickly, the spirit asked. 1 flower, 1 mountain. 1 stamp, 10 years. That means 10 flowers equal the weight of 10 mountains, and breaking 1 stamp would take 10 years, the spirit explained. That is an exaggeration, surely. She has only opened her first gene lock, so how can she be that powerful? The spirits that did not know about this beforehand struggled to believe the authenticity of the tale. Han Sen's body was now quivering madly. When Flower Empress took notice of the fact he was ready to buckle under the weight, any second now, she quickly attacked him some more. With every punch she delivered, he looked to be in a worse state. Yet strangely, nothing she did would make him fall over. He simply remained where he was, shaking more and more. 1 more punch is all it will take. 1 more punch and he'll be down, the King of Day shouted out loud. Something is wrong. Heavenly Empress frowned, but it was too late to warn Flower Empress. Flower Empress had only one thing in mind, and that was bringing the king down. She had not kept track of how many times she had attacked. She believed she would not have to count how many times she attacked, as it'd be over quickly. But this soon proved untrue, because Han Sen was refusing to submit and fall. Every time she attacked, all the spirits thought he was on the precipice of falling over, and all Han Sen would need was 1 more nudge. But none of this came to pass, and the king's body simply shivered. Stop! Just as Flower Empress was about to attack once more, Han Sen shouted. She relented. What? Do you concede? Flower Empress had a cocky grin creep across her face, believing she had managed to get the king to throw in the towel. Han Sen wanted to laugh, thinking it ridiculous that another king spirit had not kept track of the number of times she had hit him. She had delivered 100 punches and was oblivious to the fact. She even asked if he was going to concede. You've run out of free punches. You've delivered your 100th, Han Sen said. I ran out, Flower Empress gasped, and her mind quickly raced to recall and count how many punches she had thrown. He wasn't kidding. Her flower stamp had not been able to fell Han Sen, and she could not believe it. Although she had only opened her first gene lock, her flower stamp power could compare to a little hill. How powerful could the king be to withstand so many of them? But Flower Empress, instead of her face turning to scorn, simply smiled and said, Okay, I've given you my 100 punches. Come to me and show me what you've got. Flower Empress stood where she was, giggling. She wasn't going to free Han Sen from the abundance of flowers that buried him. Flower Empress believed Han Sen could not take her attacks anymore. He hadn't been defeated completely, but that was fine. You have been crushed by my flower stamp, haven't you? I don't think you can hit me. You're probably using all of your power to withstand the crushing weight of my flowers. But if you divert any of that power into attacking me, they'll kill you. Flower Empress cackled maniacally, a sharp contrast to her beautiful face. Although Flower Empress was a king spirit, she hadn't been born for very long. She wasn't much more proficient than a human female. I'm sorry, did you say something? Han Sen coldly said, and shrugged all of the flowers off of his body. He did so casually, as if it hadn't cost him the slightest amount of strength to bear them. Flower Empress turned to stone. Seeing the flowers cast to the sky like so, she was frozen. Her power was not effective on him. Heavenly Empress wore a wry smile. The King of Day's face dropped, and he thought to himself, since she failed to defeat him, doesn't that mean she has to fulfill her end of the bet? Thinking of this, the King of Day's mind succumbed to a state of restless anarchy. He could no longer think straight, amidst the distress that had swooped down on him. You are obscene. Flower Empress realized Han Sen, the entire time, had only been pretending. He had feigned his exhaustion and trembling fatigue the entire time. He had done so, hoping she would not call off the bet before she reached 100 free punches. But it was too late, and she had indeed delivered her 100. There was no way for her to escape the bet now. Why am I obscene? I offered the bet and gave you the free punches as promised. You accepted my terms, fair and square. Han Sen smiled. You just are. Flower Empress had no prepared response, and wasn't sure what she could say in reply. It's my turn now, okay? So, prepare yourself. Han Sun raised his fist, and a holy light gathered within and without. Flower Empress looked almost pitiful, and she quietly pleaded, "Please be gentle." After that, Flower Empress closed her eyes and awaited her end. With how delicate she looked, facing death, it was not hard to feel sympathy for her. Tears ran along her long eyelashes and dropped to the embrace of her cheeks. No man should have been able to willingly destroy such a woman. Pang! Han Sun punched her without remorse, as blood and flowers exploded in the air like fireworks. A pink petal descended to enter Han Sen's body. Kingwood Gene +1. 4th rank achieved. Every spirit in the audience froze, seeing this. They never expected the king to so callously destroy her, without hesitation. The king. "I'm not done with you. Only one of us will survive." Flower Empress respawned, and she fumed with a rage no one had thought possible from such a delicate-looking person. She had made herself look so weak, hoping to gain mercy. And yet, Han Sen had not been swayed. He killed her and humiliated her in front of everyone. "You're right. We're not done. You owe me 100 kisses. Remember?" Han Sen coldly replied. Flower Empress, in her rage, had forgotten about the bet. She had never regretted something so much in her entire life. And now that Han Sen had mentioned it again, in front of all who watched, she knew she couldn't discredit herself even more and leave. Flower Empress' face was red, and she did not know what to do. She couldn't leave, and she couldn't kiss him 100 times in front of all the spirits that looked on. Han Sen saw the King of Day looking angry, too. He was ready to rush forward and attack without thought, but he was stopped by another female king spirit. So, with no other fight awaiting, Han Sen stepped forward and grabbed Flower Empress. He held her in his arms. Han Sen knew the king spirits had been trying to set him up, so he wasn't willing to let any one of them get off the hook that easily. Flower Empress was as embarrassed as she was shocked, but she was too weak to push her aggressor away. Han Sen had her locked against his chest. "It's time for a tongue lashing." After Han Sen said this, he dove into her tasty lips. Flower Empress could not resist, and she softened inside Han Sen's arms. "I'm going to kill you." The King of Day could no longer hold his tongue, so he ran forward. Turning into a sun along the way, he rushed towards Han Sen. Boom! Han Sen continued to hold Flower Empress with one arm, as his other arm quickly reached out and punched the flailing madman. The sun of his new composure shattered into pieces, like frail glass. Kingfire Gene +1. Rank unchanged. "I'll accept this kiss for now. Just remember, you owe me 99 more. I'll come back to collect at another time." Han Sen had already received what he wanted, so he didn't need to put her in any further distress. With a brief smile to her, he turned around and returned to the sanctuary. The king had killed the King of Truth, Flower Empress, and the King of Day over the course of a single day. Word spread quickly amongst the spirits of Han Sen's accomplishment. The spirits who witnessed the fights firsthand believed Han Sen to be the greatest spirit of all time. If he was able to unlock 9 of his gene locks, he'd be able to become an emperor, or perhaps even the legendary 10th gene lock. The king's name spread far and wide. It was a household name. He was heralded as the strongest spirit ever born. And despite the fact that all the spirits desired to learn where he came from, no such discovery was made. He was still an enigma. The spirits still guessed he had to be the son of an emperor, but there was no evidence to support this. Han Sen did not return to the spirit base for a while after this, and he thought of how he might go out and hunt mutant creatures. Although spirit genes were great for personal buffs, they did not increase one's fitness. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to increase his fitness. If he was in the Alliance or the Sanctuary, Super King Spirit mode still only lasted 3 seconds.